Ya empezamos
con el Blufeando.
Poker Open 2.
Estamos con el ganador del Blufeando. 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 Estamos con el ganador del Blufeando.
So, I bet I win. That's it. I think with that hand, you don't need to talk to me. You're still clapping your hands right now?
They operate in their own worlds, working their stacks in ways only they understand.
I don't even know how much is that.
Today, on this ever-important day 6, they will take different paths to the same destination. The World Series of Poker main event, final table.
Welcome to the party.
Welcome to the Las Vegas Strip, the first year that the World Series of Poker main event has taken up residence right here at the Eiffel Tower in Las Vegas, Nevada, and we are enjoying it. The players are enjoying it. This main event has been a spectacle. Inside the Bally's Event Center, I'm Lon McCarran, along with returning Norman Chad and Jamie Kerstetter, ready to bring you Day 6 action. We're down to 123 players from the original field of 86-63, the biggest starting field sans won back in 06. 10 million first place, current payout over $62,000. 3 featured tables in play today, and one of them features the defending champion. How about that? Karai Aldemir still in the game. Comes in today, 58th of 123, 3.8 million chips to play with. And he had a huge day 5 last year, kind of a meh day 5 yesterday, but he is ready and primed to get back to the final 9. Over at table C, we've got a guy who has become a Las Vegas headliner. Yeah, you talk to him and says, yep, thank you very much. I'm going to be here all week. It's Zilong Zhang. Right now with a chip count just shy of 7 million. 23rd on the hit list right now. And he has been the talk of the town, knowing when to talk, knowing when not to talk. Got a little bug in his ear to tell him what exactly he should do, apparently. And putting together his troops right now, ready to continue his run to the final table. The tournament summary brought to you by Zenni. Eyewear for everyone. 10 milli for first. 2 champs still in play. The last 2 main event champs still in the field, Salas and Aldemir. And we are going to have some fun today. Here is our main featured table, which once again will feature somebody who made the final table last year. Papo MC, Alejandro Lococo, still to return to his seat. There he is. Got his chips stacked up, all 10 million of them. He was down low yesterday, all in, and called at one point, survived, and now he is 4th in chips as we get this very important day 6 underway. Kenny Tran is here. Kenny from LA knows this route very well. This is going to be his 6th main event cash. He finished 16th in 2007. So Kenny Tran, going to be fun to have on our featured table today. He knows his way around. He's very calm, cool, and collected. Top 10 stacks of the day. James Hobbs, number 1, 12.5 million. And one of 2 women left in the field, Effie Litsu in 2nd place with 11.7 million chips. You see Lococo in there. And it is going to be a horse race today. 123 stalls, and they're ready to get out of the gate. Norman Chad, it's a big day. Welcome back. Are you still stoked?
Yeah, actually, while I was on assignment, Lon, I have a fun fact for you. The Eiffel Tower here is actually the original Eiffel Tower. Most people don't realize that. It was built more than 50 years before the Eiffel Tower in Paris. They improved on our Eiffel Tower. They have restaurants on 2 levels.
Abandonan sus hogares en una migración masiva para sobrevivir. Las fuerzas chinas se reagrupan para contraatacar. Abandonan Hasta una cosa. Imprímete la de los seguros y evaluamos eso de una vez.
Levels, we have restaurants on one level. However, Jamie, Lococo's play yesterday, the hand that we actually didn't see, we read about, we recounted, wanted to recount it, it was breathtaking.
Yes, it was ridiculous. It's worth recounting. It takes a moment. It was a single raised pot, making it even more incredible. Alejandro Lococo is the hijack. He raises. Ribe defends big blind. The flop goes check check on 987. The turn, the wheels come off the bus completely. Ribe led 140. Lococo raised 485. Ribe 3-bet to 1.1 million. Lococo tried to re-raise a bigger amount, but he misclicks. Gets held to the min raise. Ribe takes a look at that and says, okay, I think I can take this away from him. Makes it 4 million, gets jammed on by Lococo for only 1.7 million more. The hand took 17 minutes, by the way. Not a joke. Lococo has his head down, completely hiding himself. Finally, Ribe lets it go. Lococo slams down the bluff, ace jack high.
Judgment free though.
That is street ball. Day 5 of the main event. That is remarkable.
It's insane.
It's like Booker's version of battle rap.
Yeah.
Right there. Just making it up as you go along. And Lococo, as he usually does, came out on top.
Noticeable.
Ace, 10 of spades, and a raise here. It's been fun. It has been very interesting. We've got some new characters, some old characters. A 21-year-old in the field, and I think Paul Spitzberg was still there to start today, 60-something, a couple of guys out there. So the gray ace in the house, and it is a generational main event still with just 123 players.
Hola.
And there is Papo MC. 30 years old. He says his battle rap has gotten a little more gentler and kinder as he gets older. He was talking about killing his opponent, but he doesn't do that anymore. Here are the chips in play. We've got a 500K chip in play, brought to you by Stormex, the easiest way to earn crypto. So
Hello.
the chips coming up, and it's not an oversized chip, is it? I couldn't tell from the graphic. But usually the 500K is.
Yeah, I was going to comment on Lococo's sweatshirt. It actually says hardcore happiness.
There you go.
Like, do you do the compliment rap battles? Because those exist.
Hey,
They're
your
delightful.
shoes are looking fine. And I think, so 10 bracelet winners to start the day here on day 6. 2 main event champs, 2 women, 4 main event final tablists in the field as we begin action here on day 6.
I was a little bummed out to see only 2 women left until I saw the chip counts. And Effie Litsu is in second right now,
Second
11
place
million.
overall,
So good position to actually make a real run at the final table.
And then Shelby Wells, who is in her first main event, been a poker dealer for a few months out at Caesars, Southern Indiana. And it's just been an amazing ride, emotional ride for her, because sometimes she thinks she's been knocked out during the days and she's going to cry and she's got to get herself back together. And she's always trying to fool herself into thinking this is just a 123-person sit and go and they're going to pay 40 people or something like that day to day. She's setting those faux goals, as it were.
Yeah, actually it's helpful to just take it hand by hand and not really look around the room and see less than 15 tables and think one of us is going to win $10 million. It's just too much pressure if you think of it that way.
And Shelby also was a dealer, very fine proponent for bringing more women into the game, letting the property be a safe environment for them.
Mira lo que le puse arriba.
Then Gogol, raise and take it.
Sounds like it.
No breakfast.
Perfect. Yeah.
Start off your morning with something hard.
Hungry.
Still probably a few strangers around who haven't played with each other. I mean, it's been a monster field, as you've seen. So it's not necessarily that now that we're at a short field that all these guys know each other.
Just enjoy the moment.
I like to talk about statistical improbabilities. And there's so many these days, I guess they're no longer statistical improbabilities. But in an 8,000-plus field, to have the last 2 main event champs still alive with 100-plus players around is ridiculous. Karai, Aldemir,
Still came fresh.
and Damian Salas.
And we watched Karai a lot yesterday. We kept track of his stack a couple of days leading up to yesterday. No fireworks, just kind of turning the wheel, the monkey grinder, letting things happen. people come to him with chips. He got lucky a couple times. You know, he got it in trying to knock out a player behind a couple of times yesterday. And
no, he's just a soulless terminator. He's like the tax auditor. Guys come in, he looks at their taxes, you're screwed, you owe $77,000. Next. And he just keeps rolling them in and rolling back out on a slab.
Some of the early chip leaders there. Day 4 chip leader Taylor von Kriegenberg finally eliminated on day 5. He had a really big stack, but day 1A chip leader, the day 2D chip leader, the day 3 chip leader, the day 5 chip leader, all in the house still today. I'm looking closely, by the way, Jamie, at Aaron Mermelstein to go deep, 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 deep.
Oh, yeah. I took a walk around the remaining tables. He's actually at Asher Kniff's table, and they play a bunch in Borgata. Got a couple East Coasters. They're actually chilling. It seems like it's a 1K event.
Is that right?
Yeah, there's chatting.
Well, both have run deep in several tournaments, and Asher here.
Kogol with the better of the great Kenny Tran right here. Kogol, another Texas grinder with 3 circuit rings.
Yeah, Asher finished 80th last year, so he's been in this exact
He makes
spot.
runs, man. He makes runs in huge tournaments. He won the WPT championship, the 15K, after winning, I believe, a tournament like 3 days earlier
right?
for his biggest score. Yeah.
Lococo did that last, leading up. He won 2 events.
That's crazy.
Czech Republic, cashed 3 of them.
So Ace Jack's still good. I don't fault Tran for peeling, especially when he can make the nuts. But this may, unless he wants to bluff at this, it's maybe just a check and hope to get there.
Most of us would just check and hope to get there.
It's going to cost him.
Kenny can play a different style of poker.
I'll do anything just to get there.
And blind versus blind, though, you don't always give your opponent a very strong hand when they're raising from the small blind, so stabbing at this makes sense. It's just Kogel has a hand he's never folding.
Kogel.
So Kogel giving Tran a little more rope if he wants to hang himself here, but he did catch a queen. He may feel as good, and that might pump the brakes. Yeah. So nice hand by Nate.
Two similar stacks. Big stacks going on there.
Where are you from?
Texas.
Okay.
Chip average.
Texas?
Not yet.
For $500,000-esque.
I was thinking about buying a house in Texas. Seems like it's the only place I want to be in America.
So
after
Daniel, stacking some chips from Kenny, the kid.
Houses have gone up.
Yeah,
Markets
cheaper than everywhere else.
Yeah, definitely cheaper than other places. Absolutely. Poker's great.
Yeah, I definitely want to go try it.
There is the number 2 stack in the house. Effie Litsu out of New York began the day with $11.6 million. Down a little bit right now. Plays Foxwoods a lot. Atlantic City here and there. And there at Shelby Wells, as mentioned before, her first main event. Had over 3.8 million, I think, to start yesterday. Right now, just under 2 million. Trying to become the first woman since Barbara Enright in 1995 to make the main event final table. We've had 10 finish in the top 20 since then. And here you see the last woman standing for the last few years.
It's amazing how popular poker is, considering that its growth is stunted by the fact that it virtually ignores one of the largest demographics in the history of the world, women. Last time I looked, and I don't have the exact numbers on this, I believe women comprise about half of the world's population, give or take. And myself, I run into women all the time. I know they're out there. And yet in the poker room, it's 95 guys named Mo.
Now we go over to table C, where Karai Aldemir is. And we've got an all-in and a call. All-in is Timur Margolin, two-time bracelet winner, called by Karai Aldemir. Right there, of course, our defending champ. And it is Aldemir scoring another knockout. There you go, Norman, like you mentioned, just quiet and heartless.
He doesn't care. It's his job.
Oh, boy. So picking up chips, the last of Margolin's chips. Timur made it into day 6 here and hands his chips off and says, have a good game. All right, so Jeff Platt under the weather today, so handling all the floor duties out there
Day
is Kara.
6 of the main event, and our reigning champion, Karai Aldemir, is still in the mix. At what point do you start to let yourself think about a final table again?
I mean, it's starting. It's starting in the back of my head somewhere, but of course it's still a very long way to go. It's very more probable that I won't make it that far, but I will try.
It wasn't very probable to make it this far as well. I mean, it's pretty incredible as a run. What do you think has just gone well for you this year?
I mean, yesterday I won a lot of flips. I mean, I think I didn't lose a single all-in pre yet, which is pretty fantastic. It's actually more insane than last year. Last year I just had full house over full house all the time, and this year I'm just winning all the pre-flip all-ins.
Day 6 is such an important day. We're going to be going down to a very small number of players. So what do you have to focus on to get there?
Last year I was the overwhelming chip leader. Now I have less than average, so it's a bit different. I just have to survive, kind of. Maybe I'll double up, and then it's going to get easier.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Guess that's what they teach in the grindhouse. Full house, full house, full house.
Yeah, I remember Kara's, I forget, great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandmother interviewing Genghis Khan, and he talked about he didn't think it was likely that he would be able to topple another civilization and just run rampant over towns, but he got there again and again, and I think Karai will do what Genghis did.
Best laid plans.
Do you have another assignment you need to do? Because
Oh, I've got plenty of assignments right here.
Lakoko raising again.
Yeah, friend. My friend looks like you. Then I show you.
Yeah?
Yeah, that's what I'm watching you. Nothing special.
This outfit was around last year, wasn't it? I
feel like I would remember it.
A
but-
dairy cow kind of outfit is what it reminded me of, and it rings bells. Kogel. He's 9, suited.
85?
But my friend don't.
It's just spotting it, though.
Yeah.
I'm kind of disappointed in you guys for missing the dad joke about it being moving day.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I have other dudes.
I only say stuff to get that reaction out of Norm.
All in.
Shepsky waking up with 8 big blinds and queens is pretty nice.
Matthew Shepsky. And a little smile, a little thought. Somebody behind him already in the pot as well.
Yeah, it's tough because this raise is coming from under the gun. So you're not feeling amazing about ace-10 offsuit. That's pretty much like the bottom of your under the gun opening range. And Shepsky still wants to go with it. So ace-10 shrinks up a little bit. You also have Kogel after you. So if there's any chance that Kogel was trapping, then your ace-10 is really dust. Can afford it though. It's got 10 million.
He comes up with 5-minute rap songs quicker than he does to make this decision. Oh. Isolation station.
Looks like it. It's going to be enough to chase Kogel out.
Kogel will thank him later. You did what?
$525 more.
Oh yeah, 525 more.
Sure.
710.
Has to be 1.235.
Repop is correct.
1.235. Okay.
The Coco's like, well, the last time I misclicked, I won the biggest pot of the tournament. And we recounted a little earlier.
Is a pattern developing?
Ace Jack again?
Similar.
Similar, but no.
Shepsky is in a great spot. Getting to 71%, 29% with the dead money of Kogel in the middle.
And Kogel's ace in the mug.
One time.
Shepsky, 39-year-old poker pro from Glenview, Illinois.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Has cashed in the main event before.
Glenview just means field view, right? It's kind of a Scottish way to say field or something, I guess. All right. Shepsky, still good.
7 spade, all sweat cards.
Kogel seeing the missed opportunity with his ace-9 of spades.
Right.
Nice.
Was that his groan there in the background?
Sounds like it.
It does indeed. All right. Shepsky sticks around thanks to Lococo on 2 fronts.
Equity, it goes without saying.
Got Kogel out of the hand, and he gave him his own chips.
That's gross. Good hold.
All right, so some activity going on in the field. All the players here in the event center. And Dan Smith on his feet again, pre-flop. All in against Joseph Altman. Smith with 7s, Altman with ace-king, and Rivers a straight to double through Smith. Just as what happened, I don't know, 30 hours ago, Smith left very short, 320,000. Still in it.
Boy, Dan Smith has been short again and again. Sits down again and again, and somehow stays alive.
So Joseph Altman feeling a little better right now. Sigh of relief going up against Dan Smith, who starts handing stacks over to Max the dealer. Double X Max. Are you counting that, Jamie?
I'm just feeling sorry for Dan. He's got a lot of heart, but this tournament has been brutal for him so far.
All right, so both double ups in the last 2 hands. We get over to our table B. Zilong Zhang in action with deuces.
Text her and just say, I already texted her on IG.
Just turned.
Okay, cool.
Second pair?
Yeah, they're probably like landing in Phoenix right now. They couldn't get a direct flight.
Check to Zhang.
Yeah, we don't have the action, just about $1 million in the pot. Zhang with no hand. Which, you know, we've seen quite a bit of yesterday. Really dynamic player, seizing on his opponent's weaknesses a lot. Anyone who showed any surrender in them.
John Gutzler starting the hand with about $5.5 million. The chip counts again up top are what all the players at the table start the hand with. And then we'll keep a running tally just below picture down the lower left as they put chips in the pot.
And we talked a little yesterday about how much people have been paying attention to Zhang. And I'm sure that everyone's been briefed on the action yesterday. Enough to know you can't be folding big hands to him. It makes... Can you say his name one more time? Sorry.
Zhang?
No, Giesler.
Giesler, sorry
John
about that.
Giesler.
I don't want to
Giesler,
torture
I'm
it,
sorry.
but yeah. Giesler makes the straight on the river. Wisely checks it again to Zhang, who...
Might want to rep this?
Of course. He's been repping everything for the last day and a half, and he's run into almost nothing. That was one of the biggest things, is that all his bluffs were getting through. He also, to his credit, made his opponents fold some really big hands. But right now, he is running into it and grabbing a lot of chips.
He's got an odd way of stacking chips, as we have seen. Sometimes put pressure on the wrong spot.
Full pot.
He loves pot-sized bets. This one a little cleaner as far as the structure of it all.
Not a comfy call. I mean, you have the obvious straight. It's a 4-liner on board. Complete with the 9. It is nice to have a spade in your hand. Oh,
There's the
did not
call.
deliberate very much at all.
No, he didn't. And Zhang has been caught. Giesler with the straight. Zhang tried to rep that hand. Maybe one pip better, but Giesler up to the task. He just did not believe him. And the headlines that have been running around all of the poker sites maybe hurt Zhang right there. Advertising not so good for him right now. First World Series cash. Zhang shaking his head. Took the hit there. That could change the dynamic. There is the day 5 recap. 380 started yesterday. Lost a lot of players. Lococo, as Jamie and Norman recounted, pulled off the bluff of the tournament. Maybe the bluff of the century. Who knows? It was a mistake, so maybe not.
Well, just the one betting error, but it actually induced his opponent to go nuts on him. I believe his opponent said that he had that Rebay actually had 5-4 offsuit or something.
Yes.
Yeah. So, I mean, that's
5 high.
That's what he said. Did he show it? Because sometimes he'll make a really big laydown and be like, I was bluffing anyway.
Right. But then when all is revealed. Keep it here at table B. Shijia Lu.
Raise 160.
Everybody seems to have 5 or 6 million these days. Arias, ace queen. Jose Arias. The shorter stacks.
Just 20 big blinds. It's a nice spot to 3-bet jam all in.
Well, as we found out yesterday, the day started with some tension in the air, and it's a little thicker today. And from personal experience, I noticed as I was leaving this room, just as some of the players were coming in, and they're much more determined when they're walking to their table now on day 6. They don't pass you widely. They go right through you. All in for Arias. They've got a mindset here to be aggressive, not to give an inch, and they didn't give an inch in the hallways either.
Nobody wants to talk to you, Alon. They're just going to walk by you. So Arias all in for his final 1.6 million. 54-year-old pro from Madrid.
It's a little too much for Lou to want to call off with ace-10. Positions make him think about it a little bit. It's not like he raised from under the gun. Middle position raise and a late position jam for 20 big blinds, but ace-10 would be just a little too loose.
He's already done a lower than 4.
Not gonna lie though, these chairs are very nice.
Compared out there.
And the Rand Paul lookalike takes it on home.
Well, play the free poker game made by the creators of High Stakes Poker. Poker Go Hold'em is here and is available now on all your favorite devices. Find Poker Go Hold'em in the App Store on Google Play or by going to pokergohold'em.com.
That Eiffel Tower is quite a sight. Meyer Lansky built it after he broke off from Bugsy, put it up there, restaurant on the first floor, and then the French stole it. And theirs is better now. I've been to both.
So was the down at New York, is that the original Statue of Liberty as well?
Interesting. No, that actually is the imitation. And of course, we got the Statue of Liberty from the French. There's a long story behind that. It involved a burlesque show in southern France.
We got time. Long story, go for it. Nothing's going on.
The other story. How long is this level? It's really complicated.
Just doing 1 hour, actually, and we should let the folks know that the players did play for 5.5 levels yesterday, so we're playing half level to start the action. 1 hour of play, then they'll get a break, and then we'll be on for the rest of the 5 levels today. We'll take you through 2.5, and then Nick and Ollie with the night shift. This is level 26. The blinds at 40, 80,000 and 80K big blind ante.
I believe it was Kierkegaard who first said nothing good ever happens at level 26.
You believe that?
I believe it was.
You
I
believe
believe
that?
he
You
was the
actually
first one. I
believe
believe
that?
he said. Yeah, I do believe that.
Okay.
You know, he's known for all these existential thoughts, but the man actually had a gambling problem.
Stung down to 3.7 million. But the night before yesterday, he had run it up when 5 million was like an eye-popping stack. He was over 5 million, got brought down to earth in the 3.5 million range, and then ran it back up yesterday.
Well, here's the thing about him. Obviously, he's been the talk of the tournament. People don't seem to have a lot of respect for him. He's still here with the way he plays. And one of my lucky Starburst recipients who cashed, Michael Macchia, he texted me afterwards that he played with Zhang on day 2. And his first word he gave me was psh, P-S-H-H-H-H. He says he popped me all in when I had aces and I double up off him. And he said a few hands later he was still so tilted I had a good read on him. And I called him all the way down with ace high and won. But he seems to not impress people and keep playing.
And
I was impressed with some of it yesterday. That's why I'm like, I think some of his mannerisms are tilting, so people want to make him the villain and root against him. But some of his bet sizing, especially the one hand where it was a king high board, and he had queens, and he targeted second pair for a full pot bet in the river, knowing exactly where he was at. Like, that to me is impressive. He's been able to put his opponent on exactly what they had multiple times yesterday. So I'm not a hater.
He just called it all in with ace-8 up against ace-queen. Evan Krensman looking to double through Zhang now.
Yeah, and this is a loose call. Krensman was, I'm sorry, a loose jam. Krensman was under the gun. Made the raise into Zhang's big blind, which has to be taken into account too when you're opening, that you're going to get some pushback. So you're probably going to have a pretty strong hand. Zhang still shoved, put the pressure on Krensman, and Krensman made a good call.
And we saw Zhang from the big blind call a Dan Smith all in with 8 deuce.
Yes,
So
that seemed personal.
That did seem personal. And Dan did survive that one.
That almost seemed like a joke. Like, I was looking at him like he's just casually throwing in about 100K of real money, of equity with 8 deuce, but it seemed like he did it as like, aha, this will be funny to knock you out this way.
Some big names we said goodbye to. Bauman, Shervich, Joanda Rast, Schindler, von Kriegenberg, and there's Dan. Dan didn't fare well to this main event.
So Michael Rocco, it looks like.
Yep, his ace-king, and Dan had ace-queen.
Thanks for your time.
Dan just cold decked for about 2 days straight. Surviving this far is pretty impressive.
It is. He fared well to not say farewell till now. He's just had some tough luck.
Let's just go over this way.
Yeah, and Dan had a great summer. Winning his first bracelet, he was on the list of best to never win one. And he actually defeated, why can't I think of his name?
Christian
Yes,
Vogelsang.
Vogelsang.
Yeah, and that match just ended.
Yeah.
Seriously.
It's tough. It's tough.
And now Dan Smith, the best player with 1 bracelet.
Hello.
There's like
That
one
main,
there.
oh,
It's right
main
there.
feature table, and I guess not. We were
the only one I
ping-ponging
saw.
around
I was looking for it.
yesterday
Yeah.
between our 3
Sorry,
tables.
it's okay. Oh, sorry. Thought you were
We get a live read on the cocktail server.
Can I get a water?
Thank you.
The drink orders change a lot as this tournament progresses. There's not really the interest in the beer level that there usually is. Not a lot of Bloody Marys going around at this time.
Not with 6-figure payouts looming.
Can I get 2? Oh, we played 5 and 6 always again. Can we play half 5 and half again?
62.5 right now is the payout.
Oh, 2.
When we get down to 90 players, or 98 players, it'll be 73,100. 6 figures comes around in the 80 to 72 knockout range.
So any guess on this, who this figure is on the t-shirt of Parais? Do we know? Do we think we know? What could that
Jamie's territory, usually.
I don't know.
Yeah. Thank you.
I'm the fashion consultant here. I hope not.
You know the social trends. You knew about the birds yesterday and Nunley's shirt. Come on. That was the hand Zhang would have gotten involved with yesterday. 5 tray suited. Might have to go back to his roots. Just play ABC poker.
Does he know how to play ABC poker?
Exactly.
He was good with the big stack. We'll see how he is on 30 big blinds.
Zhang originally from China. Used to play as a teenager. A lot. Oh. Came to the U.S. as a teenager. Alone, basically.
Straddle to 160.
I'm just blind limping.
Zilong Zhang. Take a look at his trip through the days. 500,000, 1-2, 7 million to start the day. And he's found a big leak today in that stack.
He was peaking at more than that, too, last night. I think he got close to like 9 million or so.
Yeah, he was actually very close to 10 at one point on our feature table. He and Nunley were sucking up all the chips over there.
Como tú quieras, Gilbert.
And one of the crazier hands, Nunley 4-bet Ace-King offsuit, was met by a small 5-bet
Pero tenía
Zhang
una cara
with Ace-Jack, and Ace-King hit the muck. Zhang was really getting away with murder for a few hours there.
Raise to 160.
¿Quiere que la busque una vez? ¿Y será que se duerme un ratico para que durmamos con ella? ¿Será que se puede dormir? ¿Será que sí se duerme un ratico?
Gonna be set mining.
Ouais, je suis là, calme-toi. Zhang, il a livré 4 millions pour rien. Il fait n'importe quoi. La paire de 2.
It's nice to wake up with a pair in the big blind.
Le 9, il fait 2,5 millions à la
Low
maison,
investment, high return if you're able to
le
hit
coup
your
d'après, il y
deuce.
a un mec qui raise UTG. Il lui fait tapis avec H8. Le mec, il a il paye.
Sixes against deuces.
N'importe quoi. Ah, c'est le péché.
And another pair. It's the board.
C'est le péché. J'ai envie de dire, donne-moi ton stack.
This is a board much better for the pre-flop raiser than the big blind defend.
Je suis prêt à la perdre encore une fois.
Both pairs obviously vulnerable to counterfeit outs. I expect Giesler to continue.
Giesler with twice the stack as Levine.
Just deuces and no heart. I think we can let this one go. Getting 5-1. He says I'll peel one turn. And
Well, the 1-6 is good now for
6 high
Giesler.
is good. I don't think you feel that way, but
Check, check, river, check, check. Or,
I bet an overcard comes and they chop it. You gonna take it?
well,
I
overcard
think
is
Giesler's just
slight
gonna.
favorite.
Yeah, that's why I took it.
You're such a nit. You would have lost.
You're such a nit. You didn't bet.
Deuces could take this one away. And he's going to.
He's going to try, yeah. David Levine. And
Nice
into
hand.
the muck.
Very nice.
He does Giesler's hand. All right. So 2 players have been active here at this table, Giesler and Zhang. For more on them, let's get it back down to flying solo today because Jeff Platt is sick, down to Kara Scott.
Having Zilong Zhang 2 to your left on day 6 of the main event is not an ideal situation for a lot of people, but for John in seat 1, he says he's not bothered. He actually likes his seat. The two came in with fairly similar stacks to start the day, and he told me either I'll get him or he'll get me. Now, after play finished late last night, he actually went back and watched a bunch of the coverage, so he's pretty tired, but he said he's sure Zhang will wake him right up.
That answers that. I was wondering how much coverage he watched, how much he knows about Zhang, and he says a lot. He decided that sleep was less important than seeing what his opponent's up to, and it paid off.
Haraif got an update on his pronunciation, apparently.
What is it?
Jose Haraif.
Haraif.
Haraif. I don't see the F, but I think that's how they do it down there.
Down there? Down where?
Spain, Madrid.
That's not down. It's
south,
not up, but
south
it's not down.
South of our latitude.
Latitude, schmatitude. I'm going with Haris.
Okay. Outlier. Rays with the 10s. Michael Lavenberg, C2. Says, okay, suited ace-jack. It's killing Zhang to sit on the sidelines.
You see, when he doesn't talk, he covers his mouth because he just knows he wants to talk.
But he can't. Stay out of it. You should take a walk.
Okay, well, I'm going to cut my losses with Haris and just call him Jose.
Okay, good idea.
Just in case I'm wrong.
Call him JJ.
JJ's good too.
Pocket J's. Oh, wow. Oh, wow.
Just quads.
It's fun when you see the first one come out. And then
You want any red? 5, please. You want 5, please.
Lavenberg's 0.1% is the runner royal.
It's in the deck.
Oh, thank you. Oh, that's yours.
Normally, it would be very hard to bet out with quads, but this board's actually quite draw heavy. And when your opponent flats, you do give them some broadways and things that may want to be drawing. Checks, though.
Ooh, a look at the chips immediately by Michael. Ah.
Wise check back. Gonna keep this pot small.
It's so tough.
Yeah, I think you have to start building the pot yourself. On this board, you know, Lavenberg's flat, he can still have 8s and 9s and what he has. You know, he'll put a few chips in this pot. But when you have all the 10s, it's hard to check again and think that your opponent's going to put money in.
'54-year-old from Madrid, poker pro. 21,000 in World Series earnings before this main event. A couple of lavenders and a green. His birthday tomorrow, by the way.
Oh.
Jose's.
Happy birthday. So the price is right to peel. With that 0% extra name, it's always brutal, but just have to fade. Yeah, good. Very lucky river card for Lavenberg not to improve.
Yeah, I think Jose has gotten all the chips he's going to get.
Even if he checks one more time, I think Lavenberg just shows down his ace-jack high.
You think quads is one of the biggest hands you get the least amount out of, usually, as a whole?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think on this board he got something just because it's a Broadway board. But yeah, I think a lot of the time it is very difficult to, you have a lock on the board. What's your opponent going to have? He's cutting out chips, just hopeful that Lavenberg has a queen.
675.
Yeah. Lavenberg gives it up. Quads. Still, it's a story. Jose's got a story. Flop quads in the main, day 6.
You always show quads. I don't care if it's the main. I don't care if it's a Jamie Farr Toledo Classic. I don't care if you're playing in an alley. We always show quads.
The Jamie Farr Toledo Classic was a golf tournament.
Oh, please, don't nitpick me with stupid facts.
All right, to Hale C, Karai Aldemir has Jack Allen all in. I think Allen has the cards on the right, is it?
Yeah.
The ace-9, yeah.
Karai with an up and down straight draw.
Allen, one card away from a double up. Doesn't have a huge stack. Is Karai bulletproof? Or can he be beat? Yeah, it's a blank on the end, and so 2 pair and the ace come through for Jack Allen. Oh, everybody's noticed that Karai can't lose.
Yeah, they're trying to get a posse up against this guy.
I love that you painted him as a stone cold killer as he smiles in his cute sweater. I'm just not
Stop
seeing
nitpicking on facts.
Here's Damien. Champ 2 years ago. Final tableist before that. He beat the international online field. He and Aldemir back at it. Main event champs, main event final tablists, and here you go. You look at the Around the Room graphic brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook and Casino. We are all Caesars. Mattia Dobrich, $9 million. Made a deep run last year. Espen Jorstad really knows how to play a game. Final table, huh? Labatt, also a final tableist here at the main event. A couple years ago, finished 9th.
Aspen's such a nice guy. I lost a bracelet to him, and I still like him. It's hard to do.
Next time. God, then I feel bad what he said when I talked.
I don't want to hear it, Norm.
Did you guys bond while you were watching your partners play?
Yeah, you chat. It's
Yeah.
fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the most fun event.
The kid.
It's been a lot of kids.
It's like an open challenge.
It's Kid Poker, and there's Kenny Tran. Aren't they about the same age?
He used to be talkative.
Was his nickname Sick Call Kenny?
Yeah.
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 I'll let you take it over, man. Look like you're doing a fine job.
He loves making sick
Someone
calls.
else has got to talk. It can't just be me.
Got a great live read in general on table mates, better than most.
The stage is all yours, my man.
I'll take it.
You got chips to work with now, too.
Yes.
Lococo with another raise.
I think I'm on for what's created. I'm a little bit...
Enjoy.
A little bit worried.
Coco went off in Prague this year at the PT stop. He had 2 wins and a 7th place.
Yeah,
I think
for a total score of almost 600,000.
If you walk out, if you just walk away from the table, you're good, yeah.
I mean, he's got all the heart. Just watching that hand, we only caught the end of it, but just how much pressure he was under and to still be able to pull the trigger with no fold equity at all, basically. Crazy.
Stanley. Small blind. Nope.
And Shepsky with a hand I would defend from a late position raise, but yeah, he lets it go from the end of the gun of Lococo on a short stack.
All right, Papo MC will take it down. And it seems like the more you win at poker, the more you love poker. And that's kind of where Alejandro is right now, as mentioned. He's on a heater and loving it.
The love for what you do. You know, I love freestyle. I love poker. So when you love something, you did with your heart. You do with your heart. You do with your blood. You are not thinking in win. You are thinking in be yourself. You know, and I think it's the art. It's like that. It's flow. You know, it's flow. And I have like half of my life making rap battles and freestyling, so I have to be good.
Well, he told us last year that he had a secret routine every morning before the main event. I assume he has the same secret routine every morning before coming here.
He was going to tell us.
It's a secret.
What he was going to tell us last year?
It's a secret.
Secret. Okay. Raise some crews.
What do you think it is?
That's a good question.
The Rays?
No. I thought Lon was
65.
just going to say, like, he goes to CJ's Custard and Italian Ice every morning.
One of 4 locations in the Las Vegas Valley area. 2 in Henderson.
Lon working hard, working overtime for that ice cream sponsorship. I think it's going to come through.
John was very nice to reach out. From the Durango Street location, I believe.
Gross spot for pocket nines in a single raised pot. You wouldn't think twice chucking those chips in. Stack's too valuable to mess around.
It's that. Yeah. After a raise and a 3-bet, and then lead with a pocket pair as well.
27 big blinds. In Lee's stack.
Yeah.
Sixes are going to hit the muck here too, I believe.
Poker. Yeah. Portland poker, the swing.
One last look.
Ok, cuéntame algo. Yo quería modificar, yo estaba pensando en modificar todo lo
Are you happy with this payout?
No.
Una pregunta. Sí, una pregunta. ¿Cómo la señal tuya cómo
You'd
llega?
have to think that
¿Cómo
Koval's
llega
just
a
messing
la
around.
casilla con
Which
coaxial
is
o cómo?
highly unlikely.
His outfit is just like all clubs almost. If you Rorschach clubs.
I was going to say, how bad is your vision?
Pretty bad.
You know, if you eat too much custard.
That is
Cataracts
possible.
or what
That is
are we working with
impossible,
here?
by the way.
Maybe.
Aggression
Everybody wants
takes
to
the
look cool.
day.
Yeah, everyone wants
Sí.
to do a table cap.
Y si requiero
Countdown to a champion. We are getting close. It's amazing. I have no idea what time of day it is, what day it is, but it's day 6. I know that. Current payout 62,500.
No, I mean, I'm just saying, I didn't
A
come
lot of
to
money
play
up
a
to 10 million.
Yeah.
Karai won
Came to
8
win money.
million
Yeah.
last year.
Oh, yeah.
Tendría que revisar, no me acuerdo, pero sí, lo que yo pago actualmente no sirve mucho, lo cambié. Casualmente yo le iba a escribir a él para
Like a little shit on the side, nothing wrong with that.
Is this ham or creef?
El cable, el cable de televisión.
Another deep run. We've had
Probando.
every year we seem to have 2 or 3
Everybody's
Israelis make a deep run at the main event.
If it's not,
And we still have a couple left in the field today.
Algo así, lo que
A little bit better.
me impresiona ahí en el leí, pero
Now handed to Gilbert Cruz.
entonces,
That as well.
pero
That's when I'm in my element.
se me está como
I don't
poniendo
think these
lento.
guys look day 6 tired. You know, I don't know what's going on.
Eso es lo que me
They
tiene
ended the day's
pensando.
tour.
You know, we're taking it easy on them. We send them back an hour later. It's like, you guys need some sleep. Just come in a little later. You know, I want it to be
No,
Survivor
vienen y
style.
lo arreglan y me
What was that
dura
last hour
2
between
semanas, y a las
1:30
2
and
semanas vuelve
2:30
y
where
se
guys
cae,
used to
tengo
get
que
all
volver
the
a
chips
llamar y
and,
vuelve y
you
se
know.
cae. Y otra cosa, el contrato por cuánto tiempo tendría que ser con ustedes.
Lee with
Are you gonna
another
upstairs?
almost good enough hand.
I thought you were going to go for the 4-bet. I'm going to 3-bet ham.
Es que te soy franco, no estoy seguro
You want a
de
handful
que el
of
servicio
locals still
para
in the hunt.
Por
He's
eso
got a
es que
couple
no
of
me
circuit
cambio.
rings.
Pero si tú a mí me dices
Itchy
que
to
yo
play
me
a hand, I
puedo ir
guess.
He's in
6
position.
meses
The
con
only
usted, a los 6 meses me
issue here is
puedo
if you
ir,
flat and you end up getting
yo
three
creo que sí.
bet. It's a disaster when your
O sea,
stacks are getting
obviamente si
shorter,
el
but
servicio es bueno, o
it's
por lo
gonna
menos el
speculate with the king
internet
10
es
suited.
más estable, ni siquiera te lo pido, pero
So it'll be Lee with the king 10, dominated by Cruz with the ace king. Cruz getting a count. Similar stacks. Cruz with the advantage. Wow. Well, that'll save Lee some money.
dime algo nada más.
Ace king's not supposed to do that.
¿Cuánto cuesta tu servicio? 620.
Nice check by Cruz.
Y estás seguro que aquí llega.
Give Lee a chance to put some chips in this pot.
Mira.
Or even if he checks back, if he catches a piece of it on the turn, it's the only way this pot's going to inflate for Cruz.
Mira, para que tengas idea, yo pago 94. Tengo HBO, Fox, tengo todos los canales, todo absolutamente.
Cruz, 29-year-old civil engineer from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic.
Is that near Madrid?
Oh, quads.
Quads.
Ask Jamie, she's a geography expert. Quads twice already today.
Yeah.
Entonces, ¿qué pasa? Ajá. Sí. Eso lo maneja mi hermano.
What do you do?
Check and hope your opponent catches something.
Exactly.
Probably not going to be able to get two streets, even if Lee is holding a pair. But he's gonna. Let's see, he's reaching for a little under half pot. Maybe the end of the hand. It's kind of a hopeful bet that Lee's holding some middling pair that he would have flatted in position with, maybe 8s or 9s. That kind of range, thinking I can get a small bet on the turn and then continue for another small bet on the river. But no such luck for Cruz.
Is he going to show, Norman?
I hope he does. I wouldn't want two in level 26, which is a very tricky level. I wouldn't want two people with quads not to show. Really wondering if his king high here is good.
I'd be feeling that. Getting that vibe.
Y eso no es tan obligatorio. Are these yours?
No.
Okay.
Okay. Nope. Pushes in his cards instead of his chips.
He didn't show.
What's up, man?
He didn't show.
It's a new breed. He's, what is he, 28, 29 years old? Kids.
Yeah, kids today. It's a new game.
Definitely.
There is the start of day chip leader. James Hobbs, Kirkwood, Missouri. Live tournament winnings, $2,000, $2,000 US dollars. Down today a little bit. Wow, big time.
Does he look fresh? You said everybody looks fresh.
So
No, he
tired.
just lost almost half his stack.
The chip leader doesn't sleep any minutes. Look at that. There's no way. Too exciting. You go to sleep. You can't go to sleep on the chip lead.
But we're started a level, not an hour in. He's lost half his stack. Oh my goodness. Day 6. Yeah, doesn't mean a lot. A few here and there, you know. But you look at, you know, if I expand on this, you know, in 2016 you had Wong, Sushinek, Weiss, Kasuf, Lonore. In 2017 you had Hegley, Horton, Silver, Crivello. Nobody, you know, there are no banners for these guys. Trudeau, Berkovici, Gonzalez, Campos, all top 9 stacks going into day 6 the last 2 years. Only Karai Aldemir, who had a monster stack coming into day 6, was able to do the deed. But even last year's top 9, Kalias, Dweck, McDiarmid, Lonis, Griffith, Kneep, Roeder. Is there a banner up, Norman?
No banner up. Point well taken.
You want to hear about 2016? No.
Esa línea de telefonía es teléfono real, o sea, que empieza con, así como el de la casa de mi mamá, 390-3754, pues teléfono es.
You got now like 25.
Okay.
It's intense, the Coco. Counting the stack of the big blind.
What'd you say?
which is about, looks like 13 big blinds or so.
Third main event. Always learning. Says he makes good plays, he makes bad plays. It happens.
Double down. What do you think's better? Get a full double and have the wrist being knocked out? I would rather that. Yeah. I didn't even feel like you almost showed ace. Yeah, you showed the ace like maybe 100K shy. Yeah. There's no risk. It's like exactly.
It's quite fun to have guys, you know, that you know, not necessarily rooting interest, but to have repeat players here with a chance to win it all, get back to the final table.
Zhang now getting out of line, opening up the 7-6 offsuit. Getting a beautiful flop though. Nothing open-ended. Trevino with the best of it though. Top pair, top kicker. And backdoor clubs.
Cedric Trevino was chip leader on day 1A, still here on day 6. Chips in the middle.
Speculate last night about if the wheels would come off the bus of Zhang if he started losing some chips, and this is a really loose open. This is not going to be found on any charts.
Cedric's built a pretty good following as a poker traveler. Entertaining videos. He makes his way across the country.
And he's going right for it now. He says, let's get them all in on the flop. Seen other opponents sort of give Zhang the rope. But not Trevino. He's like, I'll take this down. This pot's big enough.
Well, even though he doesn't have the stack, I don't think he's going anywhere, as Lon would like to tell us. You know why he's not going anywhere, Lon?
Well, he's still in the main event.
Very good point.
No pay jump yet.
No, I wouldn't want you to take pay jump, but it's in the big one.
Zhang looking at Trevino thinking, can he be messing around? Could he have some of these wheel aces making a play at this?
How much of the race?
Is there a chance that if I jam all in right now, Trevino is going to find a fold? Ace Jack is not hitting the lock against Zhang. But if it was a check raise with Ace Deuce or Ace 3, the jam right now would work. Oh, we're going to see a turn.
No. Mándame el mensaje por WhatsApp para escribir.
What are you up to?
Vale.
Trevino, the jack of clubs. Zhang still with equity.
You'd have to be very, very optimistic to make this call. Trying to think of a hand you could really beat. It's just a pair of sixes. When Trevino's trying to play for most of his tournament life as well.
Trevino started the hand with about 1 million more chips than Zhang.
Ace of clubs 3, ace of clubs deuce is what you're hoping Trevino has if you're Zhang trying to put more chips in this pot.
Voices in his ear yesterday were spot on. He might be taking the day off today. Do you think Trevino's sweating this too much? Is he giving too much credit to Zhang as he waits?
I think if you're this deep in the main and you're putting a significant portion of your stacks and you're sweating no matter what, it just... Not even worrying that Zhang might be ahead, just worrying that he's going to call and suck out. I think just this pot is so important.
Zhang, again, being put to the test. He passed a high percentage of them yesterday.
Well, with this test, I don't think Zhang wants to go out on this sword.
Don't worry about it.
This is for all his chips.
Wow.
Ooh.
I am shocked.
He made the call.
He said ace 4.
Wow, you see the outs for Zhang. At risk. 8, 3, 6, 7. And the man who has stolen the headlines the last few days here at the World Series of Poker has all his chips at risk. One card to come.
3, 6, 7, 8. Red.
Trevino about to slay the dragon. The river card, the king of diamonds, and that is it for Zilong Zhang. The brightest firework in the house has run out of gunpowder out here on day 6 for 62,005. Going out with a whimper.
It hurts because it's a hand that he should not have been in. I think he'll look back and say, why did I open 7-6 offsuit?
So headliners today and a red line through Zilong Zhang. It was very talkative, as was the champ, Jamie Gold from 06, but Zhang could not follow it up and keep his chips.
Yeah, Jamie Gold was a better version of Jamie Gold than Zhang, as he won it all.
Exactly.
And as you said, Zilong goes out with a whimper.
Yes. Salas doubling up just as the players are about to go to break. Damian still in the game, a very emotional player, as we have seen through the years. And so the two former champs, the two last champs at the main event, still in the game. And Salas a little bit richer. With 116 players remaining, we're going to step aside for a little bit, and we'll be back on the other side to keep this momentous day 6 going.
It's the best free poker game out there. You're on fire. Poker Go Hold'em. Play anywhere, anytime. It's just like the shows you love on TV. Think you can beat Phil Hellmuth? Then download and play. The Poker Bread is waiting. Download Poker Go Hold'em today. Available in your favorite app store. Get in the game.
Short break after a short half level, and we are back to play here at Bally's in Paris, Las Vegas, the 2022 World Series of Poker main event on the Strip. It is that kind of day. Karim Bay jumping up and down to celebrate. Yeah, it's worthy. Chip count 12.7 million for him. We're having fun today. Bay with the jacket, with the purple. I love it. All color chips in front of him and a whole bunch of each. Nobody's won this quite yet. I'm Lon McCarran with Norman Chatt and Jamie Kerstetter. Glad you're along for the ride. 2 more levels before the dinner break. And then Nick and Ali take over, take you through the rest of the night. You will not miss a level. You stick with Poker Go all the way through to crowning the 2022 World Champion. Momentous times just before the break. Zilong Zhang with quite a bust out, and it was a long shot when all the chips went in, and just was not his day. It was a 180-degree turn from what he did yesterday, and a soft and quiet run out, tap the table. Good game, sir. And he is no longer a factor in this year's main event. Surprise, Jamie, huh?
A little bit, but, you know, he got the chips in some interesting ways, and I'm sure stayed active and lost them in similar ways.
Zenny, eyewear for everyone. Tournament summary, second biggest ever main event, and Millie up top. And as we went to break, we had 116. There was one hand we're still going on during the beginning of the break, so we're at 115 players right now. We can knock them out whether, you know, we're here or not.
What are you playing? I'm disappointed to see Zhang gone, but in with a bang, out with a whimper, and always dismaying when you call off your chips, as a 3 or 4 to 1 underdog with one card to come.
Yeah, I was trying to read his mind, as it were, as he was thinking about putting those chips in, and I couldn't really pick up what he was thinking, whether I'm happy, I made my splash, maybe I'm running good today. I don't know. It was all over the board.
It was a very optimistic call, and he did say ace-4, kind of questioning. He put his opponent on basically one of the only hands he could beat. That would make sense.
Yeah, it would.
Which, hey, I've done that before, too. Tend to put my opponents on ace-king whenever it doesn't hit the board.
Mm-hmm. Paletti in seat 2, Cruz in seat 5, jousting here on the paired board.
Paletti betting 1/3 pot, just trying to get through. Cruz flopping a flush draw, it's going nowhere. And flush comes in immediately, no waiting for Cruz. Oh, that's a noise I haven't heard as a check yet.
Yeah, right?
Cruz is going to have to do the betting if he wants any more chips to go into this pot. The turn lead would have been pretty good, too. When the flush comes in and you are the passive player, leading sometimes a little bit better, you can't expect your opponent to want to bet a card like that. But he did check it on the turn, checks behind.
Civil engineer from Santo Domingo, Dominican Republic, putting together a lot of green chips with 25K each of those chips, and Paletti will give the courtesy to allow the dealer to count it out.
I don't believe you, but I don't think I can beat all bluffs. So.
See ya.
Cruz is targeting a king. Paletti with just ace high. Can't really put that size bet into the pot.
That too?
I was on assignment. I ended up listening to you all a bit.
No. Because you fall and use
for the first time. And I'd never noticed before, Lon has like a Columbia School of Broadcasting voice, and I thought they went out of business a long time ago. Jamie, she's like a fake girl.
A fake girl? What does that mean?
I need to get a promo in just a moment. StormX, play right now. This is the easiest way to earn crypto. Go ahead, Norman, with your shots across the bow.
It wasn't a shot across the bow. I thought the other day when I was with her, she said she's not really a girl. She's more of a fake girl. I thought those were your own words.
Yes.
You did quote us.
I'm allowed to say stuff about myself that you are not allowed to say about me. That is how it works.
That's a given. You're correct.
Norman has never learned that.
You're asking me about fashion or something, and I was like, you're asking the wrong person. It's like, I understand you turn to the woman and say, like, what is the designer here? And I'm like, I don't know.
No. It was going down a path of snark, which had your billboard on it.
Mm-hmm.
Or Karif. King, Queen. Lives in Miami from Israel. Cruz again with Jack 10.
Not a bad hand. Excuse me, not a bad hand for Cruz to flat if he wanted to in position. He lets it go.
And you should know, Jamie, that his wife is on the rail with the dog.
Oh, let's go show the dog.
Mm-hmm.
Can't say that and not show the dog.
Well, you know. Depends how big a pot, maybe. He will win. Kenny Tran. We lost JC a few days ago. Kenny Tran with ace-10 off.
Nice hand to defend with from the big. Not a whole lot for either player. Tran in the big blind. More likely to hold an 8 than O'Keefe. O'Keefe checks back. we get the interesting turn card. Tran top pair, top kicker, or Kreef now turning a gut shot to his straight.
Kenny wearing the hat that acknowledges the support for Ethiopia's Tigray region in need of medication there. Good on him. Ace is up.
And nice check by Tran, just allowing his opponent the opportunity at least to bluff at a nice river card, but he doesn't take the bait.
You're due for one.
Kenny collected more chips. Kenny has collected a lot of chips through the years in the main event. 6 times he has cashed here in the big one.
Tran with no pair and no chance of winning unless he pushes Daryl Dickin clear out of Clark County.
160,000 chips. Take that, Daryl. No, he says, you got it, Kenny Tran.
And he shows the bluff.
Oh, you need to get 9 high to win this game.
Is he worried about the ace? Not too much. Bets 250,000. Bergen makes the call, and he can say goodbye to those chips.
I make the value bet. I put you on Queen Jack. You have Queen Jack?
Wow.
You have Queen Jack, right? Oh, my God. Got to be the genius. I got to be the best.
And now he does make it 2 million. Hansen folds the best hand.
And Kenny shows him the bluff.
I told you, I called you, show me the nut. I knew you had nothing. I even said it.
Good.
Scared me. Kenny, the self-proclaimed genius, but he's got results at the poker table that prove it, and most of them are away from the tournament scene. It's amazing. He's cashed here 6 times. He does not come to the World Series that often. Back in 07, when he did finish 16th here, 16th, he also finished 5th in the 50K Horse Championship, which was essentially the Poker Players Championship of that year. He finished
Incredible accomplishment for these 10 men. Bravo.
If by that you mean breaking free of the Stockholm Syndrome. Yes.
That's right.
Yes, indeed. So in a way, our final table is set, but it isn't. Officially 9, but it'll be 10 players gathered around one piece of felt. And they'll be playing for $10 million, Nick, in the second largest ever World Series of Poker main event field.
Indeed they will, Ali. And if this spells the end of us and the night shift, it's been a pleasure as always. You guys at home, wherever you may be, thanks so much for tuning in. I'll be watching the final table. I'm sure you will too, Ali.
Maybe I'll swing by the house. We watch it together.
I don't know about all this, but...
Have you had your fill? 7 days into the 2022 World Series of Poker main event, and finally we have a final table of sorts, unofficial as it were. Pleasure has been all mine, Nick. Certainly love delivering the night shift to those of you out there, and our deepest and humblest thanks for riding with us as yet another year of night shift is in the books, but not another World Series of Poker main. We'll be handing it off to Lon, Norm, and Jamie to take you through 2 days of final table action in the quest for a champion. In the meantime, on behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas, Sam Ali Nejad, with Nick Schulman saying good night till next year. See you.
Incredible accomplishment for these 10 men. Bravo.
If by that you mean breaking free of the Stockholm Syndrome. Yes.
That's right.
Yes, indeed. So in a way, our final table is set, but it isn't. Officially 9, but it'll be 10 players gathered around one piece of felt. And they'll be playing for $10 million, Nick, in the second largest ever World Series of Poker main event field.
Indeed they will, Ali. And if this spells the end of us and the night shift, it's been a pleasure as always.
How to get there? Well, that's a process. Take advantage of opportunities. Avoid landmines. Be calm in the face of unimaginable pressure. That's who will claim the bracelet. That's who will become the 2022 World Series of Poker main event champion. It's time. Let's see who's ready.
Welcome to the 2022 World Series of Poker main event final table. From the Horseshoe to the Rio to our new home at Bally's in Paris, Las Vegas. The main event made big noise this summer, attracting 8,663 entrants, the second largest field in history. Hi, everybody. Juan McCarran here for another final table, joined by my broadcast partner, Norman Chad and Jamie Kerstetter. That near-record field came to chase that bracelet. And the tidy sum of $10 million. Not a bad parlay. A very long night of poker 2 nights ago produced our final 10. That man, Espen Jorstad, shares the chip lead as we begin play. He won a bracelet this summer, more on that later, and he is one of the favorites tonight. He'll have to contend with Matija Dobric, a Croatian pro who finished 32nd in this event last year. If you've seen any of the coverage so far, you know just how tough he is. He will be very competitive in every pot he enters. Ordinarily, we start the final table coverage with 9 players. Tonight, we start with 10 because of the heavy toll Day 7 exacted on our final group when Robert Welch was eliminated at around 6:30 a.m. on Thursday morning. Play was halted, and here we are tonight. A look now at the chip stacks, 10-handed. Jorstad shares the lead with Boston College Law graduate Matthew Sue. They both have 69 big blinds. Asher Kniff, currently in 9th place, is a pro's pro who cannot be counted out. Nearly everyone from this final table is guaranteed 7 figures. We have significant pay jumps all the way through to the end, including $4 million between first and second. This is going to be fun. To get our final table underway, let's get down to Caesars Vice President Jack Ethel.
Ladies and gentlemen, to start off today's tournament, we are honored to be joined by not only the most popular, but perhaps most important and influential poker player of all time. He was one of the original 7 players to play in the first World Series of Poker in 1970. He's a 10-time bracelet winner and, of course, a 2-time main event champion. He was unable to participate this year, but we are honored to have him kick off our historic first main event final table on the Las Vegas Strip. Please welcome Texas Dolly himself, Mr. Doyle Brunson.
Hello, World Series of Poker players. Texas Dolly here. I hope everybody's enjoyed this year's World Series of Poker. I know a thing or two about the World Series of Poker history, and it's safe to say that this year's tournament in its brand new home on the Las Vegas Strip has delivered. It's only fitting to say that a champion will be crowned at the future Horseshoe Las Vegas, a testament to where all this started at the original Horseshoe. Players, congratulations on making the final table. And if you want to play me, I'm available. Time to make history. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
Doyle, back-to-back champion in a different era in the 70s. That's when it was all American. Now it's mostly foreigners. They're taking over the game. And Jamie, they got to be pretty tired out there today.
Yeah, they played till just after 6 a.m. yesterday. So their day off became a half day off as they were going home when the sun was already up.
Yeah, runs over my mate's foot and then says, "Sorry, young lady." And then
Look, everyone. 10 players, as we mentioned, so that 10 hole.
What did he say?
Sharing a little space over there.
Says, "Sorry, young lady," and then just drives off.
Can you believe you make a main event unofficial final table and you got to have a roommate?
Yeah, right.
Bunk beds when it starts.
Chip leader Jorstad and number 9 on the chip count. Asher kind of sharing a spot over there in the 10 hole. As we go around and reintroduce you to everybody, Michael Dewitt, originally from Argentina, now lives in Fort Lauderdale. Number 7 on the chip count right now, pocket 4s.
We have any clock around here?
They've already bonded, it seems. They're
Yeah,
comfortable,
we'll see
you know, they're talking, and it's pretty nice.
Yeah, they pretty much had a slumber party together.
They sure did.
Why is the horse on the biggest string?
Yeah, can we get the floor?
I want to know how many are left. Boss, is there no... That's our only clock?
We need to see a clock.
That's it?
Can we get like a clock on one of these? I think it's silly that
There's your chip leader, Jorstad, big blind. Asher was under the gun. He told me that remarkably, I said you get the big stack on one side and the short stack on the other in Philippe Suki. He says, amazingly, he has not played a hand in the main event with either one.
Oh, wow. It's hard at this point to not have played at least a couple hands.
Yeah, I mean, he knows Suki. They play a lot, but they have not played at the main event. Ace 7 against pocket 4s. Top stack versus stack number 7.
And Jorstad continuing to run very good. We saw, excellent player, won his first bracelet this summer, but he really ran great. He ended up knocking Kunz down to a very short stack. All in, I think it was a 6-bet aces versus ace-king. Getting snacked with a deck on day 7 has to be a great feeling, especially when he knows what to do with a big stack.
Dweck, 33 years old, first main event cash, calls himself Dreamer. Jorstad, originally from Norway, lives in London. Came 6th in the 2021 online WSOP main event for $600K.
Jorstad out flopping Dweck, but still has a little bit to worry about as Dweck opened in middle position. Just calls the $3 million.
Luckily, this is a bit of an oversized table, so they're not exactly rubbing elbows.
This isn't an oversized table in here.
Yeah, that is true. We are actually rubbing elbows. A lot of chips, physical chips still on the table, so that's nice. Stacks will be built. The final stages of the 2022 main event have begun.
And Jorstad taking control of the betting now. charging 2.6 million. Pretty small bet, but it should be enough to shake the fours. And also hands like 2 overcards that would have some equity that your side would want to fade.
Sounds good.
Chip leader gets even stronger on hand number 1. 2 days of action to determine who our new world champion will be. A look at the tournament summary brought to you by Zenny Eyewear for everyone. Field of 8,663, cut down to just 10 right now, and 10 million for the new champion. Going to try to get down to 4 players today is the plan.
Jorstad, the chip leader, born in 1988. That's no surprise. Incredibly, at this unofficial final table of 10, 5 of them born in 1988.
What?
Jorstad, Matthew Sue, Asher Kniff, John Ames, and Philippe Suki. So right around when Johnny Chan was going back-to-back in the main event, poker babies were dropping a dime a dozen. A lot of poker procreation then, or pokeration. I believe the next poker boom period, it's hard to predict, is going to be babies born in 2028. Okay, so the second half of the 21st century, a lot of main event champions will be 2028 babies.
Because you're thinking these 1988 people are going to have poker babies.
Right. Think about it. They're in their late 30s and 40. Poker players have babies later. You got it exactly correct. Very good read.
And maybe they're watching the live stream that goes till 3 in the morning or so like that, and it's like a little slow. And
you're saying they're actually creating poker
there
babies.
There could be
while
creating a baby right away. Yeah, exactly.
Get your mind out of the gutter, Lon.
Dobrich into the hand. Jack 10, very aggressive player, loves to move his troops around with Jack 10. It's a 2.4 million. Up top, you see the blinds, 600,000, 1.2 million, 1.2 milli for the big blind ante. Just under 2 hours left in this level.
Very conservative fold, that ace-10 suited there.
Around to the big blind, Asher Kniff. And then the number next to their cards below their picture when they enter a hand, you'll see that is a running chip count as compared to the chip count up top, which is their total stack they started the hands with.
Very nice hand to defend for Kniff. He's got Dobrich dominated.
Yep. Very good hand to defend.
And even nicer, king high board should be better for Dobrich's opening range than it is for Asher's big blind defend, so Dobrich may stab at this.
Dobrich, 31 years old, not born in 1988, from Slatina, Croatia. His wife Mimi and good friend flew out here just hours ago after he made the final 10.
I'm sorry, Lon, his wife is Tina. His dog is Mimi.
Oh, right, I'm sorry, yes. Thank you, I appreciate it.
However,
did Mimi fly out?
The dog, and this is where, Jamie, you really got to like Dobrich about this. The dog does sleep in their bed, of course.
Good guy. Good guy, Dobrich. Asher with just 2 times the pot in his stack. Going to make the call.
Second short stack is Kniff.
He hates this card. Much better card for Dobrich. But Asher with a hand strong enough where he's not likely to be able to fold just yet, even if Dobrich takes another stab. But I expect him to.
Dobrich starting with stack number 3. There's a tie for first to start the action with Dobrich with almost 69 million.
Not only is the ace a good card for Dobrich to represent as a pre-flop raiser, he also picks up some equity and hit a queen, make Broadway.
Salmon chips worth $1 milli each.
Just a really, really gross spot for Asher right now. It's 1/3 of his stack he's gonna have to call, and it's basically just hoping that your king is still good.
Such pressure on the shorter stack here.
We're 10-handed right now. If you can survive one more spot, you're getting a 175K pay jump. Not a huge consideration if you're looking at what first place is of $10 million. But still, when there's an 11 big blind stack sticking around right now, it has to cross your mind. It's real money.
$31 million of the prize pool still to be awarded and spread out amongst these final 10.
I wonder what place my 10K is part of. Think it's in first place money or?
Oh no, actually I found it was for the guy who got knocked out yesterday.
Yeah.
That was too bad. Sorry. You should have been hanging around the payout cage. So it should have been. And there.
This hurts so much, but I mean, I understand the fold.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
You have to be worried that Dobrich was beating you already, and then when the ace comes, it's just a disgusting card for Asher.
A sneak peek on what Dobrich is up to. He ran deep last year. He and Kniff both top 80. All right now, take a look at Matthew Sue before it all began. He talked with our Kara Scott.
Matthew, you're coming in as a joint chip leader for 10-handed play World Series of Poker main event. Could you even have imagined this just 2 weeks ago?
No, not at all. As I progressed throughout the tournament, I kept telling my friends, there's a chance, but, that you'll have to fly out to Vegas. But it's, probably not going to happen. I kept saying that until finally on day 7, I was like, you're probably going to have to fly out to Vegas. So.
And a lot of them did. What is it like to do this in front of your friends and your family?
It's exciting, to offer them a glimpse into the poker world. But at the end of the day, it's poker and I'm having a lot of fun. So whatever happens, I'm happy with the outcome.
What can we expect to see here? 10-handed, the chip stacks the way they are.
I think the play will be a little looser than what it was before because everyone wants to make the final table just to experience all of this. So I think the play will be a lot more action than it was the previous day.
All right, thank you so much. We are 10-handed here at the main event.
It's incredible to be co-chip leader at the main event final table. It's more incredible when it's your first ever World Series cash.
Right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And you've made it when you're getting interviewed by Kara Scott also.
That was my main point. It's so nice having Kara back. Everyone has missed her. Social media was super happy to see her back on the interviews.
So just for the record, this is the unofficial final table. We're at the last table. The official final table is the grouping of 9. And so once they do lose a player, they're going to have a little break, very short break, take some photos of the final table guys around the final table, and then we will resume play.
Well, it's weird. We actually almost have like a second bubble boy this year because this is an unofficial final table. So finishing in 11th was Rob Welch, unfortunately. So he's sort of like the bubble boy for the main event final table.
So Farnes, who was chip leader, beginning of day 7, just flops a set of 4s.
Yeah, and Jorstad just called from the button. He's going to feel really good about this flop, and he is in really rough shape.
Jeffrey Farnes, 39 years old, lives in, we believe him, Dallas, Oregon, is what he says. There is a Dallas, Oregon, actually. Overtaking the 10s.
I feel like you guys are still a little bit snake bit from that Jonathan Jaffe dolphin trainer situation, aren't you? You just don't believe anything.
We
on
heard
the bio
about
anymore.
brewmeisters coming in here. We heard a lot of things.
Yeah, this is the brewmeister right here. Espen.
Could be. So Espen just calling and improves to having a gut shot to go with his 10 draw. 4 still very much loving their hand.
Farnes, one of the 3 so-called non-poker pros at the table, works as a consultant up there in the cannabis industry. Has a real green thumb, loves living on land, and he has done a lot of work in that industry, and now he farms himself out as a consultant.
Okay, consultant and work are mutually exclusive.
Good point. Duzak, the other non-pro, as well as Dueck.
Jorstad with a real decision with 10s. With the jack as an overcard, he could just check back. I like the small stab, though. You're charging some hands that have some equity to be able to draw it on you, but you also are charging like a 9, pocket 8s. That will pay off this one small bet, and maybe we'll lose interest facing another overcard or another bad card on the river.
Is Farnes afraid of any flush draw? Is that just the way you have to think about it, or how is he approaching what his next action is going to be here?
So when Jorstad calls on the button, we see he called with 10s. He could have 10-8 in his range. He could be beat already. That's a small portion of his range, I think. But he can have a lot of the king queens and like king 10s, queen 10s, like hands that do have some decent equity. So you are always a little concerned And a check raise wouldn't be this crazy here.
.35 began day 7. 6 of these 10 were in the top 10 chip counts beginning that day. And as mentioned, Farnes was number 1.
Goes for a relatively small check raise, it looks like. We'll get the count from Dominic.
Dominic, one of 5 dealers that have duties today at the table and the box.
Dominic Siebert, perennial candidate for World Series Dealer of the Year.
It's a very weird spot for Yerstad. He has a gut shot to the straight. Got pocket 10s that he was feeling good enough about to put in this small kind of value bet. Possibly buy himself a check from Farnes on the river. And then he'd have a decision there. Could he get another street of value? But now he's been check raised kind of small. You think, okay, well, my 10s are no good. That's what I just found out. But you do have the gut shot still, so you start to wonder, is there anything I'm ahead of right now? Does he have ace, queen of spades, hands like that where he may be doing okay?
And for your stat, I just got confirmation. His master's in brewing science is actual.
I don't know why you doubted it.
We doubted it verbally, and, we want to make sure that.
And Yerstad calls in position. It was a small check raise. And I guess he's going to reevaluate this river.
Farnes usually wears his wristwatch up near his elbow. But today, because it's the final table, he's moved it closer to his wrist in case he needs to check the time.
His wristwatch is at half staff.
This pot is bigger than 2 of the players' stacks right now at the table.
Very nice. Going for value. Doesn't jam, though. Perhaps targeting exactly the type of hand Yerstad has. You're trying to get called by a 1-pair hand. Jam all in, and you're unlikely to get that. Just a really good read of the situation from Farnes.
Farnes raised pre-flop, and then he hit his card and went ahead and bet the flop.
The check raise on the turn is where it got a little spicy. I like it. You got more chips in the pot than I think most players would in that situation who might have just continued to barrel. Yerstad, though, facing this line, can't feel good about 10s anymore.
Yerstad starting the hand with 88 million. Looks like a pretty good chunk of them are going over to Farnes.
Yerstad may be thinking about jamming. He has 2 10s for blockers to the nuts. Farnes would be in a situation where he wants to throw up, but would probably have to make the call.
Yerstad from Norway trying to become the first main event champion from there. Felix Stevenson came second, 2014, to Martin Jacobson. Well, you played against him. Can you read him? Is he leaning one way or another, Jamie?
I mean, the time that he tanked this long against my tag team partner, he ended up making a really good 5-bet jam with ace-jack and getting the fold.
Now, Patrick Leonard can't come in
calls.
here, right? And
okay. So
no, he just
I think like the jam had to have crossed his mind with the blockers.
Mm-hmm.
But wow, really nicely played by Farnes. Just got max value.
3 million chip pot to Jeffrey Farms, and the first shot is fired. Wow. Great pot.
Sorry. Nice hand. Got it.
Farms up to almost 59 million now.
Gotta find the shove, you know.
So here we go.
You gotta find the shove.
How many hands are we gonna play?
Shove.
So we would.
I have no fucking idea what you're at, obviously.
Usually that small combat will initiate.
Those were
anything
just
is gonna
From
shoot.
10 players down to 9.
Okay.
10 to 9.
First few hands.
I remember that 53 hand bubble.
Yeah, that was a long time.
Maybe that was Brandon Stephen year. That was a brutal bubble.
When it used to be November 9, I could see it taking much longer. There was such a big deal about making it from 10th to 9th.
Mm-hmm.
And then now we bring back 10. I feel like the bubble feels like it already burst.
It does.
It's like you do make a little pay jump, and who's going to be like, oh, you got 10th. You weren't the official final table. I mean, besides you guys, you'll probably say it.
Barnes going to be right back in action now with ace-jack offsuit.
I got to say, credit to the rail for coming back in full force. I see all the beverages already flowing. That was a late night, and people stuck around.
They did. There's, again, a lot on the line for them, for their team. And I was on the rail with you the other night with some of these guys, and it reiterated for me something that Norman and I have been talking about a long time is, hey, a scoreboard with chip counts.
Yeah, it would be really nice.
Would be very helpful. And
We could work on that. I think there's some minor tweaks that could be made to make the viewer experience a little better.
Short stack Suki all in with his ace-jack offsuit. Philippe Suki, originally from New York, but when he was 9 years old, moved to London. So flies the UK flag, coming off a nice score. Wins Summer Classic, 4th place, just before the main event.
Actually, this year he was 108th in the tag team event. Jamie would not even give him the time of day. Well, who has the last laugh now, Toots?
So this should be going in short order.
Got a lot more chips to play with, does Farnes.
Well, it still is 20% of his stack.
I think you're more thinking about this is the main event. People's ranges tend to tighten up quite a bit when you're jamming all in. Sticking around is so valuable. Making pay jumps is valuable. So you're thinking, even though this would be a snap call,
11 points, sorry, thank you.
In normal situations here, he might just be thinking Suki might be tighter. But I don't see him ever folding a hand this good for less than 10 big blinds.
Suki been holding on to chips for a while. Beginning of day 7, he was in 3rd place. The beginning of day 6, he was in 8th place. But he got short, and he is the short stack among the 10.
I can see him folding it. I think you're right. He's probably going to call, but
It would be too tight of a fold, in my opinion, after opening it.
Farnes, again, he's not a pro, but 181,000 in live tournament earnings, and that means something.
What
he
a
does
come up for
give
Suki!
it up.
Wow.
So Suki sticks around.
Much different situation now. If he's 14 big blinds, you can start 3-bet jamming over people. I mean, he just got through a 3-bet jam with 11 big blinds.
Indeed, yeah. All right, we take a look at the chips in play, brought to you by Stormex, the easiest way to earn crypto. Small ones are the green ones. The big ones are the salmon colored. They look a little different on the graphic, but still, those are the ones to have, worth $1 million each.
without seeing a flop, Suki just upped his stack by about 50%. As Jamie said, some breathing room now on the big blind front.
Very tight and cozy.
Oh, yeah. Maybe a little longer day.
Not gonna lie.
I see what Asher's
I gotta say, it's nice seeing some patches on shirts again. Does it mean it's coming back to the U.S.? In the heyday, it was like you look like a NASCAR if you're playing at a feature table. Not even a final table, feature table. They'd be patching up.
Yeah, they had to institute rules. How many patches you could have, how many of the same patch could be on the final table. Yeah, now not so much. Kevin Duzak, King 7 folds. The Kniff, King 10. Just had his birthday at the feature table a couple nights ago.
Turned 34.
Yeah, like everyone else. To Attenborough, Ace Jack of Hearts, Adrian,
Born in Australia, lives here in Las Vegas. Birthday is next Tuesday for him.
And we saw him, Jamie, make a couple of great plays to get himself here, including one bluff that you were talking about before we came on the air.
Super impressive. Just him being able to keep his composure and basically jam for only half pot with one club in his hand on, I think it was King 3-3 4 and another brick. But the third club came in. He jammed for half pot against Dobrich, who could snap him off very easily, had a huge stack. Dobrich actually folded a king. But it was just the composure and the speed with which he could do it. Like, it was automatic. Like, this is how I'd play the hand online. This is how I'm playing it here. Talks a lot about GTO in his profile, so yeah, it was just super impressive at such a big stage to be able to do
I'm saying so much easier to play it online than bluff shoving.
Uh-huh.
On day 7 of the main event.
We've talked through the years about never trust a blind-on-blind situation, and it is exacerbated when Dobrich is in the big blind, and with his small pocket pair, if he loves nothing else, he loves to put pressure on the opponents. And he's done just that.
Gross spot for Attenborough. Yeah, just you put him in the ICM cage. There's nothing Attenborough can really do. His stack is so valuable. Even if he knows he's way ahead of Dobrich's range that he'd do this with, blind on blind, you just can't call with ace-jack suited.
$675,000 to the next one to go out in 10th place, and then the bump up to almost 851 grand for 9th.
Yeah, let's talk about these pay jumps for a minute. So when we talk about ICM pressure, in this it's almost a reverse ICM situation. First is so much of the prize pool. Second, same thing. When we go down to the pay jumps right now, 175K, 225K, 275K. Not very significant compared to first and second place. But Attenborough's stack is worth so much he can look to get first through third. So he does not want to bust in a way like this.
Attenborough giving up. Good hand. Ran into a wall. Matija Dobrich loves tournament poker and loves the pressure that it brings, and he knows how to turn it around and put it on you, as you have seen. And that's not the first time he's done that in this main event. Attenborough now on the button, folded to him. Now, Dobrich in the small.
Attenborough just has to feel sick about the situation. He'll feel better when he saw who was up against a pair. But maybe an adjustment is that we're just not going to be raising Dobrich's big blind. You limp it. Don't put more chips in the middle for Dobrich to jam for.
With Jorstad losing that hand, he is now in third place. Matthew Sue in first, Dobrich in second. And Dweck will take it. Not a pro. He's a venture capitalist, and he says he can read people like it's no one's business. It didn't need to do much there. And yeah, a lot of the players have a lot of fans here on the rail. It is like main event of old.
The tournament is very fun, like tagging in and out.
Okay.
The bio board brought to you by GPI THM, the live poker collective.
A 23-year-old venture capitalist, please. I was a 23-year-old waiter at the Comedy Cafe. Is he kidding me with this?
And how? And you ended up here. You got demoted to a poker commentator.
That's pretty much how it works.
John Eames, born in London, lives in London. 2.2 million live earnings, has a World Series of Poker circuit ring from 2014.
Interesting character.
Folded two.
Sorry.
Asher with 2 red 10s.
Asher
An
with
angle against the other shoulder.
about 15 big blinds.
Open it up for him, you know.
More psychological warfare.
You could raise call with a hand like this, or you could just jam. Jam is a slightly lower variance play.
He's all in with his 9th place stack. But Suki with that take just moments ago is right on his heels. So you see the all-in worth 17.7 million. Get through the blinds.
Oh, wow.
Do it with ace king of hearts now.
I expect Dueck to reshove into Sue, even though he's a chip leader and it's scary to do. Ace king suited, just such a good hand.
Duick made a final table in 10K PLO this year. Was that a shove?
Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Yeah.
Big blind.
King versus 10.
So
Flip
we got
King versus 10.
Asher Kniff at risk with 10s against the ace king suited of Michael Duick. Kniff with what was promising to be a very boisterous rail, and they're on their feet.
Good luck, Asher.
It's a sick feeling just having to sweat this biggest flip of your life.
There we go. The 10's at risk. And
Oh my God.
that is it. Flop quads for Michael Duick to score the knockout. Oh my goodness.
That's how you become a venture capitalist. King, king, king flop with an ace king in your hand?
How about some drama, huh? Asher Kniff eliminated in 10th place, a payout of 675 grand. He said, yeah, he'd like to get the top money, but anything he gets from this point on, he told me before we started, he's very pleased with. He's had a bigger score, but never a bigger moment.
Yeah, just a shocking, quick way to leave the main event as the official bubble person.
That's my friend. I feel pain.
I
Just
know you do.
The drawing dead, it's not even a sweat.
Oh,
It's such a
God.
shock. It's horrible.
Once the first card came out, it was the window and the kitchen and the back door, all kings.
It's like impossible to
Boom!
I think that's a bit unlucky for him because he didn't he would open.
That is a moment neither will ever forget.
I think he would just open.
We are down to our final 9, and I'm told they are not going to take a break. They're actually going to continue playing. But Asher Kniff
Maybe I'm wrong, but
taking his
it seemed to me like
condolences,
that he
and
shot
right
the
now
shooting
he
like you for-
is down on the sidelines if he can still breathe with our Kara Scott.
It's so hard to do.
An absolutely brutal flop that just left no possibility there. You are certainly the most accomplished player here at this final table of 10. So can you talk to us about your experience? How does this rank in terms of your poker achievements?
It's definitely the coolest poker experience I've ever had. Yeah, it was amazing. Obviously, that was a unfortunate way to go out. I guess at least they put me down quickly, you know. But yeah, it's unfortunate, and I appreciate every moment, though.
You've had such an incredible rail here pretty much the whole time through the last few days. What has it been like to do this in front of them?
It's been amazing. It's been incredible, especially today. So many people showed up. Yeah, it was special.
Thank you so much for talking to us. We appreciate it. Out in 10th, Asher Kniff.
Kara mentions he's perhaps the most accomplished player that was in this final 10, and indeed, it's not a very decorated table. Asher, with back-to-back main event cashes last year, 80th. This year, 10th, and this was his 4th final table at the World Series.
Very nice. Good player.
Danny. I just got to get him to call.
So, Jamie, this is now the official final table of the main
Stop
event.
it. Asher made the final table. I won't hear anything different.
Fine, his grandchildren will think that he made the final table.
Because Auntie Jamie will be visiting all the time telling them that. Well, the more active player, Duick, right back to action after the knockout. Pocket sixes, and he'll take it.
And speaking of how decorated the final table is or not, there are secret crushers here. It became very clear over dozens of hours of play that some of these guys are good online players.
Absolutely. Main event 10th place finishers.
So, yeah, these would be the bubble people, which lead to the official final table. So, Asher now the latest here, as we're taking a look at the last
On
5
the
or 6
list.
years.
Rich Zhu, Michael Ruan, Josh Weiss. This 10th place paid 675 grand. And Kara mentioned the most accomplished. And that gets kicked around a lot. And it's impossible in poker to go apples to apples. Who's the most accomplished? You've got your cash game players. You've got the tournament players. You've got your what is an accomplishment for an individual? It's a personal thing, but it's a numbers thing. And you know, the cash game winnings are not reported. So obviously Asher, a great player with a lot of accolades, but like a lot in poker, you just can't compare.
Right. I'd say
Player to
live. Live, I definitely agree with that.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if Dobrich, Jorstad, Attenborough, if they all have great online resumes just based on how they play. It's almost mistake-free poker. So it's, their live results don't seem to be their full story.
Give the camera that
And with this tournament, and that's why Kenny Trans do well, a lot of the cash game players do well, it plays a lot like a cash game. It's so deep, the levels are so long, and they'll tell you, yeah, I can just sit around, I can play my cash game style, get to a certain point, but now we're here. Do you think it translates to a final table?
No, because antes are huge. I think in the beginning that's very true. At the beginning of the tournament, you're 300 big blinds deep. Most tournament players don't spend a lot of time in that kind of depth.
Right.
And then after day one, day two, it does feel very much like a normal tournament. And there is significantly different play with antes, and then when ICM kicks in, it's a whole different beast.
Dobrich with the raise. You hear that a lot. Barnes with the fours again.
In a field this large, it's hard to know the other players. And it's possible Jeff Farms doesn't really know the other players, but it's incredible that he is the common denominator here with so many other players. At the 2019 Big 50 event here, he finished 1,752nd. And Aaron Duzak finished 2593rd. So they were both in there. They might not have played with each other in that tournament, but they almost certainly ran into each other at the bathroom at some point in one of the breaks. In the 2021 Colossus, Jeff Farnes was 710th, and Dobrich was 1,264th. At the 2021 mini main event, Jeff Farnes was 223rd, Asher Kniff was 330th, and Dobrich was 488th. And at last year's main event, Dobrich was 32nd. And at this year's housewarming No Limit tournament, Farnes was 570th, and Espin was 2,100th.
I thought Farnes was 580th.
I'm going to have to look that up now. But yeah, it's just all these major fields, he's actually played with half of this final table, even though he might not have played with them at all.
Poker's Kevin Bacon.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
The 6 degrees of Jeff Farnes.
Farnes still good here.
Man, Farnes sticking around here is absolutely crazy. His spidey sense is tingling, and he's just saying, okay, I'm putting him on ace-queen. The one hand I could beat right now.
Dobrich has been inundated with well-wishers, as they all have. Even his local news station back in Slatina, Croatia, with only about 10,000 people, they've been leaving messages also on his phone. Not a lot of people play poker in his town, as he said. So to be on this stage is an amazing thing. And you get famous quick, and that's what happened with the November 9 as well. But
his local news station was a town crier with a big bell.
I think you're right, yeah.
Goes into the middle of the square and lets everybody know, Dobrich made the unofficial final table. Unofficial final table.
It's Latina, you know what it means? It means like marshland.
Look at this.
So it's that kind of, oh, wow.
Look at these instincts. So Farnes, with a really unconventional lead out, pretty much saying I have a set or I have top two or something like that. And Dobrich saying BS, and here's the raise. He's saying I have more chips than you. This board is much better for my range. You should never have a lead out here, and here's 14 million.
Farnes, much bigger stack now. So it's a much bigger play coming back if he does stick around. But now you are seeing how the big stacks can have such an effect all around this table when they play back like this.
Well, actually, I would have liked this unusual lead out.
Woo!
Here we go.
You thinking? Yeah.
I just thought it might have worked, except Dobrich is the one guy here that it wouldn't work against necessarily. We've seen how Dobrich plays, how aggressive he can be with nothing. And Farms now might be fighting back with the 3-bet.
This would be insane. I give up if this happens. I think this is a little bit of posturing. Farnes, those chips are worth real money now.
Nick's payout, as mentioned, almost 851,000. And Dobrich doing
nice
it again.
And Dobrich.
Yeah, Dobrich showed so much timely aggression. Once in a while he got caught, but he knows how to move around a big stack, and he is aggressive, small or large stack.
I don't think. Yeah, I feel like that might be something I'm not going to be happy about.
Very active early on as we take a look at that knockout flop. All kings hitting Michael Dueck's ace king, and into the mosh pit he goes, and out goes Asher Kniff.
Well, the beer head couldn't control itself. They had never seen a king flop in an all-in situation.
So Asher Kniff out in 10th. He'll go collect $675,000. And there you see the small ramp up, which does influence play one way or another.
Well, we were talking
whether
about
it does
that,
or not. I mean, it's influencing play.
Yeah, we were talking about that before coverage, that you're looking at ICM and how top heavy it is, but then you think about real life and how much money it is in real life, and you're like, okay, you can't
That's
ignore
20
that.
main events I could buy into.
Human, and you're looking at pay jumps of $250,000 or so.
Mm-hmm.
Just depends what people's priorities are, though. Some people are going for the win right from the start. Other people are thinking, wow, my life improves a lot with even a couple of these pay jumps.
Thanks to Storm X for bringing us those payouts.
You're sad. From under the gun, Min raises ace-10 off. Dueck's going to speculate with his king-jack suited. Duzak with a nice hand to defend in the big blind.
Duzak, British Columbia. The one Canadian here trying to become the second Canadian main event champion, Jonathan Duhamel.
And he's going to come in with 6.5 to 1 odds on that call.
And it becomes interesting. There's certain hands that do really well at three-way. This is one of them. Small pair is another one. And there's ones that look like better hands that you just don't even want to play, like King 7. That would probably hit the muck there.
So Jorstad with middle pair against Dueck's up and down straight draw. So you're telling me that Masters of Brewing Science is legit?
I've heard.
You're trying to tell me that you can actually go to happy hour 5 days a week and earn a graduate degree?
I'm surprised I didn't know about that. That sounds right up my alley.
I know people
You do have that degree, Jamie.
Yeah, you could have stands over here. Oh, there's seats over there.
She's just a consultant.
So later on, that'll get busy. Okay.
Jorstad checking his second pair.
You ever need to know
top
what's
kicker,
in the pot, you forget. Just look up over there.
knowing that this board is going to hit Dueck's range. When he flats, he's going to have some broadways a good portion of the time.
Everything's worked so far. Why not keep putting chips in the middle, says Michael.
Goes for half pot.
And both these guys starting the hand with virtually identical stacks.
Good news for Dueck, bad news for your staff. He came in as the chip leader.
It's my spiritual guru.
Yeah, I wouldn't be ready to fold just yet. You have second pair top kicker. You've played passively, given Dueck a chance to stab at this. He can have some pretty dusty holdings still. He can have under pairs. 8s, 9s, things that'll give up, things that you're beating.
Is Patrick Leonard here just in case? His tag team
right
partner?
in. Patrick Leonard was railing the last couple days. Keep reminding me I lost a bracelet this summer. Thank you, Lon.
Well, so actually, Jamie and Espen, both at their second final table together. Of course, the first time was a tag team, where her partner, Corey Paget, pretty much got her there. And the second time, this final table is... This final table is... Actually, I'm sorry, who hired you? Okay, I don't know who's responsible for getting her here to this final table.
I'm not even getting paid for this. I just wander in every day around this time, put a headset on.
A blank on the turn for the up and down straight draw.
Lucky $7 banana? $2 at Bally's.
Wow, they told me all the money was going to you, and that's why I'm not getting paid.
Maybe they're lucky. I've been eating them every day.
They're playing us.
Good things to have, right, when you're playing all day.
All right, check to the river.
Got to step away from the table.
You're
I don't want to be
best with this pair of tens.
Yeah.
Really nice feeling when you check the turn, it gets checked back.
That's great.
If Dueck had continued, I think that might have been the end of the hand. But as it is now,
my favorite.
your set second pair is still good. could consider putting out a tiny block bet, but maybe not since the heart came in.
For the next day, it doesn't knock you down.
Exactly
You
it, yeah.
can still
That's exactly what I
tackle
do,
the
yeah.
day, you know, if needed.
Clean and beautiful.
Is that a watch or a bracelet? The bracelet. I didn't.
It's a watch.
Okay.
On his left.
I didn't think he would be using. Yeah. Put the watch on the right, but he's not left-handed.
The other one looks like one of those fitness trackers.
Yeah. But don't let the guy next to you read it, right?
Yeah, right. It says your heart rate.
Uh-huh.
No. Your set actually took a break, couple hours at a tag team, and Patrick sat next to me. This is on day 2, and he's like, "I'm going to the gym." And I was like, "You're not a real poker player then." All these other people are just chugging beers on the tag team.
That is, again, it's amazing that you can earn a bracelet when you take a couple hours off during play to go to the gym or go anywhere, but it's a tag team.
To their credit, they were the only other team that we played with that actually switched off fairly regularly, like every hour or two.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Wizards and the sister or something. All right, so $7 million here on the river. Now, your stat. What are you going to do?
The price is right to just get sticky and call. It's just facing a bet size like this, you feel like such a fish paying it off. Because it really feels like you're getting milked. You know, accused bluffing, wouldn't you have to go bigger than this to try to shake my one pair type hands?
We saw him pay off Jeff Farms' river bet when Farms had a set of 4s for a smallish river value bet. Here he wants to pay this off because he would be taking the chips back home.
Deliberate, calculating. That's been your stat. Was the chip leader, no longer.
It's believable that Dweck would have a flush as he bet the flop and then slowed down and checked back on the turn, perhaps just trying to get there. Would he bet so small at the flush, though? I don't know.
Down about 15 million from cards in the air. Uh-oh.
And raising chips out.
Two-handed?
And got the one heart in our hand that feels good. This is funny, though. He's going to be turning second pair into a bluff.
Wow. Wow. You think you're betting on the river? I'm betting on the river, Mr. Dewey. And there you go. The best hand wins. Oh, wow. Nicely done, sir. All right, so we've said hello once again to Kara Scott. Jeff Platt is back in the house and probably near the rail, I'm thinking, Jeff. What?
All right, an absolutely electric atmosphere on the rail. You heard plenty of cheers from Espen's rail. You hear plenty of cheers from Mickey's rail, hanging out with his friends, his family here, his dad, Eddie. What's it like to see your son at the World Series of Poker main event final table?
Intimidating. And I hope he doesn't get modified by this success that he's having now.
How long has he been telling you about the World Series of Poker main event final table?
As long as I can remember. But it's not that I supported his activities from the beginning. The beginning was very much against it. He was about 16. But after he started showing that he wouldn't do anything else, he always said, since he was teen, he said, I'm going to make millions, and I'm going to make millions in poker. Never changed. I mean, today is the same thing.
I love the bubbles in the background. Okay, you four are here, but there are like 70 people here for Mickey. What's that like?
Amazing.
It's
We
amazing.
expected nothing less.
Yes.
Knowing Mickey, nothing
It's very
less.
exciting. It feels so good. He deserves it.
Best of luck to you guys rest of the way, all
Thank
right?
you
Thank
very
you for taking
much.
the time.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate
Thank
it. Lon?
Bye-bye.
Oh, yeah. Helping him off the floor. Jeff came back.
I never want to see this image again.
somebody getting busy. I love the bubbles, though. Final table?
Well, that might be one of the startup companies which Mickey
Michael.
is capitalizing with his venture money.
Yeah, they actually made that rule after people were throwing
That's
rice
your
at the
British
final
rail?
table last year.
That's it?
Throwing rice?
Yeah, it's bad for the pigeons.
Most of them
Oh,
are,
true.
to be honest.
Obviously.
Like
They're birdseed,
5 of them
right?
are
The
Brits.
monarchy is a shame there, buddy.
Explains everything.
Oh my God.
So your stat back in the black.
Yeah,
start
Poker
at the
News
final
even
table.
commented
This
saying
table at
that
83 million, up to
there's no way my guys would
86.5
ever be
million.
able
The blind
to.
levels, as mentioned.
It'd be
We're
tough.
talking about the small blinds.
The British
Have a
rail.
little bit of a break right now. 600K now. It's going to be $1 million for the next 4 hours for the small blind or the big blind.
If I let you have that
Pumps
one,
it
you're
up.
just gonna like fucking roll over the table. I can't do
Kings
it.
now.
I guess you're missing probably half the guys that are in the 5K too. Or
Talked about Attenborough earlier with his great play. Jamie, I cannot remember a day 7 with so many momentous bluffs and calls. Just incredible poker, it seemed.
It was really fun to watch. I was watching the
quite a few of
replay
them
that Donnie Peters and Remco Rinkema did on
I
YouTube
didn't
today. And
hear
it was
what
like
he
there were
when he
so
was
many
showing me.
highlights. It took them like 2 hours to get through them.
I didn't.
No, you said you're just going to run over the
And
table.
by the way,
and look at
lost in getting to the unofficial main event final table today was David Diaz, who finished 13th.
Deserved better.
Just deserved better. He just had some extraordinary play on day 7 to get that far and stay that deep.
Incredible folds. That's something it's very hard to do. He folded
a full house,
queen
didn't
on
I'm
king,
almost 10
queen,
years older than
deuce, deuce, queen, I believe.
Yeah, I thought
yeah.
the player was
you still look super young.
Yeah, thank you.
You look like 27, 28.
Thank you.
I don't know.
He was
Do
against
that?
king's full.
Yeah, it was the correct fold.
There's another hand that was impressive where he turned a set of
Well,
jacks
you're really
on
living
a
the
third
dream,
diamond and lost
Just
no
be
more
careful
chips.
after this.
0 more chips.
Don't make.
Just like he gave himself every chance to still be here. He just kind of got cold decked.
It really is sounding like the Penn and Teller Theater right now.
Place is
From years
packed.
ago.
I walked through before we started and it was absolutely packed. Standing room only at this point. We're about 10 people deep on the one side.
The one disadvantage to the Penn and Teller Theater is you don't have room for all these people here, so there's not that many seats. And it was incredibly 5-10 people deep around the rail.
Dobrich, King Queen in a raise to 2.4 million.
Okay.
Min raise.
I just.
While we're mentioning
sorry.
people who deserve slightly better, Mermelstein too. Mermelstein played great.
That was-
He had one orbit where he just got decked twice.
That
and that
four
was it.
flushed. Oh my gosh.
It hasn't come up yet, eh?
I felt so badly for him. That was so deflating.
It was Kenny Tran, right? I think it hit the 4 flush on him.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Got it in good.
Eights,
all you can do.
Eights versus queens, I think, right?
9s versus queens, yeah.
Yeah, the 9 of clubs. Kenny did. Dobrich and your stat.
Your side just opting for the scary stare down. Dobrich also. They say go smile.
Right? Ace high best with 2 diamonds. "32nd place last year was Mattia.
This is Yorsad's first live World Series final table where he's played by himself. Of course, he's the only bracelet winner here. Yeah, I call it a half a bracelet, and actually the World Series tells me it's been reduced to a 1/4 bracelet because he beat the Jamie Kerstetter team heads up.
Patrick Leonard and I decided that we were just going to each take a bracelet no matter who won. So I think Espen owes me his. I'll talk to him after this, especially if he wins this one. Like, who needs the piddly little regular bracelet when you have one worth 200K?
Maybe you get some visiting rights or something. Dobrich hits the king. Fold. And Dobrich collects a few more chips. He is our chip leader. That was a battle of the 2 top stacks. Dobrich says his life changed, Jamie, when he got a dog. Hey.
We got our dog now. It will be almost 3 years, and really our lives changed. Most of my life I've had dogs, but just in front of my yard. But and now she sleeps with us in our bed, and our whole lives are really different. And she's like after my wife, she's the best thing that happens to me in my life.
I have a new favorite. Very sweet. I completely understand. Getting new. I play a ton more online poker. Had a really good year. I studied more. I played a lot more online. I want to stay home with him. They get so heartbroken when you leave. It feels like you're getting stabbed in the heart. So I completely understand. Also, good man. Let your dog sleep in the bed with you.
And also a good man that he actually, I'm glad he lied and said that after his wife, it's the most important thing that's
It's
happened.
a very nice white lie.
It is. My wife Tony always says she's wife number 2. That in this case, Blue is wife number 1, and it's close to accurate.
Close to
But real talk, it's good for poker players to have a dog. Makes you get outside, gives you a routine. You can't have a day
People
where you're
live
just
longer
depressed
when they have
laying
dogs.
around. Like you
They
need
really
to take
do.
care of something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Aaron Duzak, mentioned from British Columbia, firefighter, logger, Canadian. That's Canadian.
A logger? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know any American loggers.
Married with a daughter. A degree in criminology. Raised to $2.5 million. Duzak 6 on the hit charts right now, 51 million. Stat, suited queen.
This big stack perhaps wants to turn this into a 3-bet, take control.
Just a reminder, our 2 co-chip leaders today were Sue and Jorstad. Jorstad had pretty much the same chip stack that he began with. Sue, I believe, has gone to the gym for 2 hours. Has
Yeah,
not
have we
entered
seen him?
play. We have not seen him enter play yet, and now Dobrich is, of course, the overall chip leader, leapfrogging both of them.
Yours said does 3-bet.
That was a long shot to have a tie at the chip lead. I mean, an exact tie.
Yeah,
after all that play.
I don't believe that happened. They just did that for publicity purposes. It's a statistical improbability.
What if there's a tie at the end of heads up? What do? Do they play PLO or?
A tie at the end of heads up.
Yeah, they just do a one PLO double board bomb pot.
Okay.
It's a lesser known rule. Jorstad, nice. His aggression takes that
Yeah,
down.
indeed.
Gets the chip leader to fold a really playable hand in the big blind too. Nice result.
Espen and the aggression and the chip stacks are beginning to work once again as he tries to get back into the chip lead held by Dobrich right at the moment. Play the free poker game made by the creators of High Stakes Poker. Poker Go Hold'em is here and is available now on all your favorite devices. Find Poker Go Hold'em in the App Store, on Google Play, or by going to pokergohold'em.com.
We're starting to have almost like a bracelet championship belt hybrid going on. It's
It
bigger
is.
every year.
Oh,
There's
it's
more
true.
diamonds. It looks cooler. Apparently, on Instagram, there's a video. You open this one up, and there's a card protector inside it, a gold chip.
And Kui Win also pops out.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Becomes a fucking.
What did you open?
Jorstad now. Pocket 10s, 2 red 10s.
He's been active, and he's had hands to be active with.
He has.
I don't know if you need the card protector at the very top or the chip protector at the very top of that chip stack that you have to remove it every time. I would keep it closer to the cards that you're going to protect.
Tiny little thing, though, right? But he's got Mario on his cards.
It's his Mario Brothers card protector that he does not want to lose, he says.
Does it go in the bag at the end of the night? That's what I need to know.
I don't think he would risk putting it in the bag at the end of the night.
So like $1 million worth of equity of chips
Not
in the
even a
bag,
sick
but
one, right?
not the card protector.
Like he's in the middle of the fucking. No, I don't.
Great bromance.
Yeah, he says he protects it a lot. A friend of his, Monica, gave it to him 7 or 8 years ago.
You even meditate.
Tissue, I
No.
I don't have no.
It's interesting because
When I had fours,
he did start to
you have a
meditate, so
tissue.
I wonder if that's some type of inside joke.
No, babe. Babe.
Jorstad trying to become the first Norwegian world champion.
Let's go play on the do you even lift, bro?
Oh, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
That's okay, yeah.
Oh, Eames not flying just the Great Britain flag. He's flying the English flag. You see that with the red and white. So that's very specific. In London, he lives in London. And Eames has a birthday coming up too. About 10 days.
So actually, we have 3 of these players live in London. Because your set lives in London, right? Yeah.
Yes, he does.
So the Norwegian lives in London.
Suki also.
The 2 Brits live in London. So 1/3 of our remaining players here at the official main event final table are London residents.
I thought about living in London. I hear great things.
I've heard it rains a lot.
It does. And that, where I come from, Northern California, which rain seems to be scarce. Got a nice little monsoon yesterday coming through to hear the thunder and lightning coming through Las Vegas. It's monsoon season.
So Ames, by the way, who does live in London, he says that it gets a bad rap. He loves it, but he says it gets a bad rap. I don't know why it gets a bad rap.
The food, it's been a joke about English food for a long time, but there's, I mean, the diversity of cultures there, as you know, brings great restaurants there now.
I'm not in the head.
Here's Sue.
No.
Getting raised.
He's in the big blind.
I think they were shouting Mickey. I'm confused at what just happened. I think he 3-bet by accident.
200,000.
Oh, Sue did?
I don't think that was on purpose to min 3-bet. He looked very confused. The graphics could have just glitched also, but it looked like it was a 3-bet and then a jam. It misclicked, he said.
Yeah,
I've
so
seen
3.6.
I've seen you do that a lot in cash games, Matt.
Yeah. You never enforced a cash game, a tournament has to go, right?
Yeah, I get it.
So Edinburgh raised.
I wanted you to be able to take it back.
Yeah,
Sue mistakenly 3-bet.
Yeah, he misclicked it and put 3.6 in
Got the
instead.
chips to afford it, but his first activity of the day is a misclick, which is rather unfortunate.
And fair play to Edinburgh. You want to be classy in that spot and not punish it, but also you can't just put in the 1.2. You can't. Then you're at a disadvantage. You're letting him see a cheap flop. So he just jams and gets his jacks through.
Philippe Suki, 33-year-old poker pro.
Is this the hand? He's got 10 big blinds. He says, no, I'm going to wait. He's way the short stack at this point.
He was also laddered up to 9th place. Marginal hand for whacking on the button. Sue will be very careful.
Going to call.
Thank you.
All right, call.
Verbalize.
Always announce your bet. Safer that way, yeah?
John Eames, small pocket pair. He got hooked playing the game while he was in Aruba, having a cold one on the beach, and he thought, I can do this for a living. And he is. And has done well. EPT win in 2011.
He's going to take control of the betting with his pocket threes. I know some players would love the chance to just see 3 and hopefully see a 3 in those, but
and you too can get hooked on poker in Aruba down at the end of September, October. The World Series circuit happening down there in Aruba. Get on down there, a lot of fun.
It is a fun place to be. Ames, though, taking control here, giving himself a couple different ways to win. He could obviously flop his set and try to win a big pot, but also if Sue bricks now, he's going to check, and Ames' C-bet should get it done. We'll see.
It's just money.
It's just money.
Sue announcing every action he's about to do. Ooh.
Nice flop for Queen Jack. Snap check.
Ames is a little sick.
Ames, having raised this, can credibly represent a board this good. The limp call of a Full 4x raise, though, might give him pause. Su's range now pretty good. He just slows down. Su perhaps wondering, why didn't AMC bet this after he 4x'd it free? Does he have all of this board? Is this worth bluffing at?
Matt says his sister is on her way. She did not make it at game time, but on her way out here to support him on the rail. $3.5 million to Eames now.
1/3 pot size bet from Su, and it's a pretty draw heavy flop. If Ames wants to hang on for one more and just hope that Su shuts down.
John said his rail could be sizable. Nothing big planned, but he's got friends here. He's got friends out of town. He's got other players that might be still here playing. He wasn't quite sure how big his rail would be. We'll see when he wins a hand.
Bingo.
Broadway for Su.
Now he doesn't care what he bets.
See a heavy breathing from Matt Su, and I think you'll notice again later that his neighbor to his right also Dueck breathes pretty heavily when he's in a hand. And I haven't noticed that whether they have it or they don't have it yet, but it doesn't seem to be a tell, just stress.
It's really hard to try to read live tells on people that you don't play with all the time, because some people just get really nervous when they're in a big pot.
No matter what.
Or in a big situation, which all of these, every hand is going to feel like that.
It's also harder to read live tells when you spend most of your life in the women's bathroom playing online.
That's true. You would know. You creep.
Ooh. Stepped into that one.
It didn't deserve the creep.
Wow. $5.5 million from Su with Broadway.
Names is just a pair of
How is he
threes.
here still? Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
I know.
Consider all the heart draws that have missed.
Yeah. But it's just
Nice
interesting.
glasses.
Somebody walks into the room
Nice,
right
right?
now and sees
Yeah,
these
yeah.
two hands on the river with
Considering maybe I'm
23
getting
million.
too
It's
much
like,
away with
what?
my eyes, you know, maybe I should wear this.
You
Yeah,
look
the
good
hands
in
that
the
can
rain.
limp and then call
Never worn
4x
them at
raise
It's
are
fun.
very strong.
It's
This is the table
fascinating
to, do it,
to
I
watch.
think, if ever. Really?
Right?
So bright, like.
With all the cameras, right? So
And
to look good for the cameras, you mean, right?
You look fresh. You look like a scumbag.
You can fuck off.
Will do.
Releases the pocket threes, and Su got there. Their cheer has to be something like Su or something. Got the scouts over there watching the live stream,
Did he bring
taking some
sunglasses?
notes. Players will be over there checking
You're
with
not
their
about that.
rails to see what the action was before.
That makes me want to wear them more, actually. It's like, oh, fucking...
Ergo.
Because now I feel like if I don't wear them, I'm not wearing them because you said that, and I want to fucking be...
Yeah, that would be
That would make me more of a pussy,
Wow,
actually.
what a contrarian you are.
Totally get
either a
it
big
if he
pussy or a
started
small
out
pussy.
a bit nervous. Matthew Su's bio
What
board
is-
brought to you
avoid
by
that title.
GPI-THM, the
You already
live
put the
poker
glasses on.
collective.
He
There's no
passed the
going back.
bar in
You guys are too
2012.
good.
He
I mean,
moved
I gotta
to
wear 'em 'cause you
DC.
see
He
their
started
souls.
playing once a
I
week,
wear 'em
then
'cause,
twice
like,
a week,
grinding
then every
14,
day.
15, my eyes get so dry.
You know,
it's
if more
like,
people in
I'm all
DC
squinting all
did
the
that,
damn
I think the
time.
government
like we
would
were
operate
playing like
more
14
smoothly.
hours or 15 hours or whatever the other day.
His
I
story
felt like in
seems
the end I was
very
sitting
similar
blinking
to
like
mine.
every 3 seconds because
Just
my eyes were
it's
so dry.
as
Yeah.
bad of a job
Well,
that
'cause
a
I
lawyer,
played in that
as a
MGM
lawyer is.
tournament
It's very
too.
boring.
Like,
Poker
I
seems
did
more and
a
more
15-hour
exciting. You start spending
session,
less
then
time
went to
lawyering,
do two,
more
and
time
then
playing
you know how it
poker
is in
until
between,
you're
you
in
get
this
like 4 or
spot.
5 It's just
Yeah.
He kind of is Mike McDermott, you know?
It is rough.
And he started playing while he was in law school. He started
Can you
playing
see
a
it through
little
those
more.
properly? Is it easy to
and
see
then,
the-
right. It's actually right. You know what I mean?
his
They're kinda-
girlfriend left
it's
him,
like,
and then he got the
when you're-
cabin with the
it's
He's
snow
dating
and
Gretchen
it
Mall,
kinda-
not
it
bad.
kinda illuminates everything a little bit more. They're not darker.
I like them. They're cool.
I'm looking forward to going home.
I mean, I don't wear them when
Yeah,
it's cash
I'm
game.
probably
you know,
gonna
like, I don't, it's not like a
go to Montreal.
I get an
after.
advantage.
King's
or
on the button.
anything.
Definitely missing Australia.
Sorry.
I just need to be around nature.
Barnes with ace
What's the
9,
race to?
and I'd like to defend in the big.
What's the race?
Yeah.
For sure.
0.5. Fucking so done. I'm like,
Thank you.
Find the break, right?
Yeah, 100%. Finish the series strong.
No real need to 3-bet a hand like this because when you 3-bet, you're going to fold out the aces that you can beat a lot of the time. Now when you just call, so we'll have a lot of those like ace deuce, ace threes, things you dominate. And you're going to get your full 28% instead of having to fold.
And Barnes has 45 million. He's in 8th place. Look at that.
You do really fuck me by keep
Sue with
staying
the king
in
of clubs too.
You really fuck me by staying in there.
Yeah, fuck everyone.
Short stack
Well,
is
not everyone. I fuck
Suki
a couple of people.
13 milli, and then Florence with 45 million in 8th place.
I just want to cash for a million,
check.
and then I'll be out. Okay.
Yeah.
I saw Florence with that middle finger
You
check,
also
which
planning
seems to
to
be becoming
tweet
more
after this
popular.
Twit.
There it is again.
I mean,
I've seen,
not live, but
I've seen
online.
Areem uses it. I think Negrano
Online.
uses it.
I don't
I think
play
I just saw
online.
Daniel Zach using it.
I'm a cash.
For me, I hopefully-
I prefer just a tap of more
For
fingers
me,
or
hopefully no
the
back
old
to
knuckles.
online. Just
I
locking
prefer
that
to
door
verbalize
forever.
the FU.
I mean,
Enjoy it.
playing scoops.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for big series, but
Yeah.
I'm.
I don't know.
Checks through.
I'm
Time
too
for
long
Barnes
in my
to get some value out of his hand, but
It's gonna be my joke.
looks like he goes for the
definitely
check
play,
I
again.
don't care how much.
But the online, like, I'm too.
thought I saw the finger again, did you?
Yes,
in
he
my
did.
apartment.
He did
I
check.
don't see sun ever. Like, I just want to.
But you don't have to go as
bit.
far down
That's
with that
amazing.
finger.
I
It's the
just wanna
longest
stay
finger
in
in the hand.
an
Yeah.
apartment
So it's
in a
going to be an
nice
energy
fucking
saving
city.
thing.
That was weird. That looked like a check, but I guess not.
Chill.
Oh no, it was a check. Sue bet.
Forever
Sue
trouble.
value bet his kings. Value bet himself. Understand where he's coming from. As it checks all the way down, you try to get value out of a queen or a 10.
Yep, there we go. Megan pushing the pot to Jeff Barnes.
Jeff telling on himself, saying I won the minimum, as he passively played that, but did make Sue value own himself at the end.
This is so stupid. All this for money.
You're loving it though.
Enjoy your time, bro.
This is why I think so many people want to play.
Jeff thought there might be a rail of 50 or so
This is so
for
good,
him.
like the
Said it is going to be loud, he said.
Thank you. Yeah, I acknowledge you keep calling me Tiny Stack.
Tiny Stack. Aw.
Like you're calling me something else.
I got tiny. Biggest guy in here.
I'm happy he's saying Stack and not
Tiny
Yeah.
Look at what his sweetheart Dobrich is when he smiles. It ruins his whole table persona.
Yep.
You say like one thing to him, like nice button up shirt,
Mickey,
just snap.
he's 7 off.
Loses his shit, blows a beer.
We already knew Dobrich was a little soft when he was talking about his dog sleeping in bed with him, though.
True,
You know.
that's true. So Norman, you've got a big wad of cash. You want to invest. You go to your local VC here, Mickey, and say, Mickey, make me some money. And you hand him the wad? Or do you maybe go downtown and go to T. Rowe Price or something?
If I saw Mickey, I would hand him $5 and tell him to go get me, an Orange Crush, and he's not going to bring me back the $5. I would never give him all my cash for a venture capital thing.
Sue with another hand to play. Now Eames on the button. Jack 10. Nope.
This will be heads up between the two breathing heavers.
Sorry.
Dueck in 4th place. Sue in 3rd place. Bit of a delta between them.
Perhaps Dueck is breathing hard because he suffocates himself on the first street.
That's true. That would affect it.
Decent flop for an ace. Expect him to c-bet. Got your gut shot. You got 2 overcards. C-bet could fold out hands with decent equity, like Broadway's.
No, quick fold from Sue. Mickey will pick up a few more chips, getting a little bit healthier. And enjoying the cheers behind him. And Kara Scott has a little bit more on Mickey and sharing this moment with his supporters.
The emotion of this moment really can't be overstated. Walking into this room with all the lights, the media, the cameras, it can be a bit overwhelming. When Mickey Dueck walked in, surrounded by friends and family who started chanting his name, he told me he almost started to cry. Sharing this incredible moment with his people just takes it to a whole other level. His friends told me that when he started playing poker, they nicknamed him Dreamer because he was always dreaming for the perfect cards to come in for his draws. But now that nickname has extra significance because he's here, living the dream of every poker player.
And as Mickey's father told Jeff Platt, he's also dreaming of making millions, whether on the poker table or through his venture capitalism. And he's in a good spot here at this poker table to make several million.
And we have something in common because every time I walk into the booth, I just feel like crying also. Here, get to work. Dobrich with the aces. I was hoping you would say that, Jimmy.
Too close to home for me to say it.
Well, it's weird. I really feel that America, for a long time, has been hanging by a fragile thread. And apparently this booth also hanging by a fragile thread.
It's so disappointing. You don't even get the big blind to defend. You just win teeny little pot with aces.
Yeah. 2 hands last time, right?
Aces? Yeah, you can open other.
Yeah, I think it was the second.
Aces, guys.
I remember taking the blinds, and I was
Dobrich continuing to be the chip leader here, still to be the front runner for
shows
the
us
top
that one, so
dollar
he can open
payout, championship payout. 10 million. These payouts brought to you by Stormex, the easiest way to earn crypto. 56.75. Then we jump into the milli range for 8th place.
His wife just arrived. He'll probably miss a hand.
7-figure payout.
They say she just arrived.
Yes.
He looks like he was tearing up.
high opening range.
I love this guy.
And no, and he said that was the only thing missing from the run he made last time in the main event was his wife was not here. And there she is. Oh, look at that in the back.
That's a long trip. He wishes she were here last year, as Lon just mentioned.
Smart of her to stay away last year just so he had to make it again.
Good play.
$50 million in that stack for Farnes and ace 9 of diamonds, a raise to 2.4 million, min raise. There'll be a break after each level, each 2-hour level. Players get 15 minutes or so. Tough to keep the breaks to their time with the large fields, but 9 players usually can get them in and out on time.
Tag's coming off, mate.
Suki investing one more big blind. His 8-7 offsuit. Facing a late position raise. I like this decision a lot. He's way the short stack. And I think this is going to be a stop and go type situation. The stacks as they are 1.5 SPR, stack to pot ratio, and Suki's stack. Farn says, nope, not letting you stop and go. Me checks back.
But when do you think it's time for now? No. No. Just playing the Phil Hellmuth small ball short stack school.
This is nice, though. Really nice patience from Suki. Getting this little bit extra. It's like 1.9 or so. This is a nice spot if he can find the jam. Second pair with the gut shot.
Just taking stock.
No real reason not to do this, as the very shortest stack. Got to go after these chips. This pot's so important to you.
Find out.
He goes all in. Nice
Does
hand.
an ounce.
All in, short. Short, all in.
It's a count.
This is going to be, I believe, obviously just with ace high right now. 2 overcards, 1 overcard to the board. This is, I think, too many chips.
Yeah.
To continue.
This is going to be a fold. It's just a really nice hand from Suki. Good patience. I think a lot of people might go, okay, turn improve me. I want this pot, and would have left 1.9 on the table. So really impressed.
So again, for Suki, We saw last time when he went all in and increased his stack by 50% without seeing a flop. Here again, without seeing a showdown, he increases his stack by about 30%.
Philippe Suki finding ways to add to his stack. Take a look at the tournament summary so far, brought to you by Zenni Eyewear for Everyone. Second biggest ever main event field. One of the biggest payouts, $10 million for first. Dobrich making his moves as we knew he would. Asher Kniff out in 10th.
You think we could have some waters? Yeah, can we get
Man in the box, we get
some waters?
Ginger from Buffalo, New
Say
York.
cocktails?
But Ginger's he's a traveling man. He says he's never in Buffalo. He's all over the country.
Like 10 feet over. Just to throw some
When he's
air.
not protecting the wall.
True. He's a good man. Oh, the wall fell, though, didn't it? Yeah, the White Walkers got through. But he remained. Stayed with John. Stat, as he likes to do, take stock of everything.
A little more comfortable for him to raise now that Suki has picked up a few chips. Earlier, he was eyeing that stack because he's like, if I raise here, I'm going to have to call off versus this 11 million. Attenborough waking up with a very nice hand in the big blinds. Just going to defend. Versus the very large stack. Doesn't want to set himself up for another spot like he was in versus Dobrich, where he has to fold everything to a jam.
We don't scream and yell when 3 threes come out, do we?
I can't believe threes go. That's what's I've ever seen. Nobody has a 3 right now, but this is right. I've never seen 3 threes on the flop before.
Thank you.
Norman's glitching again.
Wind him up.
$3.3. That's cute. Goes half pot. Attenborough, though, unlikely to want to fold. Ace-Jack pretty strong on this board.
What kind of diaper is that?
An adult diaper.
Yeah, right?
A little tough for your set to keep barreling when Attenborough should have more threes and deuces in his range than your set should as the pre-flop raiser. He does have the larger stack though, and you can't ever really fault someone in these situations for just barreling right through and making these size folds. I think on this board I prefer a shutdown though.
Shutdown mode. Well done, Ginger. 4 high board.
Look at this board and it just looks like a big blind hand.
No, absolutely. Attenborough studying your stat.
And he does shut down.
Check, check.
Ace-Jack takes it.
And that'll take it there. So, wow, Attenborough is stacking those chips. We take a look at your stat and how he won his bracelet.
Pilot, and this is very close, I think, with King Jack to call.
Huge decision for Corey Patchett. He is limped in.
We're good.
There's the all-in. There's the call.
Oh,
Cards
no.
in their back. King Jack for sevens.
I'm so nervous.
And we wondered if Patrick Leonard was in the house. Indeed, he is. And our
Well,
Jeff
Espen
Platt
has
has caught up
clearly
with him.
surrounded himself with some of the brightest minds in the game, including the man who he won the tag team at bracelet event with. That'd be Patrick Leonard. Pats, first off, what was it like to win a bracelet in that tag team with Espen?
It was good. Usually I imagined when I win a bracelet that it'd be very high pressure, stressful, but the tournament allowed us to kind of tap out, tap in, take a breath, lose a big pot, let him come in. He loses a pot, I come in, win a big pot, push your momentum. So it was very stress-free and very fun. Jamie Cassetta was there too, who's a very close friend. So I was it didn't matter either way. If she won, I would have been happy as well. So
we would have been kind of happy too, I guess. Give us a sense of what the preparation process was like with Espen on the day off before this final table.
Kind of similar to the tag team. We had the luxury of having the footage here, the stream, so we watched all of the PokerGo footage yesterday, like 9 hours, I think. Made kind of game plans for each player. I think this final table is very much, any final table in general, I think it's not, you don't go in with a game plan, you go in with like 9 different game plans. So seat 1 v seat 8 may have a game plan, seat 2 v seat 7 may have a game plan based off their history. Maybe they've played together for like 4 days here, so there's a lot of different stuff going on than a normal tournament where you've played with someone for like an hour, so a lot of dynamics here. How does he view me? How does he think I view him? All that kind of stuff. So yeah, we thought about everything, talked through everything, just trying to be logical, yeah.
And they played a little cornhole too, right?
Yeah.
Just a little bit of fun, guys.
With all due respect to Pads, how high pressure and stressful could it have been going heads up? Look at his opponent. Second of all, Jamie was, you heard what she said. She's usually a two-fisted drinker at the table. She only had one hand using a beer. And then 3, she didn't even drop the beer when she went to hug the people who won. It's just amazing that she was heads up for a half a bracelet.
A lot of pressure, high pressure. Jamie, the court is yours.
What can I say? What can I say that hasn't been said? No, Pads is great, and what he said was really nice, and I felt the same way, that losing to them didn't hurt quite as much. He's my friend. Espen, really nice guy too, and both of them are really good players, so I don't know. I'm supposed to be more sad than I am, but you guys tilting me is not helping.
Well, you should feel bad, and we're trying to make you feel bad.
You should feel bad.
Yeah. Well, you saw that when Duzak folded, a little flip of the card there. I think some people may have seen it.
Flash, flip it up.
I gotta say, Pad's talking about his preparation for this. He's just such a hard worker. It's absurd. Like, I don't doubt that they didn't take a minute yesterday to have a drink. They just sat there and went through all the game plans. What happens if we knock out the chip leader? Everything could happen.
By the way, seeing the 2 bracelets at the table there, which you never see except from the tag team, it reminded me that one of Chicago's finest, Steve Albini, great musician, an amateur, won his second bracelet this year in the 1500 horse, and immediately dropped it and broke it.
No.
Yeah, he lost part of it. It happens.
Okay.
So we got the ruling.
Alex Livingston lost his in a coffee shop 20 minutes later.
3-1, it was expected.
See, it seems like a lot of responsibility. I'm really glad I got second.
Good. Keep telling yourself that. And actually, on Kara's very fine podcast, The Heart of Poker, she had Patrick Leonard on a while back, and Patrick started it off by pretty much saying, I got into poker by watching you play, Kara, and she had quite an influence on him. So you can blame Kara for bringing Patrick Leonard into the game of poker.
Well, we're better for having Patrick Leonard in the game. Attenborough flops the flush.
Nice flop. He broke it?
Yeah, just, like a couple of the, what do you call them, the diamonds, or just busted off of it. I actually saw a photo of it that Eric Rodaway, one of his friends, posted.
Where did he drop it? Because somewhere in Bally's or
Paris?
He
dropped it immediately.
All right, I'm going to go look for it. I would like 1% of a bracelet if I could find just the gem.
It should be out in one of those final table areas right here in the Thunderdome, if you could find it.
At the break, she'll have a little metal detector, and we see Jamie out in the hallway. Much like any other Sunday, Jamie.
Seriously. Got to get my buy-in somehow.
2 in a row for Attenborough. Fourth place now. 59 million. 40 big blinds for Adrian. One of the best. Numbers game. All right. 76 is big blinds is the biggest. 13. Shortest stack. Gonna have a new main event champion this year. One bracelet winner. Guess we're calling him that. Huh? And 12 letters in Adrian Ambrose's last name. Huh. And they've given up counting the minutes of poker.
Just like little by little, tiny steps, you know.
After that 6 a.m. finish of the night, it's like, forget it.
I guess.
I didn't need drinks when I asked. But no, this guy right here actually. I called the waiter for Espen.
One of those Fijis would be nice.
Give him.
How many beers?
Yeah, I'll take one of the Fijis.
Beers.
Just give me 1 second. Give me some.
Like 20 beers.
Thank you.
Do you think the logger says that on a break to his buddy? Hey, give me the Fiji.
Oh, that's okay. Just the Fiji.
Canteens. That's what they drink up there in the logger world. They drink out of canteens.
Out of canteens?
Oh, my pleasure.
Can I have 20
Actually,
beers?
if I can order, a mint tea. Yeah.
Suki now has a
What
little
are the
more
odds
breathing
you think
room,
he thinks
almost
that it's all
15
for me?
bigs. Gives up the
And some more
ace
waters.
rag.
Some more waters would be nice as well.
Is this how you win a bracelet?
like,
Everyone
why do
says,
we have to
I'll
get
take
drinks
20
for the
beers, and Espen says, I'll have you mint tea.
Exactly.
Can I get 20 beers?
20 beers.
Yeah.
There should be a name for that.
20 beers.
20 beers,
The baker's
20
dozen.
It's like,
Yeah, just along the rail. We're just going to chug them as fast as
maybe
we can.
we'll call that a Kerstetter.
A drink-
Give me a round of
dozen.
Kerstetters.
Corona, 20 Corona.
What do you want?
I'm very stressed out.
Yeah, waiter.
20 Coronas for me as well.
The one
There's
lady
another one. What do you
server
want? I don't
brought
either.
out, like, I want to say 40 beers on one tray. I couldn't believe it.
I saw
was
that.
Yeah.
amazing how many. That was the largest one I'd seen.
Thank you.
I don't know how she did it.
That's a double K. That's a double Kerstetter right there.
This is one of the unique aspects of poker that I love. There's no equivalent to the rail in other games
He
or
said
sports.
yes to me, but then he was like,
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
fact
when
that
he knew it was 40
you
instead
don't,
of 20, he
in
was like,
tennis, you
"Ah,
don't,
you
you
guys
don't
are
see Federer
fucking
or John
alcoholics."
Go say
McEnroe.
hi to his friends.
Yeah,
Yeah.
going up to the gallery and giving them drinks. You don't see LeBron going over to the sideline and buying drinks. It's just amazing.
In curling, the curlers are the rail, by the way.
Sad to see Asher Kniff bust early because his rail was one of the best
Oh,
the
yeah.
other night.
A lot of
It was
locals,
almost
yeah.
a social event to be there. There had to be 30 people there
5
drinking,
a.m.
hanging out, and shouting random things.
And holding up pictures of his face that we saw today.
Can you see what the next level is? 1.5 or 1.
Yeah, 1.5. You have like 17.
I have 17.
Mickey.
With the raise and take it, no sweat.
He's like sheepish when they cheer for him. It's great. They've never had this type of atmosphere to play in. So here, is the lead safe? You know? Aldemir comes in with all the chips, and Son also was a chip leader coming in. They both won. Nick Mannion in 2018. No, couldn't quite hold the chip lead that year in 2018 when John Sin won it.
And all I know, as I first told Jesse Alto about a half a century ago, you cannot fold your way to the main event bracelet. Not on my watch.
Blumstein was chip leader in 2017. Kui Win was second. McKeon had a 2-1 chip lead going to the final table. Martin Jacobson was 8th out of 9 in 2014 and swam upstream the whole way to win it.
I think McKeon might have been the most dominating final table appearance that I've seen. Just it seemed the whole time like, okay, he's going to win it.
He's going to win it.
Just how fast is it going to be?
Karai gave that feel, but when he and George,
Oh, Holmes
could have
a
happened.
little wrench in his plans for a while there.
Yeah.
Holmes definitely gave him a run for his money. It was fun to watch.
Attenborough with a raise. Jack 10 suited. Dobrich has bigger aces.
Dobrich flexing his big stack muscles here. He's going to make it tough on his opponents. I like what he's done so far, especially the jam on Attenborough saying, you're not going to raise my big blinds. Just
Exactly.
pocket threes.
Yep.
And, yeah, I think he's going to make life tough for anyone sitting to his right.
God, he has made life tough for everyone. He's now the chip leader, Dobrich.
Attenborough at some point will have to take a stand against this. This hand does have a lot of playability, even out of position. So he's going to make a stand now. He is fairly deep too. Over 40 big blinds, so we could play post flop without getting all in.
Jack 10 against ace 7. 2 diamonds out there. Wow.
Wow.
Attenborough flops open-ended and the lesser of the flush draws.
He's feeling great about this board, but most of his outs are in
diamonds,
for
yeah.
Dobrich, yeah.
Dobrich continues with the best hand.
Getting about a little less than 5-1. Yeah, I like this peel. In other situations, you might see the Jack 10 of diamonds just try to go nuts and get it all in with such a good draw at different parts of a tournament in a different tournament. Oh my God.
It is a cooler, even though Attenborough now picks up a
straight
up and down straight flush.
Wow.
Draw.
7 of diamonds, no good though. He's drawing to the queen of diamonds.
What a run out so far to the turn. Attenborough checks it. Now Dobrich with the ace high flush.
Were you bluffing? Yeah. I could have just called. I could have just called.
You ever folded a straight flush draw, Norman?
Nope.
With the made flush already?
I don't need the made flush. I'm not folding a straight flush draw.
I'm just worried for Attenborough right now, depending on what line you decide to take with this. His only saving grace would be if he just calls and a diamond fails on the river. And I think otherwise that this is just going to be a disaster.
And maybe on top of that, for the rest of the table, if Dobrich gets all of his chips.
I agree 100% with that. Dobrich knows what to do with the big stack, and I think this could be bad for everyone. Agree.
My situation.
There's the call.
So Attenborough doesn't know it. He's thinking in his mind right now, no diamond, no board pair, no diamond. But really, it's the only thing that's going to help him.
What's going to save him on the end? Is this the card Ginger brings? Paired
Board
board. Attenborough has the action now. He's made the flush. He's no good.
I basically called, even though there was the... I misspoke.
Dobrich now, something to think about.
Yeah,
Does he go for all of it? Does he go for the full 35 million?
Yeah, I'm saying...
What kind of hands is he targeting?
That situational...
Wow.
Whoa!
Wow.
Oh, he could have gotten something. Attenborough dodging bullets.
That board pair saved his butt. Wow.
Woo, and Attenborough knows it. Attenborough looked like you just saw a ghost, and it was his.
Well, part of it is the check back. When you get the check back, you are already putting those chips in your stack.
You think you're good?
Oh, of course.
Oh, my goodness. Dobrich taking the easy route there and just picking up the chips in the pot, thinking, nobody's going to call me. But now he sees otherwise.
Holy shit. Well, I don't think it was a question of he thinking nobody's going to call him. I think it was a question.
He thought he was up against a boat.
He thought he might
that's a pretty...
against the boat.
Attenborough can have a boat, a slow played king queen. Third diamond comes, they don't feel great about his hand anymore. He doesn't want to get it all in. Like, it's a possibility, but
you test it. I mean, yeah, it was a safe play. I agree, and he's stacking the chips, and he's got 122 million chips to 80. So, yeah.
I think what I'm shocked by is how quickly that decision was made. And I wonder if he thought longer about it, if he would have realized that Attenborough has a lot of hands that could pay something that don't have him beat, obviously. But wow, I mean, this is amazing. Attenborough's on somewhat of a free roll that I don't know if he'd be able to get away from something like that with just 60% pot left in his stack.
Yeah, paired board. Yeah, you're right.
I can finish that.
Bit of salve to the wound for Attenborough, but not much of one.
I can
Aces
keep that as well.
go unrequited and raise and take it.
Yeah, okay, take that.
Wow, that was very interesting.
Thanks so much.
Surprising, but obviously it was, explained away, and he didn't lose. He didn't lose. Apparently, he's not distracted by having the wife here. Dobrich, very nice. This is very calm.
Oh, see, I'd be thinking that the wife arrived and I just left chips on the table because I was thinking about it. Because Dobrich did regret at the end of the hand that he did not.
He did
make one more bet when he saw the hands.
Yeah, when he was revealing the hand, he's
wearing
like,
a fake Rolex on the.
Yeah.
Embarrassing.
It's funny. I remember that watch too.
Big hands all over the place now. Ames pocket kings.
Yeah, you get outed on live TV. It looks terrible. Nobody's gonna want to play poker with me ever again.
That's embarrassing, yeah.
I feel like the type of guy who would wear a fake, like $25,000 Rolex would be the type of guy you want to play poker with. You know what I'm talking about?
You think he's just gonna bluff every hand?
No.
Who are they talking about? Talking about fake rollies.
I don't know.
Likely to.
The type of guy who would wear a fake roll. I don't know.
Here's then the big blind, and we're deep enough to set mine.
about 10 minutes to a break. Go to a break, and we're going to have our first break desk action of our final table. Kara Scott and Maria Ho.
Cocktails?
John Eames
to
with
just
the Kings,
see
sorry.
Bet. It's okay, my bad. Just see bet and take it on this board.
He said he got more comfortable every day he played at the main event. He was pretty nervous the first few days, and then just kind of found his flow and let things happen and gets more and more comfortable the deeper he goes in this tournament.
He was more of a cash game guy, right? Remember?
A lot of
His
beer.
friends were saying on the rail, too.
Mm-hmm. You'll take this one against your step.
I want 20 beers for me.
What the hell's this rail? No?
Can me and him get two each?
It's embarrassing,
Two each.
isn't it? It's like a morgue over there. What the hell?
It's like a morgue.
I don't have any. Give me
I want
two.
some chips.
I don't have any beer. Give me two.
You know.
Can't get the stock these days.
I don't know fucking drinks on the FT. What the fuck is that?
That big kind of thing.
Oh my god. It's not like we're in Vegas or anything, you know, playing for $10 million.
What?
They're trying
That's absurd, yeah.
I mean, last year there was
Rail envy.
cocktails on rail. I don't know why this year.
John
Place
Eames.
closed at 2 p.m. or 2 a.m. Their last call at 1:45 a.m.
It's like he wasn't worried about the rail, didn't plan anything, and now he's upset that they're not there for him.
Well, in their defense, he'd been so inactive. It's possible if they were like watching highlights of the Open or doing something.
True. Dobrich opens.
What a different landscape this final table would be if Dobrich stacked Attenborough there and just has 160 million to the next guy's 77 million. It doesn't matter how good your set is or how good Sue's going to play.
I mean, Karai had a huge lead, but Dobrich is a different style of player.
Yeah, but I'm just thinking about that. Like, Attenborough obviously is upset, but like should be happy to still be alive or to not have a huge bite taken out of that last 38 mil.
No, he did have 160 million right now, Dobrich.
Yep.
First bet. Sneaky with the jacks.
Sneaky, also conservative. He's facing the chip leader. He's in a really good chip position right now against most of the rest of the table. So the only really terrible thing that could happen is him getting in a massive confrontation with the chip leader, which may happen.
Under, yeah.
But Dobrich also showing a little bit of restraint, not wanting to tangle with your set, who can take a big hit, who he would take a big hit against if he ended up in a big confrontation. Your set with the Jack of Diamonds as well. Reasonable either way to play this passively out of position or to try to get a little bit of money in this pot with what he'd feel is the best hand right now after seeing a check back.
He's going to get a little money into this pot.
Patrick Leonard just text you or something?
Just, I have a 6, sometimes 7 cents about this stuff.
Very nice. I like it.
He goes for a very small
very little money.
lead, just 1/3 pot. Very payoffable by the 8 here, open-ended, especially in position.
I didn't see that word in Texas Dolly's book.
Payoffable?
Payoffable, yeah.
It'll be in Super System 3, coming out soon. Now the decision for your set is go for another street of value or check and hope that Dobrich wants to take one stab as a bluff.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Normally, you'd go for another street of value here. I believe he is going to go with the check, as you said.
Do you think he's meditating right now?
Oh, here we go.
See how big we're making it. Looks like a little more than 1/3 pot.
4.2. Dobrich coming up empty. Faced with a bet of 4.2 million.
Yeah, we went more conservative there, just in case I don't want Dobrich to blow me off the hand with a raise here, which seemingly wouldn't make any sense, but I'd hate to make the decision off of a Dobrich attack here.
There's a little bit of comfort in being this deep, though. You're not really as easy to push around as a stack of a 20 big blind stack would be. And Dobrich does.
Well, you got to balance
lay it down.
your value bet with your, conservative nature, and your stat went for, decent amount, and Dobrich folded, and it's your stat stacking. Into second place again, 84.5 million for Espen, 34-year-old pro. Trying to put the Norway flag on top of the biggest stack at the main event. Dobrich, another big hand. Said the thrill of running deep in a poker tournament, a big poker tournament for Dobrich, is unparalleled.
It's the most fun you can have. I mean, a lot of people do really well online, and it's fun playing online too. But there's nothing like being deep in a live tournament. It's just the atmosphere is great. It's hard to sleep. That's how excited people get. And I can't imagine what this feels like to be this deep with 10 million up top. Attenborough, unafraid, defending his unsuited connectors against the chip leader.
Couple of 10s and a 5 for Attenborough. He checks his 2 pair. Under the gun. Razor checks back. Three pair.
Only 2 pair play.
It won't be in the record book, but like a lot of Babe Ruth's home runs to win a walk-off game.
3 pairs, the Canadian full house, I think.
Just like tennis. 3 against 2. Or 2 against 1, I mean. Canadian doubles. But somehow you feel better when that 6 hits, when you have the situation, don't you? It's like, it doesn't help your hand, but it feels better.
Impressed by Attenborough's willingness to go against the chip leader, especially out of position. Especially when Dobrich checks back the 10-10-5, I would think that he has value. A good portion of the time, he has ace-king. We see that. He'll have the king-queens and, big card combos. But I would also expect him to be checking back a lot of pairs, not wanting to get into huge confrontation with, jacks or queens versus a 10 here. scoping out Attenborough. He just lets him have it.
And Attenborough's rail wakes up a little bit. Last hand of this level. We still have 9 players remaining, 9 vying for the 2022 main event championship. 10 million up top. The big bracelet. See everyone going to their rails. It has been fun so far. Caesars Sportsbook and Casino bring you our final table leaderboard. We are all Caesars. Dobrich ahead, 115 million. Short stack remains. Philippe Suki, who managed to go from 10th to 9th, pick up some money there on the payout scale. But still, we've got our final 9 here in 2022. A lot of talk out there. A lot of chips are flying. Players new to this moment, enjoying their rail. The friends who have flown in, enjoying their time, surprising their loved ones. Who will be the last man standing? Break desk coming up. Kara Scott and Maria Ho. We will see you on the other side.
It's the best free poker game out there. You're on fire. Poker Go Hold'em. Play anywhere, anytime. It's just like the shows you love on TV. Think you can beat Phil Hellmuth? Then download and play. The Poker Bread is waiting. Download Poker Go Hold'em today. Available in your favorite app store. Get in the game.
We started here with 10 tonight, but with the exit of Asher Kniff, we have finally reached our official final table here in this main event. It is quite the start to the main event final table. Hi everyone, Kara Scott along with Poker Pro Maria Ho. A real pleasure to be back at the break desk as the players take a short break. The eyes of the poker world squarely on the remaining 9 players as we play down to a champion over the next 2 nights. Now before we get into some hand analysis, a look at the leaderboard brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook. We are all Caesars, and the big story there, we have Matija Dobrich right at the top with a healthy lead that is pretty impressive. Felipe Suke came in at the bottom actually, and he's managed to ladder up 1 place with the exit of Asher Kniff. All right, looking at those stacks, who has been impressing you out there? I bet I can tell.
Well, I mean, we have to talk about Dobrich, the fact that he came in 32nd place last year in the main event. You can't discount that type of experience because that's what you need. You need to keep calm, cool, collected under this type of pressure.
Yeah, and he actually spoke to me yesterday and he said that last year he was very anxious, he was very nervous, and this time he is just feeling so calm and cool and collected. It's a completely different experience for him, and I think it's probably showing.
Yeah, and I feel like there's still a lot of good players left at this final table that might cause him a little bit of trouble. I wouldn't count anybody out quite yet, but of course, very impressive run-up so far for Dobrich.
Okay, let's take a look at a recap here because there's been so much action so far in this first level. I want to really dive into some of this. Now, coming into this one here, this is actually from day 7, an amazing, epic fold, and we don't get to say that very often, where David Diaz calls a bet pre-flop and then check calls on the flop. Now we come here on the turn.
Yeah, Diaz leads here with trips, of course, making sure that he is going to maximize the value here of his hand. Gets a call from Farnes, who, of course, already is boated up with kings full. And now Diaz makes queens full on the river, and he decides that he's going to go for value, bet 7 million of his total 18 million stack. And Farnes, as you see, just lying in wait, puts him all in here. And Diaz, of course, has a very, very tough spot on his hands. But you have to think that you're going to lose to king, queen, to pocket kings, to deuces. Very rarely will a player try to get you to fold a chop with queens full in this spot. And of course, again, it is the main event, and you don't want to make a mistake. You don't want to make the wrong call for your tournament life in this spot. It is so very, very crucial, but not to take away from how difficult this fold can be. Again, there's going to be players doing some random things deep in the main event, maybe putting a lot of pressure on the fact that the tournament life means so much, that survival matters. But Diaz able to make that fold. Tremendous lay down here by Diaz. Saves his tournament life, and of course, looks like a boss because of it.
It does, and a lot of people are saying that this is the fold of the main event, and unfortunately, a massive fold, no matter how incredible, it doesn't gain you chips. I mean, you lose fewer chips, but when I spoke to him when he actually did bust, he was so disappointed, and he didn't think that it was an amazing fold. And I imagine in that moment when you've just busted out, it's kind of hard to see that. But truly, people have been talking about this like maybe one of the best folds of the main event generally.
Yeah, and I think that just speaks to the professionalism of Diaz, right? Because even though he made the correct decision in that spot, he still wasn't able to make it here to the final table.
Okay, well, let's take a look at another hand. This one where Jorstad makes a call that actually costs him. He calls a raise free with tens.
Yeah, so here we see Farnes flopping a set right away with fours. And of course, is going to see bet that flop. Really excited to see a call out of Jorstad, of course, with the overpair on this board. The turn brings the jack of spades. And now Farnes decides he wants to get a little bit tricky. So he ends up checking it over to Jorstad. And you see Jorstad now not only with the tens, but has a gut shot straight draw as well. Does go ahead and bet small, trying to capitalize, get a little bit of value from worse hands. But Farnes, again, with that sneaky check, now goes for the check raise. But the sizing really small, 7.9 million from Jorstad's 3.1 million bet. So of course Jorstad, with that extra equity, with that gut shot straight draw, decides to come along, but probably has a feeling that his hand is not best here. The three of hearts is a brick. None of those backdoor flush draws come in. Of course, there are some straight draws possible as well. And you see Farnes reaching for chips again, cutting out a smallish bet, 1/5 pot here, 7 million out of his 22 million. And Jorstad, of course, sees all of those backdoor flush draw possibilities, straight draw possibilities, doesn't block it, doesn't have the 10 of hearts in his hand, could be beating king, queen of hearts, queen, 10 of hearts, those type of hands. So just decides to call because he's getting such a great price, sees the bad news, of course, you know, Farnes with the set there.
Right, so he's hoping to see a much different hand at that point. But, I mean, he also had quite a big stack in that situation. Does that have something to do with it as well?
I think if you talk to most pros, they'll tell you that no matter how big their stack is, they never want to needlessly pay someone off in a spot where they feel like they're beat. But sometimes the price is a little too good, and when there are some intuitive bluffs in your opponent's range, you kind of pay to see it.
Okay, well, the World Series always gives us tons of good content. Let's take a look at some of our tweets of the summer, some of the things that we found most entertaining. This is Alex Livingston winning a bracelet, super happy. This is my favorite one. And then the next, like 5 minutes later, he tweets this. Oh, that's not what he tweeted. He actually tweeted that he had lost his bracelet. He had put it down 20 minutes after he won it, and he didn't know where it was, and he had to go play poker, and that was just it. And I think it's funny, but mostly because he actually did find it.
Yes, that's right. That's the good
Otherwise,
news.
I don't think I'd be thinking it was that funny. But I mean, poker players, come on.
Yeah. I mean, pretty par for the course for a poker player, though. But, of course, this next tweet from Neil Farrell saying, explaining to my mom that I gave up on becoming a lawyer to compete in an industry where this is one of the top players. And, of course, Macho Man Dan front and center. You know, bring a little bit of that personality back to poker.
Yeah.
But I get it. You know, it's really hard to tell your mom that you quit perhaps a more respectable profession to play alongside somebody like that.
Yeah, you wouldn't look at them and think, oh, he's an amazing thinker right there. All right, let's take a look at another one here. This was pretty good. I mean, every year we see Helmuth coming in his big old entrance, trying to make a stir. This time, he certainly did make a stir. What you order online versus what arrives at the door. And I mean, what do you say about that, Maria?
Pretty good one from Kevin Martin there. I mean, you know, the six-pack, the abs, not included, apparently, in the costume.
Yeah. All right, final thoughts. We're going to be heading back to another level very soon.
Well, I think that there's definitely a mindset shift right now for the players. You know, you come in today, there were 10 players left. It's the unofficial final table, but when you get to that 9 with the elimination of Conniff there, you kind of feel like, okay, this is it. This is where it's really beginning. The pay jumps get more and more significant, and you really feel like you got to settle in and take your shot at that main event victory.
Absolutely. All right. That's going to do it for us for now. The players are going to be back very shortly. Until then, highlights from earlier in the main event right here. Keep watching.
What a dream for Effie Litsu, mother of 2 daughters, Ava and Isabel. Back home, Ava not quite old enough perhaps to appreciate what mom's doing right now at 1.5, but Isabella, 6.5 years old.
You can't use that word, by the way. They're gonna
Might be in bed already, but
You're getting canceled.
maybe on the day shift.
I hope you don't have
Having a chance to watch Mama navigate. Meanwhile, Kunze with the 2 9s made it 1.2 million to go. Tran flatting with the hooks, opening the door to Rosen to join the party with Kojak. We'll have a 3-way pot. Two spades, 2 4s, and a 5. And Kenny Tran's jacks have got Kunze poised to lose more.
Of course, because they're not sure if you're joking. They're like 90% sure you're joking, but not really. You know, like,
I think it's over 90.
you never know,
It's
bro.
got to be like 94.
You're Miami or something, right? Pretty out of line place to go.
For sure. I could see that too, yeah. That actually makes sense.
Tom's bet of 1.7 into 5.1 will begin the proceedings. And Kenny's got 24 million and both stacks covered. Chooses to flat. Rosen out of there, and now Tran has a customer unto himself. Oh, no, on the turn, the 9 of hearts. Disaster for Tran. The only silver lining, perhaps the fact that he has Kunze covered. Will the texture develop in a manner that would allow him to escape without further damage? We know he's going to be a caller on the turn in all likelihood, Nick.
Yeah, if anybody can avert disaster, it's Kenny, but 4, 4, 5, 9. As you said, I believe 3.8 was declared there.
This is not the sort of sizing that is designed to direct our opponent toward the exits with 2 jacks.
Brutal development for Kenny. 9 of hearts on the turn there. See how ugly this gets for him. 12-3 in the middle.
Do we see a raise in the future here on this street?
It's an idea, but call is quite nice as well. I would think for choice in a spot like this. Perhaps a raise condenses the continuing range to hands that beat us, where call retains some of the air and so on. Murky spot. It's also murky. 2 tables left in the main. Kenny doesn't love it. No, Kenny does not love it. Just going to see the rest of the chips there.
This is a man who's played an astronomical amount of No Limit Hold'em live, Nick.
Very nice, Ali. Absolutely true. Tons of cash games. Played a lot with Kenny. Incredible reader of people and situations.
The reason I bring it up.
That's right. Kunze not giving up off a whole lot, though, with the shades, the hoodie.
You're out here binning people?
Yeah, I'm gonna bin people. Fine with you.
No, bro. Start with someone else. Run a page up, bro. Start with someone else.
If he puts us into the muck, I quit.
Tell you what.
It feels like there is a non-zero chance.
It feels very live that he mucks it. And as you like to say when people make great plays, keep that in mind if they make runs. If Kenny folds this, he does come with call.
Can't fault him for it.
Of course not. 16.1 in the middle. Very clean river for Kunze here. 9's full, still good.
And that cleanliness is also peskiness on the other side for Tran.
The card being not in the form of the spade or the heart, you mean? That's right.
Or the ace or the king.
Visions of even beating 10-10 could circulate for Tran in the face of a bet here. We shall see, Ali. Really tough spot
Sub
for
1
Kenny.
SPR for Kunsa, by the way. It would be
that's right.
Very logical for him to jam, and that's exactly what he does. Kenny asking for a count.
Wait, no, 13, 1, 2, 5 here.
12, 13, it's 12, right?
That's 12, yeah.
12, 13.
What a gross feeling for Kenny. So much of that ace, king, ace, queen stuff, whether it's spade or heart, might find itself navigating in exactly this manner.
Only saving grace for Kenny, perhaps, as it's a somewhat early affair position-wise. Fall to the queens through aces, fall to nines full, fall to the 4x. Beat all of the air. Something of an impossible-ish fold, but not, but it is. You know what I mean, Ali? It's so hard to fold a hand like this versus a very capable player, Kunsa. See if Kenny finds a crazy spot for Kenny here.
Were he to fold, Nick, he still has 18.5 million back at the 300, 600 level. 30 bigs.
But it kind of goes back to the Attenborough decision. If he calls and he's right, he's well on his way.
As it stands, the total investment in this pot is 7.7 million for Tran.
Just paid off, Ali. What a pickup for Kunsa there. Tran's hand tabled. And he's down to 5.3 million, Ali. 8 point some odd bigs.
Kunsa fired up.
Nice him.
Thank you. Kenny taking it in stride, but you know, that's a blow that's being felt.
That was a cool turner.
The turn was quite fine.
Above average for sure, right?
The turn was quite fine.
Definitely close.
File that under understatement.
Quite fine indeed, sir.
EK in tournaments in my life.
Back to the future, Ali.
Yeah.
What have we here?
Every year I come out here and I say, you know what, I'm going to...
Looks like we find ourselves on the river in a spot where Kareem Rebay's busted spades have turned into a pair of nines
You know, and grinding out
and
early
are
all summer.
putting Lefty Diaz to the test. Diaz was the Razor Pre to 1.4 million.
And then I
Rebay
get the tournament bug every year.
flatted.
Every year.
I always tell myself that to pick 4 days
On that
just
king,
to
queen,
cash.
8 board.
Yeah, I started just playing, and then after you play
Diaz chose to check second pair, faced a bet of 2.75 million, made the call. On the turn,
of course.
the deuce of hearts didn't complicate matters. Diaz checked once more. Rebay bet 3.7 million. Diaz again called.
You're from here?
No.
And now he's being asked for half of the rest of his chips here on the 9 of Hearts River, where the backdoor flush came in after a third check, drew a bet of 12 million.
A couple years.
I was like,
Right?
cool bet
from Rebay here.
City of Bridges, yeah. Spent a long time in
I
Portland.
grew up in Salem.
I'm sure that's not really what you're thinking when you're deciding what you're going to do. Definitely on the list. Maybe
No, I like
I really want to do it.
Yeah, it's nice.
Good time.
Very liberal. Real shitty weather.
Yep.
Rain.
Got some like nice.
It's been pretty
I heard the
good
coast is really sick. Yeah.
The whole coast is awesome.
Not only that, it's
down the
just
whole
like
line.
It's about a 5-hour drive from my
having
house
a
in
risk
Canada.
on the
To
river.
Portland.
Right, again.
Yeah. Tacoma?
No, I live in Canada.
Vancouver then.
I'm probably old. 2 hours north of Vancouver. Sorry? Small town called Kamloops, British Columbia.
Whistler's close.
Pardon me?
Isn't Whistler close to us?
Yeah, it's a couple hours.
It's weird. I love that area.
I'm having a hard time.
Diaz approaching 2 minutes in this tank.
I probably.
Yeah, it's good for winter. Winter
would be great feel here, Diaz.
Summer.
Welcome back to what has become a celebration of poker, a celebration of the main event. We are down to our final 9 from the second biggest ever main event field. Hope you are enjoying it as we are. Lon McCarron, Norman Judd, Jamie Kerstetter. We started the day because of such a brutally long schedule. We started with 10. We are now down to 9. Asher Smith out in 10th place. And we have stacks ranging from 115 million down to 14 million.
There's one level we need to
play here. The second level of the day with the
It should be
blinds.
this level.
1
It
million
should be
for the
750,
small blind,
1.5 million.
1.5 million.
It should be
for the big.
816.
It's been quite entertaining so far. Jamie?
Yeah, that'd be more logical.
Yeah, there's been a lot of action.
If anything, it's this level.
Sorry to Asher. I know his rail was ready for a long day.
Where we need the
unlucky.
greens, if anything, it's this
Suki, though,
level.
sticking around with his 10 big blinds.
51.5 million.
Norman,
the
you
greens
got
are
any
completely
favorites?
superfluous at this point.
You got to
for
pick
a long
somebody.
time, but for some reason,
I've got favorites.
Big stacks look better for TV.
First of all, as Jamie mentioned earlier, we're certainly
Tiny.
sympathetic
Yeah, someone changed.
to Dobrich with the dog sleeping in the bed,
Greens?
showing so much happiness when his wife
Where's he
arrived
going?
from halfway around the
Yeah,
world.
that was nice.
I calm the beast.
Tiny stack. You gotta talk a lot of shit when you have a medium and a big stack. You know?
I hope that day comes. We'll see.
It's possible.
Dobrich flopping 2 pair. Beginning the hand with 115 million. Sorry.
Tiny stack. He seems to really like you.
These two guys clashed a moment ago.
Yeah, I don't know.
Flush versus flush.
I don't know. I haven't.
Is it
I've
up
never,
more
on the end
I've
of
never
the
met
paired
him
board.
or spoken to him.
Dobrich won a big hand.
Attenborough continuing with the jack of spades in his hand. Hoping to pick up some equity like this on the turn to be able to continue.
Tijan Dobrich from Croatia. Keeper on last year, finished 32nd. Attenborough, born in Australia, lives here in Las Vegas.
But with the most uncomfortable seat in Las Vegas at the moment, with Dobrich, the big stack to his left, all day long.
Dobrich now with the decision, just decides to check. Jack of spades in his hand. He may want to bluff at this. He is blocking the nuts. The nut straight, excuse me, the jack 10.
Better 2 pair for Dobrich now.
Not to extend the blocker debate any longer, but you're blocking the nuts. You've reduced by 25% the chances that the other person can have that particular card. Correct?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. And if you had 2 of them, then you're by 50%.
Slams down the bluff.
So that one blocker, and he did do as you said. It didn't happen to work in this case, but yeah. So the blocker thing, I just think if you I know the math people and the analytical people will tell me I am, as will other people, the dumbest person on the face of the earth.
So we'll just end it with that. Going into the final table, we see that Matija Dobrich is the chip leader.
Well, you got to do the, I'm sorry, you're going to do it. You do the sponsor.
You say,
Read
Caesars
who
Sportsbook.
brought, who is it
We are
by?
all Caesars. Caesars Sportsbook and Casino, official sports betting casino partner of the WSP main event.
She can be taught.
That was very quick.
Well, okay, let me carry it further. To Number's point, if Tom Brady only had 25% of his blockers, what happens to Tom Brady?
No, if he's missing 25% of his blockers.
Well, either way.
Yes, he'd be in trouble.
Yeah.
So having only one blocker, reducing by 25%, you don't necessarily have the world by the tail, is what us dumb people would say.
In that spot, he ran into a hand. So having zero equity bluffs are things you're not going to see that often, but having some sort of piece of a board.
But I'm not even talking about running
on
into
the
a hand.
turn.
I'm just talking about the whole blocker thing that I've heard now, for the last several years.
It just ticks up the percentages a little bit. It's not a hard, fast. It's just something to consider. Sue with 8s.
I'm going to mention them at every single juncture now just because Norman gets really steamed.
I have no problem if you mention it for the rest of this official main event final table. Main event final table officially at 9. Bubble Boy on the main event official final table was...
Who gets their favorite hand at the main event? Mickey tells us his favorite hand is 2 red 8s.
And there it is.
That's pretty sweet. Started in a tie for the chip lead, 10-handed today. Sue down to 81 million. In third place, very strong stack, 54 big blinds. Nationalities, main event final table. Got 7 represented here today. That's pretty darn good.
And you can see that 5 of the last 6 years, even though most of the players in the main event are American, international has had the majority of the final table list. So what does that tell you?
That we need online poker to be legal in every state in the United States again, or we're going to fall behind.
We have indeed fallen behind.
Is that what you're going with? No, a lot of guys who, they may be foreign born and come to U.S. or some U.S., like, Philippe Suki, born in New York, but moved to London at age 9, so he considered himself fly the Great Britain flag, or the English flag, as it were. So, yeah, they move around, they pop around. Where are you from? Are you a citizen of the world? Are you a citizen of more than one country?
But the citizens from the rest of the world have caught us and maybe surpassed us.
Yeah.
I mean, too many foreigners are making it here to the final table. Too many foreigners are winning the main event. Hey, we built this town. We built this town. They come in with their fancy accents and their fancy food.
It was just a Wayfarer stop here, Las Vegas, for the people crossing the desert.
I gotta say, I would like to blame them, but I think it might be us when it's Texas Hold'em, but it's not really legal in Texas to play.
Isn't that true? It is quasi-legal, and here and there in pockets. And they can come through your doors right away, any minute.
Got a bit of a Vogelsang thing going on with Dweck. He hides his whole bottom half of his face and neck when he's in a pot.
If you had told Bugsy Siegel that a couple generations later, Antoine Saout and Antoine Labat and all the other Antoines were rolling in on Air France, he would not have built a Flamingo.
What would Donnie Marie have done for a living?
Passively played hand so far. Just went call and check. Dweck with second pair. At some point is want to get some chips in this pot. Says now is good. Goes for a pretty large sizing, 3/4 pot.
Quick fold by Sue, not wearing his lucky hoodie. Every time he loves when they scream. It's great. The expression on his face and those on his rail.
Well, I think he's equally enthralled and embarrassed.
I just want to let you guys know, whoever busts me, they're going to be waiting for you, so just...
Yeah, they're a threatening crowd.
The
Just remember,
bubble one
don't
considers a
call me
billy
late,
club. Just remember that.
Yeah, watch out.
The boys will be waiting.
Y'all are fucked now.
Okay. That was a long shot. Dobrich continues to lead. You see the chip counts up at the top of your screen in order of their seat numbers. 124.5 million for Dobrich. That man, Spin Jorstad, came in, tied for the chip lead. He's got about 1 million more, or 2 million more than he had. 1 million more than he had, sorry. Second place still. Suited ace. Dobric's hands. Look out.
Only option Dobrich doesn't really have here is to fold. I expect him, as the chip leader, to be 3-betting a lot more and playing passively a lot less. This hand has some nice potential, though, to really crack big hands. Like if your set had queens or kings, this is a really nice hand to play in position. And he decides just to call.
Dobrich says he likes the poker lifestyle, the freedom it gives him. He does admit it's a little tough on his wife when he's the one having the freedom. There's an ace in the flop.
Well, the freedom can be overrated. I mean, a lot of poker players like to play because of the freedom to do what they want, but you kind of lose that freedom if you've got no money.
That's a problem.
Are you talking to me?
Jack out there too. Here's that checks. Dobrich now.
On a flush board, 2 broadways. Probably want to stick a few chips in here. Don't want to give the king tens, king queens free equity. He checks back. Your set with just second pair. No reason to try to inflate this pot. Love to just get to showdown and see if his jack is good. Dobrich with the gut shot to the wheel now. There it is.
There's the wheel.
Expect your set to check. If he does bet, it'll be really small. Just a block size bet, maybe 2 million. Can get a little bit of value out of one pair type hands, which it's hard to give Dobrich many of them. Guess 6s through 10s, and Dobrich's hand would play a similar way. But now with the wheel, it's time to be value betting your hand. Hope that your set had a slow played ace, or that he gets sticky with the jack.
A cool 10 million chips in the pot as all these players fight for a cool $10 million cash first place prize.
Dobrich just thinking about the type of hands he's trying to target and what size he can charge them. If he puts your set on a hand like a jack or a middling pair, you may want to go small and just see if you can get a little bit more value out of his hand.
We saw him check back the nut flush against Attleboro earlier, a little surprisingly when the board paired. If he checks this back, which he's not going to, if he checks this back, the wife and dog are coming with me at the end of the next level. And you can finish.
I would love to get the dog in the booth. Check back, check back. It's been checked all the way through. You got to feel really good. I'd feel good even if I just had an ace, but he's got the straight. He was large.
How do you feel now?
So it's quite large. Instead of targeting
12 or something?
a jack or a small pair, he's hoping that your set has a good ace that can pay off.
Good. That didn't take long.
Goes for the overbet, tries to make it look bluffy.
We got style.
Your set's not falling for it.
Very nice. Chips in Play brought to you by Stormex, the easiest way to earn crypto. He's got a lot of those salmon 1 milli chips. And a lot of the half milli chips. He's got the good ones. Dobrich in the lead. Increasing his advantage over your stat and the rest of the field there.
Are there any other chips we don't know about? Are we going to see 5 million chips?
I do not know.
Duzak can't find anything.
He's been pretty quiet.
Worthy.
The Canadian, yeah.
Sometimes it's fine. You know, there's no pressure on you. You just like have easy decisions and get to just watch the action from the best seat in the house. And you're not too short, so it's nothing to worry about yet. Dobrich pulling away nicely, over 50 million. He's got about 50 million more than the next biggest stack in your stack.
Mickey Dueck started this table in 7th place, up to 4th now, 54 million. Kind of a logjam in there in the 40s and 50s. Raise from Mickey and Paul from a man named Sue.
Hey, Tina.
A lawyer named
Tina.
Sue.
Lawyer named
Gotta love it.
Kind of an ex-lawyer. He says, I'm a poker pro.
Took me like 5 years to admit that. I just kept telling my family I was between jobs. Going on over a decade.
Yeah, exactly.
Sue stopped practicing law 8 years ago. Just long enough, you know, detox period to reconnect with, you know, being a person.
Nice. Pretty good flop for both players. Buck's probably going to want to c-bet a board like this. 5s are usually good on this board, but extremely vulnerable to most turn cards. You're going to see an overcard a lot of the time.
I'm going to try it out for a little bit, see how it feels.
My light's back there, really.
It is pretty fucking light, like straight in your eyes.
Yeah.
That one.
Probably,
Bam.
yeah, it's probably worse.
Right in your face.
I think it's the one up there that's the killer. There's like one really heavy.
Ace of spades in Sue's hand and 2 overcards. Pretty tempting to call this. You have position as well. You also have a chip lead over your opponent.
At 20 million.
Peel a turn.
That's a miss.
May slow Dweck down though. 5s are good. They've been reduced to 3rd pair.
Mickey, a single line tattoo guy. Just drawing a little more animation over here.
I think I see a Beauty and the Beast kind of thing
Very
going
possible.
on.
Is there Belle there?
Looks like it.
Yeah. Huh. That's a commitment to a movie.
Sue checks back. Now with that second queen coming off, it would be a really nice value bet to be able to make this, but it's possible. Go really small. Do like a block bet, value bet combo of 3 or 4 million. Goes right in between there.
He listened to her.
Just like with Zhang, I have the little earbud in there. Let him know what to do. And tiny size, tempting for Sue. Is my ace jack good? Am I gonna let him bluff me for such a tiny size? Sometimes a little tempting also to pounce on this sizing and put in a raise. Just don't see opponents do it that often, and that's why it's so effective.
the beginning of day 5, Sue was in 226th place out of 380, under 1 million chips that day. And he has slowly built himself. He was 59 of 121, 25 of 35, and then came to this table today, tied for the chip lead.
Thinking about the types of hands that could play this way that he could beat, and there are some wheel aces that he's beating, and the price is right to call those. And he does make the call.
He's turning these over confidently.
Very nice value.
Very quickly to turn over the winning hand.
A smile about to come because of his rail.
Oh, look at that. The boss getting used to it. There he cracks a smile. And the bubbles come. Are they filling that bubble machine with Heineken and Dawn? There you go. You can't resist.
See, this place is already nice and clean. We really could have used him at the Rio with the bubbles.
Festive and sterile at the same time. Look at you, Dobrich enjoying it. Back to work.
Sorry, yeah, I need to.
Dealing hand number 37 of our table today. Started with 10.
This card have something on it.
Is it a bubble?
It could be a bubble. We'll clean that up or get a new deck. Sue now with ace-queen. Quick to act. Big blind's $1.5 million. Makes him in raise. Jeffrey Farnes.
In the small blind. It's like about 25 big blinds.
Min cash the 2019 main event.
So that's a just call.
The other amateur next to him, Aaron Duzak.
Opet neko marka card.
Folds.
Yeah, I know.
What a flop for Queen 10 of clubs.
I know.
Top pair, 2 clubs, all good. Farnes with the upper hand. Checks. Now Sue. Does he want to continue? That's what the book says.
Farnes is such a lock on this board. I'd like to just be calling here, even with such a good hand. So unlikely that Sue hit this board since you have all of it. So he's going for another one of these really small raises. Small check raise, you saw him do it earlier.
Matthew Sue, I'm wondering what he's got himself into here in this hand.
Sue with no real hand, just gonna hit the muck. So I prefer a call. Just let your opponent, let the pre-flop raiser take another stab at it at some point. You're not that vulnerable. Cards that look like they'd be bad cards actually improve your hand when you have Queen 10 of clubs there.
There you had the queen blocker.
Farnes with a chance for big money here. He says this main event is a chance for stability in his life. It's a huge factor for him. Got a new deck from Charlie.
That's interesting, though, the stability thing. I think if I won the main event, I would just go party my face off for the next, I don't know, 20
you could
years.
do that, but then you got stability for the. or whatever you want to do.
Thought this was the 10K Raz Championship.
Danielle in the box, getting new cards. Danielle from Phoenix. See her a lot, dealing the biggest games.
Shout out to Danielle. She teamed up with me for the ladies meetup game. We had 120 women playing cash game poker at the same time. Good time to shout out our last woman standing too. Effie Litsu, good game, 18th place, over $300,000. And I hope she'll be back.
Absolutely.
How much total you have?
14.
Shelby Wells, also the next to last one, is having fun with her cash already.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she was just talking about going, what am I doing? Am I going to play this game, or maybe I'll go play blackjack, or I'll go play roulette? And it's like, no, go play poker. Go play poker.
Come on.
And she even tweeted, she says she came out here missing so much work, and with the prospect of having to go back home and ask her parents to help cover the bills for the next month.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Well done, Sherry Wells. Yeah.
I really want to see this. I still haven't. I heard about it, but it was on the feature, right?
Who's that? Anxious to get involved. Aaron, British Columbia.
Yeah,
There's only like 18 left, and we're like talking.
Yeah, and you had lots
40-year-old
of
with a raise.
It was for your life.
Yeah, 35.
Zach, the only 40-year-old here, the oldest at the table. It's not like the old days, not the old days, but at the beginning of the online boom where everybody was 20-something playing these main event final titles. It's an older group now, but they're mostly in their 30s. And there we got
the Canadians
first
on their feet.
Reaction from his rail. The Dews crew.
Big Wheel McNeil in there. Sporting his Big Wheel Burger. That's his company. Nice guy.
Jalen McNeil.
Zach loves the lake life. Loves boating.
You deserve it.
As mentioned, firefighter, a logger, survived an injury in high school or university years, I believe it was. Very competitive in athletics, and this is a nice
really slow FT.
outlet for that.
Spin it up, man. That'll be a story. Fucking
No expectations.
Ace 4 again for Dobrich.
One lap
what's our EV or Roy, like 30? Like, even if we have a 200% ROI, like,
not this time.
I'm a fan of that, bro. He's a nice guy. Giving Suki a little bit of pep talk. Says, you spin it up, it'll be a great story. Just like being nice for no reason. You know, you want your opponents to be shaken up and nervous, and he's calming him down anyway. Nice guy.
I don't trust nice.
Nikki was
There's
not.
always a hidden agenda.
You look nice today, by the way.
A clown.
Dean's waking up with kings after a raise by direct with nines. How much are we going to make it here? In position. Don't have to go too large.
He said being stoic and calm, key ingredients to success at the main event. I mean, gosh, he's from London. That's what they do over there. They're stoic and calm. They go through their life. They went through World War I, stoic and calm.
Going for 7.5, 8.5. Well, he's cutting out quite a few.
A raise, a 3-bet from the shorter stack. Farnes gets rid of one of Mickey's outs. Duzak can go celebrate. He won a hand. I got a friend who won't go buy a beer at the beginning of a hockey game and won't drink it until this team has a shot on goal. So it could be a way sometime.
He'll even drink it then. Oh, well, shot on goal will come fairly quickly sometimes, but it gets kind of warm.
Yeah, well, that's, I don't know. He's punishing himself for supporting the team, I guess. I don't know.
So Eck with a real decision here. Not quite deep enough to set mine, but 9s hold value other than just set value. There's a lot of boards you still are willing to put chips in with 9s. It's a lot different than with deuces. He is playing out of position. Ames has been rather snug. So all these things to consider when you're deciding what you're going to do with your 9s. If he's going to flat, or if he's going to throw them in the muck. Versus some opponents, it could be a jam. I don't think Ames is one of them. He hasn't been too crazy.
No, he's stoic and calm.
Mm-hmm. It's our first real stare down in a while.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mickey really giving him the once-over.
He's giving the once-over to a guy who still has his hands on his cards, which is an unusual posture to take for a long time.
Sue got out of the way, making it a little more romantic.
Comes back. They always come back. If you're Eames, Jamie, do you
You're like 34 more?
think you're good here?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know, kings are the second best hand to hold them. You're the kind to 3-bet kings to see where you're at, aren't you?
All in.
Wow.
Wow, he does shove. And Eames wastes little time with the kings, and Mickey needs help big time.
Kings versus 9s. Kings versus 9s. You have 9s?
Eames is the one at risk with the shorter stack.
The risk, but best case scenario for the double up here. We've barely seen a whiff of him through the first level and change. And now he picks up kings, gets shoved on by 9s, and he could have one of the top 3 stacks right after this hand.
Mickey, you mentioned the last couple of days, Norman, it was giving him the once-over, thinking long and thinking wrong. Kings ahead for the double-up. Over 88 million chips in the middle. That would be a second best stack. Queen, Queen, Jack.
Queen Bowl, please.
Eames figuring out what cards are what here. Yes, I'm still good, but what are the draws?
Well, you're never comfortable when you're all in. First misstep for
easy to take.
Dueck, and now it's going to be costly.
One card to come. Is Mickey gonna double? Is Mickey gonna knock out Eames? Can Eames double with the king? You see the outs for Dueck, and another deuce on the river, and a full and complete double up for Britain's John Eames.
The shoes are off.
I hope they don't end up in the trees here.
Who doesn't love a good football chant? Eames into second place with over 88 million chips.
That's efficient. Just pretty much one hand to showdown, and bang, bang, second in chips.
Are there going to be beers being drunk out of those shoes?
I have them on currently.
No, Maria Ho is not in there.
Many years ago.
Rail.
But she's in the house.
Oh, that's right. There will be then. She can smell a beer in a stiletto from 2 miles away.
So what a boon for Eames. A very tough player, just hasn't been able to show it. Mickey Dueck down into 8th place, 27.8 million. Suki still a short stack here with 11.2.
42,150, 42,150,000.
I saw on the Poker Stars blog.
Counting it out.
Tournament named after you.
Whatever happens, Mickey just lost a ton of chips. As we talked about, John Eames wasn't even sure about his rail. He wasn't building a rail. He wasn't on the phone tree. He says, I got friends in town. I got friends out of town. Maybe they're going to be here. He talked to us a little bit earlier before this final table got underway exactly about who was going to be standing behind him during play.
So I think there'll be a big rail. I've got a lot of people from the card rooms in Vegas that I know who are going to come and support, and quite a few Brits still here. And we know the Brits are a rowdy bunch.
Maybe they're such big degens that, you know, it takes like a lot of stimulation to get mixed up.
Yeah.
See Harry Lodge in the front also, I think, ran deep in this as well.
Happy rail, happy life.
It's so funny, the calmest guy has the rowdiest rail. They got their shoes off. This barely cracks a smile, winning a pot with a couple million equity in
They're
it.
Brits at a poker tournament at a final table, Jamie. Come on.
It's great. I said if I ever made a really big one, I would pay some Brits to hang out.
No kidding.
I want the loud rail.
You notice they do keep him in the back row now instead of right in the front on the border.
Because they can spear Bill on the RFID, beer on the RFID
They can knock
from
the darn
all the way
thing
back
over,
there.
which they've done in the past.
Have they really?
Yes, they've
Knocked the rail
fallen over the. Yeah.
Wow, that's legendary.
Being strong. Lowering rapidly.
Would you be concerned if
Probably at about 110 right now.
Barnes with 2 red 8s, Sue's favorite hand.
It's got to be, right? Yeah. Because then
For
it's
Sue.
like good for poker in many ways. But then in life, it's like, nothing gets you like.
Yeah.
This doesn't get your heart going. You're sick.
Nice hand, bro.
Barnes with the limp. We haven't seen one of those yet at the final table. Barnes definitely does unconventional things, just marches to the beat of his own drum. It's worked out so far.
That you can buy, you know.
Yeah.
They already have those. They're just not very legal.
There's that ace queen
Yeah.
suited.
But then you feel sadder
42 million.
for a few days.
Yeah, exactly like this.
You're explaining
So they will isolate and punish that limp.
I'll feel sad after this.
Depends what happens.
The thing that's nice with limping
Blind
instead
ball
of
in the river, I'm
raising,
gonna feel
if
sad
Barnes
for a couple of
raised
weeks,
and Duzak 3-bet, it becomes a little too expensive to peel with your 8s. But having limped 3.5 million extra is not too steep a price.
So I've heard.
But he mucks. He
Ah,
says, no
quickly.
thanks.
Marching to his own drummer, Duzak with another pot.
I guess when he hits the rail 3 times with his right hand, that means his rail behind him is supposed to lap it up.
Well, on Jeff's rail right now also is his girlfriend, and Jeff Platt has made his way around to Kennan.
All right, here on the rail, it is an absolute madhouse over here with the Duzak crew. I'm with Jeff's girlfriend, Kennan. Kennan, what is this experience like? Jeff's in the World Series of Poker main event like 20 feet away from us.
It's amazing. Dream come true.
What do you think has made him so successful in this tournament?
He's played for a long time. He does have a lot of experience. So I think that's helped.
Whenever he's won a hand, this rail has gone just berserk. What's it like for you guys to have this kind of support system behind his run?
It's awesome. I know we still have some more people. We can't get back here yet. A little frustrating, but it's very nice. Everybody drove or flew. One guy, his plane got delayed, and they called him up, and it's like, I've got to get down in the main event. My boys, playing, and they're like, well, who is it? And he's all, Jeff Barnes is like, okay, I'll just switch airlines, and got him out here.
There we go. You do whatever it takes for the main.
Yeah.
Appreciate the time, Kennan. Best of luck. All right.
Thank you.
Guys.
Yeah, Jeff Farnes said that his rail would hit the Richter scale. They don't have everybody they want back there, as Kennan mentioned, but she should know this is Las Vegas. She got to grease the wheels a little. There's the right person that just slip a C note or 2 into there. They're all back there.
Who do you tip at Travelocity?
You can't.
Barnes with 46.7 million. He was the chip leader going into day 7, and here's how other day 7 chip leaders eventually wound up. Hyde Park, Henry Park in 6th, Nick Marchington 7th, Aram Zobian in 6th, Christian Fan 19th. So no guarantees when you come to the main event.
I'm sorry, Nick Marchington makes the final table and becomes Nicholas Marchington. What's he? Top 3 finish makes him Sir Nicholas.
Yeah, he's fancier now.
Pretty cool stuff. It's called water.
Cold water.
That's advanced. Advanced.
That's nice that Farns is such a rail and that they're on their way. I mean, there's obviously you want to stay until tomorrow anyway, but now he has an extra reason to stay in, get more people out here for part 2 of this final table.
No, it's a friend. He has a fitness company, All In Fitness Coaching.
Well, you've got the French poker set. You need the French water next. You know, Evian or something. Yeah.
Well,
Here's Sue. I think it was Sue. Plug in my buddy's business, All In Fitness Coaching.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I think when All American Dave kind of got shut out a little bit, some other fitness, either food suppliers or coaches came in and filled the void a little bit.
Okay.
And there's a lot of poker players interested in that. There's a lot of long hours sitting here. You got to make up for it somehow or you're going to be a blob.
I agree.
Yeah. The blob?
Yeah, that's how I feel right now after a summer of sitting around.
You gotta fuel the system, but you don't want to be eating potato chips all day.
Right.
And you gotta feed every part of yourself. You know?
Exactly, and I mean, endurance is definitely part of this. Like, there's the debate: is poker a sport? I don't know about that, but when you're on day 7, 8, 9 of a tournament and you have to be thinking clearly the whole time, it's better if you're not eating Krispy Kreme donuts.
Just take a look at the folks who had COVID, and I still feel weak from sitting around. I don't know if I still have it somewhere in the lungs, but from sitting around for a month, it's tough to get going.
Yeah.
And Norman feel the same way, I know. Though he does still beat me on the walk around the parking lot.
2 a.m. in the UK right now?
Not this time.
Yeah, it's 8 hours ahead, so it's probably like,
Gassman's talked about how the game has evolved so much in the 17, 18 years he's played it. As far as the fitness you're talking about, he said back then everyone, a lot of people would play hungover. They'd smoke weed a lot on the breaks. They still do, but he says now that they do treat it more like an athlete, and they are more concerned about health and fitness.
And just getting the blood, flowing through your muscles, through your brain. You think better. You can be smarter longer at the table. I think we're all preaching to the choir. From the small blind. Jack 7, queen tray. Something for each.
Expect Dweck to try to get some value out of the 7. Ace not quite as important as this pot line. Limp check. Take some of the stronger aces out of Sue's range.
Big blind with the best hand. Small blind with the best hand. But the big blind comes along here after the flop.
Not a welcome sight to see another club.
You got that right.
And a connected card. Sue also with bottom pair. Might not look like much, but in a blind-on-blind confrontation, it's enough to try to get to showdown. Trip 7s now for Dweck. What kind of size can we charge? Don't think that Sue has a very strong hand. Probably doesn't have many aces in his range. Probably targeting a king high, a small pair like a 3 or 5. Probably can't go too big. Looks like he's cutting out quite a bit though. Looks like almost 7 million. Yeah, and that's
he's got to think about possibility of getting called. I mean, not with that sizing, but he just wants to hear the cheers. He doesn't care.
Can you blame him?
Okay.
Okay, please notice that even his own father has distanced himself from his own rail. He's nowhere in sight anymore.
That one guy was double fisting the Mickey bubble once. When we were playing tag team with Espen and Pads pointed out that Jeremy Smith was double parking. I'd never heard that term before. It's when you have 2 drinks. He had a drink on each side of his chips.
Oh.
Said, oh, you're double parking in a bracelet event.
Oh,
That's bold.
Double parking. Was he drinking one and double parking, or was that?
Yeah,
just...
he was drinking one and had a backup.
Oh,
I
okay.
guess
I thought
the
if you're double
server
parking,
wasn't
2 and
around
1,
for.
maybe. Yeah, okay. I like that double park.
Did we get a waiter over? Did you ask for a waiter?
Dobrich steps aside.
How many big ones? What's that?
Anybody? Anybody? How badly do you want to defend 9-4 of diamonds?
From the under the gun raise, not too crazy about this holding. It is
Give it a
a
shot.
little more than a min raise. Ames has the chips to afford it. Thing about 9-4 suited, it's such
Flop's
a bad
good.
hand that you're probably live when you're facing an under the gun raise, which you can narrow the range down a little bit. And it's turning into a very nice
Wow,
hand.
it's 2 diamonds on board.
Should have donk bet the flop.
Donk bet.
How many times can I tell you?
You'll see some of that.
Flop the best hand and just
Just
get out.
donk bet, just always lead.
I'd lead more often than these guys do. You don't want a big card coming out.
You'll see some of that when there's a late position raise and the big blind defends, and the board will be, 8-5-3 or something like that. Something very likely to hit a big blind. You'll see some donk betting.
Pretty quick call from Farnes. Drawing thin.
Barnes hoping to be up against hands like Queen Jack. Ooh.
You're stressed?
King of
You're
Hearts.
stressed? Yeah,
Sometimes
good way.
drawing thin is just enough.
That's good, yeah.
9% turned into 100%.
Ames can't be feeling so good about his pair of nines. Weak kicker right now.
You sponsored by ACR, man?
Yeah.
You've been in the past or from here on out?
Starting now.
If somebody told me I
Having
will
the
be
diamonds
this
in your hand
relaxed
too
in
is a
final
little bit
table
of a
main
bummer.
event,
It
I
takes
wouldn't
away
believe
some
it.
of the hands that Farnes would have called with on the turn
Feels so good, yeah.
that missed.
Yeah, it was nice to see.
Barnes.
You get very emotional when
Yeah.
wife came.
After the check.
that was sweet.
Very sweet.
That was
Yeah.
nice.
5.7 million. Not a bad bet size. I feel like this is tempting to want to call. Is a king or an ace is such an obvious bluff card for the under the gun raiser to bluff at. Obviously it hits his range a lot, and that's why it's a good card to bluff at though. But he's getting a little worse than 4-1.
He hates it.
Yeah. I would too, and having the diamonds in your hand is a bummer, like I said.
Second place stack. John Eames flopped good against Ace King, but Farnes ran him down. Maybe I'm beat. I was good, maybe I'm not.
His nice folds. His hand wants to fold.
He dropped him. Fold one, and then you have to. Oh, there you go. That's a good fold. All right, Barnes got there on the river. Very nice. Norman talked about the year. A lot of these players were born. Average age. They're all that age, aren't they, Norman?
Correct. That's
Yeah.
why it's the average.
Yeah.
Every single one here is 33 years old. Every single one here born in 1988.
Some of them look very good for their age. Some of them,
not so much.
Okay, again, as I mentioned, Duzak, the oldest at age 40. Mickey, the youngest at age 23. 1988 is the big year here. Half of the final 10 was born in 88. And actually, in 1987, I talked about 88 being a boom year, 87 has produced 4 main event champions. That's a big year.
87?
Yes.
And who are they?
Joe Cata.
Joe Cata.
Some collusion.
Jonathan Duhamel.
Jonathan Duhamel. They're the same age, aren't they?
Greg Merson. And Martin Jacobson.
Jacobson. That's fine group.
That's a pretty good year.
Fine group. 87 they were born. So what happened in 86?
No, thank you. I'm good right now. Appreciate
Was there a
it.
blackout somewhere in 86 worldwide? Dobrich with the 9s and a raise. Dobrich still leading. Just over 127 million chips. That's been your stat. In second place, quite a dip down to 81.5 million. Philippe Suki still short stack. 10 million now. 6 big blinds. They're just not going to let him ladder up.
He's been so patient. Had that well played big blind defend at the 8-7 offsuit. Got pretty much max value out of just ace high. And that's been it. He's had no opportunity to play another hand of poker.
Yep. Best thing that happened to him was Asher getting knocked out.
Yeah, I mean, $175,000 pay jump coming in as a short stack, not too shabby. You have to win most tournaments to get 175K.
That's true, isn't it? Suited king.
This is good enough for me. Wouldn't kick this hand out of bed. Got 6.5 big blinds. It's hard to keep waiting for a better spot.
What would you kick?
It's just tough because you're going to start to have no fold equity, and that's a really big inflection point in the tournament when the big blind's just going to be forced to call you.
Right.
There's so much value in getting through. I understand.
Or
that
both
he's in-
blinds.
Yeah, exactly. He's in such early position. I get it. The fold is probably really on the cusp. There's also, look, you're the shortest stack, so you don't really think about ICM too much. You don't think about laddering all that much.
Yeah,
But
you're locked in.
You can just have a huge hand matchup and make another pay jump. It happens. People get dealt aces and kings all the time.
Or
Set
a
under
hand
set.
matchup across the table between two other players, and there you go. There's your ladder up without doing anything. Seen it done. By the way, thanks to Vince Vaughn for opening the show today. World Series of Poker Master of Ceremonies. We get the biggest names for you here, folks.
I remember last year, though, he said that he was going to help us get a nicer booth. And somehow, we're in a trailer in a parking lot.
Well, no, he has the nicer booth now.
Interesting.
Yeah.
By the way, a couple of things there, Jamie. It's Hollywood. Almost anything they say, assume the opposite to be true. They just say what they want to say. And Vince is a great guy. We've enjoyed his company, but they just say what they want to say to win the particular moment, and they move on with the rest of their charmed lives.
You look nice today, Norman.
I see through that.
Ace Jack still good? Attenborough, one of those sit on the hands until you have to check type guys.
Don't want to give them anything to look at over the table that might give them more information. You know, we go through a lot of phases of this, too. This is the hand under the table thing. We did the hand on the shoulder thing for a year or two.
Yeah, that is actually comfortable for some reason, you know?
It does feel comfortable.
Yeah.
Then you have the Helmuth where you just put both your hands kind of in your mouth.
Yeah, I'm doing it now. That's why it sounds like you.
Sue picking up a gut shot to go with his ace jack high. You just play a small pot. Attenborough checking, hoping his king queen high is good. Gonna get some bad news.
Ace Jack better. Ducey picking up a few chips. 41 big blinds. Very healthy stack. Middle of the pack. Guys are so cute. They're like never been cheered for by anybody before, you know? It's great. There you go. Last time Short stack finishes top 6. Oh, Alex Kravchenko. Oh, that's right. Jacobs was not the short stack. He was 8 of 9 who eventually won it.
See, Suki's just the best.
Yeah, it was coming.
I would have stuck in my king 6 suited. I would have gotten looked up by king queen and ace jack, and I would be on my way to the parking lot.
So, you know he's got a hand. Dobrich has a hand. Dobrich has a monster stack against the short stack.
So this is what makes the big blind ante a little bit interesting. Suki's about to pay a big blind and a big blind ante, $3 million. He's about to be very short. So his range doesn't need to be that strong right now.
So, okay, yeah.
If you're Dobrich, you're loving ace queen right now.
Here's the.
He actually isolates, it looks like, to about a min raise, 20 million or so.
Yeah, that was a full stack, I think. Was it a raise, though? I guess it was based on what the big blind was.
Yep.
So illegal 3-bet.
Good luck,
One of the aces is dead at least.
Dame, as dame. As dame.
Suki at risk with his queens. 1 overcard to dodge. Dobrich on his rail. Philippe Suki, New York-born, London resident for most of his life. At risk now, but ahead with the 2 queens. We saw an ace burned. And here we go. King high flop.
Suki waited and waited and waited. And he's hoping to get paid off here.
All good so far. Still dodging the danger card.
We saw the other couple of hands Suki was in when he increased by 25% without having to see a flop. Another non-showdown put him up further, and now he gets the double.
Hey. Queens do happen, and they do hold up. He and Attenborough are the 2 short stacks there with just over 24 million. Still 9 players vying for this world championship.
Any songs for you? Yeah.
Suki now with the double up. Pulls up to about 16 bigs. And you mentioned him and Attenborough now just about the same chip stacks.
Yes, indeed. Loving it.
Where did the song go about the Jaggers and the...
Next payout, as mentioned, about 851,000. Then they ladder up to just over $1 million.
He's not here today.
Attenborough, ace king again, ace king of hearts again. Dobrich has had this hand before. Flesh wound to Dobrich, who still has 121 million.
He's like, yawn, pay him off.
Mm-hmm.
Dobrich, though, what are you thinking about? Attenborough, yeah, Attenborough raising on a shorter stack. Can't really 3-bet that and fold, so he just lays it down. Suki now, wow, can he play post-flop? Maybe considering playing post-flop poker. How exciting when you've been short for so long.
Well, incredibly, they're claiming that these 2 short stacks start this pot with the exact same amount of chips. I don't believe it.
Wow.
Yep. Wow. 2
royal draw.
Hearts and the king. Suki checks his 4% hand.
Also bets.
That was a good try. Attenborough and Suki no longer have the exact number of chips.
They never did.
Nice sweatshirt, but maybe he could use an update. I'm thinking for Attenborough. The Poker Go shop is home to the best poker merchandise and more. And now through the end of the 2022 World Series of Poker main event, tomorrow you can get 20% off all items. Shirts, hoodies, hats, and special collectible items on sale now. Shop at shop.pokergo.com for this limited time offer.
100%.
Still 9 players.
Yesterday for sure.
Pardon?
Yesterday.
By the way, the $10,000 Raz Championship that finished yesterday ended up being one of my favorite events of the World Series. First of all, Chance Corneth, multiple bracelet winner. He actually texted me when he was really short stacked, showed me a picture of his stack, said I need a Raz Rush. I granted him a Raz Rush. He finished 11th in the event. I'm very happy about that. Then at the final table, a friend of Max Pescatore texted me and said that he needed a Raz Rush because he was short in stacks. I did not grant this Raz Rush. Max beats me too much at the table, plus him and Todd Brunson overcharge me at Roma Deli Cafe whenever they can. Max finished 6th, no Raz Rush.
That's pretty cold.
You got to do what you got to do.
In the Raz tournaments, does the first one to get knocked out on the money get the most money? And then they go down from there?
No, it doesn't work that way.
Oh, okay.
Further 10K details that are great. Corey Aldemir. Okay? This man got his 11th cash of 2022. Wow. After he got knocked out here, he went over to the Raz Rush. He went over to Raz, and he had his 4th final table of 2022.
He was a chip leader for a little while.
So just an incredible summer for this guy. Congratulations again to Corey Aldemir. And the winner of that event was Julian Martini, who got his 4th bracelet. Many guys in that age bracket have 4 bracelets now.
Wow.
My friend Rich Zhu was 3rd. We'll talk about him a little later. Corey Aldemir was 4th. Felipe Ramos 5th. Max was 6th. Brian Hastings 7th. And Brandon Shaq Harris 8th at that Raz final.
He had a big stack there for a while, I know.
Yeah, he said he lost every hand at the final table on the last day.
Nice flop here, Jimmy.
Oh, we're going to talk about poker again. Okay.
No, we're talking about poker.
I thought we were going to
Absolutely.
find out every single place of the Raz tournament.
That's his job.
I was going to ask who got 49th, but I figured we're getting there. Anyway. Single raise pot. Yours said me at $3 million. Norm has walked out of the booth. What is that? I'm hearing from production that we've gotten more Poker Go subscriptions in the last 30 seconds than we have the whole broadcast. That's crazy. Anyway, Attenborough defended the big blind.
Just blue.
Okay.
Flop went Attenborough check. Yours said 1.5 million. Attenborough call, and then Attenborough led 3 million on this jack turn.
Let me explain something to you about, what is this hand, 49 of the final table? Okay, I'm sure it's a big hand. We have graphics up, which show you everything that happens at all times. Okay, we all could start playing Twister in the booth for an hour, and they would not miss a thing at the table. I could read every name out of the Manhattan white pages for the next 2 hours. They would not miss any action at the table. That is my thought.
And there's no place anyone could possibly find out what happened in the Raz tournament. Is that true? They should make some kind of news about poker and call it, I don't know, poker news?
Interesting. Okay, so I'm sure the majority of our viewers are up to date on the 10K Raz tournament.
Well, now they are against their will.
It's our job. It's the World Series and not just the main event. Where are we?
We're on the river. We had Attenborough with aces and jacks, no kicker. Eorsad flush draw turned into a pair of sixes and jacks, ace kicker.
Are you playing the national championship?
I did win my seat, yes.
Are you playing?
Uh-huh. So Attenborough down bets from his turn bet of 3 million, makes it 2 million on the river, and the price is right. Just really, really nice. Block bet, value bet, tiny, just over one big blind.
I heard you mumble something like that.
Yeah, I thought he said all in.
Oh, okay, yeah. Started with 9 today. Started with 8. I can't even read. We started with 10 today. I'm sure Kniff knocked out early on this Zenny tournament summary. Eyewear for everyone. 86-63. Tried to beat the all-time record. We came close.
Listen, I thought you jammed turn.
Was a close third to the two chip leaders, but now he
all your chips on the turn. That's
is
what
the
I
man
heard.
to beat. 121 million.
Good thing you didn't react. Huh?
Suki, the short
I'm
stack,
glad you didn't see me.
18.9.
Like, literally went to, I went to
Just
like
about
walk
100 or
around.
so entrants short of the record-breaking field this year. It was the 16th consecutive year that the main event attracted 6,000 or more entrants.
That was always their number. It was like, what do you want to do, Ty? Run into Ty. He says, oh, 6,000 would be great. 6,000 would be great. And they crush it every year. You know, it's nice. I mean, now they know. It's just going to get bigger. More and more states picking up online poker, WSOP.com. Michigan, Philadelphia, New Jersey.
I'd like to know. It's going to be 20 past 6.
They're not yet all combined pool.
No,
Yeah, they have to go through another
I think
procedure.
all the licensing and stuff is done for Michigan to be added to our pool. I just don't know what the start date is. I think there's some software issues. I actually went to Michigan and played a week there, and the software's better. It's nicer and smoother.
Oh, is that
I'm
right?
not sure if that's the new one that they're going to integrate with us at some point, but I think that might be what's taking a little while.
Okay. Is it GG software? Do you know?
It's WSOP.com. I'm not sure if they use the same.
The skins on it or
Yeah, I
maybe
don't
it's
know.
theirs. Okay. Curious why it would be different.
Definitely felt like an upgrade though, so I'm hoping that that's the new
Standard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. 29. Get over 30, like 30.
Do you think it'll happen in California, Norman? It's so much trouble.
It's just, if it's California, it's difficult. It's always been difficult. It's difficult for anything.
And the bigger the state is, and California's got, I think, is it the third largest economy in the world, or top?
Fifth largest economy in the world. It's just a political nightmare there.
Well, but plus the poker income doesn't mean as much to them as another state that would have a smaller budget as well. It's a drop of the bucket. That's what our opinion
This is
is.
second level, right?
Yeah, this is level 2. Wednesday.
Take a look at Matiha Dobric's bio board, brought to you by
What if we play for 10
GPI, THM, the Live Poker Collective.
Can we play for 10 hours?
He says he absolutely loves tournaments and does not particularly like cash. Just no excitement, he says, in cash.
I'm here to just.
And as Jamie talked about earlier, just when you get deep in a live
I'm
tournament,
gonna come in a comfortable.
that's a good adrenaline rush.
Yeah, nothing like, the strategy. And the strategy starts from hand one, too. A lot of people are just like, hey, how's it going? Why are you late? Here we go. Let's throw this in. I've got, 3-gapper here. Maybe I'll hit it. And then the deeper it gets. But there's strategy right from the get-go, and there's a lot of value early on. And in your small card room type places,
It's interesting if you're a cash player and then you make a run like this where your brain is just dumping dopamine and cortisol, all of it, like you're just going through every single emotion. How do you then go back and just sit down and be like, okay, 5-10, no limit, hold 'em?
For the next
Like,
19
it's
hours.
so hard. It has to be just incredibly hard to bounce back from something like this and become a cash player again.
Well, I wonder about the people here who jump from tournament to tournament, who run deep, and they're in the main event. And
Landon Tice, perfect example.
go right into the level one of another.
Uh-huh.
It was like, oh my God.
He'll be Landon Tice. He's a young kid, God bless him. He'll be deep in something that costs 10K and then just jump into the 800. And it's like
5,100.
Yep. And he just loves it so much. And poker's poker. If you love poker, it doesn't matter how big the stage is, I guess, and how big the buy-in is.
What'd you think of the haircut?
It looks great.
It looks great, but I mean, he had a head of hair. He had a head of hair.
Your sad pre-flop raiser, defend from Dweck in the big blind. Dweck catching absolutely none of this and checking over to your sad with the 7 of clubs, pretty important card on this board. If he c-bets small, he can continue on a lot of different turn cards and get the fold out of Dweck on the turn if he can't get it on the flop. Yep, he goes very small, about a little more than quarter pot.
Diabato.
Dweck with a really nice starting hand that evaporates pretty hard on this board. Though the 9 there, you could consider peeling, hoping to get 8, 10. That's about it.
Yeah.
Your queen and jack, obviously, you're always on a pair draw. So let's it go.
Your stat third place right now behind Eames and Dobrich. And take a look at past main event champs who have come through here. The defending champ. He was the defending champ until Brian Aldemir got knocked off late in the main event. Damian Salas, one of our 2 last main event champs, ran deep this year. That man is a main event savant. Here's how champs have done in the past. Talk about Raymer, Kata,
Johnson. That was a first and 11th was in a 3 main event period of time. He finished 11th, then didn't cash, then he finished first.
See the 3 deep finishes for Salas and then Karai Aldemir getting knocked off in 75th place in defense of his championship of last year.
Heard he was 4th the other day at the 10K Raz Championship.
Wait, did you? Attenborough, the ace-king magnet today. Dobrich on the button, suited king.
And with just a limp, I would definitely be tempted to peel. Suited king from the button. Also, when you limp behind, you're so unlikely to get messed with as a chip leader from either of the blinds.
Samatia talking to Israel. Do you think Vegas has... Oh, look at this.
Just wanted to say this is perfectly set up by Attenborough.
Yeah, to do what he wanted to
In
get
limp
done.
jam, and now there's some meat on the bone from... God, I sound like Ali.
Dobrich.
There's some meat on the bone for
Do
him
the
to
work
try
for
to
him,
win
yeah.
now.
And there we are. So you think there's a good... I mean, Vegas is good for food. Do you think there's a good Croatian restaurant in town, Norman? I would assume, yeah?
I don't know. I mean, Vegas has really upped its game with all the restaurants. Croatian, I don't know. Maybe Los Angeles.
Okay.
This is just really cool. It's just, he really did put out the bait. Dobrich took it, and Dobrich had a nice hand to just limp behind if he really wanted to get involved.
Hello.
And look at this pickup. He's going to pick up 10 million chips.
I've never seen Dobrich look so dark. He's like, what? Really, bro?
It's more upset you fell for it, right?
He could really use right now a good piece of sarma. Some minced meat inside a cabbage.
And we're having this counted down, but I think this is more of a little bit, let's make Attenborough afraid for a moment.
Yeah,
Anything else?
there's no way he's coming on in here.
Mediterranean place in the Arts District, Taverna Costera.
Oh, yeah, that actually, Jeff Wang is the owner of that.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yep, plays poker.
They got sarma?
I don't have the menu up.
Yeah, I don't
if I
think so.
mentioned it
That's
like 6 times, we can get a free meal.
Oh, that's your what are you up, 1 out of 6 so far?
No, I'm 1 for 1.
What would you get for
He gave
dessert?
about 87 shout-outs for that one
CJ's
ice cream.
There we go.
Italian ice and custard, 4 locations, 2 in Henderson.
Really nice hand, Attenborough.
Joe wants to treat us, but we haven't had a chance to get over there. We would leave a very nice tip.
Anyway, Jamie mentioned a lot earlier about not a very decorated table with accomplishments we know of, but someone just like this, and she mentioned Attenborough earlier, just a very, very strong player, even if he doesn't have a bunch of caches and bracelets next to his name.
Yeah, I'd be absolutely shocked if he didn't have a sick online record, just based on how his decision-making's been so good.
Is that a tip? I mean, when you go study your opponents and you're going, oh my gosh, this guy's driving a Ferrari and he has no tournament caches, he's getting it from somewhere. Either he doesn't care, he's a businessman, or he's playing cash somewhere.
Move it forward and smile. And
Big games in LA.
Yeah, I didn't do mine.
Anytime that happened when I was in underground games in New York, I was just like, this guy is selling some illegal substances. I wasn't thinking he's going home and grinding online.
How did you get invited to the first game there?
Oh, it helps a lot to start out as a very bad player.
All right, I got that going for me.
Yeah, and then improve and win money. But yeah, when you're just new and you're going to these underground games, they're very happy to see you there.
Scary at first? Or did
Yeah,
you
all
know-
poker's scary at first, though. Risking money like this. and-
Well, I mean, jumping into that game, were you with somebody, a friend who was already in the game?
Yeah, my friend Steve Ryan, and was one of my first poker friends. Grinded all those games, found me some 5-5 no-limit games, smaller games. And yeah, it definitely helps in those situations to find safe games. You need friends that refer you pretty much.
That's a little Macho Man throw.
I was hosting a charity event in New York for an unnamed charity that had some very big wheels, owners of NBA teams and things, and some other people whose names I recognized. And while I was in New York, a game was busted that was a lot of Russian people that were busted in there with some names who were in that charity tournament.
Was that the big lawsuit? I know about. Yeah, there's a lot of big
should
names
just let
in
you wear
that.
that one right now.
So Sue limps the small blind. Looks like Ames. Don't know what the bet is. Raises to 6 million. Ooh, okay, so full 4x.
I know them all.
Oh, yeah. Much many dollars didn't go in.
Sue's not having a lot of fun here. Big stack to start. He's down to fourth. He's lost 30 million chips so far.
And this is a hand you just have to let hit the muck. This blind level is interesting. There won't be a lot of folding from the small blind, as it's 2/3 of the big blind, 1 million to 1.5 million. And I expect big blinds to seize on that a lot, knowing that even the bottom of the range isn't really folding, so you can just bump it up a lot and expect to
Friend
take it
didn't
down.
play the main event because he had a wedding to go to tomorrow.
He's missed the wedding.
So he just came.
Is Enos talking?
Like, I won't play the main.
Politely,
And then
yes.
he's
Very nice.
he got me and he has a small piece,
Doing what a rail should do.
I will be very impressed if this can continue for another 8 hours.
And then tomorrow.
Because some rails pace themselves a little more, you know?
They're all newcomers. I mean, maybe Eames' rail is not new. Yorstad's rail is not new.
But remember how long we went? Remember the Dario Sammartino rail? And
oh yeah,
when we even got to the three-handed
and
two heads
Hassan
up,
Insane,
and
yeah.
Hassan Insane, and they were just still rocking
Mhm.
deep into the night.
Oh, wow. So 2 short stacks now. And actually, Attenborough not quite short anymore. I forgot he picked up.
Now he's
quite
up to
a few.
6th.
Suki finds a really nice hand to jam on a short stack. Attenborough wakes up with better. And Attenborough at about 32 bigs. I expect him to just jam in over the top, isolate.
Philippe Suki, ace jack suited. Now Attenborough, we know he's going to be involved, but how much does he want to put here? Does he want to isolate right away? And yes, he does.
Yep.
He's all in.
Got one.
Got one.
Wow, and Dobrich wakes up too. But I think with this action, this is
You heard
Not me.
it. Like Suki's jam is significant. It is over 12 big blinds. This would be a different story if Suki jammed his 6 big blinds in earlier and Attenborough isolated. I feel like tens is more tempted to get in there, but you're facing a real hand of Suki and the rejam of Attenborough.
But and Dobrich, I mean, he's got to isolate in terms of his thinking and figure it out, because he's sometimes you're blinded by the opportunity in front of you. You need to take a moment and go figure, okay, what might have he done? Why did he do
47, something
that?
like that, right?
I mean,
You should think about Suki's range is going to be pretty strong. He's not under the type of pressure he was under
48,
before when he
okay.
was sub 10 big blinds, so you have
Right.
to consider that he has a pretty good hand. And then for Attenborough to happily isolate for
There's gonna
32
be a lot of
bigs,
firecrackers in
10 should shrivel up a lot. Dobrich could be hopeful. They're sharing cards. It could be like an ace queen, ace king situation, but still 10's just like doesn't seem quite strong enough.
The other consideration for Dobrich is he's got a decent chip lead. He gives up a lot of power here. Like, I would wait for a better spot. If he loses his hand, he loses the chip lead, he's back in just to the pack.
Right.
He could become a dominant force at this final table if he ends up wins his hand and comes into it. But I just
can't
think
let
it's a
that
better
blind.
spot.
Right? You can't let it blind his thinking, though, right, Norman? Yeah.
Always rooting for a little bit of blood
Ooh,
and thinking
discipline.
about if those hands were reversed. Or if the positions were reversed, where Dobrich and Attenborough switch seats, we would see
Oh,
the
that
10s
is
isolate,
different,
and
yeah.
you'd see the queens get it in, and we'd have a 3-way massive pot. Wow, that was almost another hand.
Yeah.
Good luck, guys.
Oh, queen. She got a sweat.
Suki's
Oh, here we
couple
go.
of his outs are dead.
Suki, ace, jack, Attenborough has him at
Ace,
risk
jack.
with the queens there. Suki now, he
Queens.
survived 10th to 9th so far. Now looking to double up once again.
He's been fortunate in his very rare all-in opportunities here, getting from 10th to 9th. This was an easy all-in for him, but he's run into a bigger hand.
12 big blinds in the middle for Suki. Attenborough with 32 big blinds. And he could not ignore the queens as Dobrich ignored the tens. Here is the flop. And there is an ace for Suki right off the bat, but not out of the woods. 2 hearts out there.
Suki with aces up, taking control. 84% now to double up.
4 of hearts. So now just one of the 2 remaining queens for Attenborough will knock off Philippe Suki. Otherwise, he's going to double up again.
He's down to 7 big blinds. Woo, and now he's got a stack.
There you go.
And really, Attenborough, through no fault of his own, has had a
Sorry,
very,
that's
very
second
rough
straight. I
road
thought they were going to be
this final
hold-
table.
What'd you fold?
Okay, I thought they were going to be holding. You said longer on.
10.
The old 2-outer.
Oh, you had an ace?
I had an ace.
Wow. Salmon chips. Suki up to 7th. Mickey Duick, the short stack here with 18 big blinds. And another double.
My college buddy.
Double through Dobrich and a double through Attenborough.
You kind of forget that everybody else is hoping for the bust out too.
Right.
Especially Dweck. Dweck looks like he just lost a hand. It's so brutal.
Attenborough with the 9s and a raise. Dobrich again folds. Farnes now, small blind, decent ace, 2 overs to the 9s. Chip leader coming in yesterday or day before yesterday.
What were you left with?
Yeah, 10, 20, like 28-ish.
What were you left with? Ouch.
Bit over.
That's kind of harsh.
It is a little bit harsh.
You can still say, what do you have? That's a pro move, even though he's not one of the pros at the table.
Yeah, Barnes,
He didn't
a
mean it.
little bit of a loose call from the small blind. I'm expecting if Attenborough's raising, if Attenborough's hand contains an ace from that position, it's probably going to be better than ace 10. So that's a little loose. We see he's in really good shape actually versus the 9s. And Duzak comes along with queen jack.
Queen high flop. Goodbye 9s.
It's tough though with just one overcard and you're just facing the blinds. You probably feel pretty decent about your 9s. If we've seen Farnes lead out, so he doesn't here. Zach checks, and so Attenborough. Good for him that he doesn't actually try to go into protection mode with his 9s, because I think that putting out a small bet on this flop would be pretty reasonable.
God damn it.
You just have one overcard to your 9s.
Have we seen Duzak play post flop? I don't know if we've seen him.
He only played one hand so far, and I
Yeah.
don't think so.
Well, he won 2 hands, but there were shoves. And so now to Duzak, you see the equity there, top pair, against 2 players.
There's a small bet, and 9's just snap muck. I mean, that's
Did
really nice fold.
playing the opponent. Barnes not as convinced, is he?
None of it, and he'll be playing out of position versus Duzak on this river if he decides to come along. I don't see why he would be tempted to. Makes the folds.
Cue the Canadians. He actually did.
Yep.
All right, well, Jeff Platt working the rail, family by family, rail by rail. He's in Duzak's rail right now.
All right, the Deuce crew is just going nuts on the rail. It's either Aaron's Army or the Deuce crew. Marcia, let's just dive right in. We can start with Aaron's wife, Joy. What's it like for you to be in the middle of this craziness?
Oh, it's pretty awesome, actually. Aaron's always been a dedicated poker player since he was like 19 years old, and we met when we were 16, and I've always thought it wasn't the best choice to be a poker player, but now I'm thinking different. So he's got a lot of support here today, and he's killing it.
A lot of support, to say the least. Props to you for your focus, your concentration during that crazy chant. You seem like you're the voice of the Deuce crew. Is that a fair assessment?
Oh, yeah, man. Kamloops, BC, oh, you little Hulkamaniacs. We got Aaron Duzak who's going to take this down. World Series main event champion. What are you going to do when these big arms come down on you? Oh, yeah, baby. Duzak, 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 Duzak.
That's all you need from me.
Canada #1.
I'm one of the few people suggested a few years ago that the Canadian-U.S. border be closed. There's plenty of support for that now.
A Canadian Hulkamaniac? Did we really just hear that?
It was closed for a long time, yeah.
He was cool to watch. A lot of great enthusiasm up in that rail for Duzak's first World Series final table ever.
The Deuce Cruise. He loves boating, too. I wonder if he wins. He gets a bigger boat, rents it, and calls it the Deuce Cruise.
That'd be cute.
Yeah. I'm available that weekend.
Sue opening and Ames seizing on this opportunity for sort of like 3-bet. Ace-5 suited, really good candidate for this.
I asked him if it was in, once we get, if they feel it's important.
Nice to be on the button for this one as well. I'm sorry, cut off.
I'm sorry. Didn't mean to raise.
I'm sorry. I just wasn't expecting Hulk from Canada. Like, I wasn't, because the I'm sorry and then also the rah, rah, brother, like,
right?
doesn't seem to fit.
Friend of yours, so that one line. Yeah.
Eames.
By far.
Starting the day.
He's
and
referring
fifth.
to his own joke that he made up.
Now he's in second. Current payout.
It's become just
almost
something he says to me all the
851.
time.
Survive one more knockout. You win over $1 million US. Brought to you by Stormex, the easiest way to earn crypto. That's like 16 fill-ups of an SUV, too. That pay bump.
17.
17. Okay.
Prices just went down a little.
Oh, there you go. They did, actually. Yeah. Under $5 now. I'm finding it at Rebel up on Flamingo, by the way, if you're looking for a place. Free gas for life from Rebel.
I'm sorry. Now you've got the Mediterranean restaurant downtown.
At the ice
You've got the custard place with 2 locations in Henderson, and now an independent oil distributor, Rebel. Very nice.
Yeah, if he's going to be driving from downtown to Henderson, he's going to need the gas to get him there. Make it a true free roll.
33.
I'll wear a patch in the booth, okay?
You're just dumb enough to do that.
Thank you.
What was that from? It's like, you're literally too stupid to insult. Thank you.
I think about 30, 32.
Oh, look who's asking for counts.
Yeah, let's go, Suki. Actually play poker now. Possible
25
defend
left.
coming from the offsuit connectors. But no, not quite strong enough.
What is Attenborough left with, Jamie?
What is he left with? That's the best. And thank you to...
What do you think I'm trying to lose on purpose?
Thanks to PLO Grinder in my DM saying that Attenborough's online handle is Knights G with well over 2 million in online earnings to go with his over 1 million live.
There you go.
So there are some secret crushers. Sometimes no live earnings can mean a better player if there's that home printing.
Right, exactly. Well, the Ace-King now has moved off of Attenborough, gone to Dobrich. As a chip leader, is he doing all he can? Is he active enough, do you think? I mean, there's been a lot of chips flying around him. It's not like he can always get involved in every hand, but do you, if you sat down and watched this table right now, would you consider him the chip leader? Is he acting like one?
Somewhat.
You know what I mean?
He's sort of. It's tough though because some of these stacks are very deep, so it's not a situation where if it's 10 hours from now and everyone is under 40 big blinds, you'll see the chip leader start to really crush people because they could be 3-bet jamming and stuff. There's going to be a lot of post-flop play.
Still deep, yeah.
Yep. So we saw him try. He tried to isolate the limper when Attenborough limped, and Attenborough limped a really good hand and ended up 3-bet jamming on him.
Yeah.
So I think he's trying. I just don't think he has had the opportunity to put these people in real pain yet.
I think he's got the best glare, Norman Dobrich.
When he wants to, yes.
Yeah.
He can put it on.
And Attenborough with a nice hand to defend with. Price is right. He is getting short. But Queen Jack offsuit just too good.
Adrian Attenborough starting in 6th place. Now the short stack, 9 remaining.
The Queen of Diamonds, 2 overcards. Also a board that would favor a big blind defend.
These two had 2 big memorable hands that kept Attenborough alive on day 7.
He's doing what you want, Norm. He's donkey.
There we go. Well,
this is the kind of board we're talking about, though. It's much better for the big blind.
It is. He has the blind advantage, or the range advantage in that blind, but I wouldn't even be smart enough to do the donk bet right. I need to see that I've paired up.
You want to hit and then donk bet.
Yeah.
Yo, I donk bet after I hit, yeah. I just want, if I get the best hand, I want to bet it and get the other guys out. So yeah, these two had big confrontations on day 7. Jamie talked about the one earlier when Attenborough bluff shoved with 6 high for his main event life, and then later on he called an all-in with top pair on a Dobrich bluff for his main event life, and that tank I think was 7 or 8 minutes long.
Wow.
Here they go again, and that will end it.
Yeah, it's been done before.
Dobrich with just 2 overs and the backdoor hearts put an end to that donk lead, just like that. Attenborough just can't get any traction.
They can't see anything, admittedly.
He's been in a spot a couple times to have a nice stack, got routed.
So the answer to my earlier question is yes, he's acting like a chip leader.
Yeah, they could put the tournament clock up on these screens.
They have the best of it.
Already.
No, they should. The screens just show the down.
Yeah,
they should just put the
main screen on. Yeah.
You're right, Matthew. Tournament
Switch
clock
to
and a
the flop
leaderboard.
minutes and all
People
that.
want to know how the chips are moving. Mickey, no. Matthew. It's too warm, do you think, for the lucky hoodie? Or do you think the lucky hoodie wasn't working?
Well, it was working. It got him here.
Yeah.
And actually, I had already talked about that was the anything is possible.
Correct.
Lucky hoodie, and he says that sweatshirt hoodie. He had heard Kevin Garnett, the former Celtics star when he was with the Celtics, yell it at a game in 08. And then all of his friends just kind of became a rallying cry and an inside joke. Anything is possible, and they turned it into the phrase that they used on his hoodie, and it's gone today.
Maybe Orsted stole it. Third place stack, biggest hand in the game to start, and a raise.
Oh man, you could see it in his eyes. He had a good hand. It's so brutal. With these positions, also, I wouldn't be folding this. I would be jamming this all in, right into aces.
13.
Suzuki, she was going to have you jam that king 6 earlier. You would have been
No,
on.
just don't listen to me.
25 bigs.
But he just called, dude. Everyone's just so good now. It's crazy. But maybe just looking at Attenborough's stack and knowing he's going to have to take a risk soon. Looking at Dweck's stack, he's going to have to take a risk soon. They're dwindling. Suki just not wanting to stick his whole stack in with Ace Queen. With the positions though, I would be jamming this in, expecting your side to be light a decent amount of the time.
For 5-1 on a call, Dobrich will come along with a Jack 9 offsuited.
Don't sleep on Jack 9. Okay, now you can
How
sleep on
about
Jack 9.
Ooh, this is bad news for Suki.
The case ace and the
is.
flop.
You're sad with top set. It's a little disappointing sometimes to have aces and hit top set because you think, how am I going to get value out of my hand? It's so unlikely that the remaining ace is going to be in an opponent's hand. But this time...
Yeah, this time it will be. Now, if he's... Yeah, I was going to say.
And that's what the check is about, though, is that it's hard. You have such a lock on this board that it's hard to expect your opponents to have a part of it. But, man, Suki's just running really, really bad in this spot.
Hey.
When you miss the flop by
attention.
that much, it's like you mentally have folded already.
You're already gone.
We're sad.
How do you get the
Eyeing
rest
up.
of the chips in? I mean,
You just call.
yeah. Did he tip his hand at all by asking on the stack?
No, I think it's pretty standard just to want to know what you're playing up against at this point. A lot of people, especially
Scoreboard
when the
would help.
dealer's in the middle, when it's the 1 seat and the 9 seat, I find myself always asking because you are blocked.
Yeah. Here's a call.
The cleanest turn card of all time.
Mhm.
Set has nothing to worry about. There are cards to worry about when you're holding top set there. A jack, queen, or king would make you feel a little bit uncomfortable.
Please don't be a queen.
Right.
King, queen's a possibility for Suki. King, queen with any of the suits on the flop may have played it just like this. Something to consider, but there's a whole lot in Suki's range that will pay more. That isn't the king, queen.
I think Jorstad has to do his own bidding here.
Yep. Holding top set, are we now just targeting a 10? Do you just go large hoping that the remaining ace is in Suki's range? Or do we think, okay, we need a 10 to pay, or a jack to pay if there's a hand like queen jack or king jack that stuck around? And I think he went small. He went very small.
Yeah.
What do you got?
Ace queen. Boy,
Wow,
and he's
Suki-
still in the tournament.
Suki's still being alive. Credit to him.
Mhm. He could have shoved the king 6 a la Jamie Kerstetter, gone. He could have shoved the ace queen a la Jamie
Gone.
Kerstetter, gone.
How are you still in this tournament, dude?
Exactly.
I don't know. You're fucking unbreakable.
I was thinking the same thing. Suki is just really hard to kill. Attenborough right there is like, I'm supposed to have another 225K in my pocket. It's got to feel bad.
That's a robbery.
Pardon?
I feel robbed.
Yeah.
I feel like he owes me a lot of chips now.
I agree.
Yeah, he definitely owes you, fluffing top set versus top pair. He owes you more.
No. Matthew Sue was tied for the chip lead coming in. Just he looks like it's just on the outside looking in right now. It's been stung. He's had to, raise fold a number of times, losing chips right and left, but still a fourth place stack.
Get my bearings back together.
With no celebrations there. On the button with an ace and a short stack, 12 big blinds.
Around 30, right?
25, 26.
Attenborough just not willing
Yeah,
to risk
just
his
under.
whole tournament life, jamming ace deuce from the button.
Yeah.
I think the better the player, the more that fold is a good fold.
Is there a thing, and I ask this honestly, don't knowing, is there a thing about mentally having $1 million score on your resume? Because that's what's next after the next knockout. I mean, is it?
To some
I mean, it could
players-
tug at the brain a little bit.
To some players, I think so.
Maybe
I think
that's
to
silly. I don't know.
some of the players, making top 9 instead of top 10 means something. I think to the best players, they're just playing every single hand the best that they can, and they're
Right.
not even looking forward.
Dobrich flops a 6.
Checks to see if Dweck wants to put any more chips in this pot. 6-5 suited pretty good here. He got backdoor hearts, gut shot, pair.
Check back.
There you go. We got the bottom end of the straight now. Maybe one of those far ahead, far behind situations where you want to check and let Dweck do a little betting for you. If you bet and get called, you're wondering, am I up against a 10?
You know? There's 20 beers, and then the next thing.
Dweck might think 2 checks means Dobrich has nothing of this. It might be a spot to stab. You now also have a gut shot. The jack high straight might be a good spot to put in a little bit.
A little bit it is. Three of the purples.
Getting 4-1 with no real reason to raise here. You just want to make the call. If your opponent's bluffing, let him do it one more time.
Actually, like a better viewing experience.
Yeah. You don't quite get the same atmosphere.
Yeah.
You hear it, but you don't feel part of it.
I swear Dweck is further into his sweatshirt on every street.
All that matters is
It
like
does.
It's getting to the point, if there was an ocean card, he would be completely
He would-
covering his eyes.
See ya.
40, 50 wrist.
Yeah, I mean, later in the day, they're going to give out some more wristbands.
Are we going to try to make the chip leader fold?
Crazy. They, on break, I was like in the stands and they kicked me out.
They could have, put some stands in here and pulled out.
I feel like you got a little bit of information by betting 1.5 million on the turn. When Dobrich was interested, he makes the call. It might be a shutdown situation. But he's cutting out a bunch of chips.
How much? It's a big one.
5 or so?
Big.
6 million. 6 million saying, I
surprising.
have a 10 or nothing. So you're gonna bluff here. I guess you go big, try to make a 5 fold, but he's just got the chips to afford it.
Nothing.
You kind of do have to tell your rail that you won. It's a little tough to view from there. It's
Very
more of a social drinking situation.
Kind of
in the
impossible
stands.
to view from there.
Yeah. Although some do have poker go out at the same time.
Yeah, true. The man knows how to celebrate, and he has had a lot to celebrate throughout this main event. Tia Dobrich. Surprised himself there. Right now, he is the man to beat. Good, that's 5 hands. Up 12 million or so. Tough player.
Oh my god.
So, you know.
It's for you, huh?
Oh, yeah.
It's your birthday
Mariachi.
today.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Not my doing.
Mariachi.
Might not let him in.
You know.
My friends are idiots, man. They hired a mariachi band.
Oh my goodness, that's great.
Did you just hear that?
Yeah.
He said his friends hired a mariachi band. Is there a mariachi band in the crowd
we
right
heard,
now?
we heard something that sounded like a mariachi sound behind us.
They probably won't let him in.
Yorstad
Will be
makes
fun.
it 3 million.
Next one level.
Around to the big blind, and Yorstad will take it.
Yeah, for sure.
Yorstad grew up with video games, 16 hours a day playing World of Warcraft. He was awkward as a kid, so he just sort of withdrew within himself. And then he's, as you know, Jamie, right now, he's no longer awkward. He's an amiable, friendly guy who transitions from video games to poker.
Is that your friend's company, Maverick?
Yeah, it was nice playing the bracelet event with them, with him and Pads,
good
and
in a
just
hat,
watching two really good poker players win the bracelet.
all
Not
over the,
awkward, nice
Pacific
guys.
Northwest
Like
there.
whoever was playing the tag team, the other one would be talking to us. Like just, yeah, he's a good guy. He's also fun. He has an Instagram, I think it's Yulin Poker, where he basically does like a travel journal of everything he's doing in every tournament he's playing, tons of stories. So if you guys are into watching like a first-hand experience of making a run like this, check him out.
Is that part of his Overbet Express, or is that separate? Or
I think it's part of the whole like streaming package basically.
Ooh, a similar hand to your stat. Dobrich says raise. Two top stacks. 30 million chip delta between them.
And it's nice to have the suited version of this, but King Jack can be problematic facing a 3-bet and having to play it out of position. They are fairly deep, but I think the safer play would let this one hit the muck. It's a spot where if you hit your king, you feel like you may be dominated. You hit your jack, you feel like you may be dominated. There might be an overpair. It's just a really tough hand to play facing a 3-bet.
Looks like he wants to stick around.
Taking stock of his stack. And what the differential between these two stacks is, that matters too. The bigger Dobrich's lead is over Yorstad, the more power he's going to have post-flop to shake him off this hand. Wow, this is so awesome. Just no fear. Using King Jack as a 4-bet bluff in this spot is really sick. Putting the pressure back on the chip leader, which is a scary thing to do.
You have to test the chip leader once in a while.
Do you though? Like you could really
No.
survive a bunch of people first.
You could,
We
yep.
see here that this is going to be effective. King Jack offsuit.
Right. No,
He's not going to be excited to put more chips in here. He's probably going to fold.
We don't know if he sees something in Dobrich or something they've learned from playing against each other, or Yorstad says it's time to take control.
This your order?
I think this is. I haven't opened it.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
It's just kind of
Just let me
awkward
know when you
because
do so we can share.
Dobrich now is looking at basically 3-1 odds to put in another 13 million with a 4-bet of this size. He's in position. He's the chip leader, and he still has to
And
fold.
it works. Yep, he does. And a playback by Yorstad at just the right time. What a moment to chip up.
Would love to know if it's just based on hand selection or if there was some kind of live read, how much Jorstad really looks at that as part of his game.
So you see Norway's top 10 live list, and even though he plays a lot of cash, just 267,000 or so for Jorstad live, so he needs to finish second or first to become number 1 on this list.
Third on that list, the late Thor Hansen, multiple bracelet winner here at the World Series, and yet another one of the overlooked Europeans who deserves a Poker Hall of Fame nomination, if not the Poker Hall of Fame itself.
No, I don't think you're going to lost that easily.
Jorstad has moved now within 15 million of Djokovic.
Risk and then lose.
What is the reason for only allowing one a year? Is there one?
Yeah, the reason that I'm given, because I've asked more than once, was they actually want to make it more special. They want to return to the original early years where only one a year came in after the original class of 7. Again, most of us, it seems, disagree with this. It could be special putting 2 in a year. And as you know, we have the backlog we've discussed many, many times. Hopefully, again, they will take another look at that decision.
I was just thinking we need more cowbell.
Always makes Lon feel at home. Makes you feel hungry.
Attenborough getting after it. Opening ace-4 suited on his short stack now.
And Sue's got one of his red 8s in that pocket pair. Put the hat on now. He had the Maverick hat on the other day with the jersey.
Sue sometimes looks to me like a young John Jawanda without the mask.
You're right.
Considering what hands Attenborough would open this short of a stack with.
Attenborough still a short stack. Sue still has him heavily covered.
And this is kind of a nightmare situation for Attenborough, facing a small 3-bet on such a short stack. Ace-4 suited, it's like the bottom of your opening range on this stack in this position. You would normally just be folding to a 3-bet, but the 3-bet is pretty small. Do we peel? You put 4 million of your 16 in. It's taking stock of it right now. This is a gross spot. I think you have to just let it go and just preserve your 10 and change big blinds. Oh, but this is just tough because you have ace-4 suited. If when Stu 3-bets you, he's going to have a lot of very good aces in his range.
What are you hoping to hit here? Obviously, you want the ace or hearts, but he's taking a gamble here.
And getting punished. This is a pretty decent flop for 8s, and also Stu can afford to just jam right now. 12 million is just a little bite out of his stack. In Sue's position, you have to consider that Attenborough is going to have some traps. He's going to play aces, kings, queens exactly the same way, I would think. At least aces and kings he would play this way. But also, what are you going to do? You're facing an opponent with such a short stack. Pot's 18 million.
That was quite the gamble by Attenborough, who was forced to fold.
That's brutal.
Single-digit blinds.
Thank you.
Sue picking up some needed chips mentally. Attenborough down to 8 big blinds now. Mickey Dueck with 13. Philippe Suki with 18. Those are the 3 short stacks now as we proceed through. Just about 8 to 10 minutes left in this 2-hour level. And they never turn the blinds backwards, so these guys better get busy.
Actually, that's an interesting concept. I would turn the blinds backwards and also then allow re-entry
At this point.
Oh, yeah. You would just float the prize pool.
Prize pool. Re-entry for just the
anyone.
A 7 on.
Oh no, anyone.
Okay.
Now, if you the earlier you got knocked out, the more you got to pay for the re-entry. But if you got knocked out recently, you pay less. Just bloat the pool.
Wow.
That's what we're
So-
talking about. When you want bigger pools, that's why we have re-entry.
So you get paid for being in the cash, then you can turn around and pay $10K to re-enter.
Exactly.
Wow, that would be because you would never not re-enter.
If you're an early knockout like Jamie, you come back in, but you pay a lot more.
She was just standing here.
End of day 2, thank you. I made it 2/3
No, I'm
money.
just talking about any tournament in general. But yes, I wasn't talking about here. End of day 2s, it's very impressive.
My mom asked me how much money I cashed for.
That's called a cash game, Norman, by the way. World Series of Poker main event, first day of final table action. Plan is to play down to 4.
Oh, sorry.
And
Sorry,
lines are
guys.
getting
Sorry,
high,
Mr.
stacks
Nines
are
for a
getting
second.
short. And then we'll come back tomorrow, same time. Get on the air at
Oh,
3
sixes
p.m.
or something.
Vegas time and take you down to a champion.
I would quit.
$10 million
I would
for
just
first
leave.
place.
I'd blind out.
Mickey, King Jack of clubs.
Good for your image, though. Next time you're shoving, people are like looking down at 10s and being like,
It is pretty
Oh, yeah,
amazing
true.
to have
So just
these
throw, like,
9 here.
one
I'm
good,
sure
like,
they
like,
feel
one
the same
good
way
nine,
because when
and
you
then
walk
yeah,
to your
yeah,
table
So I've got like two
on the
bits
first
left.
day
I
of
should
play of the
just,
main event, it's got to be mind-boggling. And after this,
Throw
of
one
course, a
value,
standard
sacrifice one
complaint
value,
for your seat
yeah,
draw,
yeah, yeah.
then you wonder, how do I get through this field? When every table
It'd be
is
sweet if someone
full,
folds
and in
10s,
turn,
to be honest.
every
That'd be a dream.
player seems to be a Johnny Chan. And somehow you do it again, and again, and find yourself at the final table with a chance to be a champion.
This tournament structure is so good and so long that I forgot I even played this tournament.
Yeah.
Feels like it was months ago.
Yeah, indeed.
Like opening on a fairly short stack. Jorstad now can put max pressure on by jamming on him.
Because everyone else does.
Do it, or you could defend. Both options good.
Thank you.
I'm rooting for my boy, but
I'm rooting for your boy too.
Mickey gets to see a flop with King Jack suited. 1 club. Your stat best with the ace-7.
Not much working for him on that flop. 10 of clubs pretty important to Dweck's hand. Can throw out a c-bet here and continue on a lot of different turn cards. I would start to get concerned though about investing too much in this pot, especially with Attenborough so short. He does just decide to peel a turn. Even without hitting any of this board, I think just with the positions as they are, chip position at your side might want to just barrel right now. Any turn bet can shake some of the high card combos. Because even though it's a very top heavy tournament, in real world money, 225K pay jump is pretty nice.
Yeah, you look at all the numbers, you go, oh, it's only 225.
Only.
Yeah, exactly. then you walk out of here and you go, 225? That's just the jump.
It's harder to make this bet after you brick. Yeah. I think if it was a club, and obviously if he paired queen, ace, any of that, he would have bet.
Mickey played it perfectly.
Your side with a nice
Pretty
river
big
to bluff
nines.
at, though.
But all those spades out there.
Yeah, definitely.
Hmm.
Your side not really putting much pressure on Dweck right now with Attenborough short, which is surprising. With such a big stack, I thought that he would seize on the opportunity to make Dweck uncomfortable.
Check back and king's good.
But I guess with ace high, he was hoping a showdown that he would just win with ace 7 high, I guess.
Our Argentine-born Fort Lauderdale resident Mickey Duick enjoying the cheers of his rail again. Pretty bold to be doing that in front of the British rail.
I love when it becomes rail wars and you just have song versus song.
Attenborough's going to be taking an early break here. Getting down. And yep, this will be the last hand. So fold and go. Sue with deuces. Chips in the pot.
I got a question.
Coming up in just a minute or so, break. Kara Scott, Maria Ho once again. Some highlights as well, and there you go. That is the end of the second level of play today. From the 2022 World Series of Poker main event. Still 9 players remaining. And the big blinds are on what we're coming back to, 1 million and 2 million, the small and big. And those are the number of blinds that the short stacks will have. So somebody is going to have to play somebody, and things happen. That's what a tournament does. All right, come on back. We've got a commercial, we got the break test, we've got some highlights, and then the next 2 hours of play. See you on the backside.
It's the best free poker game out there. You're on fire. Poker Go Hold'em. Play anywhere, anytime. It's just like the shows you love on TV. Think you can beat Phil Hellmuth? Then download and play. The Poker Bread is waiting. Download Poker Go Hold'em today. Available in your favorite app store. Get in the game.
And it's a double up for Suki after he dipped perilously low in chips. That leaves Attenborough now at the bottom of the leaderboard and looking none too happy about it. The second level of the final table complete here inside the Bally's Event Center. Hi everyone, Kara Scott along with Women in Poker Hall of Famer Maria Ho. 9 players left, true life-changing money on the horizon for some. Now over the last 13 days, we've gone from 8,663 players to just 9. Before we dive into a review of a few hands, a look at the leaderboard brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook. We are all Caesars. Now, as I said, we do have a new down at the bottom there. Adrian Attenborough has just, I believe, 8 big blinds going into the next level. He is definitely in the danger zone. Matija Dobrich actually doubled up one of the short stacks, and he's still riding high there at the top. What do you think, Maria?
Yeah, it's nice to see Dobrich managing to hang on to that chip lead. We do now have a few short stacks down at the bottom, and you see those middling stacks just going to hang tough, really hoping for that ladder.
All right, so let's talk about some of the players that we've been looking at. One of them in particular, John Eames. Now, he is incredibly stoic, and this is something that he actually prides himself on. I spoke to him about it, and he likes to be as calm as possible at the table.
Yeah, John Eames is somebody who, throughout his main event journey, has been what I call getting it quietly. You know, the player who hasn't necessarily been involved in any spectacular hands, but really has managed to find his way at the final table from a lot of solid play. And I think somebody asked him, what would it mean to him to win the main event? And he said, it would mean I would have $10 million. So that is pretty boss, and that's somebody I've got my eye on.
Yeah, he told me that he might just disappear and we'd never see him again. So I don't know if that's true. I don't know. I think he'd still be playing a lot of tournaments. All right, let's take a look at a couple of hands. This first one here, a flush over flush hand between Attenborough and Dobrich, where there is an early position open by Attenborough.
Yeah, so here, Attenborough, of course, Jack 10 of diamonds, a really nice hand. Dobrich taking advantage of having the chip lead and finding a 3-bet with the suited ace 7 of diamonds to be exact. And Attenborough has one of those hands that it's going to be pretty nice to flat. You know, suited broadways can connect with the board quite well, even though you're playing out of position, and connect quite well indeed for both these players. Attenborough, of course, with the flush draw and the straight draw. Dobrich with the nut flush draw does continue here. Pretty standard to continue and get the call by Attenborough. Big trouble here with the 9 of diamonds. Attenborough thinking he has a huge hand here, of course, with the straight flush redraw as well, but Dobrich is the one with the nut flush, puts in a hefty bet, 10 million, hoping to get a call here, and he does, of course. Attenborough has too good of a hand to fold at this juncture. But now coming to the river here, the king of clubs pairs the board from the flop. So not the best card, even for the nut flush. You got to think there's got to be some king queens in Attenborough's range, some 8s that all bowed up here on the river. So Dobrich, thinking through his options, doesn't think he could get called by worse should he go for value here, decides to check back, sees that Attenborough has pretty much the only hand combo that may have called a value bet on the river, but who knows, Attenborough might have gotten away from it because the board does pair on the river. So if Dobrich fired another shell, I think that just looks so strong. Right. And so either way, you know, I think a check back is the best play there, but Attenborough just had the hand that Dobrich was like, maybe did I leave some chips on the table there?
Right. But you can't really think about it that way, can you? You have to be, you can't be so results oriented, but it must be a little bit painful in that moment. All right, let's take a look at another hand here. This one, we've got a hand with a nice value bet here by Dueck.
Yeah, Dueck with pocket 5s, and Sue just flatting pre-flop with the ace-jack. Safe board for the 5, so Dueck will continuation bet here. About 40% pot, and Sue, of course, hand slightly under-upped because he did just flat pre. Will call with the ace of spades, of course, in his hand. That's a nice card to have as well with the 2 spades on the flop. Queen of hearts comes on the turn, and of course now Dueck has to slow down. Sue has quite a bit of showdown value, so decides to check back as well. River pairs the queen from the turn, and so now Dueck feels like he can safely value bet this because it looks like Sue has a lot of ace highs, but it's not necessarily a value bet that a lot of players would go for. You know, sometimes you just be happy to show this down, hope that it goes check, check, but Dueck with the really small sizing here does get looked up by Sue's ace-jack, so really, really nice moment to be able to, at the final table of the main event, extract just that extra small bet.
How much does knowing your opponent play into being able to make that thin of a value bet?
Yeah, definitely knowing your opponent is really important, and of course hand reading as well, just being able to read that through that board texture with the way the hand was played, that Sue does likely have a lot of ace X's.
Okay, there's so much to think about for the players here at the table, and let's be honest, mostly they are exhausted. We had one of the very longest day 7s that we have ever played here at the World Series of Poker main event, and they had to play for hours and hours and hours, and they're feeling it. I've seen a few kind of misclicks, as Matt Sue called it. We've seen a little bit of a hand maybe showing here where it shouldn't have. How do you deal with that kind of exhaustion?
Yeah, let's be real. It's so hard to shut your mind off at the end of the night, right? You are running through all the hands, all the things you maybe felt like you did wrong, that you could do better. So no doubt they're exhausted, and one little mistake could cost them their whole tournament life, and this is not the arena that they want to do it in. So they really just have to push through. Hopefully the adrenaline will carry them to the end.
Okay, a final thought from you going into this next level?
Yeah, I mean, we see this rail, the environment is electric here, and Dueck has one of the most fun rails, and I think that's really giving him some momentum, even though not every pot has gone his way. And, the Eames rail, they took their shoes off when he doubled up with kings, so I feel like a shoe bomb is in the near future, guys. Watch out, I might join in with that.
Oh boy, that is where they drink out of their shoes. I do not approve. Okay, one more quick item before we go. Let's take a look at this. If this guy looks familiar, he should. He was nominated for the Hall of Fame this year along with his broadcast partner, Norman Chad. Lon McCarron is a fixture at the World Series of Poker. Stick around for a look at Lon like you've never seen him before. Wow. Look at that. Look at that mustache.
Is that stash? I don't know what to think of that.
I don't know if that's fake. A regulation stash. All right. We're going to see you here after the next level.
Very new, very fresh, very young, very inexperienced.
It's clear that you're being groomed to take over lead anchor.
Yes.
Good where she is. I'm not sure she can move out of that role she's in right now.
What is your first memory of Lon, your mentor?
He said, "Could you please speak in a deep, booming voice?"
I'm not sure it's a long-run thing for her in TV.
And get very excited for random river cards, like the Deuce of Spades!
Okay, I sense a little bit of animus.
No, have you ever looked into the dark? Have you ever looked into the dark and seen yourself? They won't have me at bowling. No, I burned that bridge. Got a high pressure right over here, which is keeping the rain away. The rain is pushing up into the Seattle area.
Have you seen Lon? Have you guys seen Lon? Lon?
You again? What are you doing here? You want me to do the weather? I'm a Hall of Famer, man.
I'm really sorry, Lon. I didn't mean to.
I should be fired? You should be fired. Do you even work here?
I do. I have a.
You have a credential? Give me this. You're fired. I'm not fired.
Well,
You're fired. You're the one who's fired. No, you can't have this. I am the World Series of Poker. You are a guy with an iPhone.
I would like there just to be a dog in the booth. I mean, I feel like my dog Neutron would be great in the booth. He doesn't talk too much.
Chip leader at the main event final table. It's more incredible when it's your first ever World Series cash.
Right.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
And you know you've made it when you're getting interviewed by Kara Scott also.
That was my main point. It's so nice having Kara back. Everyone has missed her. Social media was super happy to see her back on the interviews.
So just for the record, this is the unofficial final table. We're at the last table. The official final table is the grouping of 9. And so once they do lose a player, they're going to have a little break, very short break, take some photos of the final table guys around the final table, and then we will resume play.
Well, it's weird. We actually almost have like a second bubble boy this year because this is an unofficial final table. So finishing in 11th was Rob Welch, unfortunately. So he's sort of like the bubble boy for the main event final table.
So Farnes, who was chip leader, beginning of day 7, just flops a set of 4s.
Yeah, and Jorstad just called from the button. He's going to feel really good about this flop, and he is in really rough shape.
Jeffrey Farnes, 39 years old, lives in, we believe him, Dallas, Oregon, is what he says. There is a Dallas, Oregon, actually. Overtaking the 10s. And
I feel like you guys are still a little bit snake bit from that Jonathan Jaffe dolphin trainer situation, aren't you? You just don't believe anything.
We
on
heard
the bio
about
anymore.
brewmeisters coming in here. We heard a lot of things.
Yeah, this is the brewmeister right here. Espen.
Could be. So Espen just calling and improves to having a gut shot to go with his 10 draw. 4 still very much loving their hand.
Farnes, one of the 3 so-called non-poker pros at the table, works as a consultant up there in the cannabis industry. Has a real green thumb, loves living on land, and he has done a lot of work in that industry, and now he farms himself out as a consultant.
Okay, consultant and work are mutually exclusive.
Good point. Duzak, the other non-pro, as well as Dueck.
Jorstad with a real decision with 10s. With the jack as an overcard, he could just check back. I like the small stab, though. You're charging some hands that have some equity to be able to draw it on you, but you also are charging like a 9, pocket 8s. That will pay off this one small bet, and maybe we'll lose interest facing another overcard or another bad card on the river.
Is Farnes afraid of any flush draw? Is that just the way you have to think about it, or how is he approaching what his next action is going to be here?
So when Jorstad calls on the button, we see he called with 10s. He could have 10-8 in his range. He could be beat already. That's a small portion of his range, I think. But he can have a lot of the king queens and like king 10s, queen 10s, like hands that do have some decent equity. So you are always a little concerned. And a check raise wouldn't be this crazy here. .35 began day 7. 6
of these 10 were in the top 10 chip counts beginning that day. And as mentioned, Farnes was number 1.
Goes for a relatively small check raise, it looks like. We'll get the count from Dominic.
Dominic, one of 5 dealers that have duties today at the table in the box.
Dominic Siebert, perennial candidate for World Series Dealer of the Year.
It's a very weird spot for Jorstad. He has a gut shot to the straight. He's got pocket 10s that he was feeling good enough about to put in this small kind of value bet. Possibly buy himself a check from Farnes on the river. And then he'd have a decision there. Could he get another street of value? But now he's been check raised kind of small. You think, okay, well, my 10s are no good. That's what I just found out. But you do have the gut shot still, so you start to wonder, is there anything I'm ahead of right now? Does he have ace, queen of spades, hands like that where he may be doing okay?
And for your stat, I just got confirmation. His master's in brewing science is actual.
I don't know why you doubted it.
We doubted it verbally, and, we want to make sure that.
And Jorstad calls in position. It was a small check raise. And I guess he's going to reevaluate this river.
Farnes usually wears his wristwatch up near his elbow. But today, because it's the final table, he's moved it closer to his wrist in case he needs to check the time.
His wristwatch is at half staff.
This pot is bigger than 2 of the players' stacks right now at the table.
Very nice. Going for value. Doesn't jam, though. Perhaps targeting exactly the type of hand Jorstad has. You're trying to get called by a 1-pair hand. Jam all in, and you're unlikely to get that. Just a really good read of the situation from Farnes.
Farnes raised pre-flop, and then he hit his card and went ahead and bet the flop.
The check raise on the turn is where it got a little spicy. I like it. He got more chips in the pot than I think most players would in that situation who might have just continued to barrel. Jorstad, though, facing this line, can't feel good about 10s anymore.
Jorstad starting the hand with 88 million. Looks like a pretty good chunk of them are going over to Farnes.
Jorstad may be thinking about jamming. He has 2 10s for blockers to the nuts. Farnes would be in a situation where he wants to throw up, but would probably have to make the call.
Jorstad from Norway trying to become the first main event champion from there. Felix Stevenson came second, 2014, to Martin Jacobson. Well, you played against him. Can you read him? Is he leaning one way or another, Jamie?
I mean, the time that he tanked this long against my tag team partner, he ended up making a really good 5-bet jam with ace-jack and getting the fold.
Now, Patrick Leonard can't come in here, right?
And okay. So
no, he does
I think like the jam had to have crossed his mind with the blockers. But wow, really nicely played by Farnes. Just got max value.
3 million chip pot to Jeffrey Farms, and the first shot is fired. Wow. Great pot.
Sorry. Nice hand. Got it.
Farms up to almost 59 million now.
Up to stack by about 50%. As Jamie said, some breathing room now on the big blind front.
Very tight and cozy.
Maybe a little longer day.
Not gonna lie.
I see what Asher's
I gotta say, it's nice seeing some patches on shirts again. Does it mean it's coming back to the U.S.?
Really?
It's like a big.
In the heyday, it was like you look like a NASCAR if you're playing at a feature table. Not even a final table, feature table. They'd be patching up.
Yeah, they had to institute rules. How many patches you could have, how many of the same patch could be on the final table. So, yeah, now not so much. Duzak, King 7 folds. To Kniff, King 10. Just had his birthday at the feature table a couple nights ago.
Turned 34.
Welcome back to Bally's Paris on the Las Vegas Strip. Our continuing coverage of the 2022 World Series of Poker Main Event Final Table. We have our 9 finalists here. We started the night with 10. Lon McCarron, Norman Chad, Jamie Kerstetter. We started with 3, and we'll be eliminating one every 3 hours as well. But get down to 1 announcer, and they will be the champion announcer of the day. So 9 players remaining. Chip leader continues to be Matija Dobrich. 118.9 million. Average stack right now, 57.7. Blinds going up. And we've got 3 shorties out there. And everyone here except the chip leader. I don't know what's going on. Maybe he found the Croatian restaurant, Norman. Did you see him out there somewhere?
Well, if he took a Las Vegas cab, they're going to long haul him to that restaurant. So extra time to get there.
Just no matter what you do, go through the tunnel, huh?
Yeah. Always through the tunnel, no matter where you're going.
Okay,
Are they going to put the cards on the reader or no?
Depends. We'll see. Usually they do.
Does anybody
But
else
copy? No, they're not. Not supposed to.
they
Oh, really?
just deal them short, don't they? Yeah.
I mean, what do you think? One of the other players would put the cards on the reader? No, they wouldn't. They'll just be by accident if it goes onto the reader.
Now there are some players in tournaments I know I read about during the other tournaments where they would stall and allow the person to go to the restroom and come back. But the mouse is away. So
Well, that's also a different situation.
Yeah.
This is a break. They had a 20-minute break.
Miss one hand.
You don't get back. You don't get back.
Right. Or a 21-minute break, as it were.
Oh man, he's gonna have to pay jump to pay for that banana.
We thought, like, maybe you thought it was dinner.
Yeah.
We were like, oh.
Current payout, almost $851,000.
I'll be sick if he just
The chip leader to start day 7. Chip leader to start day 8. Espen Jorstad and Matthew Su, the same exact stack of 83 million plus. Now, Dobrich up to 119 million. That man right there, Espen Jorstad, up to 98.7 million.
Like
Second place, Ace Queen.
Yeah, thank you.
Now imagine Shohei Ohtani coming back out to the mound after the 7th inning stretch with a little snack. This is a different type of sport.
It's not a sport if you can hold a beer or a candy bar in one hand while you do it, right?
Didn't baseball players used to be chewing tobacco though?
Oh, yes.
That's way grosser.
Yes, it is.
At least the sweat. I don't mind folding. I just
Yours said just.
Oop.
Ooh.
He said oop.
Yeah.
Oh, he said oop with King Jack Attenborough. All of it.
4 big blinds.
Up against the Ace Queen.
What?
Looks like he's starting with 6 big blinds.
That's for King Jack Attenborough.
Yeah, blind just went up to 1 and 2 million. And the 2 million.
Thank you. Good luck.
Big blind Eddie.
If I was gonna lose
Casually
the chips,
all in and
okay.
call. The Norwegian trying to become the first Norwegian main event champ. Your
Tournament
stack.
left, though. I'm feeling good about this one. Tournament left. I'm feeling good about this one.
Attenborough trying to become the second Australian-born champion.
Good. Just saying that.
He's feeling good about it. 2 live cards.
Don't worry, Matt. I'm gonna river it. You can sit down.
He lives in Vegas now.
Still feeling good?
I'm still feeling good.
And Ace will knock Attenborough out. Can Jorstad find it on the river? River card. There's a 7. Double up time to 11 million for Adrian Attenborough, who lives here in Las Vegas now.
Nice double. Nice one.
Again, a small hit to the stack of Espen Jorstad.
Heads up dream is on, man.
92%.
Heads up dream is on.
Well, he was in the big blind.
Oh, so we started the chips before.
So that's why it's...
It's hard to kill. We've all run so good to get here. It's like hard to just kill anyone off. It's like...
Not possible.
Every time someone you're a huge edge if you have all your chips at risk.
Right.
Yeah, I guess because he lives here, there's no Aussie. I kind of miss that, you know.
You had 10 mil, right? You had 10, exactly.
So we 23. Oh,
so we remain at 9 players. Philippe Suki and Attenborough, both with 11 big blinds. Mickey Dweck with 13. Those are the 3 short stacks right now.
It should be a good spot for Dobrich to put some pressure on with 2 stacks that short.
Brand new deck.
He should be raising a lot. He should be 3-betting a lot, putting pressure on some of the middling stacks. But even though the pay jumps don't get large, so the very top 3 spots, there's still some ICM pressure when you're looking at a 225K jump.
All in.
Small blind all in, big blind with Trey Deuce. Well, one of our favorite features of the last year was what are the headlines? That's been a good run. Your champion, boy named Sue, strike it Dobrich, just do Zach it. Johnny on the spot, yo Adrian. Duke Goose. Jeff stand up. Rice from the Asher, like that. Suki now. Whatever that means, I love Suki now.
If that was the final table of headlines, that was the weakest group of final tablists we've ever seen.
They work till 7 in the morning the other day. We'll give them a break.
Yeah. Dan Gotti worked for 15 minutes putting that together.
That makes a lot of sense. It was kind of a dad jokey kind of headline.
That's what they do. That's what they do. Yeah.
If it's Dan Gaddy, we'll let him off the hook.
Suki run. They're re-raising you from the production booth of the truck.
Okay.
All in.
Dobrich shoving from the small blind, facing only 13 big blind stack of Dweck.
There you go. That's what you got to do. Poker being played.
Nashken.
I want a hand. People, wake up.
There's the cowbell.
This is the first level where it actually feels like a tournament now.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Well, we see where this is going, Jamie, huh?
With what?
The shoving and the calling and the pressuring, and it's going to happen.
Yeah, Dobrich is in a good spot right now. Put some pressure on.
Told you, Quest Bar is no good. I told you that.
This one is pretty good. Though.
Okay.
White chocolate raspberry.
45 big
But
blind
the king
stacks or
came on
so.
the turn. I don't know
Something to worry about.
how good it can be.
Yeah. I should get like a Quest patch or something. They should be paying me. I'm eating Quest bar on every stream.
Just keep eating Quest Bar every time you have it.
That's like a easy 20K patch or something, right?
I'm gonna think about it and eat on this lovely Quest bar.
Sean O'Malley put me in his story on Instagram.
Really? Sure does soften the blow.
Did he?
Yeah.
Oh, sick.
Wow.
20 bigs for Jeff Farnes.
That would be funny. I haven't seen someone like really jockey for an ambassadorship like that, but like you're in the tank, you take a bite of your Quest bar, make the right decision. Thank you, Quest.
I could appreciate that.
Oh,
Oh
no.
wow!
You
He
get a
gets
walk.
a walk in the with the jacks.
First walk of the night, I believe.
I think you're right.
It's the only right way to play jacks.
Exactly. Match or walk. Nice
Can we go
fold,
back
sir.
to the last level? Or like 10 levels ago?
I don't want that at all.
Yeah, I want this to get over that.
Yeah, you could have the Raz levels run
Let's
backward.
gamble.
You
Play
just
this
start
game
like
forever.
the very
Yeah,
biggest,
that's
you
what
know,
I'm
and
saying,
you lose
so-
some hands, and then just work your way back for the final few, and you get a lot of play at the end of the night with
I was
the
one for the
smaller
final
levels in
table, too,
Raz
where we
with
literally
the 5
requested
people
to put the
remaining.
blinds up.
Just play
But
everything
someone reached its
backwards in
last level,
Raz.
and it was
Why are
getting
you
late,
furrowing your
and
brow?
doing-
That's a
What?
wonderful
It reached
idea.
its last level and it just stayed. It was gonna stay. At
Yeah,
just
like
stay
it capped out
perpetually
whatever the blinds
for-
were.
I've never even heard of
And
it.
after like an hour or two of this, it's like still pretty deep stacked, and you were just like,
funny.
"Yo, it's 4 a.m. Can we just like put the blinds up?" And they did. They put it up by a level.
All in.
It made quite a big difference.
Ace-9, Philippe Suki.
One of 3 sub 15 big blind stacks.
Well, that was easy. It's like, maybe I should do this more often.
You get booted out yet?
Well, you know, they've kind of burst that bubble where people weren't doing it and now people are. And so it's like, okay, it's safe. Or not safe, but yet it's like, you know, being the first one to do it is
I think it's more that the blinds went up. But
That's-
it
that's
also
part of
might
it.
be that they were scared, a little scared.
There's some
Oh, that's
mental.
okay.
Yeah.
No one cold.
Obviously, it's blinds. I actually had a conversation the other day with the dealer, Ginger, about his French braids.
Oh, what did you say about them?
He didn't do it. He had somebody do that, was all. But I used to give my daughter French braids. I said, I could have done that for you if you wanted
Wow.
to.
You could fix them if
There's
he
no
needs it
restrictions on
later.
this.
Yeah.
You get punished for making
Out of practice.
Yeah, the tag that-
Hello. One of the 3 sub 15 big blind hands.
It's a hand that you, at a different stage of the tournament, would be happy to raise and then call off with. But at this stage, with other short stacks hanging around, it's very important just to pick up the chips.
like 25-ish.
26 maybe? 14.
33 big blinds to start
Yeah, a
the
bit
hand
over 25, like 25 and a half.
for Sue.
Little too many blinds to consider calling with a hand like ace-8 suited. Especially considering the situation that Attenborough is probably a little bit tighter than he'd be with no ICM pressure at all, even if the ICM pressure is just a little bit.
Two others to act after Sue, who's on the button. He folds.
Gosh.
This is going to go through.
Israel has needed something to cheer for a while.
Mm-hmm. Do what it needs to do. Picking up some shovelable hands. 32 million for Attenborough.
My friends are really bad.
16 bigs.
I'm not even kidding.
Really bad.
World
Yeah, you've
champion
only got
to be
friends that
determined
don't know.
over the next 2
But you
nights
are.
here.
I was joking.
The new home of the World Series, Bally's Paris, corner of
You
the
ask them
Strip,
what to do and
and
do the opposite.
Flamingo.
They said,
They're just like, no idea. What do you have, 9s? 8s? Ace Jack suited? I thought 8s.
Can Attenborough
That was
pick up a
my
hand
guess.
again? Yes, he can. Wow. Busy boy.
Attenborough Attenborough has the perpetual look of a man who's taken his car into the dealership for a tune-up, and they tell him he thinks that he's going to need a new carburetor.
Always something. Huh?
Can I get a count again?
Ooh, wow.
331.
Sue.
Yeah, 5 million more than last time.
Unlucky for Attenborough. If he had just a couple more big blinds, I think he opens his hand
That's
instead
what
of
he
just
had, plus 5
jamming it.
million,
16, probably right on the cusp, the kind of hand that you would jam. He's running right into it.
33 bigs to start the hand.
It's a rejam, all day situation.
Matthew Sue, born in Boston, living in DC now. Trying to figure the exact thing, an exact correct maneuver right now, as Jamie said. Rejam seems the thing to do.
Does he just make the call?
I think so. Ace-6 behind him.
Still other people in the hand.
And 6 folds. Big blind now.
Look, guys.
Aaron. Folds queens. Oh, no, it doesn't fold yet. There you go. All right. So Attenborough at risk with the 9s. Matthew Sue looking to get us down to 8-handed and get everybody a pay raise. Attenborough stays close. Sue goes to his rail.
No sweat. Yeah, I'm too old.
Second straight all-in for Attenborough, in which he is behind. He was able to find a king to stay alive last time.
This would be nice.
Here we go. 9's at risk. Oh, and a 9 right there in the kitchen.
Wow.
Nothing like a kitchen 9 to get you stand up and get the juices going.
Attenborough can't believe his luck. Sue, with a look on his face when he saw it, was stunned. And now one of the 2 queens will knock Attenborough out.
Or a jack.
Or a jack now. He picks up 4 more outs.
This would be a fair way to
I love Sue celebrating at just having a little more life.
Yeah, I know. Will we stay at 9 or are we 8-handed? Sue needs a queen or a jack to knock out Attenborough. 1 card to come, the river card. The 4 of hearts, and Attenborough will survive yet again.
And surviving there puts him up to 34 bigs, so he is back in business.
Wow. Sue now one of 4 players with fewer than 20 bigs. Boom, indeed.
150 grand twice. Although you also helped me double by getting there again.
Everybody except the 2 chippers are
You know, if I ever go bust, I want Sue to bust me because he's such a happy mortician. I mean, he just can't wait to take you out. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
My little guy, no, or no? Not quite.
Fist bump from the chip leader.
I told my friends.
Attenborough into 4th place now. Tournament summary brought to you by Zenny Eyewear for everyone. Dobrich from 3rd to 1st. As mentioned, short stacks abound at this table of 9
There's
still.
a time to 2 out, boys.
Wanted to point out the good dog owner on the rail covering Marshall's ears. We learned that dog's name, Marshall. He was covering his ears when allowed.
Is that right?
Yeah.
All right.
Give him little headphones.
Seems fair.
And my all in against you. he folded an ace and he
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
On je imao isto kralj džeka.
I only feel comfortable telling you that now. That you,
Five players, more than half this table,
I had the worst
with
feeling anyway.
20 big blinds
I was
or
like
fewer.
strangely, I
it
was like, I don't feel like I'm out.
Yeah, it was weird. I didn't feel like you were busting either.
If he called, I felt I was in trouble. I thought he had like ace king or ace queen.
Yeah.
Mickey with ace 10, all in.
I mean, I definitely thought ace queen would fold.
Where's Josh?
I don't know.
It's a little gross to be one of these other short stacks. Just watching the 2-outer hit and you just don't get your free
I'm not dipping my toe in
$225,000.
there. Oh, wow. Big blind folds.
Survives.
There you go. It's good to be that time of night.
65, something like that.
69. Thanks, Ginger. Thank you, man. Thank you. What a deal.
See you, Chris.
What a guy.
All right. Kara and Maria
Welcome again.
working the desk, watching the action. Some good poker minds there. And the last woman standing, Effie Litsu, 18th place. Had a terrific run, seemed very cool, calm, and collected at the table. Maybe not the most polished poker player, but wow, what a great run she had.
Down to 2 tables is really good. It's a little bit of progress over the last few years.
It can happen, right? Norman, do you think it brings more women to the game, having somebody at the final 2 tables? A woman there?
No, the final table makes it just makes a difference. I think if you get to the final table, I think you get a little more mainstream news coverage that happens.
Yep, good point.
25, right?
24 behind.
24 back.
Will bring more women to the game as more women showing up.
Well, I mean, that sounds silly, but it is absolutely true. I mean, it is. It would be a snowball effect. We get more women here, we get more women here.
I feel like eliminating Norman Chad from the Bally's will help. Do you think if he just doesn't show up, more women will come?
No, Norman. Women love Norman.
He did come to my meetup game. He came to my meetup game, and the women did love Norman.
Everyone except you came over to say hello.
Well, I only went to the meetup game because I was told that 117 of the 120 women there were single. And you can never be too careful. Always look to the future.
Short stack now again. Philippe Suki, 12 big blinds. Mickey Dueck with 13. Matthew Sue and Jeff Farnes, 17 bigs each. Boy, Sue just the dagger to the heart when that 9 hit. Dobich remains chip leader, 110 million now. It does leak away when you don't play. And he has not been able to get involved with the all-ins lately. Speeds up the game too, doesn't it? You know, not a lot of post-flop play when you have these short stacks. Danny Noonan from Caddyshack walking into the game, sitting in Barnes' seat.
No.
I literally didn't know what to do that. Spirit was ridiculous.
Be the ball. Think about
hot dog and
What about hot dog buns?
Oh, yeah.
You like hot dog buns?
I don't even like hot dogs.
Zuzak trying to establish the lowest of VPIP in modern main event final table history. He's just entered so few pots today.
He's a lumberjack and he's okay, okay?
Suki in the small blind, 12 big blinds. This qualifies. Let's jam them all in.
Well, where's Prahlad Friedman when they need him? Suki in the small blind. Or Elton John song, maybe.
Oh, the 25Ks are coming back into play. Next level.
There's
And
1.25.
he's guaranteed more than his lifetime winnings.
That makes sense.
No matter what happens
Kind
at
of
this
doesn't
point.
make sense. We've had them not in play for like fucking 10 levels now.
And they do 1 million.
2 hour levels.
1.5 million. Now
See
we're
the
doing
blinds
now
up
we're-
top.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't make much
1
sense.
million,
Do
2 million.
1.5 to 25.
That's weird.
1.2 to 2.5, whatever.
525 million
makes
chips
sense.
have played
Yeah,
now
we did one
throughout
more.
the
We
many
did-
days
yeah,
of
not
color
these,
ups. They've added a few chips. That's pretty much what the stacks add up to right now. Ames, ace jack of spades. He is the second biggest stack at this table. Farns, small pocket pair. Not a poker pro, has decent winnings though. Knows the game.
Threes, yep, wise folds. Not closing the action. Not super deep, wanting to set mine.
One more man to get through, and it will. And $1 million in the middle for the taking.
So if you could draft any player that was down to 3 tables to come back and spice things up a little bit, who you got?
You're down to 3 of these 3 tables?
Yeah.
That we've had 3 tables?
Mm-hmm.
To spice things up.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, when we were down to 2 tables, just because I remember that more. Okay. I made a list of 9 of the 18 players that would make the most interesting final table.
Mm-hmm.
About 7 in a row got knocked out.
Yeah.
So, Rebay,
Yes.
gone. Kenny Tran, gone.
Mm-hmm.
Merblestein, gone. Effie, gone.
Sue gone, yeah.
Papa MC is the answer.
Oh, and Papa MC, I've completely forgot about him. Of course, Papa MC. So right there, just a lot more action among most of those players.
Who did you want against go against Dobrich, you mentioned earlier?
I thought if Zhang and Rebay were both
Oh,
in, that there could
yeah,
just
Zhang.
be a random 200 big blind pot with
Yeah.
a couple high cards.
And they're just a seasoned 5 or 6 time bracelet winner, just standard player in the middle to see what would happen when they're all surrounded by that chaos.
Well, again, I don't want to pick on
Dobrich in the smallest is a nice
Yeah.
jam.
Duzak too much, who's
Oh.
still sitting on 40 million. He just got rid of
Leave me
Queen Jack
alone.
suited. I think in the hijack,
Hmm.
he thought about it for a moment. It's kind of tight.
He's and he's getting blinded down. Yeah, 40 million. 20 big blinds though.
And you show me it's dead hands.
Is it? Even though you're already... Yeah? Not in that situation, right? Yeah.
No, it's
It's
not.
no dead candy. If he showed me both cards.
And you already have all your chips.
Ooh,
It could have gone.
rare
Yeah,
now.
it could have gone. What is it?
That's a lot
Might
of
get through those levels
that's a lot.
tonight.
I wouldn't fault you for doing that.
I would guess yes.
What?
Look, showing him, then he mucks, and you just go.
60,000 chip starting stack.
I could have done that?
Yeah.
A short stack.
I mean, his hand was like shit. His hand
over
was
22
His
million.
hand was like, he mucked his hand.
No.
So, like, if I showed
Come a
him
long
and then
way, baby.
basically it was a hand that I was going to fold and he mucks his hand and I take my chips, like, afterwards. Wow. Better watch out. Nah, I would never do that. Or would I?
Discussing some possible angle shooting at the final table. He's like,
Why
if
not?
I had done this.
We're discussing it everywhere these days. Even over ice cream.
So a limp from Attenborough.
Dobrich having some PTSD over the last time that happened.
Right?
He's like, not this time.
Recognizing that right away. Big blind.
It's nice when you have a hand that can't really put more chips in when it's limp to you in the big.
Both miss. Sue's best, king high.
And Barrow can bet one big blind and be good.
Mm-hmm. There it is. Adrian Attenborough. Little gain here, little gain there, double up here, double up there. I'm in 4th place. Seems very calm, cool, and competent. Last time chip leader did not finish in the top 3. Oh, it was Nick Mannion, 2018, as mentioned before. Sue was the chip leader when we went to 9-handed officially. He was the final table
You and I would have played a big pot.
leader.
8-6 suited, you forgive me.
Matthew right now, as mentioned, in
Oh,
7th place with just 15 big
I
blinds.
will never forgive you for that.
That's an interesting fact.
I'm completely kidding.
Because as we look, the payout structure is very top heavy, so you'd think that people would be unconcerned about the pay jumps from 9 to I don't know 4th. But with that fact, it seems like people are very concerned with making the pay jumps. If the chip leader is able to be in the top 3 every time, it
Most
means
of the
they're
time.
getting free chips. They're leaning on people, and it's working.
We need more leaning. You're doing hashtags on him. Do you need another page for Duzak to keep his folds tally going?
Yeah, I mean, in his defense, he hasn't seen a whole lot.
True.
And he's certainly well alive here in the hunt.
Mm-hmm.
All in.
All in. King 9. Mickey takes it. Last level, when they were celebrating him, it looked like he might have been wiping a little tear away. I mean, it's very emotional for them out there when they hear so many people cheering for them. They're very moving. It's a great experience. I mean, he's brought all these people together, and that's what some of the players had said, is that, as a lot of these friends haven't seen each other, this is a chance to collect and to share a real nice moment.
So much.
And just party.
Most of them are just debt collectors.
I was about to say them, and I was like, not me, you. I'm saying. I haven't sweated once. My 2 words make him sweat so much.
You should start a business too here. Maybe you could do a rent-a-rail for the guys who live way far away.
I like this idea.
I'll
bring a dog, whatever you want.
That makes me
You
sweat.
want cowbell?
A la
I'll bring
carte.
cowbell.
Check,
yeah.
make the check marks.
We'll make the signs with the big faces on it.
Absolutely.
Did he wake up with that hair, or do you reckon he?
Who would know?
He just woke up and that's it.
Yeah. I reckon he just
I'm
wakes
surprised
up
no
looking
one's
up.
tried that.
Oh my
I'm surprised.
God.
Like if it was a Dan Bilzerian, there'd be like 20 models
so
on the rail
efficient
pretending
that
they
while he's
cared.
sleeping, somebody comes in and does his hair, so he doesn't have to do it.
Come on, dude, get your shit together.
What kind of moisturizer do you use?
Oh, yeah,
Using
that's-
it?
Did he just say what kind of moisturizer?
I believe he did.
I don't think we've ever heard that at the final table before.
That should be a 1 orbit penalty at a main event
take an
final
orbit.
table.
Battle of the sunglasses.
You gotta get out of the way, Ryan. Sorry.
Sunglass on sunglass violence.
Calls from the big blind. See a flop. Won't see a turn.
Flop.
That was a fun flop while it lasted.
God, these lights suck.
Min bet. Another half-round penalty for rechecking your cards.
There's nothing on this flop for Farns. And starting to put chips in right now when you're hovering around the same stack as the other players, it's a little punishing.
Shortstop doing what he does best. So we see the rail behind here, and this, as Jamie mentioned earlier, they're full. There is an overflow area, and of course Jeff is there.
All right, so inside the Thunderdome, yeah, it's nice, but it's kind of like, it's just where the VIPs hang out. It's where you find Kara Scott, Maria Ho. Me, I'm more a man of the people here in the overflow viewing area here in the Bally's Event Center, and we still have bubbles, yeah? We still have bubbles? So what's it like watching Mickey from about a mile away?
I mean, it's really good because he's from Argentina. We both are Puerto Ricans, so we are ready for a Latin guy.
Yeah, Latin America.
We're ready for a Latin guy.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
People from all over the place. You mean you have South Florida? He grew up in Miami. We came from Charlotte, North Florida. He has Russian friends. North Carolina.
Okay, all over the place is good. Marcio, there are more people from all over the place. Let's just kind of walk, sit, chat with certain people. You, sir, how you doing? Good. I'm good, thank you. Who are you rooting for today? This is comfortable, by the way.
I'm rooting for all of them, man. They're all doing great.
Rooting for all of them, and they're all doing great. That's what I like to hear. All right, Marcio, how about one more stop? One more stop. Mateo, one of our youngest contestants in the World Series of Poker main event, just turned 21. Have you been sitting here since you got eliminated?
No. I just sat here since 2 minutes. I just ate my sandwich, and I'm having fun. The final table is great. Obviously, I would have preferred to be here, but it's fun to watch.
But you're 21 years old. You cashed in the main event, and you got to eat a sandwich in the secondary viewing area. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, and I have a lot of time in front of me to win the main.
Okay, there we go. He's got a lot of time. All right, I got one more thing. One more thing, everybody. I have 2 wristbands. I have 2 wristbands that can get you in to the Thunderdome, to the mothership. Now, whoever pays me the... Nope, can't do that. Can't do that. I'm just going to give these to you guys. Yeah, there you go. There you go. Best of luck. All right, guys, send it back to you.
I'll be honest with you. The overflow area here really doesn't, let's say, compare to the outdoor Jurassic Park that Toronto Raptors fans gather during Raptors playoff games. It doesn't have the same feel as those thousands and thousands of fans in Toronto standing outdoors, sometimes in bad weather. And those chairs, by the way, are not that comfortable.
Happy to see our friend Cavalier. I'm probably saying it wrong. He was at my table of the main day 2, and he was helping me with pronunciations that I was asking him because I knew we were getting them all wrong. And I was like, here's the French name. So he was actually helping me out. Very nice guy. Surprised he's only 21. He was very composed.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
In this game. Good player.
Yeah, birthday on July 1, entered the main event. But you said his name correctly. Correct?
Well, thank you.
Cavalier. Yeah, those outdoor cheering sections were a great thing. I'm not sure where those first came to be. Maybe in the hockey arenas because they were indoors, and they would show them on the big screen in the hockey arenas many years ago. Now they've expanded to those outdoor areas, and that's a good call. Would you ever do that?
Zero chance.
Zero chance. Yeah.
What? Sit there?
Yeah.
He would never go.
I don't even go to live sporting events in the actual arena. So I'm not going to stand. And I give these Toronto fans, it's ridiculous. They're standing out there in 20-degree weather, watching on a big screen.
That's warm, by the way, for Toronto.
I did hear this about you, that you hate sports. I remember this.
That's
It was on
true.
Twitter.
I hate sports, I was told. That's right. I forgot about that.
Jamie's an expert reader of people.
I like the guy in the stands who's rooting for everyone and they're all doing great. I think that is adorable, and I want more people like that.
What's that called, Norman, when you bet every horse? Isn't there something like isn't there a term to bet every horse?
It's called re-entry. You've just got yourself covered. You can't lose. You just keep coming back in. That's just when you bet the field, you mean?
Yeah. But you're betting every individual, not like the field. Yeah, okay.
Well, that's what he's doing. Yeah, well, he's not putting any money up, but it's a better feeling if you're just sweating them all.
Did they used to be able to bet the players at the sportsbook at Rio? Was there a line?
Yes.
There was a line, yeah?
Just the final table, yeah.
You're right. I thought so.
Yep.
Queen high checks to the ace high.
This is just a single raise pot. Ames raised in late position. Yorsa defended his big blind. Checked all the way through to here. I imagine Ames is just trying to show down his ace high.
Two of the three big stacks.
Yours said now with the possible opportunity if he wanted to represent a 9 or a deuce, could have bet now that the king paired, but just checks and shows down his queen for the loss.
Eames will take it with ace high. Woo. Former online crusher back in the day. Over 2 million in live winnings. So as mentioned, won a World Series of Poker circuit ring in 2014. Started the night in 5th place with 55 million, and Eames has moved up to 2nd place now with 94 million on his GPI THM.
Everyone's busy today.
Bio board, the Live Poker Collective from London.
Hobby's relaxing. I like this guy. He's funny because he's a little disappointed in his rail that they're calm and quiet. I'm like, look, they're supporting you. You're calm, quiet, relaxing.
Just like do shit.
Yeah. Oh, I like it too.
He's the one that got hooked on poker, drinking beer on a beach at Aruba. So, yeah, relaxing.
I'm going to be jet lagged shortly after. I'm going to be so tired for so long.
Back in the day, when a company that we shall not name had their Aruba Classic, I did not set foot on the beach. I loved poker so much. I played every single tournament. I played every single nightly.
Didn't they play outside?
No, not the one. I think of the Ike Haxton hair blowing in the wind.
Yeah, right. Did you play inside the Hilton? Is that where you were?
I don't even remember. This was so long ago. But I do remember going home being like, this could have been played at the
anywhere.
Like Hilton Atlantic City or I don't know, like Council Bluffs, Iowa, for how much I enjoyed the tropical atmosphere.
Sue. Re-raising all in with the 9s. Attenborough had opened the pot with King Jack of Hearts.
How much is that?
A little too much, my friend.
No, don't worry about it.
15 big blinds. You're going to let King Jack suited hit the muck.
That's such a nice hand.
No, pretty hand. He had the fold.
King Jack suited.
There we go. They're not saying Sue. They're actually booing Attenborough.
King Jack Heart? I might got the royal with that hand.
Yeah, much better when you don't raise and then take it. It's better when they raise and then you take it.
For your favorite hand?
Just left it empty.
There you go.
I don't have a favorite hand. I really don't. I don't have a favorite hand.
I put royal flush.
Maybe 9s now.
It's true.
Wow, Krista Macy, who was on a feature table recently, says, us Degens remember a time when they had lines for every bracelet event available for betting at the Rio. That's crazy. So you could play no poker but have a really enriching summer if you just bet on the right people.
Over for the raise, Sue now with ace king. With a rush for Matthew Sue from Boston.
And Sue now with 19 big blinds. I'd expect him to do nothing too fancy and just jam this in.
He was waiting for you to say that.
Well, I have an earpiece.
Oh, you got Zhang's earpiece?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Chip Leader, are you in? No. He learned from Sue. Sue learns from himself. It's all good. Nice couple of pickups.
This part's pretty fun. I said just ripping it in.
What a time to be alive.
No, it's good because it's like...
It's alive and well, the Thunderdome here. Now is Event Center. Final stages. the main event, the final stages of the World Series of Poker, though we have several tournaments going on as we speak. Days 1, 2, and 3. National Championship coming up. Got the closer, which is, I think it starts today or tomorrow. Flights on the closer coming up. So there's still plenty of action. We've got another live stream coming up on Wednesday, final table of the National Championship, which I'll be doing. Odds are with Jamie because she's going to be in the National Championship.
There's a lot more players than that than I thought, though. I think there's 500. Yeah, I was like, ooh, a good chance at a bracelet. You have to win a circuit ring or a bracelet to gain entry into it. And I was like, ooh, it'll be a couple hundred.
Online
500.
or live. Online or
500.
live.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Good luck.
Thanks.
When do you play? Monday?
I think it's Monday. And then Sunday, there's a really good, there's online bracelet, and then I believe there might also be a 1K turbo or something live. I may multi-table those.
Why not?
Getting the itch watching these guys play.
The more seats you earn to the National Championship, the fewer people you'll be up against.
True. Yeah, I apologize to the entire field for allowing Pads and Espen
Yeah, right.
into the
You
National
let 'em in.
Championship. That was
Did they
my
get
fault.
full entry?
Yeah.
Oh.
I think they should have to swap out.
Yeah, right. Well, that happens a lot anyway. He's
This
enough
is
to call here.
close, but I don't see Attenborough risking his stack right now. He's 30 big blinds. If he calls this and is wrong, which you see he's up against it, he's going to be back to that shove stack situation again, and I think that there are better spots for him to pick.
Let's all just appreciate the full stack riffling of chips we haven't seen for a long time.
There's a lot of hands Attenborough is beating that Suki would jam on only 14 bigs. There's the king queens, queen jacks, small pairs he's racing against, but it just doesn't seem worth it, and he lets it go.
Suki, smile on his face, hanging out. As they said earlier, why is this guy still in the game?
110, it's not like...
I can't read it.
99 out of 29.33.
Weird sport.
No, we done pretty well. Day 5, middling, below middling.
I
Caught
kept
fire on day
He's
6.
been there.
Did you? Fucking better than you.
You think so?
Josh Ari says you can still bet on players at pocket
No, I
fives.
don't know. It's
I mean, I might.
I don't want to say my hand.
No, you don't.
Thank you, boss. Jacks for Sue now.
That's close. You get me close sometimes.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's all. No, okay.
Sue's is like stealing your rush idea here. He's on a hold'em
A
rush.
better ace than what I had. We might have had the same hand.
Yeah, it wasn't a high ace, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was winning.
Aaron got a hand?
I was winning.
Yes, he
I think.
does.
Unless
Here we
Who's that?
go.
Ace King.
And on these stack sizes, we are going to see a classic flip. There's just no getting away.
Duzak with a shorter stack than
Where's
Sue.
the shot, huh? You're searching for a shot.
Yeah. That was good versus me. Anyway, that's what he did that one time.
Not a vodka, boys.
Cheers, bro. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
For shot to come and he's just...
Oh,
just taking
take
it.
the shot,
shot?
shove the
Oh my
chips.
God.
There you go.
All in.
That's a Canadian all-in if there is one, huh? I love it.
You wasn't
The only issue is if you keep winning your all-ins, you'll just be wasted.
That's a Canadian all-in. Thank you.
you're going to see it in half an hour.
I've seen Jonathan Duhamel fall out of a
I
limousine.
didn't think I wanted to call.
Wow.
Yes, I did want to call.
Love you, Jonathan.
Like, if you definitely have
Ooh.
20K,
If I have less,
I can't even talk. Go
I have
ahead.
like
20K,
Let's see it. Saw an ace in the muck. I didn't see any jacks.
Slight cause for concern when Duzak hasn't really been very active at all. I don't know if Sue played with him in earlier days. He has been card dead. So
Yeah, Norman mentioned that, sure.
just is a little awkward when you're holding jacks and you're facing perceived tight guys shove.
It's just a little discerning when you're holding jacks. You could have stopped right there.
take a second.
Yeah.
But also, we have to just think this is just 17 big blinds.
You surprised that he didn't? Well, no, he's got more now. Sue maybe didn't shove.
Oh no, a little too much to shove, but I think we got to make the call here.
The opportunities
Especially
are
you won't
few.
be out of the tournament. You'll still have a tiny bit left to try to spin up if you happen to be wrong or happen to lose the flip.
Yeah, this is definitely a gamble spot for him. And if he does lose, as you said, he'll have a tiny bit left, 5 or 6 bigs.
Something.
No gamble, no future?
No, he is. No, we don't go there. He's checking around the other stacks, see what's going on, where he stands right now.
And that's understandable, too, as we know we got that cluster of these shorter stacks. They wouldn't mind laddering up.
Just a leaderboard might help that.
It is just tough. Like, they have to remember how top-heavy this tournament is,
Here they
and
come.
you have to take risks like this.
All right. Duzak at risk with ace-king off against the pocket jacks of Matthew Su. Su with the best of it right now. But we've said that before.
I do it.
Su's got to be happy that he stuck it in. He had dead money in there. Got to try to go after that.
Big pot, 75.5 million in the middle. 75 million. Over.
Well, Su is stone-faced until he makes his decision, and then it's jumping up and down, calling out for cards.
The fun part, the gamble part. Look at him hugging his dog's ears. I love this.
Job is over.
That's loud.
Great. Here we go. Ace-king at risk.
Wow!
And it happens again to Su. Hello, Broadway. It ain't over. Wow. Nobody can believe these flops. Jack, queen, or 10. Pair the board for the boat for Su to overtake Duzak here. Duzak at risk and ahead now.
Desperate call for pair the board.
Or outs. 9, 10, Jack, queen. Duzak looking to survive his all-in and double up to 75 million. Su looking for the knockout, or he is short-stacked. The river car, the 8 of hearts. Oh, straight for both, but Duzak with Broadway.
And 75 million chips. It pays to wait sometimes.
Oh, boy. A black cloud over Matthew Su, who cannot believe his bad luck, getting it good twice and coming up short. Oh. I wonder if he saw the jack first. I don't know.
11 million. Slightly less.
Flop again.
So you can play one hand every 2 levels. And if it's the right hand, bang. Now 4th in chips at this final table.
Crazy.
And just bad luck for Matthew Su on a couple of opportunities to knock out players.
Do people at home appreciate how insane it is to do a coin flip for a couple $1 million in equity every time? That is really what's in the middle. If they had a real dollar value, it's a few million probably.
Stop trying to pose the blind.
That was quite a final table, and Philip Hilm just fell off a cliff.
Yeah, in 07, that's the one that Jerry Yang won. Philip Hilm made a couple of missteps to put himself in 1st and 9th.
I saw the jack.
Su here has just found himself dwindling in chips from the beginning, and then these 2 big all-in spots in which he was favored, he lost.
The shot was the shot was good.
5 big blinds now in the stack of Matthew Su after a series of unfortunate events.
We saw Suki on a stack that short, and now he's back being healthy. Anything can happen.
So 4 players, led by Suki, with 16 bigs or fewer. Dobrich on the button.
Yeah, just leave that there.
Dobrich has been quiet.
He has.
Well, he quietly says all in on the button with the 2 short stacks in the blinds.
Sorry, I gotta think about this for a second.
A little too much. Sue is going to be left with 4 big blinds. Ten high.
Yeah, it's ugly for him either way.
Depends how big of a Doyle fan he is.
What was it?
What's Gregor's luck? It was like a 3 ounce.
Yeah, it looks so
And even if you are a Doyle fan, people seem to forget that hand worked for him on the last hand of the main event. He's up twice.
He asked me how many chips it was. I was like, I'm sorry, I can't even talk.
And didn't he have to make a boat with it? Not sure. It's like... He's got to know Dobrich
I would see that what they will
very
play
wide,
there on
but
the-
10 do.
For sure.
I would
It's
see
about how
what
much
they
you have
play there
committed
on
to
your
the
turn.
Yeah.
center already and how much you have left. And I think he has
It's in the
about
big blind.
1 big blind too many to want to call off within almost any 2 spot.
He does fold.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Dobrich putting the pressure on. Rightly so. So Sue moves to the small blind with 3 bigs. Dobrich now with 57 big blinds. The Poker Go Genesis NFT collection is here and almost sold out. For access to special rewards, exclusive experiences, and a 25K added free roll, get hold of one of these NFTs now. Join the Poker Go Discord for more information at discord.gg/PokerGo, or you can mint your own at nftstadium.io.
I just wanted to mention that if Marshall the dog finds it too loud out there on the rail, Marshall the dog can find us in the trailers.
Yeah.
It's pretty quiet in here. We even have a little headset, can protect his ears. Just put it out there.
Aaron Duzak folds. Aaron Duzak, 74.5 million chips.
Sometimes it just goes like that. Boring day, boring day.
He started
Huge
in 4th
confrontation.
place. Yeah, he's in 4th place again, you know.
Yeah, tournament poker has been described as hours of boredom and moments of sheer terror. And I feel like that's the day he's having. Yes.
Sue, Jack 8, all in. Eames, second biggest stack.
And now Eames with the 10 dudes.
He's got 47 bigs. Matthew shoved 3.
Doesn't mean you want to put him in.
No, you're right.
It's about 4 big blinds, though. Once again, not in any 2 situation, but just about 1 big blind.
And then it's like, at this point, does Sue want to call or not? You know?
No, he does not. Sue would be so thrilled to just take this down.
How big a fan of Doyle is Eames?
Figuring out what the pot odds are.
Look, he's just going, I don't know what I'm supposed to, I know what
10 high.
but I don't want to do it.
Yeah, and 10 high is okay. I mean, Sue is going to be shoving suited connectors, and you're going to be up against the 6-5 suited and things. He's not folding those, so.
Yes, I probably.
What about the equity of possibly knocking off a player versus you're going to lose 3 or 4 big blinds here?
Guess I kind of have to.
And Ames
78, yeah. 7.8.
is primarily a cash game player. He's never in spots like this, with antes in the middle, dead money, and having to decide what to do facing a 4 big blind shove.
I think they're going in. Pay bump for all.
Yeah,
they're
chips
going
are going
in.
in.
Ah, come on,
Oh my
John, you can
God.
do it. There it is. Oh, and Sue shakes his head, but he's going to like what he
I
sees.
had 10 deuce when he shoved on me.
All right, so Sue at risk
Jack
again.
8.
It's got to be pretty close with the 10 high.
What do I do, guys?
I don't know.
Guess I probably have to. I don't know.
Woo, let's go. Jack.
You might just have like 8, 9 or something.
Sue is ahead.
Damn it.
Why don't we ever just yell hold? You got Jack high. Hold.
Exactly. Jack 8. Again, at risk for Sue. Eames out. Looking for a 10 or a deuce. Nobody's paired up.
Woo, we got this. Come on. All right,
Sue has the high card.
7.
Will Matthew Sue stick around? Can he avoid a 10 or a deuce? Eames looking to score the knockout. The river card, the 6 of hearts. 2 pair with the jack. And that will score the small double up for Matthew Sue.
And you know, the spectator who's rooting for everyone, he has to be loving this. No one
he's going
busting.
crazy, yeah.
He's like, yes, everyone.
Everybody. We
Wish
love
I
you.
jacked it.
It was an excellent play.
Oh, wow.
I
had 10 deuce when you shoved the button.
Like 5 or 6? Yeah, maybe 10 is all. I mean, I did
I don't know if you
twice.
could fold there.
You did twice.
In that spot or when I was in the
He
big
did
one?
one. You were in the big one. That's 6 at least, I can remember. Yeah, well. Imagine how many, because I'm also short.
It's Doyle when you need him. What a one. Yeah, if he was on the road.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's just like...
He might have been shoving like any 2 cards. I'm not even joking.
Yeah.
See? Don't be playing those big hands. Just play
Yeah,
Jack
it's
8
close
and double
to
up.
it, I don't fucking know.
This guy was tortured.
How many bigs was it?
Because it's pretty close, I'm sure.
It was, yeah.
Button shoves off 2 short stacks. Deuce.
Go to work. Go to work, Matthew.
He probably knows better than all of us. Espen, what would you have done? Fuck your man
21
right now.
through,
Doesn't
hand
matter.
82. 4 players eliminated to this point. We just started hand 90.
Now this is hand 82 of the official final table.
Nine-handed.
Yeah.
Just the grinding down process of the main event and the monstrous blinds right now. Suki in 6 with 16 bigs, followed by Farnes with 12, Dueck with 10, and Sue with 8.
And Sue, if he didn't get 2 outed by Attenborough, would be in one of the top stacks.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. Does anyone want a water?
Haven't mentioned, I think it's
Okay,
Jay.
thank you.
That's Jay in the box. Yeah, from Tampa,
Get a water
Florida.
over here. This is mine, right?
Which I wasn't going to mention, but I like to mention all the dealers. But I looked at
Crazy
Jay,
amount of all-ins.
Sorry.
kind of cocked my head.
No,
Says, "Yeah, I knocked you out in the tournament at Tampa." I said, "Ah, thanks."
Thank you, sir.
Appreciate you.
It's Silks. Horse racing track there.
This is great. I
Really
like
filled
to
that cup
see
deep, man, with the Grey Goose, eh, bud?
limping making a return,
Usually good problem.
especially from a good player. I want to see exactly how he uses
I mean,
this
so
in his
much of this.
game. It's going to be educational for all of us. Sue now with a little under 9 big blinds
That's good, thanks.
and a very
Appreciate it.
fun
Hey, can you
Jack
grab,
10
you can
suited.
take those two.
At the wrong time.
You can take that.
Yep.
And that, dude, actually. And that.
Does he find the just limp behind? I think I'd be tempted to. Shove also reasonable, but you would have to start to think Attenborough is probably setting this up.
He did it before.
Mm-hmm. Is this a trap being set for me to jam my last 9 big blinds in? And he limps behind. Love it.
Well, that should bring Ames into the mix. It's contagious.
John Ames.
4.5 to 1, just with the blinds behind you. Suited 1 gapper. Let's go. Oh yeah.
He's in.
There's
Farnes
He's like,
suited Jack.
Let's
One
go.
more million? Okay.
Sure.
Just put a 9 in this flop. It hits everyone in some way.
True. Always does.
You know, he doesn't
said
have
that?
enough chips to squeeze, but oh, I'd love to see it.
Didn't you, when somebody said that, a 9 always helps someone? Who was that, Norman? Was it
No,
poker player? I'm confusing.
No, you're thinking of the 9-8-7 starting hand and stud 8.
No.
No?
No. This is one of your
A
friends
9 always
for
helps-
years said
Oh.
9 always helps someone.
A 9 always helps someone?
Yeah.
Was that what the
Yeah,
Don
like
Kennedy
Miami
used to say?
John or something like that. I don't know. Anyway, back to the hand. Close. King 8 deuce.
And it
For
seems
Duzak, but
a
no
bit
good.
unfair that Duzak, having done nothing wrong, is probably going to lose a bunch of chips in this hand to Attenborough.
Well, he's up against a lot of players that he might yank on the reins a little bit.
Well, I think he's going to call any
That's what I'm
bet.
saying.
Yeah, I agree.
He's gonna check,
But-
but he does stand to lose some chips in this pot, having done nothing wrong. This is the gamble part of poker. Sometimes you just run a little bit bad. You got a dominated king when you really didn't have an option but to see this flop and be dominated. Are we thinking of leading? Wow.
All right. He's got chips. Attenborough with the best of it, with a better king. Spade on the board.
Some unconventional things pre-flop lead to unconventional post-flop decisions. It's a limped 5-way board with the big blind leading out on a king high. You're not going to see that very often. When the big blind leads, it'll usually be a lower semi-connected board.
This is what keeps 2+2 poker form going. Ace of diamonds. Nobody had an ace.
And this is an action-killing card. Really good news for Duzak.
You don't think if he happens to check that Attenborough wouldn't fire?
There's no reason to. When you have second pair with a good kicker, he doesn't have to represent the ace. He has a really good hand to just want to show down. You might get another street of value, but it may be on the river where you want to give your opponent a price they know. Instead of on the turn, when you start betting on the turn, they wonder how much am I have to pay on the river, so it's hard to get 3 streets. But yeah, I think both players here with the hand good enough to not want to do anything on this ace turn.
There was one check.
So let me ask you this. If Duzak checks, don't you think Attenborough might fire?
A reason he could do it, he could put a really small bet in, buying himself the check from the out of position player on the river. But it would be small. It's going to be, yeah. Get a tiny amount of value.
He's thinking of folding this.
Yeah, wow. This is a spot where maybe you could have gotten a river bet in, but you have Duzak wondering, okay, if it's 4.5 million now, is the river going to be 20 million? I'm out of here.
Attenborough getting that much stronger. 75.5 million, 37 bigs right now. Take a look at the final table payouts brought to you by StormX, the easiest way to earn crypto. Current payout
That's insane.
just
pretty insane, right?
south of
Actually, I should have busted, like,
51,
the first
pops
holder,
up to
right?
$1 million. And you can see the ladder all the way up to 10 million
Over 5 hours
for the
in.
new world
That was the
champion.
guy?
And we will
Really?
award that tomorrow with a beautiful
lost one guy yet?
5 hours?
main event bracelet. That comes actually with Qui Win
I was greasy,
inside
buddy.
the bracelet
Pardon?
to give you
Greasy one.
advice whenever
Yeah.
you need it. And that comes tomorrow night.
Either way right or way wrong.
Do it pocket eights now. He says all in.
We'll find out in, what, 28 minutes.
Yeah, we will. I mean, I had a hand. I
know that.
Yeah, I don't know if I.
So do I.
Yeah, I don't know what hand you have. I guess.
So do I. Either really bad or really good.
Button down.
As long as I'm lucky, I don't really give a shit, though.
11 big blind shove. Coming from late enough position where this is a decision. And he gets away from it. Nice.
And there you go. Mickey shove gets through. He's thrilled.
I wonder if these guys are envisioning another 6 a.m. kind of night. They just went through it,
boy,
and nobody's busting.
Well, I hope Duick doesn't bust, because I can't imagine any other establishment taking in that rail elsewhere in Clark County.
Couple of face cards. Dobrich raises. Min raise. Howard raise. Aaron's got something to look at? Nope. Okay. Fooled me. 2 7 deuces around the card. On the table there. King Jack.
Nice hand to defend with on your 15 big blind stack, especially with a couple of short stacks hanging around. Not wanting to shove this in.
King in there.
Interesting flop for Dobrich as well. Open-ended backdoor spades.
Okay.
Suki's gonna play it a little bit passively. And so far, not punished for it.
And he'll try another street the same way. He too could be a Game of Thrones character, you know? And they shot a lot in Croatia.
I could see it. Somebody sent me a shot of Ginger the Dealer alongside a Lord of the Rings character who actually looked way more like. Dobrich wondering if he semi-bluffs this turn as well. How often is he going to get through? And this is where having a lot of chips versus Suki's only 12 big blinds.
All in.
This is exactly what I was hoping he would do. Finally using his big stack to push around a shorter stack. Try to get them to fold massive equity. 82% next to Suki's name right now.
Suki now, if he can muster it up, could be a third double up.
I think he could find this call. He really seems to be considering it. I don't want to belabor the point that this is a very, very top-heavy tournament, but it's worth mentioning that this ICM pressure that you feel to outlast another stack, you shouldn't be feeling it. The pay jumps are very, very small compared to the top 3 spots.
Philippe Suki with the decision for all his chips.
The fact that there's a spade, there's 2 spades out there, you don't have spades in your hand is helpful. You can give Dobrich a spade draw and stick it in. You don't have a queen in your hand. If you have the jack, that's not that helpful when you're hoping he has an open-ender.
Yeah, tough decision.
Or an ace-jack kind of hand.
100 factors going into this.
One of the factors, though, is would he do this? Would he jam on you and put you under this much pressure with a hand much better than yours? Maybe not. He wants to get value out of those. He may go for a smaller turn bet.
Oh, we can eat up here?
I mean, I guess. When it's dinner break, you know? I'm not being told I can't.
Right.
Can Suki bring himself
Actually,
to the
they're going to do an
correct
interview with him.
decision? He's stewing in there.
One thing I'd be thinking about is if I make this folds, what are my chances? A little under 12 big blinds left in your stack. You really are at the mercy of getting a good hand dealt to you, or hoping that a couple people bust before you have to get your stack in.
You really give up so many choices. And they're going in.
80? 80? 60.
If you get it in right now and you hold, you're back in this tournament.
80, 75.
Just hoping to avoid a nightmare situation where he gets it in, he's up against ace king or king queen and drawing so slim.
Gone.
And he does succumb to the pressure of Dobrich.
And what a shame for Suki. That was a big opportunity.
Don't tell me. I want to know.
That looks delicious.
It's okay.
It's nice to see Dobrich wielding his big stack like that, though. There hasn't been much opportunity for him to do so, but that was a really good one. Nice pickup.
And maybe they're noticing that too, that he's not in a lot of hands, so it narrows his range somewhat.
You don't like a good salad? I don't know.
Using all the tools that
I don't know. It could
is
be
accumulating. Matija Dobrich now with 126 million chips. And Suki down to 11 big blinds along with Jeff Farnes. Haven't seen Farnes really get involved lately, and that stack just melts away.
I had a pretty bad.
Pardon?
I had a pretty bad card.
Yeah.
A kicker. I mean, I had a good kicker, but it was a bad card.
Yeah, acknowledging that he had the jack in his hand, which is a good kicker, but a bad card.
What? Jack.
So Duzak with a very sizable stack now in a position where he just doesn't shove pre-flop. You know, you've got to figure out how to play this game. Get in post-flop and then trot out Wizard the Wizards.
I don't think it matters about having like a good kicker.
So really, I wish we could hear a little bit more of what Suki is saying, because he is saying, you know, it's a little bit polarizing when you get jammed on in that spot, and that having the jack as a kicker is less important as having the jack as a blocker to having for his opponent have queen jack, which is what he's hoping he has there.
Again, people to fold top pairs.
You're actually
makes it
only one to fold my flop this whole tournament. Yeah, in this whole tournament. I mean, I didn't have that many big blinds, but you're the only one to fold.
That's still a crazy spot. That's still like, I still remember the feeling.
Your stat wants to play, and I think he wants to play with Duzak.
I was sure one pair folding.
This hand
I thought
has
you
possibilities,
had king 10. I was like,
but he knows
okay,
Duzak is not a poker pro. But he certainly has accumulated wealth there and has to be careful.
Just the call.
Bluff, yeah.
He's going to play in position to suited wheel cards.
Did you have? It doesn't matter.
You'll see.
30 big blinds deep.
You can imagine.
Not much for either. Duzak, though, does have the ace of diamonds, which is helpful. If he decides to c-bet this flop, there's a bunch of turns he's going to be able to continue on.
Yeah.
It's been your stat. Chip leader to start the action 10-handed today.
Yeah, there's just nothing there. Even though it's a small c-bet on a wet board, and you tend to wonder, wow, could you be empty? Hand it over.
Those guys are fading.
Fading.
Fading. I thought they'd be louder than Brits. It's pretty weak.
A lot of the poker pros tuning in.
All the way out here.
One of them, one of our favorites, Scott Seaver, tweeted, usually I live tweet the final table action, overly aggressive in my opinions, but this year has been such a joy to watch that I'm just happy as a fan of poker to get to watch the action.
Working shifts.
You know,
That cuts both ways. I'm feeling the same way. I remarked earlier that, wow, everyone's just so good. It feels like that nobody's out of line, no one's doing anything dumb, which is a little fun sometimes when you got an out of line person playing, but really, it is fun to watch poker being played really well. And that's what we're getting.
think Scott is drinking and being lazy.
What do you mean? Duzak, king jack off. Ooh, in late position too. Perhaps not wanting to open into the chip leader.
Maybe he ran out of shots. Ace 5 suited on the button, all in. One down. Big blind, big stack. Ace 5.
Facing 11 big blinds, probably a call. Unless you think that Suki is overly tight.
Well, it's interesting. They just had the conversation about their previous hand where Suki was telling him what he had. He was giving him the lowdown of what his thinking was. And now, lo and behold, a couple minutes later.
It might buy him a get-through, is what you're thinking?
Yeah, I
He's
don't
got
know.
a tighter image than he would have had if he didn't say I folded a king-jack.
Exactly.
Sorry, guys. I really don't know what to do.
Take your time, dude.
It's been 30 seconds, Matija. Don't worry.
I'll say, and I said it in another stream, that it's always the people who don't take that much time that apologize for taking time. And the person who spends 5 minutes singing the Meow Mix song in their head never, ever says anything. They just go, whatever, it's my show here. I don't care
And
about
you're
it.
right. This Dobrich actually has talked about how he hates tanking, and he actually wants a shot clock in every tournament. So he normally wouldn't take a long time, and here he's only taking a minute plus.
And it's a reasonable situation where you have a cuspy hand and you think about it. And you just got a whole lot of new information about Suki that he gave you in a previous hand, so.
Almost forgot. Good luck, Phil.
Ooh, stop yawning.
Oh, yawning is a bad sign. We are 9-handed. If we're still playing down to 4, that man needs a Red Bull.
Said that's a beast.
Dinner break. Would be at least 6 by now. It's crazy.
Oh yes, got him back.
There we go. I mean, it's possible. You normally wouldn't want to give out information while you're playing.
Hopefully.
But that information might have bought him that pot.
Or like a
He
juice
will
of some
welcome it.
sort, like a
He
I'll say
started
thing.
this
Like-
table with 11 big blinds, and now he has 13 big blinds. So a lot of treading water for Philippe.
Oh, I could see it. Dobrich. Sam from Game of Thrones.
Oh, indeed.
That's what I was
Yep.
thinking. Jon Snow's good buddy.
Matt Emmerich on Twitter says, if Duzak takes 8
Yeah.
more shots, he wins this thing. He might need to be told he won it tomorrow.
It might be. Lawrence gives up his hand. Duzak. The Duz cruise. I think it would work. Not this hand. Back around to Suki now. All right, small blind, big blind now. That's where Dobrich needs to flex.
Oh yeah, facing a 13 big blind stack. I think we're going to be ripping all in quite a bit. It's a lot easier to pull the trigger shoving than it is to call.
All in.
It's got Dueck
You
in the
just
big
like
blind.
never get like 8 deuce off or
Once
7
Dueck
deuce, like
wake up
7
with
three,
ace
8
9.
threes. You never
Has
get
he
any
looked
of
at his
those
hand
hands?
yet?
I don't think so.
Because we're calling this. Yeah.
There it is. All right.
I think he's about 100% to win because he complained. That's how it works.
All right, Mickey at risk with the ace 9. against the big stacks, Queen 6.
And all three players, one of them on the hand, return to their rails, including Matthew Su, who would like to see a knockout to move on up.
Mickey Duick now trying to be the latest to double up.
Almost ace.
Matthew Su, really the bad luck guy here so far at the table. Finally did get a small double up a moment ago. He remains a short stack. Duick now with 13 big blinds. King 4.
No diamond.
Yeah, the diamond.
8.
I do have a diamond.
Yeah, the diamond.
Duick has the diamonds covered. Trying to avoid a queen or a 6. Queen or a 6 would begin to send Duick out the door.
That rail looks like they're anticipating a UFO.
Aren't they?
Okay.
Another 4.
One more, Mickey. One fucking more. Vamos. One more.
Duick did what he had to do. So did Duick.
One more.
Avoid the queen or a 6. Duick doubles.
7 of diamonds. Come on.
5.
Brick.
One time, Jack. Shoot.
River card, ace of hearts. Oh, wow. Duick gets it through. Another double up for the short stacks.
Love to see it. That rail's awesome.
Dobrich cut down to under 100 mil, but still in the chip lead. And if Duick, no, he is going to be allowed back to the table. He moves out of the danger zone.
Suki doubled through Dobrich, and now Duick does likewise. Not a premium hand, but again, just the luck of the draw. The big blind woke up with something to shove, and it held. Where are the closed captions when you need them? I have no idea what those people are saying.
It would just say indiscriminate yelling.
I didn't check it, but I trust you. You're one of the better ones.
Bubbles.
How much was it? How much?
We're fucked now, right?
8 straight roll in a call without an elimination.
That's why we're still 9-handed. And we are about 90 hands into 9-handed without losing a player.
Right.
Everybody who's been on is double.
Yeah, it was like that fucking yesterday, or day 7 or whatever it was as well.
Games
But
with eights.
like watching that stream at the end of that night with Sober just kept cutting to all ends, and we know it's like 5 a.m. in the morning. We're just like watching everyone double.
Yeah.
So 3 kind of dire short stacks, 13, 11, and 7 big blinds. Suki, Farn, and Su in that order. Games with raise.
And really, Farnes hasn't taken any risk.
No, he hasn't.
He's just been kind of dealt out and has been watching the short stacks double over and over and over again.
Dobrich with a hand.
And these are the 2 biggest stacks right now.
You started with 80, huh?
Like 85, 80, 85.
Demolish you.
81.
Yeah. Just like no sweat.
Yeah, no sweat at all. All of us.
Exchange rate for Britain to Croatia.
82.
That would make it 85.
That was unbelievable. That was a crazy.
Yeah, man.
Both options here seem to
They're
make
not-
sense
they're
to
not
me. Either
crazy
3-betting a
like
hand as
main
good as
event.
Jacks,
Okay.
or flatting them since he's facing,
All in.
wow,
All in.
facing the under the gun raise of
I gotta
Ames.
How much?
Mickey's
Thanks,
on a
Mickey.
high.
Dover just
fuck
lets
around a
it
little
rip,
bit.
and
Everything's
these
too
eights are going to
serious.
hit them
Gotta
up
go.
quickly.
Yeah. Huh.
That face.
Fold.
It's a great face.
Been trying to do that all night.
Fucking next, Doug.
It'd be fun if we forced them to wear a T-shirt on the second
I
night
was
of the
rooting for
best
you. Don't
face
come
they
after my
made
big
on the
blind.
previous.
I was saying hold.
Really?
Yeah, I was
Dobrich
screaming it.
back over $1 million, 106 million there. A A lot of chips in there. A lot of salmon chips worth 1 million each.
I like your guy with the
Purple's a half
pistol
million.
that blows like
Still got some
fucking
greens,
bubbles.
25K. Chips and Play brought to you by Stormex, the easiest way to earn crypto.
Are you from Miami?
Well, I live in Fort Lauderdale, but I was.
Who's that?
I
He's
was born in
9.
Argentina and I moved to Aventura when I was like 1.
I live in Miami.
Yeah? Really?
Yeah, I moved there in January.
Nice. Where? Like down south?
I live in Coconut Grove.
Oh, that's amazing.
But I play. Do you play at Hard Rock?
You play what?
You play at Hard Rock?
Probably like 2.5 nights out of the week. 3 nights maybe.
We're talking about Florida poker. There's a lot of good poker to be played there. Big tournaments.
Wow, that'll really get your
good cash
blood
games.
pumping.
Lots of retired people
Really.
with money there.
Sounds like the game near me where
I play
they
there
built an
too.
Intel
Like
plant.
I play every day, but like just
Hard Rock?
daytime. Yeah, I play like 10 till 6, 7. Like
10 what?
10 a.m. till 6, 7.
What do you play? No limit?
5, 10, 25.
How have I never seen you?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, I mean, like I know.
So what time do you play?
7 p.m. When my girl finishes work, I leave and we go.
Oh.
How have I never seen you there?
I know, like.
Why do you live in
like,
Coconut Grove then?
That's where my girlfriend. Like, she lived in Miami before I met her, so that's where her place is. And I like it there. It's a bit far, but.
Yeah, that's
He
the only
reminds
thing.
me,
Like,
he
if you're
says
going
when
at
he
10,
stops playing poker when
I guess
his
10 a.m. you
girlfriend's
miss rush
leaving
hour?
work, that I
Yeah,
played
so-
with somebody who's
What do you take, Turnpike?
would come
Yeah.
every day to the club, leaving the house 10 minutes after his wife went to work. And then he would always leave sharp at 4 o'clock so he'd get home about 15 minutes before she got home. And she had
Oh, I
no
think I should've
idea.
folded ace nine.
No idea. He told me if we ever run in into each other, because we didn't live that far away,
You don't
do not
know-
tell
you
me
won't tell me now, but
you know me from the card room. And I did run into him once, and I was going to just play around with him on there, but I could see the fear in his eyes.
So what did the wife think he was doing all day?
He was, he had just retired from the
nearly
insurance
folded, right?
industry, and I don't
Very
know what
close.
she thought he did. If he's reading the paper, going to the library, going online, but she had no idea, and he did this for more than 10 years.
More than 10 years?
Yeah.
It's actually pretty innocent for the things you could be doing behind your
That's
wife's
true.
back.
That's true.
Did he hire a housekeeper once in a while, maybe? Honey, thank you.
The funny thing is the wife just knows and is like, whatever. He thinks
Who
he's
cares?
sneaky.
No, and she had the upper hand. Yeah, I like that.
How much you kill? Less than 10.
10 years, she never came home for
something
lunch.
like that.
Maybe. Maybe she's like, all right, my husband leaves the house every day for 6 hours.
There we go.
Oh, boy.
See, she was next level.
Yeah, could have been.
So Farnes defended on a really short stack. Gets a very nice flop to check jam for his remaining 8.5 big blinds.
All in. Good luck, buddy. Thank you.
That again, well done. That will
Wow.
take care of it.
Obrich just doing what he's supposed to
we can
do.
root for
But
something, boys.
there's the Farnes crowd.
Boy, he has not dragged chips forever.
Right? I mean, when Duzak is dragging a lot more pots than Farnes, you know something is wrong. All in, no call, 14. 8 double ups, no elimination since 9-handed. Yeah, we knew that.
But still, the number's growing now, so that's 22 times that someone's gone all in. And most of the time there's been no call, but no eliminations.
This
out of
is literally a
22
competition of
all-ins.
who runs the best. That's what this tournament is, right?
That was from the start, day one. As soon as we
battle of
registered,
who runs the best this tournament.
you can't win a tournament without running insanely good.
That's not the old Suki we know.
Yeah, Suki is incentivized to play very tight right now with Sue having 5 big blinds. So ace 10, even though if you're the shortest stack, you might rip from there, you still are kind of early position, and there's now a 5 big blind stack you can easily outlast.
Just looking at Dueck reminds me of like an old British war movie. He's a fighter pilot that has gone off. Been to the flak.
I'm excited for when we're in this booth at 5 in the morning for the shenanigans that are about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Jack, your producer, sobbing gently into my ear. Very.
You being nice
tight.
to Norman, you know, those kind of crazy things.
Yes. Duzak just calling in the big blind.
That's what he does. Third biggest stack.
See, he has two reasons to donk bet this, and he's not going to. One, that flop might have hit his hand, more likely than Attenborough's hand, being in the blind. And two, he'd under-repped his hand, so he'd be actually might be betting with the best hand, which he did not, and now he should obviously just at least call this.
Having the ace of hearts is always nice.
Mm-hmm.
Also, one big blind. You can afford it.
He already had it ready to go. Another test now for Aaron here. Said that to play his best, he was going to have to ignore the money jumps, ignore the money entirely. I don't know if he's been doing that, though. I don't know. I just get a feeling that he hasn't been able to ignore the money.
Yeah, if you're ignoring the money entirely, you just 3-bet this ace-king for value. But it's hard to ignore the money completely when you're looking at a 5 big blind stack hanging around. Everyone wants that pay jump. Attenborough remaining aggressive. Also with not much of a hand himself.
The queen might be more problematic, though, to call, won't it?
For Duzak, you're talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he doesn't have a whole lot of a hand now. It's easy to chuck in that one big blind, those C-bets that are just one big blind. You can speculate, okay, well, I have the ace of hearts. I got 2 overcards. I'm going to call, but then as the bets get bigger, it's harder to stick around.
Yep. Attenborough makes it happen, and Attenborough now moves ahead of Duzak.
You got your Aussie chant.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. Since start of day, 10-handed.
I need to know that.
Hand number 100 coming your way.
You gotta find out what.
Sorry.
That was hand number 100. I'm told. I'm sorry. So yes,
Is it-
probably
what's
could
the
have looked
red
on
deck
my scoreboard and seen this is hand
I
number
think there's
101.
stuff on this table.
There's something.
Because I've seen a few things, but they instantly come off.
No, now it's good.
Yeah, I think there's like shit on this table. Okay, yeah.
Attenborough in third place now, not far behind Jorstad now. And the players who we knew were players starting to percolate to the top of the leaderboard.
It was pretty clear from Attenborough's play yesterday that he could be really dangerous if he got a hold of some chips. And thanks to a 2-outer through Sue, he has those chips. And since then, without Showdown, has chipped up another almost 20 million. So yeah, I think he's going to be a force to be reckoned with. I think he's going to give Bobridge some trouble. And Jorstad.
Attenborough with another hand to play. It's very cool when you get the reputation for playing a lot of hands, but only because you've been dealt a lot of hands.
I wouldn't give him that. He had the King 9-0. He just turned into a winner.
Well, that was, he had to be a poker player then, which he is.
Good luck, buddy.
Sue's all in.
5 big blinds. 0 fold equity over Attenborough's raise.
Again, he loves the red pocket eights, so he'll
Temora
downgrade,
da cola, vai imán,
take one of each.
seis bebé.
Sue the short stack, 5 bigs, pocket pair,
Oh, wow.
but King for Philippe.
Listen, 12 big blinds.
So-
These are going in, and now it'll get back to Attenborough.
That's what I'm wondering.
And it's pretty close. I think it's so hard. We're seeing the cards. I don't want that to
These are
pollute
the
my
two
thoughts.
short stacks. Is what,
And this is the issue here. Attenborough raised, Sue jammed with no fold equity over Attenborough's raise. So that's a real hand. It's always going to be a real hand. When Suki jams over the top of that, it shows even more strength. And Attenborough, even with ace-jack and only facing 12 big blinds, will get the message that has to be a good hand. You're not going to see ace-10 offsuit in there.
he already knows it's a big hand, I think, the way Suki is acting here.
All in?
Yeah, he's got to go all in.
Yeah, this is an insta-fold.
Yep.
That's a good fold from a good player. And so now...
I'm a bad player. I would have made that fold.
Eights versus kings.
Right, I'm just clarifying
Kings.
that he was a good
Yes,
player
kings,
to
yeah.
delineate him against you, is all I'm saying.
Good luck, man.
So the two short stacks going at it. Sue, the shortest of the two, with the lesser of the pocket pairs. Could we finally get down to 8 players here? Philippe Suki has been successful in all his efforts so far this evening. Matthew Sue has come up short all but once. Now his tournament life on the line.
Oh, that's not good.
That's not good.
Third board.
Philippe casually awaiting his fate, holding the best hand with the kings. Sue on his feet, not with a rail this time.
Oh.
One more card to fall.
Well, Attenborough stayed alive with a 2-outer against Sue. Sue now is going to need a 2-outer or his day is done.
One last drink before execution. Yes, indeed. We do have a knockout at our final table. One of the men who was the chip leader coming in to this final table, Matthew Sue, the first one to go off from the official final table. He was the chip leader when nine-handed began.
So, as we saw from Philip Hilm 15 years ago, from chip leader to ninth, same fate for Matthew Sue.
I had ace jack, yeah.
Just couldn't get the luck when he needed it, Sue. And Suki, running good tonight, takes the last of Sue's chips. Now he moves up just a spot, 7th place, 21 bigs. The Kings doing their job.
At this point, yeah.
You did all you could, sir. You brought a huge stack in, but the luck was not with you tonight.
So disappointing. Hopefully none of his friends go, you were chip leading. What happened? Because lots of things happened. He got very unlucky.
So much happened, indeed. So now the minimum payout is over $1 million for our final 8 here at the 2022 main event final table. Duet with ace, queen of clubs, and a raise. Be interesting to see how that knockout maybe, rattles through the rafters. Attenborough defends. Ace is up for Dueck.
What flavor do you think Dueck's sweater is?
Split pea.
Gross. Thinking maybe avocado.
They have fabrics that taste.
I don't know. You'd think so by the way that poker players do that chewing on there.
Then you don't have no need for breaks.
$1 million, boys.
Yeah,
what?
not bad, guys.
Congrats, guys.
I just want to let it be known that I've 2-outed twice in this tournament.
It's confession time. What
Confessional
else
booth.
Been bluffing a little bit. Not a lot. Just a little bit.
You played well?
Just a bit, huh?
You played well?
Not really. Here to
fuck around, gamble, like me and Espen are just here to gamble.
That looks like a gamble.
As mentioned before, looking for stability in his life with a payout here.
Absolutely, we're just here to gamble.
Your stat.
Oh, thanks, Ralph. See you, man. Thanks.
Aaron
Just here to
Duzak just
gamble.
before him. Yeah, I mean, all these guys now have made $1 million playing poker for a couple of weeks.
Chip lead, it's out.
Not too shabby.
Giant plus.
Yeah.
Ah. Anything can happen,
It happens.
It's like $1.4 million,
Especially when it's
maybe
drawn out for
$1.3
5-6 hours. And there's short stacks and
It's
money
like
goes
14
in.
tanks of gas.
Not that long.
Oh, true. 17, wasn't it?
It's one of those things that can happen like that, or it can be 4 players out in an hour.
Dobrich still the chip leader. Activity at the bottom of the chip counts lately, but this man is a 100 million chip man. Your stat, his nearest competitor with the raise with a similar hand. We've seen this before between these two, and it was your stat getting the upper hand that time.
Your stat with the better Jack 8. The suited 2-gapper, the Michael Strand.
And that club is going to be working.
And this is how it went last time. They both missed. Your stat followed. Dobrich folded.
Disconnected board, no flush draw. You can go pretty small and get the job done.
Job one, get the job done.
Goes for about 25%.
Same result.
Very good at poker.
So Dobrich
Very good at pre-flop
gives it up.
poker.
Your stat takes
I
that
got bluffed pretty
down
badly
as
previously
he
with
inches
that.
a little
I got bluffed
closer
pretty
to
badly
the
by
chip
the
leader,
other guy.
Matiha Dobrich.
He said he was
So our first elimination off the official final table, Matthew Sue. Consolation prize, talk with Kara.
I'm here with Matt Sue. That table was brutal with so many all-ins and so many double-ups. Talk to us about your experience there.
I'm a little disappointed to finish 8th, or 9th rather. But at the end of the day, I got really lucky to get here. So, I'm just happy that a lot of my friends got to experience this. And I'm a little disappointed that all my other friends who were going to come in for the Final Four couldn't make it. So, but all in all, it was an amazing experience. It's like a sporting event. So it's going to take probably a few days to really, sit back and figure out wow, that was, what the hell happened?
And figure out what it all means. Is there anything that happened over the last, 13 days, really, of poker that kind of surprised you or showed you something about yourself, even as a player?
I guess just how fun it was, at the, these flips are literally worth, millions of dollars. And, yeah, just to have, my friends shouting for certain cards and just, the theatrics, I love that, so.
Well, thank you so much for talking to us. Out in 9th place, Matthew Sue.
Well, when Sue sits down, tries to figure out all what happened, he still should just be very happy that it's his first World Series cash, and it is for nearly $900,000.
It's amazing.
Yeah, I don't think
Also, I would give a word of advice. Just have those friends fly in anyway and go party. You just won almost $1 million. If they couldn't get there for day 2 and you were going to be down to 4 or 5, just go to a pool party. You didn't do anything wrong, nothing to be ashamed about. Go have fun.
It's got a lot of
They could consult our producer because she's getting ready for a bachelorette party she's already planned. And so the whole agenda is already, she could sell the agenda to them, make up and pay for the whole bachelorette party, and you're ahead.
There will be girls there.
And, you do the same thing with your rent-a-rail, Stand on guard for thee. Best national anthem ever. Why isn't Aaron standing? Finish, big finish.
Love it.
Play ball. Dobrich under $1 million, still the leader. Is he doing enough? He's doing all he can, really, with all the action down below and what he's got and where he is. So not much more he can do. Beautiful.
I think that one shove with the open ender is what he needed to do in the moment. Got a really good hand to fold.
You recognized it, huh? It's a trademark.
We started with 10, 2 down, 8 players left. Jeff Farnes now, the short stack with 14 big blinds. Philippe Suki, despite all his activity, has just 20 big blinds. In 7th place.
Yo, did you order anything? All right, nice.
Dobrich with the 3 people to his left out chips and suited connectors.
Farnes in the big blind, so he's given up $4 million already to the pot. Around to him.
Defendable. Jack 5 suited. 2 min raise. Hitting 4.5 to 1.
Defends. Jack in there.
Dobrich, more likely to have hit this board than the big blind defense. We go 1 big blind. And second pair, backdoor hearts, definitely good enough. Nice card.
Wow, 10 of clubs on the turn.
Straight flush draw for Dobrich.
Yeah. Another check from Farnes, the short stack to the big stack.
Dobrich can make it really difficult on Farnes right now with either a jam. It's only 10 big blinds effective, even though it would be over pot.
There it is. And a call.
And a call, a snap call. Wow.
Farnes ahead, but Dobrich with a lot of outs. Look at all those outs once.
8 as well. 8 as well.
Queen 8 or club.
Oh, he's got a flush.
Really impressive by Farnes, though, to just sniff this one out. Over pot shove, second pair. He beat him into the pot.
So Jeff Farnes, a chip leader coming into day 7. He was cut down. He was 8th coming into the activity today. He is at risk. Dobrich is behind, but a bevy of outs.
MTT, I feel like a club always comes here. No bust outs.
Dobrich needs one of those cards at the top of your screen to get us down to 7-handed. Farnes looking to double. It is a 7 of hearts. Yes, okay, there you go. That was not one of them. What a dodge.
It took him a second. He's like, does that give him a straight? No. Okay. Really nice call. Really quick decision. He knew what he was doing when he checked. He was never folding.
Farms has been sort of a latter-day Kenny Hollick. Remember how great he was against large fields?
Now he'll probably have like 50.
This is his 6th World Series cash. And listen to this. This year at the mini-main event, a warm-up for the main event, he finished 188th. I'm sorry, he finished 188th out of 5,832. Of course, now here at this main event, he's in the top 8 with a field of 8,600. At last year's mini main event, he cashed in a field of 3,800. In last year's Colossus, he cashed in a field of 9,300. In the 2019 main event, he cashed in a field of 8,500. And in the 2019 Big 50, he cashed in a field of 28,300. Wow. All of his cashes in massive fields.
Nice hand.
So Dobrich now cut down. He just won of the pack. Third place, 35 big blinds. Your stat right there is your leader with 43 big blinds. The short stack Suki with 20 big blinds. 3 of the players have doubled through Dobrich.
And Dobrich had had the chip lead for quite a while. And now he's got to sit down with the
peasants.
The peasants.
One of the gang.
Just with 35 bigs
This
now.
side of the table versus that side of the table.
Let's fucking go.
Or that's going to be an East Coast.
Second place now.
Maybe.
East side,
So
west
just
side.
take a look at the chip counts to start the hand up at the top. You can see how tightly packed field
How
is.
sick would it be if either you 4 make tomorrow or us 4 make tomorrow?
Probably that's how it is, yeah.
That would be so cool. That would be so dope.
If we make it us 4, can we stay in these seats and just play it?
Of course. I'm not going to that side. It's the unlucky side.
I like to.
We have like seats 7, 8, 9, but we're still just.
Dueck has now divided the table to 2 halves.
way.
That's the devil's
Us
side.
4 might
Fuck
make
that.
the tomorrow, or you 4 down there might make tomorrow. And why would Suki want to move seats if he makes it?
Oh, thank you. Didn't even see those chips there. I must be losing my mind.
Did that ace-9 just hit the muck to a min raise from the big blind?
Scene 2.
Duzak is that tight. That's very tight.
Duzak.
I was waiting for
Right
the
in the middle.
flop.
Yeah,
I
I
was
know.
like, where'd the flop go? Did the
That's-
graphics fail?
Dominic just kind of grabbed everything and moved on. I don't know, maybe they weren't done. And he, come on, move it along.
Suki with the under the gun raise. Ace queen suited. Dueck with a suited wheel. He's thinking about it.
Got some raisin chips. A little value-added tax on that min raise. With 10.5. Not a min raise.
10-5.
Oh, and this is the problem with saying what your best hand is. Farnes' favorite hand is Jack-10.
Facing this action, this will be hitting the muck.
It's,
Final table, not a time for a favorite hand.
That's true.
I saw
He
a face
exposed
card.
his hand. He exposed one card, I think.
Which one?
I'm so sorry, gentlemen. So sorry. I apologize.
Maybe. Well, I don't know. I'm not
Here's
going to say
that
maybe.
out. Suki now, he had about 20 big blinds
Just
to
over
start,
50?
21 big
Like
blinds.
52.
Rude.
Suited is nice. It makes calling an option.
These are the 2 short stacks.
Jamming also an option when you're about 20 big blinds deep. It's just a little tough because you raise under the gun and got 3-bet. So under the gun raise pretty tight usually. 3-bet's looking a little strong. But once again, you started with 20 big blinds. I'm not trying to fold ace queen suited. At the very least, I'd want to be continuing with the call, but I think jamming is probably a better option because you'll be playing the whole hand out of position. Does just call. I think the ace deuce suited is going to get away with one here. Not a good enough flop, just one diamond. It's hard to see bet with a hand this bad. When you miss the flop by this much, it's hard to muster one, but you're the 3-better. Stack starting to dwindle a little for yourself as well. 21 big blinds. Blinds going up pretty soon. Gonna go real small, it looks like. I think you went for 5.5. It's hard. You don't catch much of this with ace queen of diamonds, but it's so hard. You're getting about 6 to 1.
I don't think he caught enough. And he does have backdoor diamonds. He's got 2 overcards to the board.
Are either of them good? That's the problem.
Oh, well, he's got an ace and a queen blocker, so that blocks aces and queens.
Go on.
So, you know, he could be up against pocket jacks or pocket tens, and he can still beat either one of those hands.
And Suki agrees with Norman.
Got shot now for Suki. Absolute dust for Dweck.
I don't know,
Can he
because Dweck
continue?
is dwindling. I don't know if he can continue, but one more would do it here, probably.
So Suki with that call
checked.
kind of turned the tables on Dweck, didn't he? Ah.
Uh-oh. Trouble for Suki. If Dweck can find one more barrel and represent this king, which is a pretty natural bluff card, it should do it.
Thank you.
Can we stick another 12 million in here, though? It's tough to do when you're sitting there with only 36.
Not true.
Kind of did paint yourself into this corner, and you get bailed out by a really nice river card if you can just pull one more.
One of these 2 short stacks is going to be hurt at minimum. Break is upon us. Some players moving on. Others want to see what's going on. One of them, I wish we're moving on. Or if we only had another camera in the house. Thank you.
Can I get 2 more wristbands? 2 more.
Oh, Mickey, really. He might know where he's at, but it's so hard to pull that trigger.
Hold on.
There it is.
Wow.
Trigger pulled and fold engaged. What a hand for Mickey there. He pumps his stack by 21 million. And once again, Philippe Suki, the short stack with 10 bigs.
This feels good. He's having a nice break with that ace-deuce suited.
Dweck up to 3rd place with 29 big blinds. And we have come to the end of another level. The price of poker is going up after the break. Once again, Kara Scott and Maria Ho coming your way on the break desk. This final table chip count brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook and Casino. We are all Caesars, and we are going to step aside. 1 player off our official final table, 8 players left, but one very short. It has been very entertaining, as Scott Seaver alluded to. We're all just enjoying watching the action here from the Las Vegas Strip. Watch the break. We'll be back afterward.
It's the best free poker game out there. You're on fire. Poker Go Hold'em. Play anywhere, anytime. It's just like the shows you love on TV. Think you can beat Phil Hellmuth? Then download and play. The Poker Bread is waiting. Download Poker Go Hold'em today. Available in your favorite app store. Get in the game.
After hours of 9-handed play where the short stacks just could not be beaten, we lost Matthew Sue in 9th place. That's nearly 6 hours, actually, of the final table complete here at Bally's Event Center. Combine that with the 74 hours before the final table, and Well, you can do the math. These guys have been going for a very long time. Hi, everyone. Kara Scott, along with Poker Pro Maria Ho. 8 players remain. Blind's about to head to 1.25 and 2.5 million. Don't forget, starting stacks were just 60,000. So each big blind right now represents 41 players. We're going to get to a few hand reviews. But before we do that, let's take a look at the current chip counts brought to you by Caesars Sportsbook. We are all Caesars. And if you see there, Jeff Farnes with 27 big blinds right now. And some of those came from making an extremely quick call as I compare. What did you think of that, Maria?
I think I need a little more time to process what happened. You don't see a lot of snap calls in this type of situation. And he did just that, and he was correct. Faded a lot of outs, and here he is.
Pretty incredible at this kind of a stage to make that quick call and not be, taking quite a bit of time. Do you think he might have had a read? I don't know. I'm trying to figure out what went behind that.
I mean, it definitely could have been a little bit of a read, but also I think people are starting to understand that Dobrich, as the big stack, is going to have a lot more bluffs, is playing so many hands that he can't always have it. He can't always have premiums, and at some point you really just have to take a stand.
Right, and there are some, personalities and characters at the table. Espen Jorstad has been quite steady, though. If there was one word I'd want to pick for him, it would be steady. He doesn't seem like much is getting into his head. He's just playing his game.
Yeah, I've been very, very impressed with the way that he's handled the pressure that he's under. But no surprise, this summer he won his first bracelet in the tag team event with Patrick Leonard. So I think he has a lot of confidence and momentum right now.
Okay, well, let's take a look at a hand. This one where all the action happens pre-flop.
We see Jorstad opening it up here with King Jack of clubs. He is second in chips to start the hand. And of course, not surprised to see Dobrich want to get involved again as the chip leader, putting maximum pressure on all other stacks. 3-betting here with King Jack offsuit. Action is back on Jorstad, and we're talking about the confidence Jorstad has coming into this main event final table, and I think he's going to show it right here as he reaches for those peach chips. Nice, healthy 4-bet here from Jorstad with the King-Jack suited combination. You block kings, obviously you block ace-king, but also Dobrich doesn't expect you to have a lot of 4-bet bluffs when he's the only person that has you covered and can bust you. So it's a good spot for it to get through, and it shows a lot of good awareness coming out of Jorstad for knowing that in this situation the dynamic is so that Dobrich is going to be extra aggressive.
Right, because we don't normally see two really big stacks at a table like this where the pay jumps are significant, kind of going after each other like that, do we?
Yeah, it definitely takes a lot of courage to stand up to the big stack and to say, hey, you're not going to run me over.
Okay, let's take a look at another hand. This one where our 9th place finisher, Matthew Sue, has jacks under the gun.
Yeah, so Sue opens here off of 23 big blinds. And starting this hand, he's 5 out of 9 in chips. There are several other short stacks, one of them being Duzak, who really hasn't played very many hands at all at this final table. He goes all in over the top of this open. And for Sue, he's got a really tough decision on his hands. Again, if we think about the type of hands that it's going to be willing to shove over your under the gun open, it doesn't feel like Jax is going to play that well and do that well up against that range, but he does end up making the call. Really tough spot, for chips, I think it's a call, but maybe with all of the ICM considerations, he could have thought about folding, and unfortunately, as we see this run out, Duzak flops a straight and never looks back.
Right, so let's talk about a big final table like this. Again, we have such big pay jumps, and the top is $10 million. That's what they're looking for. So how much does ICM, or should ICM, play into their decisions right now with big laydowns?
Yeah, absolutely. There's going to be a lot of ICM handcuffs that are being placed on a lot of these stacks. If you are a middling stack, then you are in a position where you want to preserve your stack size and wait for those smaller stacks to bust. So when you get dealt a hand like Jack's, where of course it's very playable, it's a situation that you're pretty happy to get some chips in, but when you're facing an all-in and there's 3 shorter stacks than you, and you calling it off would put you as the shortest stack, then that gives you something to think about.
Yeah, and it must have been quite frustrating to be at the table to be one of the medium stacks and just see the short stacks going in and all in and just never seeming to bust out. So any final thoughts for us?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I feel like the chips have consolidated a bit. There's not a ton of short stacks, but I still expect to see the big stacks step it up. Again, your stat, Dobrich, they have shown that they're not going to shy away from the action. So I think we'll see more of that.
Okay, well, that is all the time we have for it now. There's about 10 minutes left, though, on the break clock. We're going to go and see some highlights, and then the players will return for level 41, but you should stay put and enjoy the coverage.
Is he kidding me with this?
And how? And you ended up here. You got demoted to a poker commentator.
That's pretty much how it works.
John Eames, born in London, lives in London. 2.2 million live earnings, has a World Series of Poker circuit ring from 2014.
Interesting character.
Fold it two.
Sorry.
Asher with 2 red 10s.
Asher
Or
with
angle against the other shoulder.
about 15 big blinds.
Open it up for him, you know?
More psychological warfare.
You could raise call with a hand like this, or you could just jam. Jam is a slightly lower variance play.
He's all in with his 9th place stack. But Suki with that take just moments ago is right on his heels. So you see the all in worth 17.7 million. Get through the blinds.
Oh, wow.
Duick with ace king of hearts now.
I expect Duick to reshove into Sue, even though he's a chip leader. It's scary to do. Ace king suited, just such a good hand.
Duick made a final table in 10K PLO this year. Was that a shove?
Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Yeah.
Big blind.
King versus 10.
So we got
King versus 10.
Asher Kniff at risk with 10s against the ace king suited of Michael Duick. Kniff with what was promising to be a very boisterous rail, and they're on their feet.
Good luck, Asher.
It's a sick feeling just having to sweat this biggest flip of your life.
There we go. The 10's at risk. And
Oh my God.
that is it! Flop quads for Michael Duick to score the knockout. Oh my goodness.
That's how you become a venture capitalist. King, king, king flop with an ace king in your hand?
How about some drama, huh? Asher Kniff eliminated in 10th place, a payout of 675 grand. He said, yeah, he'd like to get the top money, but anything he gets from this point on, he told me before we started, he's very pleased with. He's had a bigger score, but never a bigger moment. And there you see the small ramp up, which does influence play one way or another.
Well, we were talking
Whether
about
it does
that,
or not, I mean, it's influencing play.
Yeah, we were talking about that before coverage, that you're looking at ICM and how top heavy it is, but then you think about real life and how much money it is in real life, and you're like, okay, you can't
That's
ignore
20
that.
main events I could buy
You're
into.
human, and you're looking at pay jumps of, $250,000 or so.
Mm-hmm.
Just depends what people's priorities are, though. Some people are going for the win right from the start. Other people are thinking, wow, my life improves a lot with even a couple of these pay jumps.
Thanks to StormX for bringing us those payouts.
You're sad. From under the gun, min raises ace-10 off. Duick's going to speculate with his king-jack suited. Duzak with a nice hand to defend in the big blind.
Duzak, British Columbia. The one Canadian here trying to become the second Canadian main event champion, Jonathan Duhamel.
And he's going to come in with 6.5 to 1 odds on that call.
And it becomes interesting. There's certain hands that do really well three-way. This is one of them. Small pair is another one. And there's ones that look like better hands that you just don't even want to play, like King 7. That would probably hit the muck there.
So your stud with middle pair against Duex up and down straight draw. So you're telling me that Masters of Brewing Science is legit?
I've heard.
You're trying to tell me that you can actually like go to happy hour 5 days a week and earn a graduate degree?
I'm surprised I didn't know about that. That sounds right up my alley.
I know people
You do have that degree, Jamie.
Yeah, you could have stands over here. And
there's seats over there.
She's just a consultant.
so later on, that'll get busy. Okay.
Your set checking his second pair.
You ever need to know
top
what's in
kicker,
the pot, you forget. Just look up over there.
knowing that this board is going to hit Dweck's range. When he flats, he's going to have some broadways a good portion of the time.
Everything's worked so far. Why not keep putting chips in the middle, says Michael.
Goes for half pot.
And both these guys starting the hand with virtually identical stacks.
Good news for Dueck, bad news for your staff. He came in as the chip leader.
It's my spiritual guru.
Yeah, I wouldn't be ready to fold just yet. You have second pair top kicker. You've played passively, given Dweck a chance to stab at this. He can have some pretty dusty holdings still. He can have under pairs. 8s, 9s, things that'll give up, things that you're beating.
Is Patrick Leonard here just in case?
His
His tag team partner?
in. Patrick Leonard was railing the last couple days. Keep reminding me I lost a bracelet this summer. Thank you, Lon.
Well, so actually, Jamie and Espen, both at their second final table together. Of course, the first time was a tag team, where her partner, Corey Paget, pretty much got her there. And the second time, this final table is... This final table is... Well, actually, I'm sorry, who hired you? Okay, so I don't know who's responsible for getting her here to this final table.
I'm not even getting paid for this. I just wander in every day around this time, put a headset on.
A blank on the turn for the up and down straight draw.
Lucky $7 banana?
$2 at Bally's.
Wow, they told me all the money was going to you, and that's why I'm not getting paid.
Maybe they're lucky. I've been eating them every day.
They're playing us.
Good things to have, right, when you're playing all day.
All right, check to the river.
Got to step away from the table.
Your
I don't want to
stat
eat
best
banana
to this
live
pair
on
of
TV.
10s.
Yeah.
Really nice feeling when you check the turn, it gets checked back.
If
Dweck had continued, I think that might have been the end of the hand. But as it is now,
My favorite.
your set second pair is still good. Could consider putting out a tiny block bet, but maybe not since the heart came in.
For the next day, it doesn't knock you down.
Exactly it, yeah.
You can still
That's exactly what I do,
tackle the
yeah.
day, you know, if needed.
Clean and beautiful.
Is that a watch or a bracelet? The bracelet. I didn't.
It's a watch.
Okay.
On his
I
left.
didn't think he would be using. Yeah. Put the watch on the right, but he's not left-handed.
The other one looks like one of those fitness trackers.
Yeah. But don't let the guy next to you read it, right?
Yeah, right. It says your heart rate.
Uh-huh.
No. Your set actually took a break, a couple hours at a tag team, and Patrick sat next to me. This is on day 2, and he's like, "I'm going to the gym." And I was like, "You're not a real poker player then." All these other people are just chugging beers on the tag team.
Again, it's amazing that you can earn a bracelet when you take a couple hours off during
Yeah.
play to go to the gym or go anywhere, but it's a tag team.
To their credit, they were the only other team that we played with that actually switched off fairly regularly, like every hour or two.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the Wizards and the sister or something. All right, so $7 million here on the river. Now, your stat. What are you going to do?
The price is right to just get sticky and call. It's just facing a bet size like this, you feel like such a fish paying it off. Because it really feels like you're getting milked. You know, accused bluffing, wouldn't you have to go bigger than this to try to shake my one pair type hands?
We saw him pay off Jeff Farms' river bet when Farms had a set of 4s for a smallish river value bet. Here he wants to pay this off because he would be taking the chips back home.
Deliberate, calculating. Has been your stat. Was the chip leader, no longer.
It's believable that Dweck would have a flush as he bet the flop and then slowed down and checked back on the turn, perhaps just trying to get there. Would he bet so small at the flush, though? I don't know.
Down about 15 million from cards in the air.
And raising chips out.
Two-handed?
And got the one heart in our hand that feels good. This is funny, though. He's going to be turning second pair into a bluff.
Wow. Wow. You think you're betting on the river? I'm betting on the river, Mr. Dweck. And there you go. The best hand wins. Oh, wow. Nicely done, sir. All right, so we've said hello once again to Kara Scott. Jeff Platt is back in the house, and probably they've never had this type of atmosphere to play in. So here, is the lead safe? You know, Aldemir comes in with all the chips, and Son also. Wow, what a sight. Hot air balloon, Eiffel Tower, the main event at Bally's Paris for the first time, the 2022 main event, making its final steps towards discovering a world champion. We had two past world champs in the field till very deep, lost them both. I'm Lon McCarran, Norman Chad and Jamie Kerstetter. Final 8 players, second biggest main event field in history. Second biggest ever main event first prize, $10 million to our world champion again this year. Aldemir had $8 million last year, in a deep run this year. The blinds are going up, as they do every 2 hours in the main event. That's why it's the greatest poker tournament in the world. No dinner break for the players, so they'll eat on the run.
You guys like that out of us. You guys love
you love that. You get a kick out of that
when we do that.
So the blind's up now, right now, to 1.25 million, 2.5 million. This is incorrect, actually. The blind is actually $1.25 million for the small blind, 2.5 for the big with the $2.5 million.
Thank you.
Big blind Annie, and current payout over $1 million. The players made sure to notate that.
4 hours off this.
I think you're 100% correct.
No one would care about that. Start at 10 a.m. Get on, have a long
Sue
day.
knocked out a ninth, making the 8th place payout $1,075,000. Chip leader now, Espen Jorstad, who was the chip leader, coming in to the evening with Matthew Sue. Dweck with jacks.
It's always a little bit sobering when we're looking at the payouts and you say $1 million and change, and the change is $75,000.
Yeah. Change.
Got about 60?
70 something.
70? Thank you.
Mickey in third place now. 29 bigs, pocket jacks.
What are the blinds? 1.25.
As the blinds go up, the big blinds go down, and we really flatten out this leaderboard with Dobrich coming back to earth, and he's now fourth in chips. Nobody with more than 32 bigs. And you have 7 players clustered between 32 and 22 bigs.
Yeah.
And then Suki just with the 8.
Yeah, this is not a McKeon year where McKeon came in and just steamrolled everyone. There's no one here capable of steamrolling right now with their stack. That could all change. If one of these 30 big blind stacks knocks out another, they're going to have a field day, putting pressure on everyone else.
Pardon me?
That's for you?
Mickey now with King 10 suited.
I'm just drinking straight vodka. Sorry.
Savage answer.
Min raised has to be $5 million now.
here. I didn't know you could do that.
Was that Duzak who said I'm drinking straight vodka? Because he's the only player at the table, I believe.
Only one that
Who
can
said
be
that?
drinking-
I think Duzak
It
said
is
that.
Duzak. He
Is
said,
that right?
I'm just drinking straight vodka right now.
I believe him. Anyone else who said it, especially your stat, I'd be like, okay, we know there's like green tea in there.
See, Jorstad and Dusek have remained in the same order, but getting off that corner.
Yeah, it's a straight vodka looking man. That's a green salad guy.
Mm-hmm.
That's a guy who's still here.
How is he still here? It's the guy who should be here. Queen 10 and Queen 8 against King 10. Ah, it's a little something for both. Pair of queens good for Attenborough. He checks to the pre-flop raiser. Just a raise and a call, and we got almost 15 million in the middle.
Connected board with the flush draw. 2 Broadways usually size up. Goes for the small. It's like 1/3. Attenborough with a weak top pair.
This is so active it actually might knock Suki out, and he's not even in the hand.
You get that. Where's it from?
Pair of queens still good for Attenborough. He checks again.
Dweck with second pair. Expect to slow down. No reason to really build a pot.
Yeah, because 24 million isn't building a pot anymore.
Only 10 big blinds. Checks back.
Looks good. I know. I right before you asked him, I was
Attenborough's best.
Third spade, a little cause for
Here you go,
concern.
bro.
Could go block bet, could go check. But I don't expect a lot of chips to go in from either player.
Attenborough started day 7 in 7th place and came to this table in 6th place.
He actually goes a little bigger than I would have expected. He's going half pot.
Salmon chips, 1 million each.
He's more likely to have trip 5s here. Also taking the passive line, more likely to have been on a spade draw. We see he just has a weak top pair, and Dweck's cut out the chips to call. Just second pair. Can put him on Jack 9, King Jack. There's a few hands that you could put him on if you're being optimistic before sticking these chips in. The thing is that he called your flop C-bet. So he's got to have a piece of this. It's miss straight draw or it's value. Got a king in your hand. It's a little problematic when you're hoping for a miss straight draw. No spades in your hand, unblocking value.
There's the call. Pay the man his money.
Nice hand, Attenborough. Nice bet sizing on the river, too. I think you got a few million more than some would get.
And he goes north of 100 million. And the chip lead for Adrian Attenborough.
Very nicely done. Australian born, lives here in Las Vegas.
That's fine. I don't mind the peace and quiet.
Yeah, he surpassed his career best tournament cash. So yeah, we had one elimination. 9 double ups. I think they all went through Dobrich too. He did double up 3 to different players. So Attenborough now, 101 million chips, 40 big blinds. Dueck down to 6th place now. He and Farnes with 22 bigs. As Norman mentioned, Suki still the short stack single digit. There he is with aces.
And 8 big blinds. Your only real option. Everything else looks real shady.
As usual.
And he's going to get a customer.
Dobrich in the big.
How much?
Yeah, 8 big blinds. This looks pretty good.
Suki has doubled through Dobrich once already tonight.
What's funny is I was outside when I had a serious time at the
Dobrich now no longer with a huge stack, so this is actually representing about 30% of his stack.
I look in the bush and I see
What can he beat?
I'm like, what the hell is that?
What can he beat?
I mean,
He's
what-
doing well against a lot of things. Like, he
Yeah.
can be racing a lot of different hands. With 8 big blinds, Suki's range from the button is going to be really wide. He can have worse jacks and worse queens.
Well, we saw him get this not quite this short. I mean, he's been pretty tight, hasn't he?
Doesn't matter. I mean,
Yeah.
when you're shoving from the,
The
button,
range,
you only have
right.
2 people to get through.
Okay.
You are the shortest stack as well, so you don't have to worry. He's way the shortest stack, too. So, yeah, he would have hands like Jack 9s, Jack 10s, Queen 9s, Queen 10s, all the small pairs. He Ace Deuce, Ace 3, hands where you're almost flipping. So, and there's dead money in there.
And I guess he could have aces.
He can also have aces. It's not a spot you're thrilled about. We don't see Dobrich high-fiving the dealer.
No.
But when you look and it's only 8 big blinds, you're like, okay, I think I'm doing well enough against this range.
Yeah, he's going to come in, and the amazing thing is if he ends up losing this hand, and Dobrich is favored to lose the hand, he's going to become the short stack. He's been
That's
the
crazy.
top stack for most of this
Crazy.
final table.
Yeah.
Doubled up a bunch of people, as you mentioned.
Mm-hmm.
He's taking a lot of consideration here, so maybe he's not coming. There we go.
There's the call. Oh, and stops him in his tracks when Suki turned over the bullets.
Very unlucky for Dobrich. You're going to see 8-7 suited and things like that, too. It's just ace.
I was like, fuck, this is like too good. Like,
Put up some big hands. He waited and finally collected queens one time, and now the aces. And trying to go through Dobrich again.
He collected kings also. Queens, kings, and aces. The man they could not extinguish.
And what is he still doing here? Here's a go. Here we go. The ace is at risk against Queen Jack, and there is an
What a
ace.
fun flop,
Oh,
though.
my
Double gut
gosh.
shot.
for an ace in the window, that's a pretty cruel flop.
It really is. I mean, king and a 9. Dobrich actually improved 8% over his pre-flop equity.
Against
top
a set of
set.
aces.
I guess you have it.
All right, king or 9 for Dobrich to send Suki out the door. And there is the king on the turn.
Oh my God, insane.
Now the outs for Suki. Pair the board.
Praying.
Dobrich trying to summon any entity to make it a clean river card. Suki. Ace, king, 10, 8 for the double. Can he do it? Can Suki do it one more time? He needs the river card. The river card is a blank, and Dobrich comes from behind to hold on. Philippe Suki out.
Well played, man.
He hung around for more than 100 hands as a short stack. Philippe Suki, 905th last year at the main event. Big improvement as he cracks the final table this time and makes $1 million payday.
Even knocked out a player just before, and then he is the next one to go for $1,075,000.
Never a dull moment. He's
Whoever
okay.
Dobrich was summoning, it worked.
It's just the cruelest way to go out that I've seen at a final table.
Wow.
New York born, lives in London. Philippe Suki, 33-year-old poker pro with a nice payday, a great showing. Boy, did he hang on. But Team Croatia with the knockout, maybe coming later than they expected. But Dobrich once again with a very strong stack.
I feel intimidated.
There you
Better
go.
sitting there
Two
all
knockouts.
hidden behind the dealer, and I'm like
calls.
exposed
No
to it.
Take your
doubles
glasses
there.
off now.
Since the nine-handed play.
Can we see
Remember, we
those
started with two
glasses?
players
Blocks off half the
today.
table.
Nah.
There's another World Series final table going on right now. The $800 No Limit Hold'em Deep Stack, 2,800 entries.
Wow.
And we're down to the final table, and my last remaining sleeper pick, Ari Engel, who finished 130th here with his first cash and 15 main event tries, is at that final table. He's in 5th. And of course, I am rooting for him to bring in his 3rd bracelet.
Did you give him the whole bag of Starburst or just a sleeper pick then?
He gets a sleeper pick. Ari works on his own. Otherwise, you don't tell Ari anything. He just, he just makes his way through the alleys and the crevices and the nooks and crannies.
So you're on his coattails.
I'm his mentor, and sometimes I'm on his coattails.
Okay, that's good. No, there's nothing wrong with that.
What?
I've been on your coattails for weeks now.
I used to say if I showed up at a tournament and Ari was there, I knew that I found the best value tournament in all of Las Vegas at the time.
Because that's what he
He
looks
is
for.
such a planner and just a hard worker, and a value hunter. He's like a true poker pro.
Rich now dancing in his chair. You see where he was. Start of day 3, 4.
Whoa, did you join outside?
Yeah, I've come to the dark side
Second
now.
right
yeah.
now.
That's not
69 million. About to start this
There's
table.
karma for that shit.
Yeah, there
dude.
he is.
Can't just join the good side.
I did what I was told.
Yeah, now you're fucked. Yeah, you're
Arms
fucked.
now.
I'm splitting you both.
The suit
I'm
fucked you.
Switzerland, you know. I'm
22 big blinds and 2 red kings.
1 million.
You guys been running pretty hard time.
But this is
Exactly.
his favorite
Because
hand now.
we stay to our
Not
side.
Jack 10.
Oh,
We know our side.
I'm
bro.
out of my lane.
Yeah.
Shit.
Min raise and a little VAT. Dobrich woke up with jacks. That would be cruel. He doesn't have to play. Eames now in the big.
Nice hand to defend with. Jack 9 suited, lots of possibilities. Player who doesn't get too involved raising in first position. So you're not super excited, but it is a really nice hand.
Michael Dueck, the short stack with 20 big blinds. Farns 22. Eames with 27. And they both put in a couple of big blinds there. Eames already had a couple in. Jack 8 tray.
Trouble for Eames.
Yep.
We're 7 hours into
Forward
play
pounded.
today.
Pardon?
Foreign said that
20, 40,
that
60,
other night,
90,
after
96,
playing 16
98,
hours plus on day 7,
100.
he was so tired that he almost fell over during the final table photos.
It's a wild game.
There's a different kind of exhaustion to going deep in a poker tournament, too. It's a brain tiredness that you just can't really replicate in any other way. And I can't imagine how taxing that was to go that long into the morning. But they did have the day off yesterday.
Half day off.
Half day off, true.
So Farns comes with 7.2 million. Eames with top pair.
Getting 3-1. Can't go anywhere yet. You got some backdoor possibilities with that 9 as well. Counting on your opponent having ace-king, ace-queen. A lot of different combos that you're actually ahead of. So not just looking for the suck out. Sometimes feeling like you're ahead with just your pair.
Turn card now, 28 million plus in the middle.
Very good card for Ames.
So there's like a combination of 200 blinds now? on the table.
It's a chance to limit the damage from flopping top
Also,
pair
we got
against an
about
overpair.
220.
Ace should really slow down Farns.
530.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, I did not know that. Wow, so like 210?
520, 519.
Well, it's slowing down how
So, yeah,
quickly
This is
he puts the
option
chips in.
B, though, which is to put in a really small
Yeah,
bet.
not much at all, man.
Try to buy yourself a
It's
check
crazy
from the
how-
out of position
like,
player on the
to me,
river.
it's like, why have such slow day ones, twos,
And it
threes
is
if
small.
you're
You
then
bet
just
about
gonna,
7
like,
on the
increase
flop,
blinds
8
to,
on the
like,
turn.
2.5 to 3 to 4.
Yeah,
Like, just why don't you speed that up and then...
Not convinced,
I don't know.
but not
They
thrilled.
definitely have to adjust something because the structure for like
it also is
the day where we were like 13.
For me, it's crazy that we don't have dinner break. Like, I don't know, they think we
that's
are
also
over.
pretty
4 a.m. we just like
That's pretty
keep
nice.
having 20. Like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, this is a
There's
nice
the
release.
fold. He was behind the whole way. That jack got him into trouble. And Farns now raking in a nice pot once again. Up to 28 big blinds, 4th place, not far off the lead. Let's get down to Kara Scott, who's with Suki.
And we have lost Philippa Suki from this final table, and in cruel circumstances as well. What is going through your head when you see those cards come down?
I mean, the first card I saw was the ace, so I felt pretty relieved. But then, yeah, obviously the flop came out, and I was like, okay, it's not over yet. And yeah, at least it was on the turn and not on the river, is all I can say.
The main event is certainly a tournament like no other. Can you reflect on your own play through all of these days, long days of poker?
Yeah, I mean, I think coming into like day 5, everything had been super smooth, and then from there on out, it got a bit more difficult. Like the physical side of it actually started to kick in. Found it a bit more challenging, but yeah, I can't complain with how it went, and yeah, no complaints at all.
And you had quite the rail behind you, shoes off and everything. What's it like to look back and see those faces?
It was amazing, and it was really nice to make this final table with my friend John Eames, who's a guy I've grown up playing with. So we have a lot of mutual friends who are there supporting both of us, and hopefully he can finish the job.
Thank you so much for talking to us. We appreciate it.
Back to play.
Dweck getting after it.
You're playing 50? A little bit less?
Just over, I
$5.5
think.
million on the button.
20, 31.
8-4 offsuit.
This is 7. So 38, 44.
Starting with
49.
about
It's like
20 big
51.
blinds.
Yeah, they have about identical stacks. Nice to see somebody not worried with 20 blinds. Going for 8-4 off.
This hand selection's a bit sus.
Yes.
Perhaps attacking Farns big blind, as he does seem to be a relatively tight player. Eames also deciding just to preserve his stack, and Farns waking up with Zippo. So, hey, 8-4 offsuit is now a value raise versus a big blind.
Exactly.
Pick up the blinds and the big blind, Annie. That's 6 million plus. Without he's not going to play, please, unless he has an incredible read, and would obviously he can only raise here if he's going to play.
All right, now do it.
Did he? No, didn't show. Okay. Go get him, Mickey. Keep that rail pumped. That gives you a little extra sauce moving forward, doesn't it? When you do something like that.
Coaching goes a long.
I think that river jam with his ace-deuce of clubs gave him some confidence as well. When that works, you just feel amazing.
Mm-hmm. Tournament summary brought to you by Zenni Eyewear for everyone. Dobrich, look at that.
I think it was
Taking
one
the
pip
lead.
off.
Dobrich has gone from 3rd to 1st to 4th to 2nd.
You need water?
Let's have
Avísame lo que tenía recién él.
$8 back.
Avísame lo que tenía recién él.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, sorry, guys.
25
More
more.
100K there, buddy.
You might want this.
Oh, yeah, done.
And a 25.
Thank you.
And 25 more.
Yeah.
First time.
Stop the food order to raise.
I got cards anyway.
That's a tell.
Okay.
Black coffee.
Yeah, I was wondering when the coffees and the Red Bulls would start flowing. It's getting there, right?
PG as well.
Been at it for a while. They are still 7-handed, so you might be looking Add a few more hours.
What?
That's something we need a master class in, is like caffeine management.
Yeah, exactly.
For
You know?
deep in poker tournaments, because you want to be able to sleep tonight, but you want to first be able to bag tonight. So you have to be awake enough to play well enough to bag, but not so awake that you can't sleep for tomorrow.
It's the 60s all over. You know, you got to time the drugs to
Oh, geez.
band starting, you know, the opening pact. And
Yeah, I'll get. Yeah, I need a shot of Grey Goose for sure. A couple Fijis and 2 cups of ice.
There was a really excellent tweet about that, and it wasn't a poker player, some famous comedian who said, "You know you're getting old when you're timing your caffeine as if you're going on a shroom adventure through the desert. It's like, okay, it's 4 p.m. I think I can have a half of a tea, and then."
Attenborough, your chip leader right now, 113 million, 45 big blinds. And the big blind is 2.5 million right now. Attenborough beginning the activities today
Oh shit, he's losing
in
focus.
6th
We got him
place
now, boys.
of the 10.
We got him now.
Finally.
It's not good for the patterns to go all 7 days or 8 days with no glasses and then decide to wear them on the final table.
Balls.
Switching it up, that's
it's a risky move.
Nicky hasn't taken that jumper off in 6 days.
Yeah. This is lucky. That's unlucky. He doesn't understand how
You
the
gotta
game
know what gets you to the dance.
Yeah, exactly.
This was my lucky shirt on last year's.
Yeah.
So,
I have to keep wearing the same shit. I'm gonna wear this tomorrow. It's gonna smell like shit.
100%.
Sorry, guys.
We're all gonna smell that.
Oh, guys
we're
are
also
gross.
Smelling money, so it's okay. It balances
really?
out.
I hope they're changing their socks and undies. That's all I'm asking for. I'm wearing the same shirt for 9 days. Gross. And I know how hot it is at that feature table. There's some sweating going on too.
I know how hot it is at the feature table. It's through. Barnes, 72 million. Final table payouts brought to you by StormX, the easiest way to earn crypto. The easiest way to earn $1,750,000 is hang around for one more elimination. You see the 3 knockouts, or the 3 knockouts so far. From the table of 10 we started with.
It almost seems like the rails are filling in a little bit more. I think maybe a few people who were there for the 6 a.m. rail said, I'm going to start a little late next time. I can't cancel my whole entire day for this final table.
So Farnes, the last standing USA player from this very international field. Sue and Kniff gone. And then Suki from UK.
I don't think there's ever been a main event in which an American player did not finish in the top 5. That just doesn't seem possible. I'll have to look it up.
Are there any politicians watching this? Aren't you patriots?
do you
Don't you want
follow
Americans to be represented well at these final tables? We need online
40,
poker.
60, like 70?
no, more. Kick every reds, like almost 80.
Bit more.
Close to 80.
Maybe we should pitch it to them like that. If you're bringing shame to us, we're losing to every other country.
You think the
Help
politicians are worried about being
us. Shamed by other countries? I don't know. I would be.
No, I don't think that's an issue. Attenborough's 4s. Still good.
Some very careful and safe play on this blind v blind hand. Each of them with the hand good enough to have put in way more chips, but perhaps respecting each other and also not wanting to blow a pot.
Attenborough has to worry maybe a little bit about counterfeit.
Always, yeah. When you have a small pair, that's always a consideration. And Yortzad with not much of a hand, but ace high, blind versus blind, still rates to the best hand. You don't hate the board pairing. It's fewer cards to make your opponent a pair. Going real small.
One big blind.
And your set now, I would assume, is just going to try to show down this ace. 9's a little problematic when Attenborough sticks around. If he did have some kind of straight draw, it's now made a pair.
Check.
Fours are good.
Pulling ahead even more.
Attenborough, chip leader. Getting a few from your
Come on,
staff.
Mickey.
Began the evening as chip leader. Now you're 10-handed.
Sorry.
He is a player. He's shown some fireworks that you guys mentioned earlier. So, calling all monthly and quarterly subscribers to Poker Go, there's no better time now than to upgrade and lock in our best price. Upgrade now to an annual subscription using the promo code MAINEVENT30 for $30 off the annual price. Lock in Poker Go for less than $6 per month. Adrian Attenborough.
I mean, trio needs to
60
be in top 3, I think.
was the shorty.
That was like planned from the beginning, right?
Now look.
Well, definitely you and I.
Derek Fink of Twitter
We gotta
says,
have
how does Dobrich feel currently now that he's lost the chip lead and the
Audience
chip leader's the
wanted,
guy
I
he could have
think.
busted
I think
flush over
audience
flush?
wanted also.
The board did run out with
Paired,
a pair,
yeah, couple of kings.
but I did think he was going to at least value bet, even if he didn't jam. But yeah, that's a good point.
We saw it on his face, too, that I should have done that. And
Yep.
yeah, look how
You may have some regrets.
it all runs out after that. Mickey, ace 10 of diamonds. Dobrich, just one of the guys. Got to fold it. So this is where the reality, as we take a look at the chips in play, brought to you by StormX, the easiest way to earn crypto. And we, say goodbye to the 25K last level that they'll be in. So nice having you here the whole way. But for the Rails who are unfamiliar with Rails, the people out there, is now get into the doldrums and they go, when you invited us out here, this was going to be a party
You
that
didn't know it was
going to
gonna
watch.
be 12-hour
But you've been
days.
playing for 8 damn hours and nothing's happened.
Pocket queens for Jorstad, who currently lives in London, which reminds me of my disdain for the Royals, which reminds me of my disdain for the former British Empire, which brings us to one of tonight's trivia questions for you two.
Wow, that was very well done.
At its height in the 1920s, the British Empire comprised what percentage of the world's population?
I don't care.
The sun never set. This is what you have to, you'll learn these things.
Well, I'm going to withdraw the question then.
You just set me up for ones where I'm going to say some absurd percentage and you're going to laugh and laugh.
I'm not trying to set you up for a bad answer.
I'll never
But I am
know.
withdrawing the question.
Caesars Sportsbook and Casino bring you chip counts right now. Final table. 46 bigs for Yo Adrian. Dobrich working his way back. Second place, but it's a horse race after
Just 1 second.
Attenborough.
Is that Duzak's rail?
It is.
How do they know when he's got a hand? Good timing.
Because he hasn't folded. Like how the rest of the table knows he's got a hand. %42%.
Hang on, buddy.
Dobrich on the button gives up. Small blind says no.
Oh my gosh. And with similar stacks too, wow.
Ames. Well, Ames is technically the short stack, 51.4. 59.2 for Aaron. Ames with a golden opportunity.
We are just under 20 big blinds. A flat would be reasonable. Keep him in there.
This is one of the cooler rails, right? Yeah.
Love this. Playing against a pretty tight player with a pretty tight opening range. Oh my goodness.
Diamonds.
Oh man. I really love the flat, but oh, if this gets punished, it's going to be so painful for Ames.
Ames, as mentioned, the shorter of the two stacks. Duzak sees opportunity.
Duzak loves his hand. Duzak has no reason to believe he's up against two aces right now. He's thinking, how much can I get out of my opponent?
Yeah, he'll get that much out of him.
Well, it might play out the same way as it did if he had pushed pre-flop. I think Duzak, after long consideration, probably would have called with the ace-king suited. I think he's going to push now, and he'll get a call.
Ames with the decision. Does he want to just jam? Is he going to just raise? So finding a sizing that makes sense.
So it's either going to be 1, 2, or 1, 2, 3, 4 steps. Depends how long this stairway is going to be.
It's
to
tough
all
to
in.
find a sizing that doesn't look kind of fishy. If you make it, you can make it like 18, I guess.
Nah, you should
and then
jam.
call off. But yeah, this board is really wet. It's really scary.
Mhm.
You have a really under-repped pair of aces, so you're still going to get called by the jacks, queens, kings, obviously ace-king suited.
Look at him, primed and ready to go all in before Eames says all in.
Is he just cutting out a raise? It looks like, wow. 15-5?
Something like that. Something close.
I was wrong. I was wrong. So many times.
Yeah. Well, every poker player is wrong so many times.
It's not even really wrong. Like a jam would have been completely reasonable too.
Well, as Lon mentioned, that we may go 1, 2, 3, 4 steps to get to the same place.
Mhm.
So now we could have a jam. That would be called.
Duzak has shown himself to be on the tighter side, but this draw is just too good to ever want to do anything except for get it in, I would think. He's sort of put on notice that Ames has a really good hand. That's the only thing, is that he now doesn't feel as excited about getting it in. Gotta be worrying about sets.
He says all in.
Yeah.
And here comes the call. They did
All
it.
in and call, all in and call.
Now aces against
Aces, you see Ames'
draw.
face? Double take. Oh my God, is that two diamonds?
Okay, Eames the one at risk and sitting uneasily with his pocket aces against Duzak.
Need a diamond.
The ace king of diamonds, 2 cards to come. You see the outs.
It's somehow more comfortable to be sitting with the ace king of diamonds here, don't you agree? It's like betting the over in sports.
No, exactly.
Like, more things happening, let's go.
Ames in for all of his chips. Duzak in for most of his chips. If he loses this one, he's got about 3 bigs left.
I was gonna have overs.
John Eames with the aces. And he cannot sit comfortably. Here's the turn card. It's the Queen of Hearts. Wow.
Diamond Jack. I got ace king.
So Jack now enters the outs equation for Duzak. Diamond or Jack. Eames wanting to fade those cards to double up. 101 million in the middle.
What a fateful river for these two.
And it comes the 4 of spades, and the aces hold. Eames with a monster double up.
Hold my one time. Good.
Big hand versus big hand.
I think you're still good.
And it was the big draw that came up short. Aaron Duzak.
Got Jen Lohman on his rail. Awesome floor person at the win.
He had to sweat the whole board to realize his double up. Aaron Duzak now cut down to 10 million, 4 big blinds.
Just a cold deck, man. Ace King suited versus aces, both of them short.
Huge hand. Eames back into second place over 100 million.
Chris, here.
150.
So when Philippe Suki went out, he said that leaves it up to my buddy, John Ames, to maybe bring it home for us. Excuse me. And it didn't take long for Ames to shoot up towards the top of the leaderboard.
7, 10.
What side of the fence are you on here? All in, no call, 15, 10 double ups. Just a couple of eliminations since 9-handed play began. Asher Kniff, the first to go out when we were 10-handed, wins 675,000. Dueck knocked him out.
That was,
and Sue went out in ninth
Zoe's
by
actually
Suki, and Suki out by Dobrich. And now 4 big blinds in the stack of Aaron Duzak.
It was never going to break up.
7-6 of spades, of diamonds.
It's okay. We've been at this for a while.
And they're in. Oh, he's got to take the shot. He's got to take the shot.
He's allowed.
I love this guy.
Should we wait for the waiter?
He's waiting for shot.
He's got it.
No, he doesn't have it. I don't think.
No, there's something in there. Now, can we go all in, please?
It'd be funny if
There
he's
it
like,
is.
never mind.
That wouldn't go. Never mind.
That with 4s. 31 bigs.
Sip it. It makes sense.
Interesting spot for your set, actually. If he wants to commit the 4 big blinds. If he's in later position, easy call.
What are you gonna do?
With so many people left to act
do it.
after him, and with the hand that's likely just racing, he lets it go.
He's just so stoic over there. Just so fucking. Look at him.
He wasn't though. Last couple of days.
Which fold?
I think it's
Tables
because
left, he was pretty animated.
now.
He's pretty animated.
People just change when they make
Mickey,
it.
what do you got?
Putting those cards down like he wants to play them.
Yep.
That is the most I've ever.
So the decision now is to just flat or to isolate.
Must be nice to have a performance.
23 big blinds. I like to just jam and isolate the shorty.
Dueck.
What the fuck
Targeting
is a performance coach?
Duzak looking for second knockout of the festivities today.
You're the best.
Don't tilt.
Kniff.
Good luck, bro.
Yeah, here you go.
He's going to isolate with just the min raise, which is effectively the same thing. He's never folding his hand.
One last chance. Barnes, got anything? James, King High, Barnes, no. All right, here we go. Aaron is at risk.
4 bigs.
41% with your suited connectors. Not a bad result. Chance to get right back in there. 10.5 big blinds for Duzak if he can win this one.
Either way, if we lose, we don't lose a lot, but we're good.
That rail swallowing up Mickey has become my favorite sight of this final table. Look at him.
Aww.
Looking for ace king to hold against the 7-6 all in for Aaron Duzak. And here we go. 7-6 at risk.
Okay.
All right. Good so far.
They were the ones earlier that were chanting just one more, like one more safe card. And I think that's a good way to look at it. Like, who cares? Don't say no 7, no 6. That's sure to come.
Safe. Duzak looking for a 7 or a 6. Turn card. Another jack. So it comes down to the river. A giddy Mickey Dueck in the arms of his rail, looking for the knockout.
What are they doing to him? It's a lot of hands on him. Duzak needs a 7 or a 6 to stick around.
The river card. An ace.
Well played by Duzak.
A second knockout of the night for Mickey. His victim here, the Canadian logger, fireman Aaron Duzak, one of the non-poker pros at the final table.
One of his first World Series final table ever among his 36 cashes. He makes it a big, big one.
1,350,000 for Aaron Duzak. There indeed might be a Duz cruise in his future.
I love the main event so much.
Aaron saying his goodbyes. Mickey off the rail counting his new winnings. Dueck remaining down in the lower echelon. Wasn't a big pot, but 29 bigs, 74 million as the blinds get higher and higher every couple of hours. So we are down to 6 right now. The latest eliminated player is down with Kara Scott.
Out in 7th, we have Aaron here. It was an incredible run, really, all the way to the main event, the final table here. Can you reflect on your time here and your play?
Oh, it was fun. Wish I could have hit a diamond on the end there, but what are you going to do? I ran pretty pure to get here. Didn't really get it all in behind ever, and that's what happens. I'll be back again.
I know that poker is not your day job. You have something else. Does this make you want to come and play more professionally?
I feel the same as I did before. I definitely not. I don't want to play professionally. I'm happy to be doing what I'm doing and travel and play in my off season.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, smart man. He had said he'd never run so good in his life to get here. He'd never run so pure. And he's happy to take it home with the 7-figure score. Go back to, I think he said he's on the water. He's got a boat. He's got a lovely wife and a kid. He's doing it the right way.
And a rare all-Canadian knockout interview right there, Kara and Aaron. It's a fun hand. Your stat ahead.
Catching these guys up. It was just raised by Attenborough to 5 million. And yours said just called in the big blind with the 6s. Went set mining.
A lot of equity for Attenborough. And Yorstead does fold his pocket pair.
And it finally strikes me that Attenborough is a taller, healthier, younger.
Oh, here we go. Certain someone.
Richer?
Richer. Better playing. David Tuckman.
Exactly what I was thinking.
There we go. I can't believe I've been looking at him for 2 days. And I've found a better Tuck.
Mm-hmm. It is an improvement on Tuck.
Man.
And they seem to be aging in the opposite direction, too. Attenborough seems to be getting younger and better looking, and David...
Way to put some effort there. Beast.
Yeah, say more. All right, 6 players left. The plan... Beginning of the night, beginning of the World Series was the play down to 4. Check your structure sheet. That's what it says, play down to 4. Short stacks are 29, 28, 26 big blinds. So pretty healthy group.
Wow.
Yeah, the
Chips
few
are so evenly spread
knockouts
out.
in quick succession
Yeah.
redistributes those chips quickly. And we're now looking at some post-flop play again, where for a little while, with so many short
Yeah,
stacks
we were
around,
not,
it
yeah.
was tough to do that.
Mm-hmm.
Jorstad with a 3-bet candidate in the small blind.
Playing some poker.
Ames raising from the cutoff. Late position, doesn't need to have a big hand. Jorstad with the ace-10.
So one of the non-poker pros is gone, and Duzak.
17 million or so.
Barney's still in the game as a short stack. And the other non-poker pro, who's a VC apparently, is Mickey Dueck. Scored 2 knockouts already.
Nice hand.
No.
I'm small blind.
I'm big.
Yo, chill out over there, right?
All the
Can we
players
take the glasses off now?
in the later stages, they have had success of
chips do you have to
varying
have to take
degrees
glasses?
in their poker
How many
careers,
chips
but
do you have to have to
none of
take
them have had a
glasses? If I'm like
shot
5 to 1
at
chippy,
this
heads up versus
prestige
you,
and
I'll
this
take
amount
them
of
off.
money.
Okay.
And you
Perfect.
really,
That's
you don't know how you're going to react
Already,
to a moment like this until
Do you
you're
see my cards
actually
then sometimes?
tested.
Mostly.
With this
That's
unique
why I
pressure.
folded.
And everybody's
Kings.
handling it pretty darn well.
I saw his cards too. It was kings.
Saw it in his shiny eyes.
Yeah.
Ames with another hand, looking pretty nice for an open.
For doubling up at least 3 players and being kind of card dead and not having a lot to play with. Dobrich still, with a stack here. 30 big blinds, 31. But what could have been, he will think about.
Player's almost up to 2 million now. Staring down a 500K pay jump too.
Yeah, next payout is $1,750,000.
This rail is fucking ridiculous.
I just want to let you guys know how professional I am.
Mm-hmm.
I got an offer for that
Take
puppy dog. Hey.
Oh,
Not very nice.
Not a job offer, sorry.
No, I would already be gone. But no, it said the guy in the rail who has the dog was wondering if he could actually bring him to the truck. And I said, I want to meet him, but I was kidding. So I just want to let you
Called your
guys know
bluff. Thank you.
that I'm growing up.
You just turned down having a little
Puppy brought
four-legged
here. Mhm.
visitor into.
It might distract us.
Yeah.
For the rest of the night,
Death in the main event final. Right? Just what you want to do.
Right.
Jorstad. Min raising from the cutoff. Back with a really nice hand to defend the big blind with, and we'll do a diamonds versus spades.
One diamond.
And one spade.
Seems fair.
I'm in charge of diamonds.
Two gut shots because they each have one.
That's how it works, yes. Back checks, Jorstad. Better board texture for the pre-flop raiser. And just a gut shot and backdoor diamonds. Be nice to start bluffing now. Semi-bluffing.
Seen several of these same hand matchups this evening. Jorstad's been part of it more than most. He's won most of them, too.
2 for 2, I think.
Yeah.
Both against Dobrich, I think?
Dobrich, yeah.
Yeah. So my favorite one is the King Jack of Clubs 4-bet, just knowing where he's at and taking that one down.
Yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, Dweck with too much hand to fold. 3.2. Also, out of position, sometimes you're going to check raise your gut shots. Looks like he is cutting out some. It's a little scarier when the board is ace high and you're facing a pre-flop raiser to do it. But he does not look scared. Just 5.4 million more, getting almost 5 to 1. With outs to the nuts. With backdoor diamonds as well. I think we'll probably peel.
That's a look I could never play against.
Ooh. You know, that would normally be a really exciting card, but boring when they share the straight. Both of them so excited right now. I'm so glad I bloated this pot. I'm going to win the main event, $10 million.
Right
You're
now,
thinking
they're
about
gonna-
all of it.
Yeah, exactly. Chip lead when this is all over. It's going to end up being the biggest chop pot of the tournament.
Yeah, what happens if a diamond comes on the river? Huh? What happens if a
Well-
spade comes on the river? Huh?
Nothing.
Nothing.
This is the time for geography questions and stuff. What do you got?
Oh, no.
It could take 12 minutes to chop this pot.
I
What do you got, Norm? Norm, I'm begging you, please. A geography question.
You have to
Just
respect
one.
the question before you get
You have lost that right.
Yeah, 1 or 2 stacks of blacks.
2 blacks of black.
All right, what's the smallest state capital by population?
Thank you.
What happened to the British Empire question?
I forgot what she said. She wasn't
I
going to
didn't
deal with
say
it.
anything.
Oh, you didn't say anything? You said
No.
everything.
Let's see.
I said 46%, I think.
I'm going to give you a hint that's not going to help you, but this is a really weird fact about this smallest state capital.
State capital, okay.
Mm-hmm.
It is the only U.S. state capital without a McDonald's.
That's very small.
That doesn't seem possible. I mean, McDonald's is everywhere.
It's got to be rural. It's not like in the smallest state, like Delaware. Even though Dover doesn't have, it's the only state capital without an airport, I think.
Here's my problem. I feel like I might know what state and not what the capital of that state is.
Oh,
It's embarrassing.
We'll,
Am I allowed to just
we'll
say?
let you.
What,
give you
North Dakota, whatever the capital of North Dakota is.
Bismarck?
Is it?
Well, it's not North Dakota.
Oh.
That's a good guess.
I like Lon's thinking that essentially what he said. I know he said it differently. It's got to be a place that doesn't have a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, with the fewest people, I think we're looking at Montana, Wyoming-esque. I think Wyoming has a fewer. But still, big enough to have McDonald's.
Mm-hmm. I used to know a song that had all the state capitals, but I think I replaced that
The
knowledge
Animaniacs. The
with
Animaniacs.
poker facts. So
Yeah, I could call my son right now. He will sing you the Animaniacs
Yep.
state capital song. What's that guy doing in the back? Is he doing podcasts in the back? Oh,
It might be Ken Burns with the documentary.
Oh, okay.
On this main event.
Yeah.
Eventually, a lot more chips will be getting in.
Montana.
And we have the same.
I'm going to go Montana.
Yeah, it's the wrong part of the country.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's the northeast.
Rhode Island?
It's the northeast.
All right. Chips are moving.
Not Rhode Island, a neighbor of Rhode Island. So it is.
Oh, got New Hampshire?
It's the state of Vermont.
Well, Vermont doesn't allow
Montpelier?
anything. They don't allow anything.
Oh, we didn't talk about the board pairing.
You knew Montpelier? Oh, well, you're from back there.
Yeah, she's from back there. Yes, Montpelier.
You can go to lunch and go through like 4 states, right? Out there?
Yeah, too much.
Nice.
And board pairing gives an opportunity for one player to bluff, but there's just no reason to bluff when you're holding Broadway. It's also a little bit scary when there's this much action. You just have to think your opponent may actually have a boat.
It's a very bad river for me. Fuck.
Oh, are you kidding me? No, they chopped the pot. They chopped it.
First,
they chopped it. Chop.
Yeah.
They love a chop pot.
Juecto was upset when he heard it's a very bad river for me because he just figured, oh, so my Broadway is best. But it was a chop.
Yeah, he's thinking that somehow King 10 got counterfeit or something like that.
Oh, nice hand, gentlemen.
No blood.
This is like a goal happening after a penalty where they rewind the clock and you put all the time back on the clock before. I don't think so. Final table pals brought to you by StormX. Easiest way to earn crypto. Yeah, next payout, $1,750,000. Then we're into the 2 million territory.
You both just called. Thanks, mate.
A lot of money still to be
ready to get you the
awarded.
fuck out of here.
$10 million up top. $4 million gap between first and second. Oh yeah, we're on a roll, baby. We are on a roll.
Nice, you guys got a little brotherly love going on. I said you guys got a little brotherly love going on. I just can't tell who's big brother or little brother.
I hate this dude. He's like the stickiest poker player I've ever played with.
Danielle in the box.
Nah, I'm joking.
Trying to
I played with stickier.
You played
to the
PLO,
carnage.
everyone is omega sticky. What do you mean?
That's what I'm saying. I played with
No one folds in pillow.
6 players left.
Wow, what
Attenborough and Eames, the only 2 players over
That was
100
like
million,
the
over
worst
40
river.
big blinds
Yeah.
each.
How does that card come?
Like someone,
4 clubs,
someone
one
had to have a
goddamn
fucking
time.
card.
I was thinking the same.
Despite having a day, half a day, 3/4 a day off, it's, you know, they had to come in for interviews and stuff. I mean, doing an overnighter with that much stress does not go away with just one sleep cycle.
I agree with that. And I think this is already another long day. It starts to set in again, like, oh my God, I've been in a seat at a poker table for 8 days now, pretty much. Like some break in between, but not enough.
Both those guys are going, all right, I'll get this knockout, and we're going to get one more, and we're going to get the best.
Yep.
And then it's like, oh no.
So Dweck just limps the queen jack offsuit. Both options are on the table there, a limp or a raise. Limp kind of good on the stack size because you want to be able to afford it if Ames bumps it up to 4x, but he had the 9 deuce, so take the flop and win.
And this, as you mentioned, being the 8th day, and with that 16-hour day, the day before yesterday, they are essentially approaching right about 100 hours of poker over 8 playing days.
Yeah, indeed.
And they're all getting paid over $10,000 an hour, so I feel like
Exactly,
I don't
not
feel
bad.
that bad.
You ever wonder what kind of socks Jeff Platt wears? Let's
No.
find out.
All right, thought we'd check in with the John Ames round. Now, clearly there's something I need to do before approaching you all.
Yeah, the rules are that you have to take your shoes off.
I got to take my
do the
shoes
laces, Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, this is the Kara Scott treatment right here. Thank you very much. Yeah, I got these tight. Very nice shoes, by the way. Don't mean to brag. Cole Hahn's. Got them on sale. Got one. There we go. This shoe's off. I'll get the other one for you. All right, my shoes are off, so now I can come talk to you guys. I can be a part of the Ames Rail. Okay, what's the deal though with the shoes? Like, why are the shoes off?
A long time ago at the 10K PLO final table, Mr. John Eames made it, and I can't remember which one of us it was, but somebody decided that you take your shoes off if you love John Eames. So we chant, shoes off if you love John Eames, and then that's been it. So as soon as he made the final, we prepared. We knew we were taking our shoes off because we love John Eames.
And I have to ask, any drinking out of the shoes?
You don't celebrate too hard on a semi-final, that's for tomorrow. I'm going to be wearing cleaner shoes tomorrow.
Cleaner shoes tomorrow, all right.
Everyone who's worn T-shirts to a semi-final, no longer here.
Because we know that you have to stagger your celebrations. You stagger them. You don't get carried away too quick. All these boys were at the T-shirt shop, now they're in the bar. So
Keep that in mind. Stagger the celebrations. Perhaps we'll see y'all tomorrow. And my shoes will be off before I join you. All right, guys, shoes off if you love John Ames.
Like A7.
I'm a big fan of that interview. Shoes off if you love John Ames.
Yeah, like the best outcome is chop for me.
I'm a big fan of sock fashion also, which I think is
It has to be not
underrepresented.
But man, we're learning about how to stagger your caffeine and your sleep,
least if it's 10
learning how to
10
stagger
you
your
can still have, like,
celebrations.
some
You can't just go
super-
hard
Exactly,
from right away.
We're like a 100-hour PSA for the people out there on the big poker
Would have been
pros.
even sicker if Mickey turns the Jack Queen into a blow.
By the way, the rail did remind me that indeed Ames has a couple of PLO caches at World Series Europe, which is really unusual at this final table. These are everybody here is just entirely no limit.
Jam to
Their
fold them off
entire
sevens or
caching
something.
history in tournaments is no limit. Ames has a couple of PLO caches, and the departed
Imagine that's the hand you bust.
Duzak
Just
also
trying to explain
had
it to people.
a lot of PLO caches. Everybody else here is no limit.
Commentators think I'm going for the worst tennis value bet and just like.
Well, Mickey has a
berates
couple,
me.
I think, doesn't he? Or did I read that wrong? We'll look at that.
Yeah, Mickey might. Mickey.
Do I?
Yeah, actually, Mickey,
Yeah,
of
can we
course,
take the glasses off?
finished
Come on. Yeah, he had a final
third
table.
in a
He likes
PLO.
looking at you.
I think that was like a $500,000 because that was a high roller, a 10K.
I don't know if
It
he's
was a
staring at me or
10K,
not.
and then
It's
he had
like-
finished 31st in a 25K PLO before that.
If you win the
So
hand off me, I'm
19,
gonna
yeah.
come
So
and
both of
snap
them
those
then.
glasses.
Thank you, have a couple of PLO caches.
A couple of guys had some really nice scores before the main event started, whether it be here inside Bally's Paris, the new home of the World Series of Poker, or up the street a little bit, one of the Win events.
Mamo šta za jest? Za jest nešto ili mamo?
You're sad. Possibly thinking about a 3-bet. It's a pretty fun hand to do it with. Connects well with a lot of boards, so you can semi-bluff a lot. Suitedness is nice. Thinking, but thought better of it.
So we still have all 7 nations represented that we started with: Norway, USA, Croatia, Australia, Argentina, UK, and Canada.
I'm sorry, we have all 7 nations that we started with represented among the 6 players.
And the dealer.
Thank you.
Yeah, and the dealer. Oh, I missed one, sorry. My bad. Well, someone from 2.
Someone can be 2. Maybe someone's from Istanbul.
Duzak was the one I forgot to cross out, so Canada is gone.
And
America's
Burrow
hat.
Turning the gut shot. This is just checking all the way down so far, though. Farnes may be thinking his King 7 offsuit is good to the King high. Attenborough may stab, trying to get an ace high to fold. When Farnes keeps checking back, I would think he's more likely to have an ace high tip hand. Something with really just a little bit of showdown value.
Nuts.
And wow.
Oh.
And it is the nuts, actually.
Nope.
Attenborough just, wow, that is found money. He says when he gets snapped, he cannot believe his king 10 high is good.
Oh.
Can't hold it in.
Ran it in.
He bluffed with king high. He had a worse king high and called.
King high and won.
Nice job,
That's
man.
the best feeling, where you go, oops.
Yeah,
That was the sickest value bet I've ever fucking seen.
I mean, that's the sickest snap call.
You need to show me this. Where you learn this.
It's almost a right read.
I mean, better hands.
Just got to get worse hands to call.
Yeah, that's really it. I guess my deck gets fucking right now.
So that's the rare value bluff.
I feel like I missed something.
I bet you bet king high.
Yep.
I'm a sicko. I'm disgustingly sick.
And you're
It's
the
not
chip
worst of
leader,
getting out
53
kicked king high,
bigs, over
Huh?
133
There's
million.
nothing worse than getting out kicked king high. I knew it was
King
booty
eight, huh?
chatter, but
King 8 suited, huh?
huh?
You had King 8 suited.
Close.
Do it again.
Lauren's at the right read of the situation, but the wrong hand to call with.
Yeah.
Some guy bluffed with king high.
Didn't like the mockings.
It was surprise mixed
It was.
with like, I can't believe this hand.
no
Yeah,
way.
I agree. I know what
No
you're saying.
way.
It's a little bit making fun of yourself too, though. Like that's where
It
I
is,
don't
'cause
think
he was
it's
doing the
quite
same thing.
mocking. It's just that, oh my goodness, I just like thought this bluff was going to get through, and it got called by King 7 offsuit. So clearly, this bluff was not going to work versus anything.
I thought you were preparing for falls, so I was like, no way.
Oh yeah, no, never fold, never. No, I mean, never fold the hand that I had. I wouldn't say I'd never fold. Definitely have some fold. I'm not playing 3D. So.
Attenborough is getting into a really nice
Big blind
position.
over.
It's almost 1.5 times his next competitor. And the way these payouts are, it gets really interesting towards the top 3 or 4. So if he can get himself there with this kind of chip differential between first and second, I think he's going to have a really good time leaning on some people.
Dobrik didn't quite get that gear today as much as he wanted to. And again, it might have been just opportunity that did not present itself. But when he had the big stack.
Yeah, we've been calling every single hand, and I can't really point to one where, besides the flush over flush hand, there's just really one.
Yeah, he was
where he really didn't get full value or didn't do enough leaning on the smaller stack. So it really is sometimes just the opportunities
Good
don't
choice.
present themselves during the
Correct,
day
correct.
for you to really wield that big stack.
How come Joe McKean found it every time, though? Let's do it right there.
And sometimes you get tricked. Like we watched Zhang just run over the table, but he really, that day that he was chipping up the whole entire day, he just really didn't run into the top of anyone's range.
No.
And that can happen too.
Oh,
It's
look,
like
that
you just
one's
are in
hot.
a groove where you just keep accumulating chips, and it looks like, wow, he's going to steamroll to the win.
Yeah, the day before the final
Was it
table.
actually live?
Mhm.
That one was live.
Amazing
Yeah,
for
Yeah,
Joe.
look.
It only comes up with Mickey's
Yeah,
hot cards.
I should just be looking over there. What the fuck am I doing? You're on TV, dude. Does that not
I'm
fascinate
fucking
you?
famous, bro. You too. We're famous.
Sorry.
Attenborough is enjoying himself. He knows exactly where he is. He's in his zone. Until now. Oops.
Dweck, though, a decision kind of. King Queen offsuit, very good hand, facing a late position raise from the chip leader. If you 3-bet and you get met with a 4-bet, you hate your hand, you want to die. So a flat isn't crazy if he's considering that. It looks like he's grabbing a lot of chips, though.
Yeah, and you'd hate to be out of position against a chip leader. Seeing a flop, he'd love to end it right here if he could.
And I know people hate blockers, Norm hates them a lot, but King Queen offsuit is one of those hands where when you have it, it makes it a lot harder for your opponent to have kings, queens, ace king, and ace queen. So it's really great as a 3-bet candidate.
Well, let's see what Tuck does.
12.5. He's like, I can afford this.
I wonder if Molly's recording the show.
Tuck said that Molly doesn't even listen to him commentating. She hates commentator Tuck. She's like, I've had enough. So. 8-7-4 rainbow. Nothing much for Dweck. Got one spade there. Some backdoor straight possibilities for Attenborough. 40 million in the pot already. This pot got huge. We've seen Dweck bluff through with the ace-deuce of clubs after being the pre-flop aggressor. And that board had absolutely nothing to offer him as well, so he's reaching.
Attenborough knows how to play his kings. What are you doing, mate?
12 million is getting over 4-1. He wants to peel for some of those good turn cards that I mentioned.
Had the best hand.
He might not want to give up that chip lead. That has to cross his mind.
Nicky Dweck enjoying his rail, the rail enjoying him. 2 knockouts on the evening. Into second place now, over 108 million. It's been a nice ascension as he trails only.
Actually, the shoes off is a fucking power move.
Right
I agree
now.
with that.
He's gotten
Not
some
many people
bluffs
know
through.
about the shoes off power move.
Putting that big ace-deuce bluff just before a break. The one we just saw.
He says he can read people like it's no one's business.
Important stuff first. When you opened ace-4, he had ace-9 off.
Oh, baby.
And the hand before that.
Having queens so nice in the small blind. A lot of players are finding hands to 3-bet the small blind with. You don't see a lot of flatting anyway. So waking up with a real hand there is especially nice. People won't automatically give you credit for having something good.
Chip leader opening the pot. Eames going to crash through that opening. There's a raise.
Plus the small blind, 18-5.
Should be.
18-5.
Barnes now. Suited ace.
Would have loved to see a flop. Would have definitely called the one big blind, but this is too many chips, too much action. And Attenborough with the snap folds. Not deep enough to go set mining, not wanting to give up his chip position.
James crawls over 100 million, giving us 3 players fairly close. Attenborough, Dweck, and Ames at the top of the heap.
And hasn't Jorstad just had 82 million since the beginning? It's like day one of the tournament, 82 million. I just feel like he sits there slow and steady, steals 1 or 2 here and there.
Dobrich raises. He with the king queen now. Yeah, everything changed once he kind of settled into the middle of the pack with the rest of the gang. There wasn't that fear of what's happening around that corner.
Your side in the big blind. King, queen offsuit. Expect at least a defend. Very nice flop for your side.
Fun
Queen
flop.
of diamonds. 2 overcards, and also the board just being very good for a big blind defend range. You want that donk lead, don't you, Norm?
Take advantage
I know
of
you
it.
want it. I feel like this wouldn't be the worst situation to try one, but
Convert.
shall see. Wait a second. Your set has his shoes off. Does he love John Eames?
Your set had his shoes off?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, because he was stretching, wasn't he? He
Well,
didn't have-
I'm
yeah.
just saying, though, he might be a team Eames.
Hmm.
He goes for the donk bet. How happy are you right now?
I'm pretty happy. He doesn't even have a pair. But
It works.
Nice hand.
There's a good spot, as you mentioned.
It's been your stat. Chip leader coming into the action today, along with the since eliminated Matthew Sue. Both had 83 million plus. And look, there's the shoes. They're off. His positions and where he started each day and how many runners were in that particular day.
So now he is channeling Antonio Esfandiari.
Ah, from the big one. For one drop. But probably normally. Antonio would just as soon not have shoes on. Anyway, he is.
I think they're
Take
singing
off
to you.
glasses? That's hilarious.
Wow, he's getting hammered from everyone.
Oh, he's in the short stack right now. Leave him alone.
Going to work with 9-8 of clubs.
16 big blinds.
Mm-hmm.
90 club still too good.
Short stack.
I thought they were loving you.
Oh.
Attenborough now with a decision. Does he want to just defend this or jam? Farn's just the 16 big blinds. We just saw in the King 10 suited versus King 7 off that Farn's opens King 7 off.
There's the jam.
From the button. Good decision, Attenborough.
How good can Farns be? I mean, obviously a possibility once he put any chips in.
No, this is not where I would want to risk my last 14 big blinds. You're still very much in the tournament.
Does relinquish his cards and the chips. Barrel now over 120 million. Look inside the very busy Thunderdome. The payouts right now. The main
Hey,
event
Michael,
brought to you by
you got 3
Storm
stacks yellow,
X,
or
the easiest way to
you
earn
got
crypto.
2 full?
Current
2 full
payout
and one on top?
$1,750,000.
3 full.
Hang around. Another $500,000.
Just make
or
it
so.
easier for you. So you don't have to keep fucking talking to me.
Cheers. Perfect.
Takes a very staunch rail
You
to
want the
stick
greens
with
too?
your charge
No, you can hide them if you
throughout
want.
the evening. It is a long evening, and they know best up there.
he
Eames'
was
rail.
annoying.
Pace yourself. Stagger everything.
You're not allowed to ask questions if you wear sunglasses. You gotta sit there.
I was too scared to ask you, so I came around and looked. And
Yeah. You're glad I didn't smash those glasses, mate. Nah, you'd beat me out. It wouldn't even be close.
I would beat the shit out of him.
Yeah, I'll take Mickey. You seem like a. I think life online, Mickey wins.
Better watch out.
I believe you.
Nah, I would never hurt a soul.
You're like, I'm a fucking psycho. Do you know what goes on in here?
What the fuck goes on in here? Fucking nothing. I'm not scared to die. You scared to die? Nah, I wouldn't hurt anyone.
It'd be so good.
Last time the chip leader six-handed did not finish in the top 3. Ruzica,
Yeah,
16.
it's either professional malfeasance or very unlucky if you're the chip leader six-handed and don't finish in the top 3.
It's just brutal, though, and then you get shamed 6 years later.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably just gotten over it.
Eames with the raise, Attenborough with a better 10.
And Attenborough wearing an MMA hoodie and just saying how everyone can beat him up. It's confusing. Fan of the sport, but not a practicer of the sport.
It's a big difference. Dobrich, a big UFC fan.
Looks the part. Attenborough with a well-timed 3-bet, dominating Ames. Ames with the hand he doesn't even want to continue with.
Dude, different. Oh, built different.
A lot of good pluses in there.
I sit on you.
For Adrian in the last 10 hands. What the heck? I don't know. Where'd that come from?
All adds up to over 132 million chips right now. 53 big blinds as he begins to pull away.
And just 14 big blinds in a stack of Farns, who wakes up with a really nice hand. Ace-queen suited. And it looks like he is going for value. He's not just jamming it in there.
So I know he's under the gun. I wouldn't mind a jam there.
Mm-hmm.
It takes the decision out of his hands, puts the pressure on the other guys. Someone comes over the top again, he might get rid of it. So it's hard to believe he would, but just stick it in.
Nope, Eames folds the big. Barnes picks up some fresh chips. He needs to do that a lot. Short stack right now. Barnes has been pretty consistent near the upper echelon of the chip stacks for the last 4 days of play.
He says he's a jack of all trades and maybe the master of one. And that one would be, he says he's a people person.
I can't not think of Office Space when you say that. I'm good at dealing with people. Why don't you people understand that?
He's got a green thumb too. That helps him in his industry, and he's helping with the grow industry in Idaho. The company was.
Jack just coming with a call with Jack's on the button, which invites in Farns and suited connectors. 16 big blinds. I would invest one of them in this hand.
Rich checking in on the information on the rail. Barnes does come along. Jacks, queen jacks, and the queen comes home.
Jorstad outflopping Dweck and with the gut shot for both of them. I don't think Dweck's going to go anywhere to just one bet. Decision for Jorstad though, with second pair and potential in his hand with the gut shot. If he wants to c-bet this, or if we want to play this, he checks. We're going to play this for pot control. Dweck with the same decision, with even less a piece of it, just the gut shot with his jacks. Barnes now catching a very small piece.
Not loving this.
And he shouldn't. There's going to be some snakes laying in the grass. Jorstad faced with the same decision, but now with a flush draw on the turn. Perhaps wants to put in a little bet. Narrow this field down. Goes for the check again. Dweck at this point, I'd just be happy to be showing down my jacks. Pray for a clean river. Can't really charge anything. Your hand has value, and what would you be charging? A 9? Pocket 10s? It's pretty narrow, the types of the range of hands you could target for value.
He's got one in mind.
Maybe an end the hand type of bet.
Yeah. That 10?
It's not going to work out too well for him. I think Jorstad's going to be sticking around.
Is it 10? Is it 10?
It is 10. Almost a rounder's call, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Spread it.
Splash the pot. Both players with enough showdown value for it to go check, and Jorstad's going to take down this nice pot.
Very nice pot.
This guy.
Yeah, now we cheer. Dweck did his best.
I can't fault the rail. I was on Asher's rail late into 2 nights ago. It's hard to see who wins. It really is.
It is hard to see who wins.
Yeah.
It is indeed. Nice pickup. Jorstad, talk to us.
And my mom is probably my biggest fan. She watches like whenever I'm on like a stream thing or whenever I post updates or whatever, she's like really into it. I think she used to be like a bit worried when I was younger, like, okay, he's gonna like play poker for a living instead of like work. He has like a master's degree and he's gonna quit his job and play poker. What is this, you know? Like, I spoke to her earlier today and she told me she was like crying on the phone, like being so nervous or whatever, you know, excited. And like I'm more like a baseline mellow kind of guy. I don't get like overly excited or whatever, but she's like the opposite, so.
I gotta say, Mrs. Jorstad, you should be proud of him. Very nice guy, friendly at the tables. tag team. He takes a 3-hour break to go to the gym, so he's got his life in balance. Could do much worse raising him.
You would have done the same with Patrick Leonard on your team.
Yeah, really. I'd be like, oh, I'm really busy. I have a date. I'm going to go to dinner, and I feel really sick. Call me! So if you want to play 12 hours, you can just play 12 hours. It's a good point. Yeah, Patrick Leonard, one of the best tournament players in the world, was his partner.
Rick raises with the 8s. Lawrence is looking for something. Just looking for some love. He got one hand a couple minutes ago.
We were sad with a nice hand to defend the big blind with. Just a little more than one big blind.
There have been a lot of those tonight. Nice neat stacks of 20. Thank you. I thought they were going to take the greens away.
Maybe at the next break? Oh, they can't yet because it's 1.25.
Oh, right. Okay.
Which is a funny level. Yeah, I think that's what they were talking about earlier. If it were just 1.5 million, 2.5 million, they could have taken the greens away a long time ago. But we've been clamoring for more chips.
No, I have no problem with them.
More chips. We should be happy.
Yeah, all the greens are hidden, though.
Jorstad with the gut shot to the nuts. Backdoor diamonds. He doesn't know his queen draw is also good.
But with the best hand right now.
Queen 6 of diamonds without much value on its own, though. Check raise could get the job done. But he's going to go for the call. Improving.
Diamonds coming home slowly.
Quick check from the black 8s.
Black 6 on the river. The 8s are good for Mickey. Jorstad has the action.
He now improves to aces and 6s. It might be tempting to check. You've now got showdown value in your 2-pair. It's good news for Dweck, who, if he just checks back, is going to win a nice pot.
And he's going to win a nice pot. Jorstad taps the table. Dweck picks up the pot.
That's a nice enough pot. I thought I'd put him over 100 again. He's right under 100.
And number 142 since we began the festivities. 6 players remain.
I've insulted my tag team partner. Corey Paget says, if next year Pads wants to play 12 hours for you, I'll understand.
What a sweetheart.
Well,
I would not ditch my tag team partner.
But essentially what you're saying earlier is that if you traded Corey for Pads, for instance, what you were implying to some of us is that you probably would have won that.
I did not say I would do that.
That's pretty much what I heard. And I know that I've overheard you privately talk about how Corey was unable to close it out.
Exactly. I complain about it every day.
You know, we thought he was the closer.
For one thing, I wouldn't trade my tag team partner in. For another thing, I don't think I could pry Pads out of Espen's cold dead hands.
Yeah, that's true too. But really, what are the odds that they're going to win back-to-back years? So you don't want to go there. You don't want to go there.
I don't want to draw the table. And we're reaching for raising chips.
Oh, yeah, Jorstad.
Blind versus
trying to
blind,
do the
ace-8
limpy
offsuit.
thing.
Looking pretty good. Raises to 9 million. And respect, Attenborough. You're not trying to play with Jack 3 suited out of position versus a really good player.
More chips for Attenborough, and he has really been the man of the hour, of the many hours that we have been playing. and now over 135 million chips, 54 big blinds, and he is positioning himself really well to take down this bracelet. Kara Scott had a chance to talk to a friend of his about how Adrian's handling it all.
With his family all in Australia and not able to get here in time, Adrian Attenborough is lucky to have a lot of friends on his rail, particularly his best friend and longtime roommate, Rory Young. Rory told me that even in this intense situation, they've all been just so impressed with how Adrian has approached it. In the past few years, he's put a lot of work into just being content, not in poker, but in life generally. And that even-keeled nature has come in handy here on poker's biggest stage. He even spoke with a mindset coach right before this final who said that he'd rarely worked with anyone in such a good headspace. Rory told me that Adrian can sometimes be very hard on himself, and he is constantly pushing himself to get better, but that's how champions are made. And Adrian is only a few players away from the biggest poker championship ever.
I like Adrian. And Adrian's been dealt a lot of workable hands tonight. The card distribution has been really strong for him.
Very nice spot for pocket sevens, especially after the button just limps.
And a frustrated Farnes, you know.
He may convince himself to get sticky, but he has to look at what Attenborough just shoved into, which is a much bigger stack, 24 big blinds. So he's not going to be super light. Perhaps would have been a better spot for Farnes to just open jam.
It'd still get called, but yeah. Up to, well.
Probably still.
That's
you probably still get called.
Yeah.
But the way you look at it right now, you give yourself a chance to fold versus a flip, and that's not ideal, especially as the shortest stack.
Attenborough doing all the right things, pulling all the right levers.
It's really hard to call off with King 10 offsuit right here. You're going to be against some ace highs.
Discipline fold.
Pairs. Better kings. Yeah, he's going to live to fight another day. He's got 12 big blinds. That's still a lot of life. Six-handed in the main.
Guaranteed $1,750,000. All of the players. So just make the most of it. Yeah, that's a pretty good rate. ROI.
Just plus 2 big blinds every hand. Yeah, you could win the main in a couple hours doing that.
I would go to his party.
I was already thinking about that. I was thinking, is Asher partying tonight? Because I can't do that. When you get 10th and it's the beginning of the day, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, that is true.
Or is it tomorrow?
The party could be over. It's a long time ago.
You don't know that rail.
No,
the party's definitely not over.
I do know that rail. I saw them.
But yeah, of this table, who's going to have the best party if they win? Because I got mine.
Cannot.
Dweck.
Oh, no. If they win, you cannot. Aussies are crazy. They will go nuts. I mean, I don't know how many are here. I mean, and he is a Vegas guy now, so. But
I was going to say, Dweck's,
do not get in their way.
Whole rail looks to be about 21 apiece. So they're
That's
going to
true.
be out for
well,
like 48
for a nice
hours straight.
young pretty girl.
Oh, not for me. No, I'm like 80 years old. Attenborough with the min raise pre.
Flopping good.
Dweck just calls with the ace-9 offsuit in the pig. A little bit for each player. Attenborough bottom pair, backdoor diamonds. Checks, makes 2 pair. Now Dweck with the double gut shot, 8 or a king. Maybe a little concerned with the check back of Dweck on a board that should be so good for the pre-flop raiser. It does look like showdown value, and Dweck does check. Attenborough's hand now turns into a hand we want to put a few chips in with. 2 pair, you can charge some of those 1 pair hands at 10, Jack or Queen. And also I expect Dweck to come along with a double gut shot. 8 or king.
Didn't he have an 8 or a king on the flop? Or didn't he have up and down?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
I'm sorry. Oh, no, yeah. Oh, yeah, no, okay. Either way, he's got 2 ways to make a straight. But
Yep, you're right. Long day.
Oh, the mighty have fallen. You see that shot. Dobrich, the second short stack right now at the table. 6-handed. Dweck.
Where did you order from?
With
Friend got it for
the
me.
decision
I'm not sure.
now.
I think in Nobu.
Dweck's decided to take the aggressive route.
You like sushi? You like sushi?
And check raise with his draw.
Yeah, me too.
Attenborough in a weird spot now. Bottom 2 on this board. We were betting for value and to keep control. But
Right.
definitely not loving putting 16 million more in here.
Agreed.
I've only been
Dweck with a textbook lesson again on aggression. Put the pressure on the other guy, and if this semi-bluff doesn't work, you still might get there on the river. Attenborough doesn't think about that long and makes the call.
He doesn't. There's probably good reason for that. You're striking fear into the heart of Dweck now. Oh gosh.
Wow.
And you're sitting in like a mini mall area.
Straight comes home for Dweck.
I think when you go to nice restaurants.
Unfortunate card for Attenborough, whose instincts were right.
That's part of the thing you're paying for, I think. If you go to nice restaurants.
I don't know if you can get a single chip more out of Attenborough here as the obvious 4-liner comes in.
Included in the, if you're going to charge that much.
Yeah. But even without a single chip more.
Big pot.
Big pot, and Dweck has made his way up the chip ladder to the #1 spot here. He'll be the chip leader.
He will indeed. Yeah, he will indeed.
Oh, did you? What's the buy-in on that one? It's very.
The main event is 5K.
5K.
But they have up to, the biggest one is 250K.
Oh, okay.
They have like a big range of buy-ins.
Do you dance around that level at all?
I played at 25K.
The what?
I played at 25.
Okay.
That was the biggest.
Outsized bet left for Dweck.
Sounds like a nice place to go, though.
It's beautiful. It's
All in?
expensive though.
Really?
All in. Everything is just like crazy.
You heard him.
expensive.
Easy fold. Unfortunate run out for Attenborough, but Mickey Dweck with a big pot against the chip leader as he now takes the throne 6-handed at this main event final table.
It's a tax paradise. So a lot of rich people go there. Like a third of the people that live there are millionaires. A third of the people that live there are millionaires. Like what the?
So they don't have to pay tax on their winnings?
They don't pay tax on anything. Tax on everything, I think.
And now Mickey Dweck has that bracelet a little more in focus as he takes over the top spot with 131 million, 52 big blinds. Attenborough remains above 110 million in second place. Your stat also over 100 million. Barnes down to 12 bigs. King, queen of diamonds.
Finally finds a hand.
Finds a hand. And your stat finds a bigger hand.
12 bigs in early position. I'm gonna let it go. Yeah, there's people to act after him, and you have to worry that Farnes has you beat already.
It's not going to be Attenborough. Nor Dobrich. And Mickey says no thanks. Barnes dreaming of a huge step, but he's going
Maybe
to
he's
just have
off
to be
it.
satisfied with a smaller step at this point.
Can't really have a call in my hand, but well, had a good hand. Strange. Yeah. I didn't play great.
An RAF pilot, that's what he looks like. He's got that pasty look, you know. And you have no idea what RAF is.
I have no idea.
Royal Air Force is the
Okay.
Good to see him talking to his girl, having to fly out over Germany.
You're back to that pilot thing for him, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Did you mention it
Definitely.
earlier?
He's got that.
Now you got him with the RAF.
Mm-hmm. I know he's not from that portion of the world, but just has that look. Black get a little stronger, enjoying his time. Good to be king of all the poker world right now. And oh, look at that.
Let me point out.
Go over the list.
But take a look at, they both have that 5-day growth. But indeed, Adrian, taller, thinner, healthier, younger, smarter, and still at the main event. Tuck usually hangs around for a day or so.
You forgot probably better at commentary.
Ooh, that would have cut low.
Ames with a nice hand on the button. Min raising.
Well, I know why I took that long. It's probably the least flattering picture of Tuck I have ever seen, by the way.
Have you seen his headshot? That's always on everything. It's so funny.
Beautiful.
He has a popped collar
Beautiful, yeah.
and
with
gelled
the
up hair.
Looks like a vampire.
Yep.
He's got-
Barnes. 12 big blinds in a stack. Looks like he's cutting
Sorry.
out
Well, say raise.
call. So it looks
I'm
like he's
gonna call.
taking the deuces to the streets. We're going to be set mining.
That's just an unusual play
I guess
right
he
now
lost me that
with
hand.
the 12
You think?
bigs and a small blind.
Pretty short. It would have been a fine jam. You got a pair. It's hard to make pairs. You see what we've gotten through Ames with his 9-8 suited.
I think no chance that he bluffed you on that river.
Huh?
I
You don't
think
want your
no
deuces
chance
going
he
against
bluffed you on that
multiple
river.
hands. I mean, yeah, you're set mining.
Weird size.
And your side might be thinking of something right now. No, just the flat. 9-7 offsuit has some potential.
Come over the top.
But I thought, yeah, sometimes you see a small blind flat there, and you think, okay, this is dead money in here. This guy can't have anything really good.
9-8, 9-7 against deuces. Deuces is still good, but clubs out there for Eames. And the draws and
Deuces decide to stop and go their
the
hand.
deuces just are in a world of hurt.
Yeah, I guess.
It's actually an okay result for
Yeah.
deuces. When you do get called, to be up against a draw is a godsend.
Oh, that is a slot machine of outs for Ames.
Wow.
And again, I don't. Who stops and goes with deuces in the small blind on 12 bigs?
So the deuces are ahead, but look at the percentages
Yeah.
right now. It's amazing. Overs, clubs, straights.
Straight flush draw. And even just counterfeit outs.
5, 7, 8, 9 clubs. Ames trying to get us to 5-handed. Farms have been a big stack for several days, but now all of his chips at risk.
34% chance to get right back in this tournament, though. Close.
Yeah. Now that adds more outs for Eames. 3-5-7-9-8 club.
Coin flip going to the river.
Eames going for the knockout. Farnes trying to double up right now to 70 million. Are we five-handed, or is Farnes back end it?
Oh my God, the most painful way to lose.
Are you kidding me?
Oh no.
How could that happen?
Counterfeit out on the end. Takes out Jeffrey Farnes. Oh, that one hurt.
I'm taking my shoes off. That's it.
Oh my goodness. Well done, the non-pro from Idaho, living in Oregon, Jeffrey Farnes is going to go and collect $1.75 million for his sixth place finish in the main event. Eames picking up the last of his chips.
Busting people with 9
It's just cruel. I mean, I know that obviously that was one of the 22 outs. You don't even think about it. But to counterfeit them.
Oh, that's a hard way to go.
Kicker plays for those two there.
Yeah, he was confident too. I was like,
Eames now with almost 122 million chips. Dweck still in the lead, 136.
You needed a 10 to win that hand.
That's crazy. It's crazy. Oh, yeah. And he'll take. Yeah, it's painful now, but he has found the stability that he wants in his life. As Farnes is out in sixth place. He's down with Kara Scott right now.
I'm here with Jeff. Talk to me about that last hand, that incredible play there.
I knew I was the only one holding the pocket pair. I board pairs on the flop. Pretty good. I said it before. If I got deuces even and I feel like it's good, it's going in the pot. And so I stood by what I said. So tired, exhausted. Maybe that had a little bit to do with it. But no, I felt good about it. I don't think I changed it. So he hit a counterfeit board. So what can I do?
You've played an enormous amount of poker over the last couple of weeks now here in this main event. Does this make you want to take it to the pro circuit now?
I'll be bouncing around, yeah, for sure. I'm going to take probably a couple weeks off. I got my son's birthday in about 4 days, and I'm excited to see him. I was supposed to pick him up yesterday, so I'm looking forward to see Braden. Braden, I love you, big guy. Dad will be home soon. Had a blast, though. This is a great event. What a marathon. I can't believe poker can be so tiring. But no, it's a good show out here. Appreciated you guys having us. Do it again next year.
I'm sure we'll see you back here. Thank you so much. Jeff Farnes out in sixth.
Happy birthday, Braden. It's going to be a much better birthday. I think you're going to get a much better present than you would have gotten a week ago.
11-year-old son, Braden. He loves him. They're the best buds together.
It's got to be so cool watching his dad on TV do so well. So catching up with this hand, this is just limped. Your sad limped the aces is a trap. Attenborough says no thank you and just checks his option. Flop checks through. Your sad. Big bet on the turn, 6 million.
Great attitude for Farnes as he goes out. About what this all meant, and just a dream run for someone who just plays some poker and has a life outside the game.
And this tournament is exhausting. Most people play one-day tournaments. The popularity in multi-flight, multi-day tournaments has grown, so a lot of people have played a 2-day tournament. But when you're going on day 8, this has to be the most mentally exhausting thing for most people. Jorstad now going to get some value out of his aces. May get looked up by Attenborough's 8, seeing as how many draws have missed. Healthy size bet though, over 75% pot. Attenborough with just third pair. Blind versus blind, always tricky. Always feel like you're being bluffed. It's really hard to fold a pair. Attenborough makes a good lay down.
Got a little value for those aces. Understand looking very confident. These top players matching their skills. Current payout right now brought to you by Stormax, the easiest way to earn crypto. $2.25 million for 5th place. We'll see the next payout. Up to $3 million even.
Thank you, bro. Thank you. Finally, you let me have one.
Interested to see that one.
Finally.
Bluff value or bluff? Did you bluff me?
No, I don't bluff.
We'll see, I guess.
I have it.
We'll see.
When I bet, I have it.
Orsted has it again after Eames, ironically enough, with deuces.
And the top 4 stacks have gotten fairly deep. We're over 40 big blinds apiece.
Short stack. The man who was on top for so long with 21 bigs, Dobrich.
And your set's going to have a very well-concealed pocket tens. Kind of understandable. On these stack sizes, it could get kind of awkward. If you make a 3-bet with tens, you do it without the intent of ever folding them. And then if someone messes with you, you start feeling like folding them on 40 big. So
you do.
A flat, I'd rather have an underrepresented pocket tens in position than to have to make some really difficult decision facing the 4-bet free.
Another break coming up in a matter of minutes here.
Oh, wow.
Ah.
Very nice for your stat.
Thanks, bro.
Eames has the action with the deuces.
Bit disappointing holding top set when the pre-flop aggressor slows down a little bit. Connected board with a flush draw. Can't play it too slow, even when you hold top set.
Yep, a bet and a fold and a break. So your stat with aces and then tens back to back as he tries to keep his momentum going. And it is getting very eventful, getting very tight. 5 players remain. The 2022 main event, it was Asher Kniff, the first to go off from the 10-handed table. He wins 675, knocked off by Dweck. And then after that, Matthew Su went to cash almost 851,000. Suki knocked him off. And soon after that, it was Suki himself who'd been hanging on for so long. We'll go pick up the first $1 million payday. Dobrich was the one doing the deed. And then the Canadian Aaron Duzak knocked off by Dweck, his second knockout of the night, $1,350,000. And then we just saw Jeffrey Barnes knocked off by John Eames, payday of $1.75 million. We have 5 left. Back with more after the break. They've never had this type of atmosphere to play in. So here is the lead safe. You know, Aldemir comes in with all the chips, and Son also was a chip leader coming in. They both won. Nick Mannion in 2018. Now, couldn't quite hold the chip lead that year in 2018 when John Sin won it.
And all I know, as I first told Jesse Alto about a half a century ago, you cannot fold your way to the main event bracelet. Not on my watch.
Blumstein was chip leader in 2017, Kui Win was second. McKeon had a 2-1 chip lead going to the final table. Martin Jacobson was 8th out of 9 in 2014 and swam upstream the whole way to win it.
I think McKeon might have been the most dominating final table appearance that I've seen. Just it seemed the whole time like, okay, he's going to win it.
He's going to win it.
How fast is it going to be?
Karai gave that feel, but when he and George
Holmes
could have
a
happened.
little wrench in his plans for a while there.
Yeah.
Holmes definitely gave him a run for his money. It was fun to watch.
Attenborough with a raise. Jack 10 suited. Dobrich has bigger aces.
Dobrich flexing his big stack muscles here. He's going to make it tough on his opponents. I like what he's done so far, especially the jam on Attenborough saying, you're not going to raise my big blinds.
Exactly.
Just pocket threes.
Yep.
And I think he's going to make life tough for anyone sitting to his right.
God, he has made life tough for everyone. He's now the chip leader, Dobrich.
Attenborough at some point will have to take a stand against this. This hand does have a lot of playability, even out of position. So he's going to make a stand now. He is fairly deep too. Over 40 big blinds, so we could play post flop without getting all in.
Jack 10 against ace 7. 2 diamonds out there. Wow.
Wow.
Attenborough flops open-ended and the lesser of the flush draws.
He's feeling great about this board, but most of his outs are
diamonds,
for
yeah.
Dobrich, yeah.
Dobrich continues with the best hand.
Getting about a little less than 5-1. Yeah, I like this peel. In other situations, you might see the Jack 10 of diamonds just try to go nuts and get it all in with such a good draw at different parts of a tournament in a different tournament. Oh my God.
It is a cooler, even though Attenborough now picks up a
straight
up and down straight flush.
Wow.
Draw.
7 of diamonds, no good though. He's drawing to the Queen of diamonds.
What a run out so far to the turn. Attenborough checks it. Now Dobrich with the ace-high flush.
Were you bluffing? Yeah. I could have just called. So I could have just called.
You ever folded a straight flush draw, Norman?
Nope.
With the made flush already?
I don't need the made flush. I'm not folding a straight flush draw.
I'm just worried for Attenborough right now, depending on what line he decides to take with this. His only saving grace would be if he just calls and a diamond fails on the river. And I think otherwise that this is just going to be a disaster.
And maybe on top of that, for the rest of the table, if Dobrich gets all of his chips.
I agree 100% with that. Dobrich knows what to do with the big stack, and I think this could be bad for everyone. Agree.
My situation.
There's the call.
So Attenborough doesn't know it. He's thinking in his mind right now, no diamond, no board pair, no diamond. But really, it's the only thing that's going to help him.
What's going to save him on the end? Is this the card Ginger brings? Paired
Board
board.
pair.
Attenborough has the action now. He's made the flush. He's no good.
I basically called, even though there was the... I misplayed.
Dobrich now, it's something to think about.
Yeah,
Does
it's
he
like-
go for all of it? Does he go for the full
Yeah.
35 million?
Yeah, I'm saying...
What kind of hands is he targeting?
that situational...
Wow.
Whoa!
Wow.
Oh, he could have gotten something. Attenborough dodging bullets.
That board pair saved his butt. Wow.
Woo, and Attenborough knows it. Attenborough looked like you just saw a ghost. And it was his.
Well, part of it is the check back. When you get the check back, you are already putting those chips in your stack.
You think you're good.
Oh, of course.
Oh, my goodness. Dobrich taking the... Got a new deck from Charlie?
That's interesting, though, the stability thing. I think if I won the main event, I would just go party my face off for the next, I don't know, 20
You
years.
could do that, but
until
then
I'm
you
done.
got stability for the for whatever you want to do.
I thought this was the 10K Raz Championship.
Danielle in the box, getting new cards. Danielle from Phoenix. See her a lot, dealing the biggest games.
Shout out to Danielle. She teamed up with me for the ladies meetup game. We had 120 women playing cash game poker at the same time. Good time to shout out our last woman standing too. Effie Litsu, good game, 18th place, over $300,000. And I hope she'll be back.
Absolutely.
14.
Shelby Wells, also the next to last one, is having fun with her cash already.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, she was just talking about going, what am I doing? Am I going to play this game, or maybe I'll go play blackjack, or I'll go play roulette? And it's like, no, go play poker. Go play poker.
Come on.
And she even tweeted, she says she came out here missing so much work, and with the prospect of having to go back home and ask her parents to help cover the bills for the next month.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Well done, Sherry Wells. Yeah.
That was the toughest call in my life.
I really want to see this. I still haven't. I heard about it, but it was on the feature, right?
Who's that? Anxious to get involved. Aaron, British Columbia.
Probably the toughest call I've had to make.
Yeah,
definitely like 18 left, and we were like talking.
Yeah, and you had lots
40-year-old
Yeah,
with a raise.
It was for your life.
Yeah, 35.
Zach, the only 40-year-old here, the oldest at the table. It's not like the old days, not the old days, but at the beginning of the online boom where everybody was 20-something playing these main event final titles. It's an older group now, but they're mostly in their 30s. And there we got
the Canadians on their feet.
Reaction from his rail. The Dews crew.
Big Wheel McNeil in there. Sporting his Big Wheel Burger. That's his company. Nice guy.
Jalen McNeil.
Zach loves the lake life. He loves boating.
You deserve it.
As mentioned, firefighter, a logger, survived an injury in high school or university years, I believe it was. Very competitive in athletics, and this is a nice
really slow FT.
outlet for that.
Spin it up, mate. That'll be a story. Fucking no expectations.
Ace 4 again for Dobrich.
One lap
What's
our EV or Roy? Like 30? Like even if we have a 200% ROI, like
not this time.
I'm a fan of that, bro. He's a nice guy. Giving Suki a little bit of pep talk. Says, you spin it up, it'll be a great story. Just like being nice for no reason. You know, you want your opponents to be shaken up and nervous, and he's calming him down anyway. Nice guy.
I don't trust nice.
Mickey was
There's
not.
always a hidden agenda.
You look nice today, by the way.
A clown.
Dean's waking up with kings after a raise by duck with nines. How much are we going to make it here? In position. Don't have to go too large.
He said being stoic and calm, key ingredients to success at the main event. I mean, gosh, he's from London. That's what they do over there. They're stoic and calm. They go through their life. They went through World War I, stoic and calm.
Going for 7.5, 8.5. Oh, he's cutting out quite a few.
A raise, a 3-bet from the shorter stack. Farnes gets rid of one of Mickey's outs. Duzak can go celebrate. He won a hand. I got a friend who won't go buy a beer at the beginning of a hockey game and won't drink it until his team has a shot on goal. So it could be a way sometime.
He'll even drink it then. Oh, well, shot on goal will come fairly quickly sometimes, but it gets kind of warm.
Yeah, well, that's, I don't know. He's punishing himself for supporting the team, I guess. I don't know.
So I with a real decision here. Not quite deep enough to set mine, but nines hold value other than just set value. There's a lot of boards you still are willing to put chips in with nines. It's a lot different than with deuces. He is playing out of position. Ames has been rather snug. So all these things to consider when you're deciding what you're going to do with your nines. If he's going to flat, or if he's going to throw them in the muck. Versus some opponents, it could be a jam. I don't think Ames is one of them. He hasn't been too crazy.
No, he's stoic and calm.
Mm-hmm. It's our first real stare down in a while.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mickey really giving him the once-over.
He's giving the once over to a guy who still has his hands on his cards, which is an unusual posture to take for a long time.
Sue got out of the way, making it a little more romantic.
Comes back. They always come back. If you're Eames, Jamie, do you
You're like 34 more?
think you're good here?
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know, kings are the second best hand in Texas Hold'em. You're the kind to 3-bet kings to see where you're at, aren't you?
All in.
Wow.
Wow, he does shove. And Eames wastes little time with the kings, and Mickey needs help big time.
Kings versus nines. Kings versus nines.
You have nines?
Eames is the one at risk with the shorter stack.
The risk, but best case scenario for the double up here. We've barely seen a whiff of him through the first level and change. And now he picks up kings, gets shoved on by nines, and he could have one of the top 3 stacks right after this hand.
Nicky, you mentioned the last couple of days, Norman, it was giving him the once-over, thinking long and thinking wrong. Kings ahead for the double up. Over 88 million chips in the middle. That would be a second best stack. Queen, queen, jack.
Queen ball, please.
Eames figuring out what cards are what here. Yes, I'm still good, but what are the draws?
Well, you're never comfortable when you're all in. First misstep for
easy to take.
Dueck, and now it's going to be costly.
One card to come. Is Mickey gonna double? Is Mickey gonna knock out Eames? Can Eames double with the king? You see the outs for Dueck, and another deuce on the river, and a full and complete double up for Britain's John Eames.
The shoes are off.
I hope they don't end up in the trees here.
From a field of 8,663, we're down to the final 5, who would be this year's main event champion. Coming to you from the Las Vegas Strip, Paris for the first time. The rails were lively. The play was aggressive and lively. The bubbles were fun, as we have one of 5 international players who could be this year's world champion. And what a thrill ride it has been so far. One of the more entertaining final tables in a long time, Jamie. Really good.
It's been fun to watch for sure.
Yeah.
The rails have been amazing. Usually there's 1 or 2 good rails, but every single one of them is great.
Where's your guy? Is that your guy, Norman, here? In the arms of his rail? Mickey? Gotta love it. It has been an up and down ride for everybody. I'm Lon McCarron along with Norman Chad and Jamie Kerstetter as we are working our way to a champion. Current payout for 5th place, $2.25 million. There you see the players who have been knocked out in their big paydays. On this day, we started this final table actually with 10 players. Sure.
I don't know what you're talking
Kniff
about.
out first. We're at our
Seen that.
official
I have not seen
feature
that.
table. So we take a look at the big stacks, and 25K
we need
chips
a
have been raced off, and there is a new chip in play.
Let's go.
But that's brought to you by Stormex, the easiest way to earn crypto.
If you want, I can give you mine.
Looks like a silver chip.
Do you want his?
I love how he looks at me, dude. What the fuck? I'm a friend.
You, Esmond.
John Eames
Esmond, do you want mine?
from London.
Yeah.
King Queen. So we've got Norway, Croatia, Australia, Argentina, and UK represented. All the US players gone.
Motherfucker, man. He snap went for me.
And here is
What the
your
fuck
stat,
is that?
matching another player's cards, as he's done several times tonight. King Queen for both.
That was fucked up. I don't know what the fuck he was thinking, using me. Now he's fucked. Oh, I think I might have fucked up this mic, actually.
No, it's good, it's good. You just don't touch it. And
It fell off earlier.
You're sad. Has a different pair of sunglasses now, but they're off. Does he have like a
Yeah, he had some wire rims.
assortment?
I think so. He was kind of testing them out earlier.
Looks like he's testing out these new chips as well.
That's what I'm There you go.
Silver 5 millies in play.
I feel bad.
You feel bad, right?
Oh, he took them.
The wrong one. Took the wrong ones.
Someone an apology.
I think he just did it as a joke. And your sad probably borrowed someone else's sunglasses.
there-
Like, I can't
okay.
find mine.
Oh, his lucky sunglasses.
Love you.
Love you too.
Dobrich folds.
Is that
Short
14,
stack.
5 millions? 400. This, how many of these 5 millions do you have?
Wow.
Sorry, I just couldn't see. 'cause
Ace
they were full
Queen
over.
for Mickey.
Okay, thank you.
And the chip lead.
Yeah, interesting spot for sure. When it's been 3-bet already before you, and he lets it go. He's gonna play it safe.
John Eames releases his hand.
How bad, I didn't even realize you had cards.
Hard for your stat to win this pot, but he does it.
When I was asking how many chips he had, I didn't realize you had cards.
Look at that. You want to pot without him, mate. You want to pot. You 3-bet without him.
True, true. But I was scared shitless doing it though.
Jorstad now into the chip
Yeah,
lead,
yeah,
but just
yeah.
barely.
Yeah.
My coach is saying
What kind of rail do you have? They didn't even let you know.
huh?
They didn't even let you know.
Nice little run it up. Jorstad and Noack now about 130 million plus. Over 100 million for Eames and Attenborough. 47 million for Matija Dobrich.
Maybe not anymore.
It's a very careful play with the ace-queen offsuit this whole final table. this the one you call the parking lot hand?
Ace Jack for me.
Ace Jack's the parking lot hand.
Okay.
Ace Queen we call seat open.
Like in another sort of weird spot. I feel like I would lean for a call with 9s in the spot just because there's a lot of action already. If you hit a set, you can just end the tournament.
Yep.
Oh, wow. It's 2 tight folds. What did he have for his break? Some warm milk?
I guess so. He's happy, content. An 8 high flop.
Nine's trying desperately to retrieve his cards from the muck.
Exactly. These two guys who have bonded at this table, jousting with each other during play, around play, during the break. But cards in the air, it's all business. Ah, 9s now.
Of course. But now you're sad with the reason to start betting. Picks up the open ender, still has 2 overs. Perhaps deciding on a size that he wants to lead with. Goes a little larger as the board becomes more draw heavy, and that'll do it.
Attenborough limiting the damage.
Oh, these are 5 million. I gotta remember these are 5 million.
Tournament summary brought to you by Zenny. Eyewear for everyone, even Espen Jorstad. Second biggest main event field ever. Working towards 10 million for first place. 4 of the 5 remaining have held the chip lead. I gotta assume everyone here is going to be holding the chip lead the way they've been going, one time or another. Dobrich gives it up. Now on the button, Mickey Dueck. Originally from Argentina, lives in Fort Lauderdale. 23-year-old.
Jack 5 just not good enough. Low playability.
15 bigs for Dobrich now. Is he, I mean, there's a lot of chips still, but it's still only 15 bigs. Is he just looking for something to run with, or does he have a hand to?
They're still playing a 15
play?
big blind stack.
Okay.
Yeah, that's one of the things that has changed the most, in my opinion, over the last 3 years or so. People really find a lot of ways to play a 15 big blind stack, an 11 big blind stack. It's not just push fold anymore. You'll see also, just from the big blind, there's so much more big blind defense, even on a very tiny stack. People just go, okay, we've learned that to just take our equity, even if you're behind. A lot of times you have 35% equity, and it's worth it. Especially with big blind ante. There's the same amount of ante chips in there as if the table was full. So there's just a lot more dead money.
That's true. Do you like that, or the big blind ante and keeping it the same even though the table is short?
It favors the more aggressive player. Usually that's the pros. So, that's a slight drawback, I guess, if we want Rex to have a good chance. It's better in a lot of ways, though, with just ease of play, ease on the dealers.
Oh, yeah.
Less confusion. So there are good things about it. I wouldn't mind, though, if it starts to go three-handed and then heads up if it was small blind ante instead. I think that would make a lot of sense. But, tournament directors want to move the game along, too. So it's good for that purpose.
Gotta get home, too. Got families.
Top one, Attenborough check. Dweck bet 5 million, Attenborough call. With the second pair. Dweck now picks up the gut shot to the nut straight. It's a lot easier for Attenborough to credibly represent this 5 than it will be for Dweck to try to put in a bluff here. Not just because we see the jack high, but it is a good spot to wave the white flag. Attenborough just has more of this board than you do, and Dweck gives up.
Norman, it seems the hours are starting to wear on these guys a little bit, and maybe the rails as well. It's a tough slog.
They look pretty fresh. They might have been the late arrivals that Jamie talked about.
41 and
Smart.
41.
Do you think they have a second string of railbirds? They tag out?
The professional railers? Oh, sure.
You would need to have backups in your rent-a-rail to do that, or pay premiums after 2 a.m.
Well, Dweck just took, if that banana was bought at WSOP Cafe, each bite is $1.25.
Yep.
Oh.
Accurate. Attenborough with a very nice hand. Just calls so he can't get blown off it.
What?
Dobrich with some options. He can jam his ace high.
Call him.
Yep, he does. Snap fold from Adrian. Adrian with little time. He knows what to do with the hand. Bjorstad seemed to have kind of a methodology to everything he does, where he's going to sit there and think about it and do the same motions and not try to give off anything, where Attenborough's like, I'm done.
You're good.
Yeah, Attenborough's pace of play is delightful. It's really nice, even for big decisions. I think that comes with a lot of practice too. If you play a ton of hands online, there is a lot of automation that kind of happens where you're like, this is what I do here. This is an easy fold. I know I always fold this. Good hand for a button raise.
Attenborough started
Goes
this
for the
table.
limp. Let's go. Sorry.
Yeah, but no, that's right. I was going to say he started this table with the bigger stack Dobrich on his left, and now the situation has reversed.
This is a really interesting hand. It's becoming one because Attenborough just limping with such a good hand would not want to be calling off versus a 17 big blind shove of Dobrich. That's one of the reasons to do it. Another reason to limp is when this gets raised, you can afford to call in position. You have a really beautiful hand to call it. So depending on the size that Dweck chooses for this ace-king raise, Attenborough may be priced in to come along. But Dweck, very unconventional, is just going to check his ace-king suited. Very concealed, strong hand. Unfortunately, doesn't flop very well right now. Attenborough now with the best of it, popping a pair of nines. Sorry, turning a pair of nines. And Dweck's ace king of diamonds, which was a very slow played hand, has just evaporated into nothing. 14% equity. It's time to go for some value. Picking up 75, it looks like. About 3/4 pot. Really charging the types of hands that Dweck should have. Checking back his big blind. He should have a pair here some of the time, some kind of draws. Not ace-king suited in Attenborough's mind. But wow. Sticking around with this ace-king high. Oh my goodness.
Happens again.
Decision time for Dweck.
Attenborough has been in a similar situation, forced to fold the river. Might have been to Dweck earlier against ace king.
If I'm Attenborough, I would still be going for value with my 9. Thinking that Dweck's call on the turn is more likely a pair like an 8, 5, or 3. Wouldn't be too worried about this king.
Ooh, several silvers.
Snap call. Bad news for Attenborough.
Picking up chips, solidifying a lead. And if you are one of the remaining 5 players and are looking for help on exactly how to navigate these final main event waters, find someone who's been there, done that. Here's Kara Scott.
It's hard to understand all the extra pressures and considerations that come with the main event final table. The best advice might just come from former champions. The 3 I spoke to all stressed how important it is to really enjoy the whole experience, because this is impossible to replicate. Joe Hashem, up until now the only Australian champ, would tell the players to focus and stick to their plan. Scott Blumstein, who won in 2017, says the important thing is to try and disassociate from the money and then just do whatever you can to make the best decisions that you believe will lead you to victory. And probably the most famous champ, Chris Moneymaker, advises our players to get ready for a lot of attention, long days, and cameras. And of course, enjoy this moment.
Chris knows about enjoying the moment.
Flop, the turns are 9, and then I bet 2/3.
I'd like to think that if I was making $2 million, I wouldn't have to be reminded to enjoy it.
I tell you, you know, disassociate yourself from the money, then you don't go there.
Some people put a lot of pressure on themselves to make the most of it. I feel like Asher stressed a lot that he has fun, that it's a good and bad thing about him at the table. Uh-oh.
You're good.
That is crazy.
Table just agrees Attenborough's good and can look at his hand. That was very funny. Yeah.
I don't think I ever.
Yeah, that was our bad.
Sorry.
That was our bad.
I think there's a gentleman's agreement to tell the other players when they're at their rail that the hand is starting. And that's why they were so forgiving of Attenborough not being at his seat.
How about telling me? Fuck you, dude.
It's just happened to me like 3 times. Where it's like, I 100% always tell people.
Yeah, you're right. We should tell something.
Well, if my hand got mocked though, I would have been annoyed, because it's like that hasn't happened a single time tonight.
Yeah, that was our bad.
Yeah, I'm just saying it hasn't happened on the final table tonight. Yeah, I understand. I know the rules.
Norman, we've talked about talking chips over the years. Is there just kind of a talking payout? Everyone is so strong in what they're going to end up with that it's a little bit of giddiness going on.
Well, they seem to be in a good mood in the 2 million plus area. But I believe as we go further,
I folded nuts, 9-5.
when we get down to three-handed, it certainly heads up. There'll be more tension and less talking chips because I've earned the money.
Yeah, unreal.
And there's that going for the bracelet and the win and the fame, even more than the money. But everyone here made a $1.5 million today of a pay jump. So I'd say they're all, I think they're all pretty much in a good mood.
If he raised, he never see river. Like, it's your hand.
This is just limp, blind versus blind. Flop goes check, check. There's 9 million in the limped pots now. A lot to fight for, and Eames decides to fight for it with his ace high. King a little bit better for Eames' range, in that he can have some limp traps. When your side checks back his big blind, he's going to have fewer traps, if any. So a good king, less likely to be in your stead's hand.
And with the blinds so big and so many chips in play, the leaderboard is kind of like that high roller next door where you got Attenborough up top and then he loses a hand and then he loses another hand. He drifts down to fourth and then he works his way back up around the backside.
For sure. Every pot super meaningful at this point.
They still have some lungs with them here.
I haven't had that one for a while.
Somebody came from work.
Yeah, it's hard to see somebody on this rail with a dress shirt and necktie.
Barely losing.
Was that on Ames Rail?
Yeah.
That is my friend Charlie that I play wiffle ball with, and he's a host at the Wynn Casino. So he's probably coming after his shift. I don't think he dressed up particularly to sweat this final table, but you know. Yep.
But how did he fall into the Ames rail?
That's the same one that Jennifer Lohman is at, who's a floor person at Wynn. So I'm wondering if Ames is a regular cash player there in the high stakes room.
The limp,
and
check, and the pip. Both with a 9.
Somehow this flop became interesting, even with two pretty dusty holdings. Yours sat with second pair Attenborough, though, with the nicer looking hand. Second pair with spades. Starting to get a little concerned with your stack when you're on just about 24 big blinds. Every decision you make is so important. This one, he doesn't want to get blown off his hand. That's so good. He checks back, keeps the pot small, keeps bluffs in your set's range. Board getting a little bit uglier for both players. Limp pot, not as much of a concern for that ace, though.
Check, check.
And we are chopping if this goes to showdown. Each player with third pair, I would think that this is just going to show down with no value betting. Blind versus blind can get a little weird, so I'm not sure. These guys are also world-class players, and they can find the thinnest of value bets. It looks like your set is finding the thinnest, smallest one big blind bet that gets paid off. And I'll chop it.
Take back your chips. Dominic gets to do something. There we go. Chop it up, Dominic.
That was very anticlimactic.
Gives love for you, bro.
Huh?
Flush draw?
I'm gonna keep your range wide, mate.
That's what he says. Keep his range wide. Keep bluffs in there.
Pretty shitty turn.
Five-handed play continues. Big-time championship bracelet and $10 million awaiting one of these players.
Do we know the appraisal value of that
I haven't
bracelet?
seen
this
it.
year?
It normally falls in a $500,000 range.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
That one, it is very blingy.
Depends what Qui-Win is waiting when they put him inside the bracelet. Yeah, is wearing.
I love the secret compartment too. It's very cute.
Yeah, it is. It's a cool thing. It used to have the players winning cards in it
Mm.
in the past.
So Ames finds ace-8 offsuit and puts in a min raise. Attenborough gets busy with king-7 suited from the small blind. Really awesome 3-bet selection. Hand's a little too weak to just flat with. King blocker. You got hearts too in case Ames finds a call. You're going to have a little bit of life. You have some hands that you can semi-bluff with on certain board textures. And look at the bet sizing and what's left in his stack. It's a really gutsy play.
Mm-hmm.
No, stay.
So easy to just reach your stack and bet
Yeah, that's kind of
17,
annoying.
21
You see, he
million
joined our
right
side.
now.
Now you're fucked over there alone. You were toast. You were going down.
Forever alone.
It's like 4
As John
players
Lennon would
versus
say, "You're going down."
your stat right now.
Yeah, that's what it's
And the
set up.
table looks
Just the
like-
way the
Michael
table draw
for the
was
rest of
and who got knocked out.
Rest of the FT.
I don't know what to say or what to do, but
Make up something.
I'll try my best.
Dobrich in the small down to 14 bigs.
Very limpable 9-8 offsuit. And Dweck with a nice hand to shove. Dobrich just over 13 big blinds. And we are going to make the shove. Dobrich just cannot catch a break right now.
Mickey doing the right things. Much bigger stack. Dobrich is holding that position for a while, but not any longer. When you rent a rail, you could have a little guidebook to how to be a good rail.
Mm-hmm.
Don't overtax yourself in the first couple, just all etiquette
Take your
things
shoes
to
off.
take your
Blow some bubbles. What else we got?
Suggested that, you could, then you could rent them certain accoutrements, yeah. King 8 suited all in. Mattia, Dobrich. Does he want to take her? He's not going to get
quite
any.
enough.
As mentioned, he made a pretty strong run last year in the main event. He said the only thing missing, his wife wasn't there. And he got his wife here this year and a friend, but it wasn't the easiest thing in the world to make happen.
He didn't know if she can do it by herself because she was in Zagreb and her passport was in Slatina and she first need to go back home, pick up passport, go back, book flight. Like it wasn't like easy quest. But then my friend do like tickets and everything for her and she just went home, pick up passport and now they are on their way here. Yeah.
I'm very happy for them because that was a difficult journey. But if we had closed our borders, as I suggested as long as 25 years ago, we would not have a foreign-born champion this year. We have 5 foreign-born people left here. Foreign-borns have dominated this event the last 15 years. I say America first, America last. Let's close those borders.
I like how you say foreign-born. It almost sounds like a Game of Thrones thing. The foreign-borns.
5 of the last 10 main event champions, though, have been USA.
9 of the last 15 have been non-USA.
But 5 of the last 10. I'm going more recent.
See, I don't want to blame them. I kind of want to blame us. We're shutting ourselves off from online poker. It's really hard to keep up with the rest of the world. We don't play with the rest of the world.
Well, again, we don't have to worry about that. If it started with Ellis Island back in, the early 20th century, or just, guys, people are coming in. As it turns out, mob guys were coming in. It would be a safer country if we just had a border around everywhere, including the ocean areas.
True. If there were
around the ocean areas too.
If there was no mob, there would be no Las Vegas, though. We wouldn't be sitting in this glamorous trailer right now.
That is correct. But as I told you earlier, if Bugsy knew that Antoine Saout and Antoine Labat and all the other Antoines were going to be coming into town,
it's true.
He would have stopped construction.
And Jorstad found a really good 3-bet spot with just a weak ace.
Do you know the international crowd that came through for the Gold Rush? It was mostly international crowd that came through. It was amazing. It's not just the Western miners or the people from Middle West. There was a lot of international miners coming to the Gold Rush. 1849. Dueck, there's how he ran through day 3. It was 47 of 2933 players. And day 6, a little troublesome there, but always a pretty healthy stack, indicating he knew what he was doing or just running like Jason Mercier.
Beautiful day for him today, too, coming in 7 of 10. Finds himself chip leader 5-handed. And today is when most of the money is made, today and tomorrow. So most important to run good on these days.
Over $25 million of the prize pool still to be handed out to these 5.
Ames raising the button with pocket 5s, gets action from Attenborough with Jack 9 offsuit, who outflops him. And on a board texture that looks okay for 5s. You still might be in the type of mindset of I need to protect these. And he is. He's going to put out a small bet. Protect his hand from the equity of just high cards. You don't want to see a bad turn card, but we see he's already beaten. Should put the brakes on both players. Overcard for both.
Attenborough been involved in so many hands.
I wonder if Eames at some point decides to bluff with these 5s. Perhaps after getting action from Attenborough on the flop, he's going to deduce at some point the 5s are no good. Maybe try to shake Attenborough off of a 6 or a deuce. Obviously, deuce he's beating, but a 6. Could he get him to fold a jack? Probably take 2 streets. 5s might be too good to start bluffing with, though. Let's see if Attenborough knows where he's at, if he can get value out of this jack. He's really good. Just knows where he's at.
He's really good.
is one of those block size bets, serves also as a value bet. Get paid by a hand just like what Eames has, and other middling pairs.
Eames starting this hand, number 3 on the charts. Looks like he's going to pay him off.
Sometimes you just have to. You have to keep your opponent honest. Wondering if 5s is the time.
That's something.
Attenborough can call with some hands that can get to this river. It was just a flop bet, so there are some hands, ones that are, you have the ace 4, ace 3 of hearts, spades, diamonds. Those would all be calling a flop bet, trying to turn some equity, goes check, check, gets to a river, and wants to bluff at it. Can come up with some very nice folds.
Mix it up. Very good. Nicely done. But the bottom line is Attenborough stacking chips once again. Eames falls to 4th. Attenborough takes his spot in 3rd.
Yeah, sorry. Sorry, Mickey.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
I would have called.
I was about to call you over.
Yeah. Yeah. Motherfucker, this guy.
Mickey was away?
Truly, I was.
Yeah, but they...
Are you winking? He like, truly I was. Like,
Yeah.
Well, we
Still
can't see. Take the glasses off.
This gentleman's agreement is
People
a little
must hate
frayed.
you on stream.
A couple people weren't
Yeah,
called
nobody
out.
said
I think
anything,
they're
are
just
they?
tired, though.
Yeah.
I don't think anyone's being sketchy, but,
Twitch
you know.
chat hating on me?
Maybe you do.
You stream poker? You stream poker?
Sometimes.
Maybe you should offer your front desk bell to a dealer every time they start to deal. It's like ding, and then
I like it.
you know, it's like Pavlov. You hear the bell and you come running to the table, just like the dogs.
You sell your bathwater?
Huh?
You sell
You
your
know,
bathwater?
Brandon Shack Harris the other day was nice enough
much you
because
pay?
he got a bell after he saw I got a bell.
About
And then other people thought that he was the first to have a bell.
Here, right?
So he was nice enough to get me a
So there's,
customized
I don't know if you
mama
know-
bell
Sorry.
that he gave me the other day.
Beautiful. I saw
What's a mama bell?
It's
There's,
just it was a nicer bell than I have, but he engraved it mama bell because I'm the father and mother of the bell that he now uses. So he's acknowledging that I'm Ma Bell and he's Baby Bell. It was very nice of him.
And reiterate why the bell for the folks.
The bell?
Why not the bell?
It was why not the bell. I just discovered it one day and I said, "Ooh, a bell would be nice at the table. It's just going to make everybody feel better if you ring it."
And when do you ring it? At a certain time or just kind of whenever?
It's a feel thing. You know,
Okay.
people think I'm going to ring it like when I scoop a pot or something big happens.
Ah.
God, she just brought
Got
out
tiny
the
hands.
little hand. But it's a
I
Brandon
have a
thing.
Brandon Shack
Brandon,
Harris
God, that
tiny
scared the
hand,
heck out of me.
Yeah.
and it's a lot more fun than it should be. And you just scoop the pot with it really slowly, and
I
you
was
stack
like,
chips with it
whoa,
really
you
slowly.
got Norman that time, I saw.
Yep.
Yeah. I thought it was a creature.
It's a beautiful bell, though. I saw the picture of it. That his is bigger.
Yeah, his is bigger, but
Imagine, Michael, if
Eames.
you get heads up,
Nice.
business is going to be booming
Get
for
some
bathtub
chips from
water.
Oh,
Dobich.
yeah. 100%. 100%. Oh, sorry. Imagine all the chicks hearing this right now. Like all the OnlyFans chicks, if they hear this, and be like, oh my God.
Million worth 32 big blinds right now for that man John Eames from London. As we check in on the rails, a little thin on the back side. The front line still strong. Don't see a lot of drinks on the actual ledge there.
Maybe they learned their lesson 2 nights ago.
Could be.
Thanks. Now I know you didn't do it on your own accord.
That walk around the crowd is like any performer saying, it's great to be here in Poughkeepsie, the greatest audience ever. Poughkeepsie. Give yourself a hand. Yeah. Just prompt them.
Dobrich, under 13 big blinds. Just going to give Jack 9 a ride from the small blind. And Black with not a big enough hand. He's getting a count, but Queen 4 offsuit, way too weak.
Count. He's getting a count.
Might just be a count for future hands.
Mattia, very helpful in counting. Do you watch the player whose stack he's counting for you for little tips and tells or anything? Or
I don't know any of that stuff.
yeah.
I feel like live tells, there's something to them. Like there's definitely times where you feel swayed in one way or the other based on looking at someone, but it's only when it's close, you know, when you're pretty close to going one way or the other.
Got it.
Chance Corneth would disagree. Like they put a lot into tells.
Number one live tells, he tells me. He, Filmuth, and Ivy. So chip leader, Mickey Dueck, over 140 million chips. And we've been told that his sister Maya is here to surprise him. That Dueck doesn't know that she's coming. And what a great time for her to show up. Her brother,
She looks very
chip leader
sneaky.
right now. 5 to go. Yeah. Well, let's maybe wait until between hands or something. Gonna record the moment here. Family. Just kind of sneaking in behind the front row. Just arriving from Miami.
Hold in.
Mickey has no idea. So Mickey folds.
How much?
44-6.
Going for about 15 big blinds.
Dobrich, King Jack.
Yes, it's
Suit.
probably just a little too weak for your set to call it. Tempting, for sure.
14 blinds is still a lot of chips, and it is a toll to pay for your stat here. One that you might not be willing, as you said.
That's 1/3 of a stack. It's I think if it was ace 10.
Start
better.
thinking about it more at ace 10, I think.
I think he'd definitely be going with it, even though it's a big chunk.
Jorstad's game also revolves around a lot of stealing and smaller spots and not a lot of calling off and praying.
Right. Yeah. So Maya, Michael Black's sister, just in from Miami.
Sneaking up on
And
him.
here we go. Look at that. That's great. Yay.
Like,
Hey, you're in a hand. You're in a hand.
We can go more chill.
Girlfriend? Just,
Sister.
Just arrived?
Sister.
Oh, okay.
Awkward.
Dobrich. What are you going to do, Mattia? Suited ace.
A little healthier now, though. Over 19 big blinds. Harder to just let it rip. Stack's worth a little more. Now he can just raise. Tempting. Really nice hand that can flop really well.
He's over 2 million on his live poker resume and a World Series circuit ring.
Yeah, let's see a flop.
Yeah?
Sure.
From the small blind, it's a little... In the big blind, snap. Snap, see a flop. Here, it's a little weird, especially facing 18 big blind stack of Dobrich. He wants to. He's a cash guy, too.
Mm-hmm.
He agrees, says Norman. Let's C3. And your side with just no hand.
Heads up. Eames 30 bigs, Dobrich 19. Dobrich best with the ace high. Check to him.
Gotta wonder if this board hits the type of hands that Ames would be flatting with against his 18 big blind stack. And 5.5 to 1. Drawing to a gut shot that still wouldn't give you the nuts on a 2-spade board.
Teach is not thrilled with this call.
Dobrich wants the hand to be over, and it is.
And it is, indeed.
He's getting healthy again.
Three bigs now. 70 million. Dobrich a moment ago, we saw our chip leader who had heard, hey, turn around. Sis is here from Miami. Oh, Mickey and Maya with a nice reunion right here at the final table.
That's such a sweet moment, but then he ran faster back to the table so he wouldn't miss a hand.
He did.
Dobrich now catching a little heat. Picks up pocket sixes under the gun. Vorstad, though, ace-queen offsuit. Eyeing up Dobrich's stack. Just about 23 big blinds. Five-handed, so under the gun is hijack.
I got about 100. 94-ish back, I guess.
Thank you.
Checking with big blind Attenborough on his stack.
Finding out his stack contains 33 big blinds. It's probably a close decision, but I think that your side could be willing to play for it all.
Stacks, though, so close in a way. If they do play for it all and your side loses, they're reversing their stacks.
Yep.
And your stat's the short stack.
And he has played more carefully and less aggressively, I would say. Like, his aggression has been post-flop more often.
Min raise from Dobrich. He's faced with that decision. It's going to be a tough one.
Yeah, I think your side could 3-bet this hand and then call off versus Dobrich.
That's good, dude.
What about me? Looks like that's what he's about to do.
Attenborough folds quickly. And now back to Dobrich with the small pocket pair.
Has to wonder if your side has many bluffs here that he would 3-bet and fold to a jam. If not, sixes are not in great shape. It's really hard to just decide to put your whole tournament life in a spot where you can be dominated and just have 2 outs. Also sticking in 15 million of your remaining 64 million.
He says all in with the sixes.
Yeah, I don't expect your side to be 3-bet folding
Just
a
to
hand this
confirm,
good.
it's like 70 little rights.
Glasses are off. All business. Full vision. Megan from LA, our dealer here now, doing the count.
Another 49 million is only 16 more big blinds.
Crazy.
Good luck.
There you go. There is the call with the ace-queen. Jorstad trying to get rid of Dobrich.
Huge flip. Tournament-changing flip.
Jorstad looking to collect the 70 million chips that Dobrich put into the middle, but Dobrich is ahead with a made hand.
Look at the size of the pot. The winner of the pot is the chip leader.
And if the winner is Jorstad, he has second in chips covered by twice the amount.
Matija Dobrich had played so well.
Oh, they went to Bed Bath & Beyond and got these very nice. That's just beautiful.
Dobrich, a very feared player. And here is the flop. Oh. And there is a queen in the flop. And now it's Dobrich looking for help to try to survive this evening. He doubled up 3 different players, caught a bunch of bad luck, still kept a stack, fought his way back to 70 million. But now in danger of going out in 5th place if he does not hit the river. Matija Dobrich needs it now. A card away from taking control of this table. The river card, the 8 of clubs, and that ends the tournament for Matija Dobrich from Croatia. $2.25 million US to Dobrich. As he gets hearty congratulations from all, and the rest enjoy a terrific pay bump.
Well played by Dobrich, though. Nothing bad to say.
What a couple of years he's had at the main event, Norman.
Yeah, 32nd 1 year ago. Backs it up with a 5th place finish here. And as Jamie said, you can't fault any of his play.
And all the rest, the other 4 now, will fight, continue their battle for the main event championship bracelet and the $10 million. Jorstad now the overwhelming leader with over 203 million chips. Let's get it down to Kara Scott.
Matija, what an incredible table that was. Really watching you play was a pleasure. Can you reflect back on your time here yourself, please?
I really can't think right now. Like, emotions are, I don't know, I need a few minutes alone, but yeah, I play my best game. I don't regret anything. Like, I would play everything the same. And it's cards, it's poker, yeah. Nothing I can do.
You had some great support here. So many people on the rail shouting your name. I know your mom and your wife as well. What does it mean to have their support behind you?
Yeah, it's actually my mom is not here, just my wife. But my support was really like, I don't know what to say. I got messages from all around the world. Like, it feels surreal, yeah.
Does a result like this change your life? I know you talked about poker being about freedom for you. What does this do for you?
Yeah, this is definitely changing my life from now on, yeah.
Congratulations on an amazing run. Thank you so much for speaking with us. Matija Dobrich out in 5th.
Yeah, as he said, he did no regrets. He did nothing wrong, but you could feel the emotion of that gut punch of leaving this main event final table. It really hit him.
What? Especially when you made a decision that put yourself in a really good spot to come back. You know, a lot of people just fold the 6s, look for a better spot, but he was flipping, so a fold would have actually cost him chips in the long run. Decided to go for it and was a coin flip away from being very much back in this tournament.
So yes, you folks at home,
16-5.
World Series plans are mercurial. We were going to go until we had 4 players remaining, but powers that be are saying play on.
Well, I only agreed to go till there are 4 players left. So I hope you guys have a good rest of your night.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I'll see you later.
Wow. That,
all in.
I don't know. He's all in. Okay, well.
Yorstad tried to get right back to it, 3-betting a good candidate for a 3-bet. Ames just had it.
That's my favorite thing ever.
So your stat had over 200 million. Mickey Dueck, second place, 133. Your stat now with 187. I'll clarify that. Ames at the 100 million. Attenborough with 91 million, the short stack. Blinds range from 62 bigs for the top stack to 30 for Attenborough.
And again, to Jamie's point before about Dobrich, that's essentially a coin flip, more or less. And it can be the difference between, as it ends up, 2 million and 10 million. And if he wins that race or coin flip in which he's ahead, he would have been the chip leader. I mean, he's again in a position to win it all. And that is just the variance of this game. You put yourself in a good position, and it doesn't always work out.
So now the payout guaranteed for everyone, $3 million. It goes 3 million, 4 million, 6 million, and 10 million.
Attenborough getting a little out of line here on the button, raising a hand as bad as 8-deuce offsuit. He's likely to get punished, but maybe in the form of just a call in C3 from Ames, who's holding a very good king-jack offsuit. Decent flop for king jack off. Drawing to a queen for Broadway. Nothing for Attenborough, but hey, I don't think you were playing your 8-deuce off to try to hit a really good hand on the flop. I think it's time to start bluffing.
Good point.
He must think that Dweck and Ames just don't 3-bet enough or don't defend enough. There's something that would make him decide to raise a hand so bad. We have a second barrel on us with this sort of ignore the 14%. In his mind, a zero equity bluff. So you expect when Ames calls the flop bet that he's going to have a piece of that.
We've seen Attenborough with a lot of heart, even when he had a shorter stack than this.
It's a done.
And we talked about the heart he showed on day 7 in 2 big hands against Dobrich.
He went in with a plan and carried it through in that hand for the 8-deuce. Have to appreciate that. So overtime poker here. Free poker for you folks at home. The shoes are still off for Yorstad, right? Well, nobody's really made the deuces work so far tonight. I think he might try.
Ames again. We have a repeat. 10-9 of diamonds from the small. Last time he found a call with it. And then check folded on a king-queen board. 2 spades. Says we'll try one more time. Once again, Yorstad. Nobody home.
There's the 10.
could you call a waiter, please?
Like unimproved with his deuces. Still a pair, and still stabbing at this can fold out some potential equity that Eames could have. Just for 1/3, Eames is going to feel very happy about his top pair, backdoor diamonds.
Dueck done with his hand now.
Most likely, ace or a 4 probably on the turn. You'd maybe continue. You can still show down deuces and win versus certain types of hands that Eames could have from the small blind. You can have the like queen jack suited with 1 suit on the board. This is a potential spot for Dueck to try to bluff, though. Ace on the river.
Little side-eye glance. Check, check.
I just gives up.
Yep.
Nice pickup for Eames.
Yep. Pair of tens.
And
Good
everyone's getting closer and closer together.
They are getting bunched up. There's the 60 big blind stack of your stat, and then the other 3 in the 30s. Eames quickly stacks his winnings, looks around.
Look at that sort of tanning salon for his legs.
Yeah.
Very effective. I didn't realize they
Great.
had that at the Thunderdome.
That would have been a better business model for Antonio, who got into the tanning salon business for a while.
Did he?
He did, yeah.
In Los Angeles.
In L.A., yeah.
Yeah, please.
And now Doug Polk's into the tanning lotion business.
Yeah.
Oh, but it's a highly scientific, very good for you type. Yeah. Yes. The short answer is yes.
It's just an interesting business because as poker players, we live in the casinos. We're the pastiest looking people that you could ever find. And then we're hawking tanning products.
Maybe he thinks, you should not look pasty, but you can get a tan in a more healthful way than sitting in the sun itself, when you should be inside. It's like the actors who are good golfers are not working. The poker players who are tan are not winning.
Attenborough with Jack-6 offsuit. Not the most playable hand. Not the most exciting hand in the big blind. Decides to raise it up, put pressure on your stat. Try to take this down pre-flop. And it works.
A nice moment.
You guys are rich now.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Place finish. Number 1 on Croatia's all-time money list.
That's awesome.
Hey, there you go. Second honeymoon time. Mattia.
Good for him, and it's so impressive to come back and make another deep run.
And for him to say last year the only thing missing was his wife being here, and he made it happen. And his friend helped make it happen. That's lovely. Another ace king.
I would love a vlog of what players do after they bust from the final table, because I feel like the range of activities have to be really wide. like this: sleep 12 hours,
Right.
go to a nice dinner, be absolutely plastered 10 minutes later. I want to know all of it.
Well, you do that, okay?
I'm in here. I can't follow these people around.
Would you just
Send me on assignment next year.
honestly, that would be so dangerous for all involved.
Yep. Jorstad raising the button. This is toward the bottom of his range. Attenborough waking up with a hand. That'll do it.
Everybody does remember what an order of 20 beers is called now here in the new home of the World Series. It's a Kerstetter.
Thank you. I hope
Please
that
bring
sticks.
a Kerstetter to us. Yeah. Payouts brought to you by Stormex, the easiest way to earn crypto. $3 milli and $1 million pay jump to make third. Espen Jorstad trying to become the first main event champion from Norway. Attenborough trying to become the second main event champion from Australia. Dweck trying to become the second from Argentina. And Eames, Norman, trying to become the amazingly first from Great Britain, right? From England.
Seems not possible considering all the fine players who've come out of Great Britain for a couple of generations.
Attenborough, second place, 42 bigs. His recent trend been pretty good. Eames is a short stack right now, 36 big blinds, but 37 big blinds for Dweck. So neck and
Really?
neck. Yeah.
It's hard to even call them a short stack.
Yeah,
a lot of
it's true.
playability left in that stack.
So much. Everyone over 100 million.
Could be shaping up for a long day tomorrow if the stacks stay clumped together. Jorstad with an opportunity to pull away, though.
2 yellow stacks, right?
For the Mercenary, the three-handed was like 8 hours, wasn't it, Norman? Do you recall?
It was ridiculous.
Well, just
I
to
was in
get-
the
You were
stands
there- were you there?
sleeping. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Just to get from 3 to 2, they couldn't knock anybody out.
Right.
That was the longest ever from 3 to 2.
I think it went to 6 a.m. or something, right? And it didn't help that Jesse Sylvia, who I love, who's one of my good friends, seemed to take a small nap every hand. He is, Ashley Sleeth, his fiance, would say, a slow thinker. He contemplates a lot, and she says it's sometimes like his thoughts are loading.
A little beach ball going around, around.
Jesse's great, though. He made his screen name on WSOP, F.U. Greg Merson.
Pump him up. Pump him up. That's what you're here for.
Uh-oh. A couple of these guys with their feet up, slacking.
They are slacking.
Welcome back.
Maybe they tagged out.
They're only paid until 4 players left.
Yeah, exactly. Take a look at the chip counts right now. Caesars Sportsbook and Casino chip counts. We are all Caesars. 4 Super Caesars remain. This the second biggest ever
Made a really
main
loose
event
call with ace
field
queen
in history.
Somehow got there. Lucky fuck.
Unreal.
He looks the freshest of all. He's the youngest
Fun
of all. He
making
should be the
money
freshest.
with
He's
of
like
all.
used to being up playing beer pong at
It's easy to
O'Shea's
make
right
fun
now.
of
Oh,
me.
yeah.
Know the chip lead off. I'm probably gonna take your glasses again.
Gaze four-handed into the muck. Out of position.
So crazy. I think the limp's button, 10-9 suited.
I saw this on check blind. Yeah.
Attenborough will take that mantle.
I heard the hand being recounted where Dweck just checked back. It was the limp of the 10-9 of spades by Attenborough, where I believe Dweck just checked ace-king of diamonds in the big blind. And I heard someone telling the rail they can't believe it. So some unconventional play still happening. Dweck, the original raiser in this hand, checks through the flop. Not much of a hand. King high, though.
Free river card for diamonds.
Attenborough going nowhere. I don't think he was going anywhere anyway with his
No.
ace high. This is a passively played hand. Now pairing the river, and I'm wondering, I was wondering if you could muster another one of those small value bets, hoping to be against an ace that didn't pair.
He turns his hands over like that when he loses, too.
The jack deuce that got slammed down. Yep.
Attenborough back up on the up cycle of the high roller.
Jesse Sylvia was watching.
Oh, really?
He said, "Listen, MFer. Sorry, buddy, I love you."
You've prefaced it with that?
I did.
Your stat 7-5 of hearts. Can he make it sing? He's down to 161 now. He was over 200,000, 200 million. This tells you how expensive it is to play a few streets of poker now.
You're playing a lot more hands compared to when we were 8-handed. Just throwing it out there.
One player per hand.
It is true. Talked about this earlier, though. Big blind ante remains the same.
65.
Lots of dead money in there. And Dweck with the hand that's nice to defend. A lot of interaction between these two players' cards if we can get a middle board.
Eames will watch. Yeah.
Thank you, dealer. Open-ended for Dweck. Yours said top pair, gut shot. Dweck looks like he's considering a donk lead. Makes some sense on this board. This is a big blind type of texture. Goes for half pot, a little under. Yours said recognizing that that is a big blind board texture, but he has most of this board right now.
He's got his own gut shot.
$33 million in the middle now, and Dweck's hand much worse now that we're on a clean turn. And after seeing that your set was interested, after calling that flop bet, may want to pump the brakes.
Oh, bet 14 million.
Norm's just saying, just keep betting.
Okay.
You have the earpiece in his ear now?
We'll see.
Good luck, buddy.